arose where he believed his impartiality might be questioned. He said he would consult with the Justice Department's professionals and listen to their advice. And to those who question his independence from the President, Attorney General Sessions proved them wrong already, too, by recusing himself. Last week, he kept his word. Unlike Attorney General Lynch, Attorney General Sessions recused himself. His recusal means that if there is any ongoing matter that deals with the Trump campaign, it will be handled by the Deputy Attorney General. So, if Mr. Rosenstein is confirmed, and I surely expect him to be, the responsibility for any decisions would fall on him. Already, I've heard some calls from the other side that a special counsel should be appointed to take over. Any talk of a special counsel is premature at best. More importantly, any insinuation that Mr. Rosenstein lacks the impartiality or professionalism necessary to handle these matters is out of line. He's a career civil servant who has served with distinction in both Bush and Obama administrations. His independence is beyond reproach. In fact, in 2012, there was a series of high-level leaks to the media of highly classified information. The leaks looked like they were designed to make the previous administration look good. Rather than appoint a special counsel, Attorney General Holder placed Mr. Rosenstein and another U.S. attorney in charge of the leak investigations. At the time, the chairman of this committee said Attorney General Holder made a good choice when he put Mr. Rosenstein in charge. He described Mr. Rosenstein as a tough, honest prosecutor and the epitome of a professional prosecutor. Another senior Democrat on this committee said she opposed the special counsel because it takes a long time. The ranking member also had this to say about Mr. Rosenstein and other U.S. attorneys assigned to the matter. Quote, "These are two scrupulous men. They're both independent, and I have no reason to believe they cannot work with the FBI and assemble a very strong prosecution team where warranted," end of quote. Presumably, my Democratic colleagues haven't changed their minds about Mr. Rosenstein because the president is now a Republican instead of a Democrat. Please remember, a special counsel inquiries under the current department regulation are not the best way to ensure transparency and accountability that my colleagues have called for. There is no mandatory public report or other finding at the end of the investigation if no charges are filed. The investigations can just disappear into a black hole without the public ever understanding what the facts were. The intelligence committees are investigating these matters, and the other side has asked the Inspector General to investigate as well. Unlike special counsels, congressional and IG investigations can get the facts and present them to the public. So the notion that somehow a special counsel will bring facts to light just isn't true. I can't help but notice the selective nature of the latest calls for a special counsel. Where were these calls from the other side when Attorney General Lynch was overseeing the Clinton investigations? Attorney General Lynch had been appointed by President Clinton to be a U.S. attorney. Her law firm had represented the Clintons. Her ability to continue in her job as Attorney General depended on a Clinton victory in the election, and she had a private meeting with President Bill Clinton on her government airplane while the department was investigating Secretary Clinton. Where were the calls from Democratic leadership for a special counsel at that time? Where were the calls for a special counsel when Congress referred a criminal contempt citation to the Department of Justice against Attorney General Holder for withholding documents on Fast and Furious scandal? He misled Congress about when he learned about Fast and Furious. Where were the calls from the other side to have hearings on that? The U.S. attorney was simply ordered to ignore the criminal contempt citation, and my friends on the other side of the aisle were fine with that, and unfortunately so. It would be easier to credit calls for special counsels if they were made with some consistency and and intellectual honesty. There are times when special counsels are appropriate, but it's far too soon to tell at this time. And even if there were evidence of a crime related to any of these matters, once confirmed, Mr. Rosenstein can decide how to handle that matter. I know of no reason to question his judgment, his integrity, or his impartiality. I'll have more to say about Ms. Brand when I introduce her, but for now, let me say that she also is a dedicated public servant with exceptional credentials. Her nomination is supported by former attorneys general and deputy attorneys general. I'll enter a letter from them in the record. Without objection, it will be entered. Before I turn to Senator Feinstein for her opening statement, let me say how we'll conduct the hearing today. After Senator Feinstein's opening statement, we'll have the introduction of nominees. Senator Ernst and I will introduce Ms. Brand, but I'm going to introduce, after my three colleagues have spoken, it'll save a little bit of time for them. But she's a native Iowan. Senator Cardin and Van Hollen will introduce Mr. Rosenstein. Then the nominees will give their opening statements. We'll have 7-minute rounds of questions. I know that there are a number of issues senators would like to cover with these nominations, so I'll stay here until everyone has had the chance to ask all the questions they want. We will do more than one round of questions, and if we do, that'll be 5 additional minutes, and I'm prepared to work through the noon hour unless the nominees need time off. Senator Feinstein.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. As you have said, that today we begin our consideration of the nominees to fill 2 really important positions within the Department of Justice. The Deputy Attorney General essentially leads the day-to-day operations of the Justice Department and also directly oversees the Solicitor General's office, the Office of Legal Counsel, and the law enforcement components like the FBI, the DEA, and the AFT. Significantly, the Deputy Attorney General steps in when the Attorney General cannot or should not be involved in a particular matter. The Associate Attorney General is effectively the number 3 position and oversees critically important components of the Justice Department, including the Civil Rights Division, the Environment and Natural Resources Division, the Civil Division, and the Office on Violence Against Women. From national security to voting rights, and from consumer protection to immigration litigation, both of these positions carry tremendous responsibility within the Justice Department. So I want to take a moment to welcome the 2 nominees here today, Rod Rosenstein and Rachel Brand, and congratulate them for having been nominated to such major posts in the Justice Department. I had the pleasure of meeting with them yesterday, and both certainly appear well qualified. If confirmed, they will be part of a senior leadership team that will help shape policies and priorities that will affect all of us in America, and they will help determine the direction of the Justice Department over the next 4 years. Unfortunately, at this early stage in the new administration, there have already been some concerning developments. First, the acting Attorney General, Sally Yates, was abruptly fired by the President for taking a principled stand on the executive order banning individuals from certain majority Muslim countries, and her stance was then vindicated by the Ninth Circuit. Second, instead of taking strong stands to protect the voting rights and civil rights of all, the department has taken steps to further erode those rights. Specifically, we already see the Civil Rights Division switching positions in important cases like the Texas voter identification law, or withdrawing its guidance relating to transgender students. This reversal of course, away from policies that uphold and protect civil rights for all Americans, is unfortunate, but it well may reveal the intended path of the future. Over the past several weeks, there have been numerous press stories about the White House attempting to direct communications for ongoing investigations and even direct U.S. attorneys on how to argue cases. I continue to strongly believe that the case can be made for an independent investigation that is insulated from any potential political influence. So I very much support the appointment of a special prosecutor to lead the investigation into Russian influence in the election. I believe we need an independent criminal investigation into Russian influence. It's vitally important that the American people have trust in this investigation and that there is not even the appearance of a conflict of interest or political influence. So that's why I continue to support the appointment of a special prosecutor to lead the investigation. To be clear, I do not say this because I question the integrity or the ability of Mr. Rosenstein. I do not. But this is about more than just one individual. This is about the integrity of the process and the public's faith in our institutions of justice. Justice Department regulations clearly provide for the appointment of a special counsel when there is a conflict of interest for the department or other extraordinary circumstances, and where the appointment of a special counsel would be in the public interest. By his own words, Attorney General Sessions was a surrogate for the Trump campaign. He has admitted he met with the Russian ambassador on 2 occasions. And on Friday, the Attorney General announced he believes he should recuse himself, and he has. In addition, the investigation into Russia's interference could very well involve officials in the Trump administration. All these factors demonstrate that there is, at the minimum, an appearance of a conflict of interest, which is what's needed under the regulations. In addition, if you look back to December 2003, when Attorney General Ashcroft recused himself from the Valerie Plame case, that very same day, then Deputy Attorney General Comey appointed a special prosecutor. He said he did so out of an abundance of caution and to avoid any appearance of a conflict of interest. I believe the same abundance of caution is warranted here. As has been done in the past, a special prosecutor should lead this investigation. I believe it should be a respected prosecutor, someone free of any partisan or political background, someone who has a reputation for integrity and impartial decision-making, and who is independently selected, not by the Attorney General. From the outset, we need a respected prosecutor who was independently selected, free of any partisan or political background. I'm also concerned about the Justice Department's role in dismantling important rules and regulations that, among other things, help protect consumers, keep people safe, and protect our environment. Through executive orders and congressional repeals, President Trump and his allies are taking unprecedented steps to help big business but harm average Americans. I've had an opportunity to meet with both Mr. Rosenstein and Mr. Brand, as I said. They both have impressive credentials, and I enjoyed meeting with them. But as we all know, the test of leadership and suitability for a job is not how nice you are or how well you get along. It is whether the Justice Department or our courts, whether in those departments we need independent, fair-minded public servants who will adhere to the rule of law and look out for everyone in this country, not just the powerful or well-connected. We need steel spines, not weak knees, when it comes to political independence in the Department of Justice. And there is a real danger, I believe, that the Justice Department could become politicized. And so I hope to hear today from these nominees what they will do to guard against just that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Feinstein. Now Senator Ernst, and then Senator Cardin, and then Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. It is my privilege to be here today to introduce a native Iowan, Rachel Brand, who has been nominated to be Associate Attorney General of the United States. After graduating from Pella Christian High School in Pella, Iowa, and the University of Minnesota Morris, Ms. Brand went on to receive her law degree from Harvard Law School. After law school, Ms. Brand embarked on an impressive legal career in both private practice and public practice. In fact, she has at one time or another served in all three branches of government. She was previously confirmed by the Senate as Assistant Attorney General for Legal Policy at the Department of Justice, and before that, she clerked for Justice Kennedy on the Supreme Court of the United States. And perhaps the most prestigious of all, she worked as an intern for Senator Grassley. In addition to her public service, Ms. Brand has had a distinguished career in private practice, has taught as an adjunct law professor, and serves as a board member for Doorways for Women and Families, an organization dedicated to creating pathways out of homelessness, domestic violence, and sexual assault. Ms. Brand has shown time and time again a commitment to public service, and if she is confirmed, it is my understanding that she will be the first woman to serve the country as Associate Attorney General of the United States. I am honored to be here today to support her for this position, and I look forward to what I hope will be a speedy approval of her nomination. Thank you, Chairman Grassley.
Thank you, Senator Ernst. Now, Senator Cardin.
Thank you, Senator Grassley, Senator Feinstein. It's a pleasure to be back before the Judiciary Committee. I thank you for this opportunity. I first want to thank both of our nominees for being willing to serve their country, and thank their families, because this is a family sacrifice to serve in government, and we thank them for being willing to do this. I'm pleased to be here with Senator Van Hollen to introduce and support Rod Rosenstein to be the Deputy Attorney General. This was a welcomed nomination by President Trump. Rod Rosenstein has demonstrated throughout his long career the highest standards of professionalism. He has dedicated his entire professional career to public service. He's an experienced prosecutor and administrator. Very impressive credentials, graduating from the University of Pennsylvania Wharton School, from Harvard Law School, where he was editor of the Harvard Law Journal. He was clerked for Judge Ginsburg on the District Court of Appeals. He's been the U.S. Attorney since 2005. He has served in many leadership positions among the U.S. attorneys. And as Chairman Grassley pointed out, he's been given very sensitive assignments by the Department of Justice because of his known professionalism. I am very impressed by his responsibilities as a U.S. Attorney for the state of Maryland. He has led major criminal investigations and prosecutions in regards to contraband smuggling with gang members, inmates, and correctional officers. He has personally supervised the coordination of our anti-terrorism efforts, recognizing that each stakeholder can add to the strength of Maryland's efforts to fight terrorism. He's done that without regard to turf issues, providing a coordinated strategy in our state of Maryland. He has handled corruption cases, sensitive corruption cases, from police officers to elected officials, and he has protected Maryland citizens through his commitment on consumer issues and on environmental issues. What impresses me the most is the fact that he has done this in a totally nonpartisan, professional manner. When I was elected in 2006 to the United States Senate, Rod Rosenstein was already the U.S. Attorney. He had been appointed there by President Bush. So I first met Mr. Rosenstein when he was a U.S. Attorney for our state. And when I was elected, I was approached by many elected officials as to what was going to happen with the U.S. Attorney. I was impressed by the first phone calls I received from the law enforcement individuals in Baltimore City responsible for the protection of our city, all urging me to encourage President Obama to retain Rod Rosenstein as U.S. Attorney. That was not the only call that I had received. He has received strong support from the justice leadership in the state of Maryland. State and local officials strongly support his appointment to the Deputy Attorney General, strongly supported his work as U.S. Attorney. So when Senator Mikulski and I had to make a decision, we recommended to President Obama that he retain Rod Rosenstein as the U.S. Attorney for Maryland, and we're pleased that President Obama did, in fact, retain Mr. Rosenstein as our U.S. Attorney. He has the support of state and local officials. Brian Frost, the Attorney General of Maryland, supports this nomination. Doug Gansler, the former Attorney General of Maryland, supports the nomination. Peter Franchot, the Controller of our state. Greg Bernstein, the former State's Attorney of Baltimore City, all support Mr. Rosenstein because of his record and his professionalism. He's supported by our local police. Kevin Davis, the Chief of Police for Baltimore City, supports this nomination. And as you may know, Baltimore is under a consent decree as a result of a pattern and practice investigation in Baltimore. The Maryland State Bar Association supports his nomination. Former Assistant U.S. Attorneys support his nomination. Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Rosenstein is the right person at the right time for Deputy Attorney General. I share the concern of many members of this committee as to what Russia did in attacking our democratic institutions. I support a complete investigation to understand exactly what happened. I believe the facts need to be done by an independent commission, and that would be the best way for us to get all the facts necessary in regards to what Russia was doing. The Attorney General's office must follow the facts, including the standards for the use of a special prosecutor. Based on Mr. Rosenstein's prior record, I am confident of his judgment on these issues.
Thank you, Senator Cardin. Now, Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Feinstein, members of the committee, for the opportunity to join Senator Cardin in supporting Rod Rosenstein's nomination to become Deputy Attorney General. As you've heard, he's had an illustrious and long career, and during his 27-year career, he's earned a reputation as a fair and focused administrator of justice. As a result, he has served in both Republican and Democratic administrations and earned the distinction of being the longest-serving U.S. attorney in the country today. Rod has not only aggressively prosecuted dangerous gangs and criminals in Maryland, but also elected officials who violated the public's trust. He has shown impartiality in these investigations, and his successful prosecutions have led to ethics reforms that increase transparency and public confidence in Maryland. In addition to being a top-notch lawyer, he's known for the professional manner in which he runs his current office. In his letter of support, Maryland's Attorney General Brian Frost notes that Rod, quote, inherited an office in turmoil, unquote, when he became Maryland's U.S. Attorney, but with a, quote, steady hand and superb management, created a department that is now universally respected. Those skills will be put to test in the coming months. It's no secret that Mr. Rosenstein is before this committee at a tumultuous time for the Department of Justice, and his job will be to serve justice and not political leaders. As Rod and I discussed yesterday, the ultimate question is the same one that Senator Sessions posed to Sally Yates during her hearing as the nominee to be Deputy Attorney General, when he said, quote, you have to watch out because people will be asking you to do things you just need to say no about, unquote, and went on to ask, do you think the Attorney General has the responsibility to say no to the President if he asks for something that's improper? Like Sally Yates, Rod Rosenstein said he would be willing to put his job on the line to uphold the public trust and the integrity of the Department of Justice. Mr. Chairman, I share the views expressed by Senator Feinstein and Senator Cardin as to the investigation into any ties between the Trump administration and Russian interference in our elections. I believe they will require the appointment of a special prosecutor, and I've also joined Senator Cardin and others in calling for a nonpartisan independent commission. I also made it clear in my conversations with Mr. Rosenstein that if the FBI director has in fact requested that the Justice Department deny President Trump's unsubstantiated claims about Obama administration's wiretapping of Trump Tower, then the Justice Department has a duty to let the public know the truth. Mr. Chairman, I think we would all agree that it's vitally important that the American public has faith that our laws will apply equally to all Americans, regardless of rank or position. Rod Rosenstein has applied that principle faithfully during his time as U.S. Attorney in Maryland. It's essential that the same principle apply at the Department of Justice. Members of the committee, I do not know what the future holds on these issues of great importance to our democracy. I do know that Rod Rosenstein has a record and reputation of serving justice, and I support his nomination. I also want to join Senator Cardin in expressing our gratitude to his wife, Lisa, his daughters, Julie and Allison, for joining us today, and for their family's commitment to public service. Thank you.
Thanks to both my colleagues, and unless any of my colleagues have questions, you're free to go. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I gotta introduce her first. I will take my time now to introduce Rachel Brand, and you've already been told she's a native Iowan. She may not have lived in Iowa for a few years now, but I know she loved going to the Iowa State Fair, and I know that she still goes home fairly regularly to visit a 94-year-old grandmother, and both sets of her grandparents were dairy farmers. Ms. Brand is familiar to this committee. She appeared before us many times, both as a nominee and as expert witness. She has already served the country well, and I'm glad to see that she has been nominated once again, this time as Associate Attorney General. I'll note that this is the third time that she's been nominated for a Senate-confirmed position. Both President Bush and Obama also nominated her for roles in their respective departments or administrations. Before Ms. Brand graduated from Harvard Law School, she was an intern in my D.C. office, as you've been told by my colleague. She clerked for the Justice of the Supreme Court of Massachusetts, as well as for Justice Kennedy on the U.S. Supreme Court. She served as counsel to both President Bush and as Assistant Attorney General, Office of Legal Policy. In that role, she prepared nominees to be sitting at the very place she is at this time. She also specialized in counterterrorism and national security issues. In 2011, she became Chief Counsel for Regulatory Litigation of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Most recently, she was a member of the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board. Of course, that board oversees federal agencies' counterterrorism activities to ensure that privacy and civil liberties are balanced with national security interests. In addition to her vast career accomplishments, Ms. Brand is on the board of an organization called Doorways. Doorways help women and children who find themselves in abusive situations. They have a 24-hour hotline and provide shelter and support services for these people. I'm pleased to support someone who is so well qualified. With her previous positions at the White House, Office of Legal Counsel, Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, she has experience that touches almost every part of the federal government. As the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Policy, she was a member of the senior management team of the Department of Justice, working with components and law enforcement agencies across the department. Similarly, at the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, she worked with diverse agencies to ensure that privacy and civil liberties are taken into account while carrying out the important mission of protecting the nation from terrorism. And during Ms. Brand's tenure in the private sector, she gained extensive litigation management experience that will serve her well as she oversees civil litigating campaigns. So congratulations on your many accomplishments, Ms. Brand. I'm proud to be able to support your nomination, and I think you'll do a very fantastic job. Will you both now come to the table, and before you sit, I would like to swear you. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. Now it's up to you, Mr. Rosenstein, to give your statement, but before you do that, you may want to introduce your family and anybody else you want to introduce that's here to urge you on.
Well, thank you, Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Feinstein, and members of the committee. I want to thank you for scheduling this hearing, and thank you for taking the time to meet with me in your offices over the past 2 weeks. I'm very grateful to Senators Cardin and Van Hollen for their generous introductions. I would like to introduce my wife of 22 years, Lisa Barsumian. Lisa is a former assistant U.S. attorney who shares my affection for the Department of Justice. She now devotes much of her time to our daughters, Julia and Allison. This hearing, I'm sorry to say, required Allie to break her perfect school attendance record. My older daughter, Julie, writes for the school newspaper, but journalistic ethics preclude her from covering this event today. These young women are excellent students, superb athletes, and fundamentally good people. I'm also proud, Senators, that my parents, Robert and Jerry Rosenstein, are here today. My mom worked as a bookkeeper and served on the school board. My dad ran a small business in Philadelphia with his partner, Miriam Smalls, who's also here. My parents encouraged their children to take full advantage of the promise of America, even when that required us to move far from our small hometown of Lower Moreland, Pennsylvania. My sister, Dr. Nancy Messonnier, also has spent her entire career in public service. She traveled from Georgia, where she is a center director at the Centers for Disease Control. She's also a uniformed officer, a captain of the Public Health Service. I'm disappointed she wasn't permitted to wear her uniform here today, but we're very proud of her. My mother-in-law, Alice Barsumian, flew from California with Lisa's aunt, Rita Arslanian. They are immigrants to America, Senators, and they are quite proud as well to be here today. And many other relatives, friends, and colleagues are in this room or watching the broadcast. Senators, I am so fortunate to be part of one of our nation's crown jewels. The United States Department of Justice stands for the principle that every American deserves equal protection under the rule of law. I want to thank the Attorney General and the President for placing their trust in me to help manage the department and to enforce that principle. The Justice Department has been my professional home for almost 3 decades. I've served under 5 presidents and under 9 attorneys general. And I want to assure you, Senators, based on my personal experience, that our department is filled with exemplary professionals, devoted public servants who conduct independent investigations 365 days a year. I was fortunate to join them in 1990, and during the Clinton administration, I had the privilege of working directly for the Deputy Attorney General at that time, Philip Hyman. I served in several other positions around the Justice Department, and then in 2005, when I became U.S. Attorney, I expected to serve for 4 years under President Bush. And I am so grateful to President Obama for demonstrating his confidence in me and allowing me to serve for 8 years in his administration with the support of our home state senior senators, Cardin, Mikulski, and Sarbanes. Political affiliation is irrelevant to my work. Our goals of preventing crime and protecting national security require us to work cooperatively with all partners, to be vigilant, and to be proactive. We also need to be role models because contacts with the police create indelible memories for citizens. As Deputy Attorney General, I will draw on my personal experience with thousands of honorable law enforcement officers all around this country as I seek to implement change and to build public trust. Justice is our name, and justice is our mission. Attorney General Robert Jackson famously said that the citizen's safety lies in a prosecutor who tempers zeal with human kindness, seeks the truth, serves the law, and approaches the task with humility. For me, the grand hallways of Main Justice echo with the voices of mentors and friends. They taught me to ask the right questions. First, what can we do? Second, what should we do? And third, how will we explain it? Senators, before taking on a position of this solemn responsibility, it's important to know who you are and what you stand for. My oath is an obligation. It requires me to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, to bear full faith and allegiance to the Constitution, and to well and faithfully discharge the duties of my office. As you know, I've taken that oath a few times. I've administered that oath many times. I know it by heart, I understand what it means, and I intend to honor it. If you confirm my nomination, I will work to defend the integrity and independence of our Justice Department, to protect public safety, to preserve civil rights, to pursue justice, to advance the rule of law, and to promote public confidence. The members of this committee are indispensable partners in achieving those goals, And I know Ms. Brand shares that view, Senators. I am so proud to be here with one of the finest lawyers of my generation, who would become the first female Associate Attorney General in the 40-year history of that office. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you for considering my nomination.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenstein. Now, Ms. Brand, and you can give your statement as well as introduce anybody that's here to support you and urge you on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Feinstein, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today as you consider my nomination. I also would like to thank the President and the Attorney General for the opportunity to be considered for this position. I'm grateful to you, Mr. Chairman, and to Senator Ernst for your kind introductions today. Although I have not lived in Iowa in some time, as you mentioned, I will always consider myself an Iowan. I'd now like to introduce my family. With me today is my husband, Jonathan Cohn, whom I met at Harvard Law School, and he was one of the smartest lawyers I've ever known. He also served in the Department of Justice. He was born and raised in Manhattan, and so he was a bit of a novelty the first time I brought him home to Pella, Iowa. And we had some sport with him, taking him around to meet the cows on my uncle's dairy farm, but he took it all in stride and put up with it, and now he enjoys going back to Pella. Sitting with him are our sons, Garrett, age 7, and Willem, age 9. They're not looking too happy to be here, at least Garrett's not. This is the second confirmation hearing that Willem has attended. At my PCLOB confirmation hearing 5 years ago, Willem was 4, and he sat still about as long as could be expected of a 4-year-old until he got fidgety, and Senator Leahy's counsel very nicely asked him if he wanted to go back in the anteroom and gave him something to play with. We didn't think it was wise to bring Garrett, who was then 2, but he was excited to eat cookies and drink juice at my swearing in at Justice Kennedy's chambers. This is the first time he's worn a blazer, and I'm not sure how happy he is about that either, but my parents, Ruth and Ivan Brand, had planned to be here today, but unfortunately their flights were canceled last night and they couldn't make it, but they may be watching the live stream on the website. My mother-in-law, Helena Cohn, is here. She traveled down from New York. Helena immigrated to the U.S. from the Netherlands many years ago, and my kids call her Oma, the Dutch word for grandma. I'm also grateful to the friends who have taken the time to be here today to support me. I have been blessed with opportunities in both public service and the private sector to work in a wide range of areas of law and policy. Working with top-notch lawyers in private practice, I learned a great deal about law and lawyering, and I had the opportunity to manage litigation concerning a broad spectrum of legal issues. But my heart has always been in public service, where I've spent the majority of my career. My love of public service dates back even to my college years, when I studied political science at the University of Minnesota Morris. And in college and law school, I took every chance I could get to gain government experience, including, of course, my internship with Chairman Grassley. My first experience with the Justice Department was way back during my 1L summer, when I worked as an honors intern at the FBI's National Security Division. Chairman Grassley and Senator Ernst have already described my professional biography, so I won't take up the committee's time repeating it, but I would just say that it was a tremendous privilege to serve in the Justice Department as Assistant AG for Legal Policy, working with components across the department to craft policy solutions to the challenges that they were facing. I am honored to be nominated to be Associate Attorney General. I am also humbled by the opportunity to take on such a serious responsibility. I have deep admiration and respect for the institution of the Department of Justice, for its critical work, for its tradition of independence, and for the dedicated public servants, lawyers, law enforcement officers, and many others who work there across administrations. If confirmed, I will strive to undertake my role with integrity, independence, and fidelity to constitutional principles and the rule of law. I look forward to entering back into public service, serving the Department of Justice, its client, the United States, and the public interest if I am confirmed. I also look forward to working with Mr. Rosenstein if we are confirmed. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear today, and I look forward to taking your questions.
I'll start questioning. For the benefit of both Republicans and Democrats on the committee, we will take you in the order that you were here when the gavel falls, and then for people that came in later on, it'll be according to how they arrived. And I would also ask that, including this chairman, not to take more than the 7 minutes. So if you still have 1 second left when you can start the last question you're going to ask, go ahead and ask the question at that point. I hope at that point our nominees will give a shorter answer. And I hope after your time is run out that you won't, that that you won't carry on dialogue that's kind of a debate going on between the nominees and you folks as well, because we got a lot of work to do today. I'm going to start with Mr. Rosenstein, but before I ask the 3 or 4 questions on this first point, the Attorney General has announced that he will recuse from any existing or future investigations of any matter relating in any way to the campaigns for President of the United States. That would include any investigation into campaigns for President and any communications with representatives of the Russian government. The Attorney General made clear that his announcement did not confirm the existence of any such investigation in accordance with department practice. In the event such an investigation were to take place, however, it would fall then to the position you have been nominated for as Deputy Attorney General in light of the recusal. So 4 questions that you can take as long to answer or short answers. I'll do one at a time. Have you ever met with representatives of the Russian government?
Not to my knowledge, Senator, at least not recently.
Push the button.
Sorry, Senator. Over the course of my career, from time to time, I've spoken to groups of visiting lawyers and judges from foreign countries, and it's certainly possible there may have been Russian officials there, but I don't recall any such meetings, no.
Okay. When were you first in contact with the Attorney General about your nomination? Have you ever spoken to the Attorney General about the question of Russian contacts with presidential campaigns?
My first contact with Attorney General Sessions, I believe, was approximately November 28th, when I received a phone call from him. I don't believe I ever had any direct contact with Senator Sessions prior to that date. No, I've had no conversations with Attorney General Sessions about that matter.
About the Russian contacts?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any basis on which you would not be able to handle such these investigations, given that the Attorney General Sessions has announced his intention to recuse?
Senator, I'm not aware of any. I should tell you, of course, since I'm not involved in the matter, I don't know what, if any, investigation is currently ongoing within the department. So if I were confirmed, I would need to familiarize myself with the facts. I would need to consult with experts in the department. We have a complex set of rules and statutes that govern recusals. And so I'm not aware of any requirement for me to recuse at this time. But as a lawyer, Senator, I would have to know what it is I'm recusing from. And as a Department of Justice official, I'd have to rely on the advice I got from the career staff. We have folks who are trained to do just that.
I hope this next question is not an impossible one. How would you handle such an investigation? Have you ever discussed with the Attorney General the appointment of a special prosecutor to handle such an investigation?
Well, how I would handle an investigation, Senator, is the way I would handle any investigation. As far as I'm concerned, every investigation conducted by the Department of Justice is an independent investigation. We prosecute tens of thousands of people every year, and every one of those defendants deserves an independent prosecutor. And so I would be certain that we had independent investigators to conduct those investigations, along with law enforcement agents who are trained to conduct their investigations in an appropriate way and comply with the statutes, the regulations, the Constitution, and the policies of our law enforcement agencies. And so that's the way I would do that, Senator, with regard to the special counsel in this or other cases. I know this is the issue du jour on Capitol Hill, but I anticipate that if I were the Deputy Attorney General, we'd have a lot of matters coming before the department over time, and I would approach them all the same way. I would evaluate the facts and the law, consider the applicable regulations, consult with career professionals in the department, and then exercise my best judgment if I were acting Attorney General, or provide my best advice to the Attorney General if he were not recused about what I believe is the right course of action.
Yeah. I'd like to go to Ms. Brand now and ask you about your work at the Chamber of Commerce. When you worked there, your client, of course, was that chamber. In that capacity, you signed a number of briefs opposing the positions of government agencies. Of course, at the Department of Justice, your job will be to defend these agencies and their missions. Can you discuss how you will approach that from a different angle?
Sure, Senator Grassley, I would be happy to. As you say, as a lawyer, I have spent some of my career in private practice representing clients. I've, of course, spent more of my career in public service of one type or another. But just as when I was at a law firm, when I was at the Chamber of Commerce, I had a client, the Chamber of Commerce. And as a litigator there, my job was to file lawsuits and file amicus briefs on behalf of that client. If I'm confirmed to this position, of course, I'll have a very different role. I'll have a different client. My client will be the United States, and my role will be to serve the public interest and the interests of justice, representing that client as best I can. That's a role I'm very comfortable with. As I said, I've spent more of my career in public service than in private practice, and I would be honored to take that role back on if I'm confirmed.
Back to Mr. Rosenstein. You served as an associate independent counsel, and of course, you've already referred to the decades of experience you've had in the department. So you're familiar with the role of independent counsels or special prosecutors in federal investigations. Appointment of a special counsel requires both that there's evidence of a crime or wrongdoing and that the department is unable to handle the matter fairly. Is that right, as you see it?
Generally, that's correct. I believe what you're referring to is the department's regulation on special counsels as opposed to the independent counsel statute, which sunsetted in 1999. It would require, under the current regulation, a determination by the Attorney General or the Acting Attorney General. Number one, that a criminal investigation of a person or matter is warranted. Number two, that there is a conflict of interest for the department to conduct that investigation. And number three, that the public interest justifies the appointment of a special counsel.
Okay. Let me ask the question, but I think you just answered it. But if you want to say more, how would you decide whether a special prosecutor would be appropriate in a particular department investigation?
Well, whatever it is, Senator, and there are various formulations of this. As was mentioned in the introduction, I was specially designated by Attorney General Holder to conduct a sensitive investigation. I wasn't technically a special counsel under that regulation, but the bottom line is, Senator, that it's my job to make sure that all investigations are conducted independently, and whether it's a law or a statute or some other mechanism, I would ensure that every investigation is conducted independently.
My time's up. I have two more points on that question, but I'll do that in the second round. Senator Feinstein.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rosenstein, earlier this year, the entire United States intelligence community made public its assessment that Vladimir Putin ordered a Russian influence campaign designed to interfere with the 2016 presidential election. The goal was to undermine public faith in the United States democratic process and to harm the campaign of Secretary Clinton in favor of President Trump. I am very concerned. I've been 6 years the chairman of the Intelligence Committee and on it for 16 years. So I've followed this closely, have had the Gang of 8 briefings, and feel very certain that the reports of the intelligence community are in fact correct. Have you read either the final classified or unclassified versions of the intelligence community's assessment regarding the Russian government's interference with the 2016 presidential campaign?
Senator, I'm certainly familiar with the issue from media accounts. I obviously have not read any classified report concerning it because it's not within my official responsibility as U.S. Attorney for Maryland. And I don't believe I've read the unclassified report. I believe I've read summaries in the media.
Well, I'm going to ask that you do that before your nomination comes up, if it does on the floor, if you will. Will you read those reports?
I think, Senator, if I were to become Deputy Attorney General, it would be essential for me to read those reports, probably the classified as well. If there is such a report, I don't think I'm authorized to do that.
Well, why don't we find out? You're number 2 now.
No.
Or you will be number 2.
Yes. I think it's very important, Senator. I think that's a really valuable point, and I appreciate your raising it because the media reports actually have, I think, created some confusion about that. I am the U.S. Attorney for the District of Maryland. I have no role in managing the department. So,
right. No, I understand that.
Yes.
It was my fault. I misspoke, so thank you. Let me go on to the question of special counsel. And I mentioned in my opening remarks that when Valerie Plame's covert identity was revealed by someone in the Bush White House, Attorney General Ashcroft recused himself, and then Deputy Attorney General Comey promptly assigned Patrick Fitzgerald to be a special prosecutor with plenary authority to investigate and prosecute that case. Now, given the recusal by the Attorney General and the intense political interest in this matter, and the strong potential that the investigation will in fact involve individuals associated with the White House, it would seem that this situation also rises to the level of extraordinary circumstances that warrant a special counsel under the regulations. Given all of this and the heightened level of distrust on all sides, do you support the appointment of an independent special counsel to look into these matters?
Senator, my understanding of this, and again, it's based solely on media accounts at this point, my understanding is that at least one of your colleagues called for a special counsel for something related to this matter while Attorney General Lynch was in office in early January, and she rejected the request. And based on the media accounts, I believe she said exactly what I said, that she had confidence in the career professionals of the department, but she had an additional piece of information. She presumably knows the facts, and I didn't, and she rejected that request. Currently, Senator, we have an acting Attorney General for this matter, Dana Bente. He was appointed U.S. Attorney by President Obama, and if there were a need for special counsel, he currently has full authority to appoint one. So I don't know at this point if Attorney General Lynch or Acting Deputy Attorney General Bente are right or wrong, but I certainly wouldn't be in position to overrule them without having access to the facts that are the basis for their decisions.
So I'm trying to figure out what your bottom line is. I interpret that as a no. Is that fair?
Well, I don't know, Senator. I think the answer is I'm simply not in position to answer the question because I don't know the information that they know, the folks who are in the position to make that decision. And when I am in that position, I don't presume that Attorney General Lynch and Acting Deputy Attorney General Bente are correct. I have a lot of respect for them, but if I determine that they're mistaken, then I would overrule them.
Thank you. I understand. Ms. Brand, if I may, while at the National Chamber Litigation Center, you led regulatory litigation directed against regulations to protect workers' rights and the environment. The President has now issued 2 executive orders aimed squarely at eliminating regulations. The first requires that 2 federal regulations be identified for elimination for every new regulation. The second requires regulatory task forces in each agency to make recommendations on repealing, replacing, and modifying existing regulations. As you may know, not all of the rules required by Dodd-Frank have been finalized or fully implemented, despite the fact that it's been nearly 7 years since it became law. By one measurement, over 100 rules still remain to be finalized, nearly a third of all the rules required by Dodd-Frank. It is concerning to me that these rules may not be proposed or finalized at all under the regulatory position of this administration, simply because there aren't hundreds of others found to offset. What is the legal justification for arbitrarily failing to issue a regulation called for under law simply because there aren't 2 regulations on the books to eliminate?
Well, thank you, Senator Feinstein. I am aware of those executive orders generally. I haven't studied them as I'm not yet in the department. With respect to the executive order ordering a review of regulations on the books, my recollection is that President Obama issued something quite similar during his term in office, and I haven't studied what the results of that study were. In terms of the other executive order, again, I haven't studied it, but I think that any regulatory action taken by any agency of the government has to comply with the requirements of the Administrative Procedure Act, which require reasoned decision-making. That statute remains in place, but as to the interplay between the APA and the executive order, those decisions would fall in the first instance to the regulatory agencies themselves, but I would have to study it further.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Senator Hatch.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first say that I agree with you that there is no legitimate basis for asking the Attorney General to appear before this committee. It is unseemly at best to demand a hearing before the Attorney General has had a chance to address this matter further, as he has now done. skipping that basic step of fairness makes it look like this is more about publicity and partisan posturing than anything else. At least it looks that way. Responding to written questions after his hearing, the Attorney General stated if a matter arose where he believed his impartiality might reasonably be questioned, he would, quote, consult with department ethics officials regarding the most appropriate way to proceed, unquote. Now that is exactly what he did. I wish I could say the same thing about his predecessor. She would not recuse herself from the investigation into Secretary Clinton's misuse of classified information. My Democratic friends had nothing to say about that. And like I said, this kind of double standard makes it at least look like partisan politics. I had hoped we could start depoliticizing the Justice Department. Now let me turn to the nominees before us today. I want to congratulate both of you. You're excellent lawyers. I have great respect for each of you. Both Mr. Rosenstein and Ms. Brand are familiar to us, and I think each is well qualified in being asked to lead the Justice Department. Mr. Rosenstein, let me just ask you this question. I am the Senate sponsor of the Rapid DNA Act. It would allow the use of rapid DNA technology to help analyze crimes, exonerate the innocent, and prevent DNA extensive or analysis backlogs. Do you support the effort to allow DNA samples collected and analyzed with the use of rapid DNA technology to be included in the National DNA CODIS database?
Senator, I'm not familiar with the details of the legislation, but as you describe it, it certainly sounds like it would be a valuable tool for law enforcement. I think it's critically important that we arm law enforcement officers with modern technology so that they're best able to do their job of keeping us safe. And I know of many cases where DNA has been used effectively, both to catch dangerous criminals, rapists in particular. We hear cases like that all the time, and also to exonerate innocent persons, some of whom have been wrongly convicted. So I think DNA can be an extraordinarily valuable tool. And I believe we should arm our law enforcement officers with that sort of technology.
Great. I'm concerned about a lack of transparency in federally funded pretrial release programs. Individuals are often released without paying any bail on a promise to return to court and to meet the conditions of a pretrial program. If they fail to return or complete such a program, they become fugitives, and the taxpayers have to pay the price for billions in unpaid bills. Last Congress, I introduced the Citizens' Right to Know Act, which requires state and local governments that receive federal funding to report to the Attorney General on these pretrial release programs. What is your assessment of the pretrial release program?
Senator, I regret that I'm not familiar with those challenges. I know that in cases that I've supervised, we make every effort if we believe somebody poses a significant danger to the community to make sure they're detained prior to trial. And if somebody's eligible for pretrial release and they might be a candidate to be out in the community, then we would support that as well. But it's certainly important to make sure in either case that we have them available for court when the court date comes.
Thank you. Ms. Brand, you're here as part of the constitutionally prescribed appointment process. In that process, the President nominates but cannot appoint without the advice and consent of the Senate. We had a dispute a few years ago when the previous President attempted to appoint some officials without Senate consent. He tried to define for the Senate when we were in session and when we were in recess so that he could bypass the advice and consent requirement. In your capacity with the U.S. Chamber Litigation Center, you filed a brief arguing that the President exceeded his power under the Constitution. Am I right that the Supreme Court unanimously held that those appointments were unconstitutional?
Yes, Senator.
How important is it that the President abide by the limits of the Constitution, by the limits the Constitution sets?
Well, Senator Hatch, I think that it's important for every officer of the United States, whether in the executive branch, the Congress, or the judiciary, or in a regulatory agency, to stay within the bounds of the authority granted to them by the Constitution or laws of the United States. I think that divided governmental power, whether it's divided along federalism lines or whether it's divided horizontally with the separation of powers, is a critical protection of individual liberty and freedom.
Well, thank you. In 2008, you advocated against over-federalizing criminal justice. A growing number of experts and policymakers are also cautioning against over-criminalizing behavior. I've long been a proponent of a default mens rea, or criminal intent requirement in the Federal Criminal Code. What are your thoughts about a default criminal intent requirement?
Well, Senator, I understand that legislation along those lines has been introduced. I'm not sure if it's pending now, and I would have to study the details of the legislation. I certainly do think that it's important to have an appropriate, or at least a clear mens rea for every criminal provision in the code.
Well, thank you. That's all I have today. I appreciate both of you. Appreciate you willing to serve. Appreciate the service both of you, each of you, has given to the federal government and to our fellow citizens in this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Senator Leahy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Brand, I do recall asking my staff to tell your child there was a place to be more interested in listening, even to your testimony, especially to the senators, as a father and a grandfather. I understand that. Mr. Chairman, I know you said that you don't feel any need to invite the Attorney General back before the committee. I would note that his supplemental testimony last night did not even attempt to answer his misleading response to my question. And considering what the Russians appear to be doing to us, I do feel you should bring him back. Let me mention this. I watch you both being sworn in, and over my years here, I've watched hundreds and hundreds of people being sworn in. It's a very important oath, and Mr. Rosenstein, you said you memorized it. I'm sure you have. But many of the people who have testified so far this year as nominees, they've fallen short of this, and their misleading testimony only came to light after the press reported on it. Will you, I'll ask both of you, you can answer this yes or no. Will you commit to me that in the event you find a need to clarify any of your answers before this committee, you do so immediately and not wait until the press calls you on it? Mr. Rosenstein?
Thank you, Senator. I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity to be on my side of the table. We certainly make every effort to answer your questions fully and
But
truthfully.
the answer is, if you were to go back over it afterward, and witnesses have, and they found something in which we left this out, and they've let us know, will you commit to do that before you have to be forced to do it because of something in the press?
Yes, I would.
Ms. Brand?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Senator Feinstein, Mr. Rosenstein, asked you about the appointment of special counsel. I recall I was not in the Senate. I was a young prosecutor when Elliot Richardson was asked the same question before this committee as the nominee for Attorney General in 1973. Watergate was unfolding. He promised the committee he would appoint an independent prosecutor if confirmed, saying that, and I quote him, it was necessary to create the maximum possible degree of public confidence in the integrity of the process. And of course, he named Archibald Cox. He actually did that before the committee finished the hearing. Now, Russian hacking of one of our national committees, in this case, the Democratic National Committee, their efforts to influence our elections, their continuing efforts, not only in this country, but other countries, to influence elections. It's just as serious as Watergate. Do you agree that accessing a computer or computer network without authorization, and then obtaining and disseminating another's documents and emails, is that illegal under federal law? Thank you. And, of course, according to the intelligence community, and I agree with Senator Feinstein, read the full report, both the public one but the classified one, and see about Russia's interference in our election. It was intended to undermine public faith. Do you agree that investigating what Russia has done is a matter of extraordinary importance?
I'm sorry. Senator, I don't know the details of what, if any, investigation is ongoing, but I can certainly assure you, if it's America against Russia or America against any other country, I think everyone in this room knows which side I'm on.
And, well, I assume I do too, but would you also agree that American people, if there's such an investigation, they have to have confidence in the integrity of it?
I believe it's critical for the American people to have confidence in the integrity of our investigations, yes.
Suppose you're conducting an investigation and you find that it sweeps up communications between those under investigation and your own boss. Would you agree that raises challenges you might not have in a private investigation or in a typical?
Yes, it would, Senator.
I think Russian interference is one of the worst things I've seen in my years in the Senate. I mean, I've thought about this. I was in Vermont over the weekend, and I spent a lot of time going over it. I cannot remember anything in my years here that has troubled me more to have another country try to interfere. The National Security Advisor has resigned. The Attorney General has recused himself. The White House seems to be meddling in the investigation. Have you discussed with anyone from the administration or anyone connected with the president whether you would appoint a special counsel if you were confirmed?
I've had no communication with the White House at all about that issue, nor have I had communication with the Attorney General about that issue.
Okay. Are you willing to appoint a special counsel to examine Russian interference in our elections and other criminal activity?
I'm willing to appoint a special counsel, Senator, whenever I determine that it's appropriate based upon the policies and procedures of the Justice Department.
I'd ask you to go back and read what Elliot Richardson said.
I have, Senator.
Thank you. And the president has said that President Obama wiretapped his phones and the Trump Tower phones. Does any president have that authority to unilaterally wiretap somebody?
Senator, I have absolutely no information about that other than what I've read in the newspaper. And if I were the Deputy Attorney General, my office would have a critical role.
The question is, does the president have the unilateral authority to wiretap somebody's phones?
I don't know the details, Senator, and I'm reluctant as a lawyer to comment on that. In a criminal investigation, the answer would certainly be no.
Okay, the reason I ask, I would assume that if the president is not telling the truth about this, those who know the truth would say what the truth is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rosenstein, Ms. Brand, congratulations on your nomination. I think you're both exactly the answer to the chaotic times we're living in. Professionals who are dedicated to the rule of law and not politics. I'm a little confused by some of my colleagues' statements today because they've called for an investigation. Actually, there's an investigation ongoing by the Senate Intelligence Committee and the House Intelligence Committee. I was out at CIA headquarters yesterday and observed 4 large binders full of classified information that's been made available to the committee to conduct that bipartisan investigation, one that Chairman Burr and Vice Chairman Warner have authorized, and I think that's the appropriate place for that investigation to take place, rather than some sort of select committee or some sort of media circus. I also am puzzled that, Mr. Rosenstein, you have appropriately been praised for your reputation as a professional prosecutor and somebody whose integrity is beyond reproach. But then my colleagues here ask you whether you'll abdicate those responsibilities without even knowing the evidence and appoint a special counsel. I think you've answered the questions appropriately, and I have confidence that you will apply the proper standards once you actually are confirmed. And then I hear some of my colleagues talking about the importance of getting the Justice Department on track, and yet then claiming they're going to block your nomination because of their concern about some other collateral matters. I just want to ask you, Mr. Rosenstein, you pointed this out earlier, but I think it bears repeating that you were appointed by the Obama administration, Attorney General Holder, to oversee a sensitive investigation to alleged leaks of classified information. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And would you just briefly describe what that investigation entailed?
Well, the only thing I can describe for you, Senator, is the outcome of the investigation, because we don't discuss matters beyond what's in the public record.
That'd be fine.
The outcome of that investigation was that General James Cartwright pleaded guilty and admitted that he had made false statements in the course of an investigation into alleged unlawful disclosures, and he admitted that he had in fact made disclosures in violation of law.
Well, I would suggest to my friends that if you have the professionalism and integrity sufficient to conduct that sort of sensitive investigation, that I believe you're eminently qualified for this position to which the President has nominated you, and you will conduct yourself with the similar professionalism and integrity. Ms. Brand, as I said earlier, congratulations on your
Thank you.
Your appointment, and of course you've been before the committee several times in different capacities. But I wanted to ask you in particular about your role on the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board. As you know, Congress will have the responsibility of looking at the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act reauthorization for Section 702. We've got a number of other sensitive law enforcement tools and intelligence gathering tools which will be considered this year, and certainly when you're confirmed, you and Mr. Rosenstein will be playing a role in that. But could you just describe for the public generally what sort of oversight and protections that are part and parcel of these law enforcement and intelligence gathering tools? Because I think sometimes people lose that, and it's really important, it seems to me, for people to understand that there are oversight from all three branches of government, judicial, executive, and legislative, and the concern that we all have about privacy rights is protected by that sort of oversight.
Well, thank you, Senator Cornyn. I thought a lot about this, and I've written about this in my individual capacity and on the PCLOB. Which oversight mechanisms apply depends on which authority you're talking about, obviously, and these are very complex matters, and I hesitate to brush with broad strokes on something so complex, but as a general matter, take FISA, for example. There is oversight by all three branches of government. In a typical FISA application, there's extensive work done inside the executive branch, and there's judicial oversight, and then there's, of course, oversight by the committee that you sit on, the Senate Intelligence Committee, as well as the House Intelligence Committee. For certain programs, there is oversight by the Justice Department of the intelligence agencies. There is involvement by the Inspector Generals in some cases. There's involvement by the board I formerly sat on, the PCLOB. So depending on the circumstances, there could be quite a few levels of oversight for a particular government action. Well, I think that's appropriate.
I appreciate the complexity of talking about it from a 30,000-foot level and writ large, but I think it is important for the public to understand that there are a number of legal protections and oversight responsibilities that do protect privacy rights, while at the same time preserving essential law enforcement and intelligence gathering tools. I believe Director Comey has called Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act the crown jewels. of the intelligence community. And it strikes me it would be a travesty, and indeed it would be dangerous, if for some reason Congress failed in its responsibility to reauthorize such an important law enforcement and intelligence gathering tool because of misguided concerns or unsupported concerns about lack of adequate oversight and protection for privacy rights. So that's going to be a very important part of the discussions. I think the House, if I'm not mistaken, Judiciary Committee is actually having a hearing on that today, or certainly this week. So we look forward to your contribution as we try to strike that right balance along with yours, Mr. Rosenstein. Thank you both for your service, and certainly look forward to supporting your nominations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Rosenstein, and Ms. Brand. Thank you very much for coming by my office. I appreciate it. For the record, my friend from Texas raises a question about delay in filling these positions. Deputy Attorney General Jim Cole was held up by the Republicans in this committee 400 days before he was confirmed. Stuart Dellery, nominee to be Associate Attorney General under President Obama, was held up for almost a year. He never received a floor vote and ultimately withdrew his nomination. I trust you will be treated more professionally by this committee. Let me ask specific questions, if I can, about this issue of the Russian involvement. And Mr. Rosenstein, I respect the fact that you haven't read this report, but it's 15 pages long and it's on the internet, and it's not classified. And I want to read several paragraphs and really put in perspective why we're asking you these questions today. Because what we have learned from this intelligence report 2 months ago is historic. It is a cyber attack on the United States of America like none we've ever seen before. I quote from our intelligence agencies: Russian efforts to influence the 2016 U.S. presidential election represent the most recent expression of Moscow's long-standing desire to undermine the U.S.-led liberal democratic order. But these activities demonstrated a significant escalation in directness, level of activity, scope of effort compared to previous operations. The intelligence agencies say, we assess Russian President Vladimir Putin ordered an influence campaign in 2016 aimed at the U.S. presidential election. Russian goals were to undermine public faith in the U.S. democratic process, denigrate Secretary Clinton, harm her electability and potential presidency. We further assess Putin and the Russian government developed a clear preference for President-elect Trump. This was not put out by the Democratic National Committee. This was published by our intelligence agencies. And it's the reason that many of us believe this is not like an ordinary investigation by the Department of Justice. This is historic. It's always critical when it comes to filling these appointments. But this is an historic constitutional moment in our history. So I'd like to ask you, Mr. Rosenstein, will you commit that if you're confirmed, you will not impede or shut down any FBI or Justice Department investigation into Russian efforts to influence the 2016 U.S. presidential election?
Senator, on the issue of foreign interference in American elections, I can assure you that you and I are on the same side. I will certainly support any properly predicated investigation related to interference by the Russians or by anybody else in American elections.
I might say for the record that Attorney General Sessions was asked that same question at his confirmation hearing, and he would not make that same commitment. Second question, will you commit to promptly inform the American people if the Department of Justice closes, terminates, or declines to further pursue an investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 U.S. presidential election?
I'm sorry, Senator, what exactly is the...
Inform the American people if the Department of Justice closes, terminates, or declines to further pursue an investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 U.S. presidential election.
Senator, I've been a prosecutor, as you know, for 27 years, and our primary responsibility as prosecutors is to collect the evidence and determine whether or not we can prove a case in court. Often there are other concerns that arise in investigations, and in this particular one, Senator, I think I would need to consult with the director of the FBI and with the intelligence community before I make any commitment about what would be the outcome of such an investigation.
I'm asking you if the outcome is closing or terminating or declining to further pursue the investigation. Would you report that to the American people?
Senator, I don't want to make any commitment about what I would do at the conclusion of an investigation without knowing the details of the investigation. Talking with the director of the FBI, I can assure you that if it's appropriate to release it to the American public, I would.
Do you pledge to continue to pursue any ongoing investigation by the Justice Department into Russian interference in the 2016 election or any other attempts Russia may have made to undermine the United States, our political system, or our position in the world?
If there is an ongoing investigation in the Justice Department into interference with our elections by Russia or anybody else, and it's properly predicated, and there's a basis for a federal investigation, then absolutely I would support it.
This is another question that Senator Sessions refused to answer in his earlier hearing. I'd like to ask you about the scope of the Sessions recusal. I'm not sure where we stand today based on the letter which this committee received from the Attorney General. Have you had an opportunity to read the wording in his recusal and the letter that he sent this committee?
I'm familiar with it, Senator, from media accounts. I was pretty busy with your colleagues yesterday. I know I didn't read the letter yesterday, but I'm generally familiar with it.
What he said in his recusal Thursday, quote, "I have now decided to recuse myself from any existing or future investigations of any matter relating in any way to the campaigns of the President of the United States." This, I might say, is a partial recusal when it comes to the investigations into Russian influence on President Trump and his circle of advisors and associates. This recusal does not extend to post-election Russian contacts with the Trump transition team and the Trump administration, like the Russian ambassador's meetings with Jared Kushner and Michael Flynn, on its face. But yet the letter which the committee was sent says in its final paragraph, and I read, "The March 3rd, 2017 letter, which many of us sent to Attorney General Sessions, also asked why I had not recused myself from, quote, Russian contacts with the Trump transition team and administration. The Attorney General says, I understand the scope of the recusal as described in the Department's press release would include any such matters. So do you believe that this recusal now would affect any Russian contacts with the Trump transition team or administration?"
Senator, I'm familiar with the Department's recusal policies and regulations, and they're actually more complicated than you might think because we're governed by the general government-wide conflict of interest provisions in Title V. We're governed by the Code of Federal Regulations, Title V, government-wide. We're also governed by a particular statute in Title 28 and by regulations that apply to the Department of Justice under Title 28 of the Code of Federal Regulations. In addition to that, as lawyers, we're governed by bar rules. So there are a lot of policies that apply, and that's why it's important for us when these issues do arise to consult with career professionals. And I think it's important also, Senator, to understand that what we tell our people is that when you recuse, there's no presumption you've done anything wrong. But you recuse because the issue justifies your recusal. So I don't know the details. If I were confirmed, I would certainly make sure that if the Attorney General were recused, that I wouldn't discuss the matter with him, and I have not discussed the matter with him.
Thank you, but that's not my question. What I'm asking you to do, and I want to give you the time to do it properly because this is an important matter, and I know you're an excellent attorney and want to get this done right. I want to give you the official recusal by Attorney General Sessions of last week and his letter which he sent to this committee and ask you for clarity as to the scope of this recusal. I think that the Attorney General left a wide gap in there about contacts between the Russians and the transition team and any members of this administration. And I want to know how you read it in light of these two, and I want to give you the time to do it properly and professionally.
Senator, I appreciate it, but I just don't know how I would have a basis for evaluating that without access to the information. I presume that the Attorney General consulted with career professionals in the department who knew the facts. And if I become the Deputy Attorney General, and I believe that that's not a sufficient recusal, I'll certainly consult with them. But if I were to read it today, Senator, I would only know what you knew. I wouldn't know what was the nature of the investigation. I wouldn't know what's under investigation that you may or may not need to recuse from. So I just wouldn't be in position to comment on whether it's adequate. But I do know that I know the people in the department who make these decisions. These are nonpartisan career folks, and I believe they would have made a good faith effort to appropriately.
Mr. Rosenstein, I'm not questioning the process. I'm just asking for clarity as to the recusal of the Attorney General in his own words, not for the entire process that led up to his conclusion. I'm asking you how you read his own words. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to both of you for being here. One of the reasons why our republic is strong is because we've got strong public servants who are willing to offer their service, even in difficult jobs. Ms. Brandt, I'd like to start with you. In 2008, you wrote a memorandum that was later published by the Heritage Foundation, and you approached the topic of the over-federalization of criminal law. One of the things that you wrote in there was that, quote, trimming back the federal criminal code by eliminating offenses that should be investigated and prosecuted by the states has long been a goal of policy experts and good government advocates. This exercise in federalism is worthwhile both for its constitutional merits and for its effect on government accountability, close quote. This, coupled with the fact that in one answer a few minutes ago you managed to put in a plug for both restoring federalism and separation of powers, won me over because I happen to believe that our drift away from federalism and separation of powers has caused problems that are, by their very nature, neither liberal nor conservative, neither Republican nor Democratic. They're law and order kinds of concerns. They are structural concerns, they're constitutional concerns, and ultimately they get to this point of accountability. Would you agree with me if I took what you wrote in there and said that that could be applied to basically every instance, not just in the criminal law, but given that the position that you'll be involved in will be dealing primarily with civil issues, federalism and separation of powers are important, and that every time we drift from them, whether it's in the context of criminal law or of a civil matter, that we're limiting accountability of government.
Yes, I do, Senator. I think that the Department of Justice should be governed by the principles enshrined in the Constitution. I certainly would consider myself governed by them, and the Constitution, I think brilliantly, divided government for the protection of individual liberty. So yes, I absolutely agree with you.
Oh, thank you. Given that you'll be overseeing the civil litigating components of the department, I also wanted to ask you, when is it appropriate for the department to decide not to defend a particular federal law? What's the standard that you think ought to be applied there?
Well, if you're talking about defending an act of Congress from a constitutional challenge, for example, I think the department's obligation is to defend an act of Congress whenever there is an available, reasonable legal argument to be made.
And that itself has its roots in the separation of powers, does it not?
Yes.
Given that we make the law, and if the executive branch isn't doing its job, then nobody's accountable as they should be.
Yes.
Mr. Rosenstein, one hot button topic that has come up again and again in the last few years involves prosecutorial discretion. This is a topic that I discussed with Attorney General Lynch and also a topic that I discussed with Attorney General Sessions when each of them came through this committee. Do you think that the government should exercise prosecutorial discretion on a case-by-case basis, or is this something that the government can decide to apply as a more general matter based on policy considerations?
That's a difficult question, Senator. I think the answer is a little bit of both. We have general guidelines. The Department of Justice is currently governed by what are known as the Attorney General's prosecution guidelines. They actually were developed by Attorney General Civiletti during his tenure in the Carter administration. They're in the U.S. Attorney's Manual, Title IX, Section 27, and they establish sort of the general criteria in all cases that prosecutors ought to look to in determining whether or not to bring a particular case. And one of the factors is federal law enforcement priorities. So at a high level, the determination needs to be made, what are our priorities? And then at a lower level, given that a case falls within a priority, what are the factors that determine whether or not to prosecute that individual case? So I think the complete answer to your question is it's a combination of both policy judgments about where to focus our resources, and then ultimately in every case it needs to be an individualized determination about whether the facts in that case justify a prosecution.
Thank you. With respect to minimum mandatory sentences, we talked a little bit in my office about the fact that in your office, in the U.S. Attorney's Office that you lead, you've been fairly conservative or cautious about how you charge crimes involving minimum mandatory sentences. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time to go into a lot of detail there. Can you talk to me a little bit about your office's practices with regard to minimum mandatories and how those might reflect the approach you'll take in the Department of Justice if confirmed?
Yes, Senator, we comply with the department's policies concerning when to use mandatory minimum sentences. And there are many cases that we deal with that involve extraordinarily dangerous people who deserve to be sent to prison for lengthy periods of time. And in those cases, we apply the mandatory penalties that are available to us. In many cases, using a mandatory minimum penalty, prosecuting or charging a defendant with a mandatory minimum penalty, results in cooperation from that defendant. And if we're able to do that, that's one of the ways we're actually able to help. One of the areas where federal prosecutors are particularly able to help our local colleagues in Baltimore and probably in other cities is that we're able to break this no snitching code that is such a problem with violent gangs in many of our cities. We're able to break that by catching a defendant who has committed a serious crime, holding him accountable under the penalties established by this Congress, and offering him the opportunity to truthfully provide information about other crimes that he knows. And using that power, Senator, we're able to break the backs of some of these violent gangs in our communities. So I think it's critically important that we have those penalties available to us in appropriate cases. But as you say, we also need to take into consideration whether in a particular case it would be excessive. And there are some cases where we have discretion under department policies. And in those cases, we faithfully apply the policies and use those mandatory penalties only when they're justified.
Thank you. Briefly, in the time I've got left, I want to talk to you a little bit about civil asset forfeiture. Equitable sharing is a program that the department suspended in December of 2015, a lot of budget cuts. That program was resuscitated a few months later in 2016. Would you consider making changes to or possibly even ending equitable sharing, at least where equitable sharing in the civil asset forfeiture context is used to circumvent state and local laws restricting civil asset forfeiture by state and local law enforcement officials?
I would certainly, Senator, consider changing the policies. I'd be reluctant to commit to completely terminating the policy. It's a law enforcement tool that's available to us, and I think in appropriate cases we need to use the tools that are available to us.
Thank you. I see my time's expired. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rosenstein, good morning. Many attorneys general have defended the Department of Justice from political interference by restricting contacts between DOJ and the White House to a select few officials. What will be the department's policy in this administration?
Senator, I believe the department's policy is and will be that communications with the White House concerning cases, that's the most sensitive matter, need to be cleared through the Office of the Deputy Attorney General. That's been the policy. I believe it was the policy when I worked for Phil Hyman as Deputy Attorney General in 1993. And I think it's really important, Senator, that everybody understands that there needs to be a single point of contact, because if you have...
and at the White House?
Pardon me?
At the White House. Could anybody at the White House call you about cases?
Well, anybody could call, Senator. They're not going to get an answer. My understanding is that...
Well, in fact, isn't the rule that they shouldn't even call?
I believe the rule, Senator, is that the communication should be between the White House counsel or deputy counsel and the Deputy Attorney General.
Precisely. And you're prepared to enforce this as Deputy Attorney General?
I've enforced that, Senator, as U.S. Attorney. Occasionally we get calls from people who shouldn't be calling. Usually it's a congressional staffer who doesn't know the rules rather than somebody at the White House. But I think it's important we circulate that. And people do it innocently. I don't mean to accuse anybody. People don't know the rules if they're not in the department. We need to know the rules, and we need to enforce.
And the White House needs to know the rules.
Yes, sir.
Why is it important that prosecutors not reveal derogatory investigative information about individuals who have not been charged with an offense?
I think that speaks for itself, Senator. And
I would like to hear you say it.
My guidance for this and many other issues is Robert Jackson, who was the Attorney General of the United States, gave a speech that is still stands as, I think, the best articulation of the principles of the federal prosecutor on April 1st of 1940. And he explained that that is the most significant power of the federal prosecutor, and it's subject to abuse, that we need to refrain from disparaging people unless it's necessary and justified in a case. So if we charge somebody with a crime and it's appropriate to introduce evidence against them in court, we do it. If we don't charge them with a crime, we have a responsibility not to disparage their character.
And even where an individual is charged, you don't divulge derogatory investigative information beyond what's charged in the information or the indictment, correct?
Well, we don't do it gratuitously, Senator. It might be appropriate in the course of a judicial proceeding, a detention hearing or trial, for example.
Yeah. In 2010,
the Department of Justice propounded a memo suggesting that the Office of Legal Counsel attorneys do not owe a duty of candor to their clients that is equivalent to the duty of candor that workaday attorneys are held to in court proceedings. I understand that the Department of Justice has since corrected that, and that OLC attorneys are treated as being held to a duty of candor equivalent to that of workaday attorneys in court. What duty of candor will you hold OLC attorneys to in the performance of their functions?
Now, Senator, I'm not familiar with that issue. The duty of candor is not just an internal department policy, it's an ethical rule governing lawyers, so I would certainly enforce that rule.
We'll follow up then with a question for the record for a more fulsome response. Did the department's civil case against the tobacco industry years ago have merit, and was it an appropriate use of the department's authority?
Senator, I do not know the answer to that question. I apologize. I'm just not familiar with it. You may or may not be. I'm not familiar with the details. I certainly recall reading about it, but if I get the job, Senator, there are a lot of areas I'm an expert in. There's some areas I'm not, and I regret I'm just not familiar with the details of that, and I couldn't comment on whether it was or wasn't an appropriate exercise of authority.
Is the holding in that case correct that corporations do not have a First Amendment right to fraudulent speech?
I believe that's correct as a matter of law, yes.
Matter of law, isn't it? Do you know if the Department of Justice is looking into connections between Russia and the Trump campaign?
I've answered that before, and I do not. I know what I read in the newspaper, and many of you, Senator Cornyn mentioned, may know more than I do about that, so I do not know the answer to that.
In the event that there were such an investigation, would the content of communications between Russian officials and Trump surrogates be relevant to such an investigation?
It may be, Senator. I don't know the details of the investigation, so I'm not in a position to comment on what may or may not be relevant.
As a matter of logic, it would likely be relevant, would it not?
If that's what we were investigating, it would certainly be relevant.
It would certainly be relevant. Would contacts between Trump surrogates and the Trump campaign regarding surrogate communications with Russia also be relevant to such an investigation?
Senator, when we conduct criminal investigations, we conduct thorough criminal investigations, so I can assure you that if our investigators and prosecutors determined that that sort of information was relevant to an investigation, we would get that information.
And you understand that those answers make Attorney General Sessions a likely witness in any such investigation?
I don't, Senator, but I do understand that the Attorney General has recused, and I'm not going to discuss it with him.
With respect to discussing ongoing investigations, do you agree that if all the shop windows are broken on Main Street, it is appropriate for the police chief to announce that he intends to get to the bottom of it and to assure the public that law enforcement will respond?
Circumstantial evidence, Senator, unless there were a hurricane, that would be evidence that some crime might have occurred, yes.
And when there is public awareness that a crime has occurred, it's not only appropriate, it's really incumbent upon law enforcement to assure the public that it will go about its duties and take what steps are necessary to enforce the law.
Yes.
And people do that all the time.
Yes, we do.
Police chiefs do it, you've done it as U.S. Attorney, DAs do it, people do that all the time. Is not the public report on Russian election manipulation the equivalent of broken windows on Main Street? Doesn't the American public now understand that there has been a very significant piece of damage done to our election process by a foreign government as a result of that report?
Senator, I believe that you and I are on the same side. If the Russians interfere with American elections, then I'm on the American side.
And it's appropriate for you, when you have that information, to assure the American public that it will be appropriately investigated and that there is, in fact, investigation taking place.
You know, the complication here, Senator, I don't mean to be difficult in any way. I'm trying to be as helpful as I can, but there has been repeated reference to intelligence equities here, and I know nothing about that. So one of the challenges that we face with foreign hacking, and this is an issue I know something about outside of the context of this case, we need to figure out who's responsible for it. Is it a foreign government? Is it an intelligence issue? Is it a law enforcement issue? And that's a challenge.
The question whether the Department of Justice is conducting an investigation into this is one that is appropriate for the Department of Justice to answer. Correct?
Yes, absolutely.
There we go. My time's expired. Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it.
I want to thank Senator Kennedy for letting me to cut in line here. Did you read or hear about President Trump's tweets regarding his assertion that President Obama was involved in monitoring his campaign or the Trump Tower?
I certainly did read about the tweets that were reported over the weekend, yes, sir.
What was your reaction?
I don't think it's appropriate for me to share my reaction, Senator. That has no bearing on my work. If the President gives me an instruction in the context of an order to carry out any sort of investigation, that's my job. If the President is exercising his First Amendment rights, that's not my issue.
He called on Congress to investigate. Do you think that's a reasonable thing for him to do?
That's a political issue, Senator. It's not an issue.
Well, let me just say yes, and we will. The bottom line here is if there was a warrant issued regarding Trump campaign activities and Russian contacts, would you in your new job, if you're confirmed, know about that warrant request and whether or not it was issued?
I would hope, at least prospectively, that I would. I don't know to what extent, if something like that were done in the past, it would be appropriate for me to review it.
Are you telling me as a Deputy Attorney General you wouldn't know if the Department of Justice applied for a warrant?
I hope that I would.
I hope you would too. Now there's a Title III warrant, I think that's the right title, a criminal warrant, and there's the FISA court. Are you familiar with the FISA court?
Yes, I am.
Would you be able to tell us as Deputy Attorney General, if you confirmed, whether or not a request was made to the FISA court to monitor Trump campaign activity and the Russians?
Would I be able to? I would presume that I would be able to. Whether it would be appropriate for me to do so would be another question.
Okay, why would it not be appropriate for you?
I just don't know, Senator. You know, I have, in my capacity as U.S. Attorney, I've dealt with FISA issues when they become relevant to criminal cases, but I'm not an expert on the statute.
Okay.
And I know their intelligence community equities, and I need to consult with them before I made any decision.
Okay. So there's three ways this could have been done. You could have gotten a warrant through the normal criminal process. That would have been lawful if a judge granted it, right?
Hypothetically, we do that all the time. Yes.
Okay. Number two, you could have a FISA court, which is a little bit different, but it's still the court overseeing someone's request, right?
Yes, that's correct.
The third would be if the President Obama on his own decided to wiretap Trump Tower or the campaign. Do you know of any basis that he would have the ability to do that without a FISA warrant or without a warrant from a federal judge in a criminal investigation?
No, I do not.
Okay. As a matter of fact, he could not. No president can just unilaterally say, go wiretap that American citizen. Right?
Senator,
without court approval.
You know, I'm a lawyer, Senator, so.
Well, no, you're not going to just be a lawyer. You're going to be the Deputy Attorney General.
Well, here's the thing, and I don't, I'm a lawyer, and if somebody tells me nobody can do that, my answer is.
Well, in writing, later on, tell me how the President of the United States could unilaterally wiretap an American citizen, an American company, an American campaign for president without some court approval.
So my answer to that, Senator, is I would hope, and I agree with you, that that would not happen.
Yeah. Okay. Are you familiar with the executive order regarding the DACA kids that President Obama issued?
Only by virtue of having read about it in the newspaper.
Okay. Do you know if it's constitutional or not?
I do not.
Okay. The executive order was to give legal status to, I think, 800,000 kids who were called DACA kids. They came here as small children, and President Obama gave them through an executive action legal status. Can you get back to me as to whether or not you think that falls within the president's prosecutorial discretion?
I don't believe it would be appropriate for me, Senator, to comment on an issue like that might well be litigated, and my position I would have to consult with the appropriate experts in the department and reach a legal conclusion about what judgment to take. I would not offer an opinion, prejudge a case like that prior to or apart from the context of having to litigate it in my capacity as Deputy Attorney General.
Okay. Now, if there is an investigation regarding the Trump campaign and Russian contacts, would be two stages. One, the gathering of the evidence and a decision whether or not to proceed forward in a prosecution fashion. Is that correct?
This is a hypothetical, Senator.
Yes.
We're talking about some tweets. I don't know about any investigation.
Well, just any investigation.
Yes.
So you'd want an independent person advising the investigators while they're gathering the facts, not just making the decision of disposition. Is that correct?
You would want independent advice, yes.
Okay, so Can you assure this committee, if there is such an investigation, that you would make sure that the investigators are advised by a professional lawyer at the Department of Justice who's independent, even during the gathering of the facts?
I hope I've made that very clear, Senator, that I
Okay.
would view it as my responsibility as deputy to make sure every case was investigated independently.
Now, is it true that the current acting deputy attorney general could appoint a special counsel if they believe that was appropriate?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, and that person was appointed by President Obama.
That's Dana Bente, the U.S. Attorney from Eastern Virginia. That's correct.
Okay, if you take over and you get confirmed, then would it be your job, since the Attorney General recused himself?
In any matter in which the Attorney General was recused, the acting Attorney General would have that authority.
Generally speaking, when the subject of the investigation has a political bent to it, do you believe that you could do that job even though you've been appointed by this president?
Absolutely, Senator, and you have to recognize that we have a lot of policies regarding recusals and conflicts, but we also have a proud tradition. In fact, my office in the District of Maryland, in 1972, I believe it was, the U.S. Attorney George Bell, a Republican U.S. Attorney appointed by a Republican president, prosecuted the Republican Vice President of the United States. So I believe that I certainly do.
So do you believe all of your time before taking this job has prepared you for that moment, if that moment ever comes?
I certainly hope so, Senator.
Okay. Sentencing reform. Are you familiar with the efforts by this committee and others to pass sentencing reform?
I'm generally familiar with the issue, yes, Senator.
Okay. Do you have a general opinion as to whether or not we need sentencing reform at the federal level?
I think, Senator, that it's always appropriate for the Congress to evaluate the tools that are available to federal prosecutors and to assure yourselves, number one, they're being used appropriately, and number two, whether or not there are additional tools that they need or tools that you provided them that perhaps you should take away. So I think that it's appropriate for that to be an ongoing process.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll start with you, Ms. Brand. You have a good choice of colleges in Morris, Minnesota, so thank you for that. I wanted to start with something pretty important to me because my dad was a journalist for many, many years, and that's freedom of the press. I raised this issue with the Attorney General, and he said in his confirmation hearing that he was still reviewing the regulations, yet in 2015, the Attorney General the then Attorney General revised the department's rules for when federal prosecutors can subpoena journalists or their records, and he committed to releasing an annual report on subpoenas issued and charges against journalists. The previous two Attorney Generals also committed not to put reporters in jail for doing their jobs. First of all, what are your views on the standards that Attorney General Holder put forward and were upheld during Loretta Lynch's tenure?
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. That's a very important issue. Obviously, the freedom of the press is one of the freedoms enshrined in the First Amendment to the Constitution. I'm aware of those guidelines, but I must confess, since I have not been in the department in about 10 years, I have not studied them. I understand that they heightened the standards, which were already, I think, relatively strict in terms of the circumstances in which the department could subpoena a journalist. They require high-level approval.
So would you uphold those standards? What's your answer on it?
It would not actually be within my authority to do that, Senator. That would be under the purview of the Deputy AG. I hate to throw him under the bus, but I can't commit to you because it's not going to be my decision.
Okay, then we'll go to you, Mr. Rosenstein.
You know, I apologize, Senator. I thought Rachel was going to handle that question. Would you restate it, please?
That's what I thought. What's your answer? I get it. Okay, the question is about...
Yes or no.
That's all right. A yes or no answer on the standards that Attorney General Holder had put forth to protect the freedom of the press. He revised the department's rules for when federal prosecutors can subpoena journalists for their records.
Yes, Senator, I am familiar with those rules, and they've been modified over time, and I think it's important for the department always to be willing to revisit our internal policies to make sure we get it exactly right, because sometimes we find out that we didn't have it exactly right the last time. So as a general proposition, I think those rules, and if you You wanted a yes or no answer, and I apologize. But it's a balancing. The rules reflect a balancing, and I think it's important for us to heavily balance First Amendment concerns and freedom of the press.
So are you going to review the rules, or where are you on the rules?
I don't have any plan to review the rules, but I wouldn't rule it out if somebody thought it was appropriate to take a look at them.
But right now, you would leave the rules in place?
I'm not aware of any plan to revisit them.
Okay. I'm going to follow up on some of Senator Graham's questions about what happened over the weekend, where news reports stating that FBI Director Comey called on the Justice Department to publicly reject the president's recent assertion that President Obama ordered the wiretapping of the phones in the Trump Tower during last fall's campaign. So my question is this, it's not specifically on that. In a situation where the President of the United States makes a factual statement about the status of an investigation and that statement is later determined not to be correct, this is on an investigation, what is the responsibility of the Justice Department to set the record straight?
Senator, I think that I cannot answer that in a hypothetical way. It wasn't my understanding that it was a comment on a Justice Department investigation. Maybe it was. I was somewhat distracted this weekend with other issues. I'm familiar with the tweets, but I just can't answer that. I would certainly, what I would do, I can commit to you what I would do in any situation like that. So I'd talk to the FBI Director, Jim Comey, and I'd certainly consider his views, and I'd make an independent determination about what to do under those circumstances.
But it would be your call to make that decision and not the director of the FBI's call.
Since I don't know exactly what decision was made, what I've read in the newspaper purports to be leaks of what may or may not have occurred, so I don't know exactly what the protocol was.
Okay.
But I would anticipate that obviously the FBI reports the Deputy Attorney General, and Mr. Comey was the Deputy Attorney General, so I'm sure he appreciates that chain of command, so it would be my responsibility, yes.
Okay. Are you aware, again, of any time FBI agents for the Department of Justice wiretapped a U.S. citizen without a proper warrant, since you've been a U.S. attorney?
Not on my watch, no, Senator.
Okay. And are you aware of an instance in which FBI agents or the Department of Justice personnel sought a warrant without a good faith belief that probable cause existed?
Not on my watch, no.
Okay. Now I want to turn to Russia. In your statements, and you and Senator Durbin went back and forth, at some point today, I think maybe with Graham, you said, if Russia interfered. And I know you have not read that 17-page report that we're all referring, the public report that the 17 agencies put out. It's short, and I just ask you to review it because basically you are putting yourselves in the shoes of the Attorney General when it comes to this, whatever investigation may come out of this. That's why all the media was there. I bet you we've never had that many reporters here for a Deputy Attorney General. I don't think we've ever had this much interest in a hearing like this, and it is because you will essentially be putting yourself in his shoes. And so I'm just asking that you read that report so I can ask you the same question I asked now Attorney General Sessions, and that's whether or not he believed there was any reason to doubt that evidence. He said there was no reason to doubt it.
I suppose I should clarify. As a lawyer, maybe sometimes I'm too careful with my words. I have no reason to doubt the conclusion of the intelligence community.
Okay.
As a lawyer, as a prosecutor, the issue for me is what can I prove in court, which may be a different issue from what I believe, but I certainly have no reason to doubt the intelligence community's conclusions.
Okay. And I so appreciated your opening statement where you said you look at things as a prosecutor says, and that is what can I do, what should I do, and then the last thing is how do we explain things? Because I think way too much of this administration so far has been, whether it's the refugee order or whatever it is just about explaining things. You don't have to comment about this. Instead of first asking what is the right thing to do and what can I legally do? And so that's where I want to get to. If, in fact, you in this matter or in any other matter end up appointing a special counsel, which could happen, but in this matter, you would be the one to make the decision. 28 CFR section 600.4 says that the scope of any special counsel's investigation will likely be determined by the acting attorney general for the purposes of the investigation. How would you define the scope of any investigation? It also says that you could overrule a special counsel's decision. When would you be willing to overrule a special counsel's authority? So the question is, under the rules, how would you define the scope, and would, in fact, when would you be willing to overrule?
Thank you, Senator. In court, we would ask the chairman for opportunity to respond. I know our time's expired. Okay. A complete answer to your question would take a lot of time. I don't want to take away from your colleagues' time or prolong the hearing.
Oh, they don't care. That's fine.
Yeah, we're fine.
I think, yeah, there was an independent counsel statute. Under the independent counsel statute, we appointed prosecutors who were not accountable to the Attorney General of the United States. That expired. Under current law, every special counsel we appoint is accountable to the Attorney General.
That's correct.
So
And in this case, to you, if it was on the part that the Attorney General accused himself.
Right. And this was, of course, true in the Watergate era. Archibald Cox was fired by the acting Attorney General. But the authority that I would give to a special counsel would be whatever authority is appropriate to make sure that he or she had the full range of authority to conduct the appropriate investigation that's required and justified by the facts and law, just like we do in all other cases within the department.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Mr. Rosenstein, can we agree that there's a difference between interfering with an election and actually changing the outcome of an election?
That's not an issue within my jurisdiction, Senator. If somebody interferes, it would be potentially a crime, whether it has an impact on the outcome or not. My answer is yes, there is certainly a difference.
Well, let's suppose that you're running for office and a super PAC runs ads criticizing you. The super PAC would be interfering legally in your election, but those ads may not impact the outcome of your election. Do you see the distinction I'm trying to make?
I do, and I apologize because I assumed that by interfere you meant unlawfully interfered. If somebody interferes lawfully, that would not be a law enforcement issue. They have a First Amendment right to do that.
Well, you can lawfully and unlawfully interfere.
If that's your definition of interfere, yes, sir.
Do you believe that Russia interfered with our elections in November?
Well, as I indicated in response to Senator Klobuchar, my understanding is that's the conclusion of the intelligence community. That's my only basis of knowledge, Senator, and so I have no reason to doubt that.
Can we agree that Russia has interfered in past elections in America?
I do not know the answer to that, Senator.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a group called Service A, which is the active measures branch of the first chief directorate of the KGB?
I do not recall ever hearing of that group.
Well, that's who did it. Are you aware that in 1968, Service A attempted to head off the election of Richard Nixon? The Kremlin
Senator,
offered to subsidize the campaign of his rivals. Are you aware of that?
Respecting one of your colleagues' earlier comments, I think I may have heard of Service A in newspaper stories about this, but that would be my only basis of knowledge.
Okay. Are you aware that in November of 1984, Service A tried to stop Ronald Reagan from being reelected?
I have no personal knowledge of that, no, Senator.
Okay. Are you aware that Service A planted stories in the United States that former President Kennedy was actually killed in a secret CIA plot?
I'm certainly aware that of some of the issues from the Cold War era, Senator, but I don't recall those specific details.
Okay. All right. Well, can we agree that Russia's interference, if any, in the election in November was not the first time it's tried to do that?
I simply don't have any personal knowledge of that, Senator. I accept your representation. If that's what the intelligence community concluded, I have no reason to doubt that, and I would be offended by it.
Okay. Well, let's get down to it. You're going to be in charge of this investigation. I want you to look me in the eye and tell me that you'll do it right, that you'll take it to its conclusion, and you'll report to the American people your results.
So, Senator, I would do every investigation within my authority right, and I believe that the 115,000 employees of the Department of Justice will support me in that, and we'll take it to the appropriate conclusion. The reporting aspect, Senator, I just don't know what that entails. When you're talking about national security information, there are a lot of agencies that have equities in that, and not just the Department of Justice. And I don't have experience with that. That's one of the areas where I would have to rely heavily on career officials. So I can assure you that as you know, I highly value our responsibility to inform the American people to the extent we can. So that's sort of my default position. If we have a lawful basis and it's appropriate for us to provide public information, I think it reassures the public when they know what we've done and why we've done it. So that would certainly be my preference.
Well, let me rephrase the question. Will you be willing to do what I just asked within the parameters of national security?
Within the parameters of national security and the law, yes, sir.
Okay. I happen to believe that a U.S. attorney is the most powerful position in American government. I guess maybe being president is more powerful, but...
I hope so.
Well, it's an enormous amount of power. I mean, a U.S. attorney's job is to protect the American people. But at the same time, a U.S. attorney can ruin somebody's life. Are you comfortable with the checks and balances on the decisions that our U.S. attorneys make?
Yes, sir, I am, and I referred earlier to Robert Jackson's speech in the Great Hall of the Justice Department in 1940, and that's exactly the issue that he addressed, and I do agree with you that we do have significant power. Our assistant U.S. attorneys have significant power, and it's critical that they exercise that power responsibly.
Okay. Ms. Brand, let me ask you a question. I'd like you to talk to me about you've had some experience in this area, about your personal philosophy on the intersection of national security and privacy.
Well, thank you, Senator Kennedy. That is a really important, critically important question that I have spent quite a bit of time thinking about over the last several years. I think it's hard to talk about it in the abstract, of course. Anytime the government is going to undertake, for example, a surveillance program in the national security context, it's critical for them to do within the bounds of law, but not just within the bounds of law, also within the bounds of what is appropriate from a policy perspective in terms of protecting privacy interests. I think it's possible to account for both interests in every case, but where that line is, it depends on the circumstances.
Okay. Well, doesn't the power of government scare you a little bit in terms of your privacy rights? Just you as a citizen.
I would say the power of government, I don't know if it scares me, but I view the power of the federal government to be considerable and potentially concerning in virtually every area, which is why it's important to have checks and balances, legal requirements, and frankly, oversight.
Do you believe we have the proper checks and balances right now?
Well, again, Senator, that depends on the circumstances. I think in many areas, yes. Whether they always work correctly is another question, but I think the structure works well in the areas that I'm familiar with.
Okay. I want to thank you both for your willingness to serve.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations to you both on your nominations. I'm going to ask Ms. Brand a question, and Mr. Rosenstein, you're free to space out on this one. No, I just wanted to give him a moment to pause. Ms. Brand, can you comment on President Trump's claim about President Obama tapping his phones? Can a sitting president just order a wiretap or some other form of electronic surveillance? Is that how it's done?
Well, Senator, I can't comment on the comments because
could you just answer my question? Is that how it's done? Can the president just order a wiretap?
Well, under FISA, Senator, a court order is required, but I don't know any of the facts that underlie this question in this current debate, so I'm reluctant to speculate on a hypothetical beyond that.
Okay, well, he has to get a FISA order, I believe, and I suppose if he were a cat burglar and went through the air conditioning ducts, he could have done it himself. Mr. Rosenstein, exactly 8 weeks ago, this committee held a confirmation hearing for the Attorney General, my former colleague Jeff Sessions. Now, Attorney General Sessions and I have very different views about a lot of things, but the purpose of a confirmation hearing is not to resolve differences of opinion on policy. The purpose of a confirmation hearing is to allow the American people to decide for themselves through our exchanges here in the committee whether the nominee is qualified to serve. But in order for the hearing to truly serve that purpose, nominees must answer questions honestly. That's why they swear an oath. But 8 weeks ago, my question was not answered honestly. I asked then Senator Sessions the following question: if there is any evidence that anyone affiliated with the Trump campaign communicated with the Russian government in the course of this campaign, what will you do? I didn't ask who had communicated with the Russian government. I asked how the man positioned to become the nation's top law enforcement individual, a man who had served as chairman of the Trump campaign's National Security Advisory Committee, would conduct himself if circumstances required that the Department of Justice investigate members of that same campaign. Here's what then Senator Sessions said, and I quote, "Senator Franken, I'm not aware of any of those activities. I have been called a surrogate at a time or two in that campaign, and I did not have communications with the Russians." Let me repeat that. I did not have communications with the Russians. As we all know now, that wasn't true. Attorney General Sessions met at least twice with the Russian ambassador in 2016, once in July, an event during the Republican National Convention, and once in September in a private meeting in his Senate office. But Attorney General Sessions did not acknowledge the fact that his testimony misrepresented the truth until the Washington Post published an article exposing his meetings with the Russian ambassador. In the 7 weeks between his appearance before this committee and the publication of that article, Attorney General Sessions had ample opportunity to come clean and correct the record, but that's not what he did. So after an embarrassing story in the Post describing undisclosed meeting with the very same Russian official whose communications forced the president's national security advisor to resign, Attorney General Sessions hastily called a press conference and announced that he would recuse himself from overseeing any Justice Department investigation into Russian interference with the election. So, Mr. Rosenstein, now that the Attorney General has recused himself, it's your turn to answer my question, the very same question. Again, here is the question I asked then Senator Sessions, and that I would like you to answer now. If there is any evidence that anyone affiliated with the Trump campaign communicated with the Russian government in the course of this campaign, what will you do?
If there is predication to believe that such a communication was in violation of federal law, Senator, I would ensure an appropriate investigation.
Now, Mr. Rosenstein, do you understand that you have an ongoing obligation to update your testimony and correct any inaccuracies or mistakes that you discover after you leave the hearing today?
You're making me very self-conscious, Senator, but yes, I believe I do. I'm trying to be as careful as I can.
Good. I must have just taken it for granted that witnesses understood their obligation to correct inaccuracies in their testimony, but evidently that obligation was not known to Attorney General Sessions. Yesterday, 4 days after the press conference at which he announced his recusal, and 55 days after his hearing, Attorney General Sessions finally wrote to the committee to update his testimony. In that updated testimony, the Attorney General references a letter written by the Democratic members of this committee on March 3rd. Attorney General Sessions said, and I quote, "The letter asks why I did not supplement the record to note any contact with the Russian ambassador before its disclosure. Having considered my answer responsive, and no one having suggested otherwise, there was no need for a supplemented answer." So it would seem that in the Attorney General's view, unless this committee has reason to believe that a witness provided false testimony, or unless this committee suggests that a witness's answer is grossly misleading or unresponsive, that witness is relieved of his or her sworn duty to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. But I don't think that's how it works. And in light of Attorney General Sessions' failure to recognize his obligation to this body, I thought it was important for me to make sure that you clearly understand this obligation. And you do understand this obligation, right?
I believe I do, Senator.
Okay. I think Senator Sessions should come back. I think he owes it to this committee to come back and to explain himself. Because he also says in his letter, may I just... I will not, this will be very short. He says, let's see, I did not mention communications I had with the Russian ambassador over the years because the question did not ask about them. I asked him what he would do as Attorney General if it was true that members of the campaign had met with the Russians. So he says, I did not mention communications I had with the Russian ambassador over the years because the question did not ask about them. He answered a question I didn't ask. And for him to put this in his letter as a response is insulting. And he should come back and explain himself, Mr. Chairman. I think he owes that to us. Because this appears to me like he was, and I've bent over backward, not to say that he lied. He needs to come back. I've bent over backward. I have given him the benefit of the doubt, but he has to come back.
Mr. Chairman, may I, Sorry, may I just make one clarification, and I apologize, but Senator Franken's comments, I think, make it important for me to make this point. That is that I want to make sure I didn't misspeak earlier when I was asked about whether or not I would announce that an investigation was ending regarding Russia. I want to make sure you're all clear on this, that I do not know if there is an investigation. I don't know anything but what I've read in the newspapers at this point.
Well, I actually find it very disturbing that you did not read the declassified report on Russia's activities during the election. I find that.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this. Hillary Clinton speaking live in New York City. Hillary Clinton speaking live in New York City.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you very much. And it is a great treat for me to be here and part of this record-breaking fundraising luncheon for Girls Inc. I want to thank Diamond for her introduction. I had the chance to meet Diamond and the other national scholars, Anna, Corinna, Emily, Mary Carmen, backstage earlier. They come from different backgrounds. They have different experiences. Each has faced her own challenges, but as you saw with Diamond just now, they are ready to go into the future with confidence and optimism, and in no small measure due to their experience with Girls Inc. Now, I have had the great opportunity over the years to meet with a number of people whose lives were changed by Girls Inc. Not just the girls, the young women they became, and their families, but the supporters and leaders like yourselves who find passion and purpose through this organization. I want to thank Judy Vredenberg and the entire staff of Girls Inc., certainly here in New York at its headquarters and throughout
our country at the 82 locations that you run. There are so many remarkable leaders who have made Girls Inc. one of their highest priorities. I think of Warren Buffett and his wonderful daughter, Susie, who has become a great friend of mine. Their enthusiasm is contagious, and Bill and Chelsea and I have visited the Girls Inc. chapter at their invitation in Omaha. And the theme of this luncheon could not be more appropriate. With you in her corner, she will succeed. And I think it's fair to say each of us is here today because we had somebody in our corner when it counted. Somebody who believed in us, helped us, someone who convinced us we had something of value to give to the world. Therefore, we have the privilege and the obligation to do the same for the next generation. 20 years ago, before this year's Girls Inc. scholars were even born, I wrote a book called It Takes a Village. And in it, I argued no child should have to navigate the world alone. Every child needs a champion, someone to root them on, pick them up, offer love, guidance, and discipline, give them strength and encouragement along life's way. In fact, I really believe that we all have a role to play in helping every child live up to his or her God-given potential. And for many girls, many young women, Girls Inc. is that village, nurturing them, supporting them with what Judy calls the magic combination of trained professionals, an affirming environment, programming that opens minds and enriches lives. With your help, generations of girls have become resilient in the face of setbacks and gone on to succeed in their own lives and, in turn, inspire others. That is the principle at the heart of the quiet, transformational work you do every day. Now, the truth is, life hands all of us setbacks. Now, we know that. And if you've lived long enough, you've experienced them, haven't you? Now, I've had my ups and my downs. In the last months, I've done my share of sleeping, little soul searching and reflecting, long walks in the woods. And in those moments, I am thankful for my own village, my community of family and friends who have supported and encouraged me. And I've also been buoyed by the love and support that I've received from the young women I have mentored over my lifetime. They inspire me every day. My village has taught me, as one Girls Inc. scholar said beautifully, it's okay to be okay sometimes. Everybody gets knocked down. What matters is that you get back up and keep going. One of my favorite phrases that I came across in a hard time in my own life was to practice the discipline of gratitude. Now, it is easy to be grateful when things are going our way, but to be grateful, to exercise the mental discipline to be grateful in the face of setbacks, I have found, is one of the great experiences that give you that resilience and the opportunity to see your life, to see your community and the world much more broadly, and to keep going. The inner strength, even the stubbornness to keep showing up every day, to refuse to quit or give up in the face of any setback. Now, sometimes the road to progress can feel like it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, particularly when it comes to advancing the rights, opportunities, and full participation of women and girls. it can seem discouraging, whether you've been on that road for a long time or you're just starting out. But think how different the world would be today if the people who came before us had not just gotten discouraged, but because of that, had given up. You know, when I was growing up, there were scholarships I couldn't apply for, schools that I was not welcome at, just because I was a girl. Some of us here may even remember half-court basketball. I see I've got some contemporaries. But for everyone else, let me tell you, I played basketball. Hard to believe. I played basketball in high school. We didn't have it interscholastic. It was just, but I went to a huge high school, 5,000 people, so there was a lot of competition. And we had to stop at half court. You could not cross the center line. The prevailing wisdom was that running up and down a full court would be dangerous for girls' hearts. Now we have professional women's teams and so much else. And because of the trailblazing leaders, many of whom are in this room, we've come a long way since. Thanks to Title IX, girls not only play on the full court, they have more opportunities than ever to excel in sports and in class. And we know the results. Athletes and artists and scientists and entrepreneurs, leaders in every field. But our work is far from over. In big ways and small, the unfinished business of the 21st century is the full equality of women. And there are still too few women in the upper reaches of the private sector, academia, science, technology, not to mention politics and government. And we've all heard the saying, haven't we, that you can't be what you can't see. So each of us should take it upon ourselves to do all we can to help more girls and young women see themselves at the highest reaches of every field. And we need to do more to shine a light on women who have contributed to our country, but whose stories have gone untold. The movie Hidden Figures is a great place to start. Now, we all want our daughters and our granddaughters to dream big and be bold, but too often, starting at such a young age, they hear messages. They aren't good enough, deserving enough, smart enough. I recently read about a research study which found that by the age of 6, little girls start thinking they're not as smart as little boys. Think about that, the age of 6. The chorus of naysayers starts early, and that means we must too. We have to form our own chorus, twice as loud, convincing our friends, our colleagues, ourselves that women are both smart enough and good enough to be considered for anything they choose to pursue. And here at Girls Inc., you see that every day. Many of the girls who come into this program endure heartbreaking circumstances every day: poverty, fear, abandonment, discrimination, abuse. Too many live with the threat of violence in their communities, their families, their relationships, or they face bullying at school. Too many girls are afraid of someone or something. They need us in their corners. They are counting on us to be their champions. So we need to send a message to every girl that she is valuable, powerful, and deserving of every chance and opportunity to pursue and achieve her own dreams. If we are serious about building a better, stronger, fairer America, we need to be serious about supporting and nurturing our girls. Our country can only fulfill its potential when every single child, particularly every girl, can fulfill hers. So we have to keep fighting. We have to remain stubborn. We have to look for ways to mentor and support. And we have to understand that despite setbacks and stumbles on our long march to full equality, everywhere I look, there are signs of hope. Just think of the march that galvanized the world. Think of the hard-hitting news on the glossy pages of Teen Vogue right across from makeup tips. Because you know what? Girls can and do care about both. I think about all the little girls that I have met. One of the great gifts of public life for me, going back many decades now, has been the opportunity I've had to hear the stories from so many people of all ages, all backgrounds. And I have heard the stories of so many girls and young women. And it's both thrilling and daunting for me to meet some of these young women who are facing challenges and overcoming obstacles that I can only dream of. Let us hope there is a wave of young women running for office in America. And let's be sure we support them in every way we can. Let's help them shatter stereotypes and lift each other up. They are the history makers, the glass ceiling breakers of tomorrow. They are among the reasons I am so optimistic about our future. So as you meet the scholars, as you met Diamond introducing me, think about the literally millions of girls and young women who deserve our support and our help, our encouragement, our mentoring, and using Girls Inc. as a great example of how best to do that. So when that young girl walks into her first Girls Inc. encounter, she'll receive encouragement and at times tough love. To learn how to tap into her own inner strength, she'll meet role models and make friends and discover the champions that every child deserves to have. And remember, this is not just a slogan for a luncheon. With you in her corner, she will succeed. May it be ever so for countless more girls to come. Thank you all very much.
And that wraps up Hillary Clinton's speech at the Girls Inc. event where she received the Champions for Girls Award. We're going to cut out of this again and take you back now to that Senate Judiciary Committee hearing.
Well, that's all right, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the testimony. And I apologize if I'm covering something that was been covered before. I haven't been able to be here the whole time, but Mr. Rosenstein, we talk about an aspect of immigration that's important in the state of Arizona. We've had something along the southwest border called Operation Streamline that has been, the purpose of the program is really to cut down on illegal border crossings by adopting a no-tolerance posture there for those who are entering the first time and re-entering illegally. It's helped increase border security, particularly along the Yuma sector. Been very effective there. Nevertheless, in recent years, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Arizona adopted a policy that ended prosecutions for first-time crossers. And I've asked many times Attorney General Holder and Attorney General Lynch, and I was never able to get a straight answer as to why this program had ended. I I want to make sure that that it is enforced. We've had success, and I don't know why with a successful program along the border that we would adopt another posture. I hear from sheriffs along the border all the time how effective that was, and that when the federal government doesn't do this, then the burden falls to them. So can you talk about Operation Streamline, your understanding of it, and if DOJ plans to go forward under your and others' leadership?
Senator, as you know, Maryland doesn't have an international border, and I'm not familiar with the Streamline project. As a general proposition, though, I agree with you that law enforcement can be an important tool, among other tools available, to combat immigration crimes and all other crimes. So if I become the Deputy Attorney General, I certainly would consider that an important issue to review and consult with the U.S. Attorney in your district and any other districts as to what their policies are. As a general matter, we do have limited resources, and we do need to make decisions about which cases to bring, but I don't think we should rule out any cases categorically if there's a potential to have a deterrent impact by prosecuting those cases.
What has happened is Yuma effectively had Operation Streamline. Border crossings went down significantly there. Tucson sector never adopted it, and it pushed illegal crossings toward the Tucson sector. And so when we have uneven application of the law, it has impacts on those border communities. And so I would hope that you'd move forward with regard to Operation Streamline. When I ask Attorney General Sessions about it, he's obviously familiar with it and committed to move forward, and I hope the department will do so. With regard, let's switch to the subject for a minute of DOJ grants. Fiscal year 2009 through 2013, department awarded approximately $17 billion in grants. I'm concerned about the possibility and some of the findings of waste and fraud within these grant programs. It was recently reported that DOJ had squandered as much as $100 million in taxpayer dollars over the last 5 years. Recent OIG audit questioned nearly all of more than $23 million in grants awards to, just for example, the Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Arizona, or I'm sorry, of America. As the department's Inspector General Michael Horowitz said before the House Judiciary Committee, there's virtually no visibility on how grant funds are actually being used by the recipients. He continued, unless there is an OIG audit or investigation or the granting agency dedicates resources to collect and analyze accounting information from the recipient, the government and the taxpayers are virtually in the dark regarding how grant funds are actually used. This is a serious problem. What does the department plan to do to make sure there's more transparency and that we know how these grant funds are being utilized?
Senator, in my capacity as U.S. Attorney, I frequently work with Inspector Generals for the Justice Department and for other agencies, and there are a variety of tools that we have available to us to ensure that those grant funds, if they're not used appropriately, that we take appropriate remedial action. One of them is civil enforcement, and in fact, we have the ability to file False Claims Act cases if we determine that a grant recipient has not complied with the rules regarding a particular grant. We also have criminal enforcement ability if fraud has been committed with regard to a grant. And so I would certainly consult with the Inspector General about his findings and determine whether or not there's more that we can do. The Inspector General, of course, has authority not just to make findings, but also has an investigative and a criminal enforcement component. So they, in fact, can serve effectively as the police for grant fraud within their agency, and I'll certainly ensure that that's done in appropriate cases.
Ms. Brandt, as Associate Attorney General, you'll oversee the Department's Office of Information Policy. In that role, you'll be charged with making sure that the Department maintains transparency and timely response to requests for information, including sensitive records under FOIA. How do you intend to do this?
Well, Senator, that is an important function for the Department of Justice, as for any other agency. The Office of Information and Privacy has a career official as the head of that agency who's been there for some time, and I expect I would largely defer to her, but I would want to make sure that that is happening, that's operating efficiently and transparently and as quickly as possible.
Mr. Rosenstein, you have developed quite a reputation for bringing law enforcement together at all levels to work toward a common purpose or goal. This is desperately needed with regard to unifying local law enforcement and federal officers with regard to local or law enforcement on immigration laws and to coordinate immigration enforcement efforts. Can you speak to that for a minute?
I certainly agree with you, Senator, that it's critical that we coordinate federal, state, and local law enforcement. And there's some areas in which we're 100% in agreement, particularly with regard to violent crime and gangs, for example. And there's some issues where there are more complex political issues, such as immigration. But I believe that it's critical for us, to the extent that we're able to find common ground so that we can work together to make sure we use our mutual resources most effectively to combat crime problems that plague our citizens.
We've had situations in Arizona, for example, where ICE has released individuals into the community who have had felony charges without informing even local law enforcement that this was being done. Can you commit that that won't continue in the future?
I wouldn't want it to occur in any cases under our purview. If it's an ICE administrative case, it may not necessarily be under the Department of Justice's authority, but I'd certainly consult with the Department of Homeland Security and make sure that if that's happening inappropriately, make sure to fix it.
Well, great. Well, there needs to be cooperation between DOJ and the Department of Homeland Security
Absolutely.
when individuals have been charged.
Yes, sir.
I have concluded that after these two witnesses here, and then a second round for 3 on this side, that we can work our way through this and get done.
Certainly.
If that's okay with you.
Yep.
Do you need a 5-minute break?
No, sir.
I'm fine.
And the second round will be 5 minutes, and we're going to go to you two first, but then 3 for a second round, and then I'll have just one question, but I'll ask after everybody else has asked their question. So, Senator Blumenthal?
I'm presuming we'll have a second round as well if we would like it.
If you want it, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for your public service, and thank you for being forthright in your answers to our questions today. And Mr. Rosenstein, I want to talk to you about the Justice Department that both of us love, and the mentors that we share, and those echoes that both of us have heard in those halls, both of us as United States attorneys and federal prosecutors, and the values that are shared. And I want to say right at the outset that I regard your experience and your career as a prosecutor as exemplary, and your intellect and integrity certainly qualifying you for this position. And yet, as I have told you, I will oppose your nomination if you are unwilling to commit to appoint a special prosecutor. And I say so with some sadness and regret because of my respect for you. But this issue of principle is so profoundly important, and only you have the power to appoint a special prosecutor. We are in an extraordinary time, careening toward a constitutional crisis, with the intelligence agencies in complete agreement that the Russians launched a massive attack on our democracy, a campaign of meddling in our elections through cyber attack and misinformation and propaganda. And there is evidence also of ties between Trump officials, contacts, connections, even potential collusion, and the Russians during the time when that attack occurred. And there is the danger of a cover-up, as indicated by the apparently false statements made to this committee by the now Attorney General about his contacts with the Russians, and by others in the Trump administration, including his National Security Advisor, Michael Flynn. So I believe that a special prosecutor is absolutely necessary to assure the independence as well as the integrity of this investigation. And that's why I've pressed you privately, and I've said publicly from mid-February and before that there needs to be a special prosecutor, even though I support the investigation of the Intelligence Committee, which must do its work, as well as the appointment of a select committee and even a special commission that can produce findings of fact, a report, and recommendation. But you and I know that only the Department of Justice can pursue criminal wrongdoing. Only a prosecutor can pursue law-breaking that violates our criminal laws. None of those other bodies can do it. So let me begin by asking you, if you presented a witness to a grand jury who presented false statements and you knew they were false, wouldn't you immediately correct the record?
If I presented a witness before a grand jury who made false statements and I think that's a trick question, Senator.
It's a pretty clear question. It's a yes or no. Yes, you would. I know you would.
In a grand jury, it's actually not my job to tell the grand jury what the truth is. In a trial situation, I would have an obligation, yes, sir.
And if you presented a witness to a jury in a trial who testified falsely, you would immediately correct the record, correct?
If I knew that the testimony was false, I would have a responsibility to take corrective action, whether that's correcting the record or counseling the witness. It would depend on the circumstances.
So I believe strongly that this committee has an obligation to bring back the Attorney General to correct the record and explain why he stated, as he did, incorrectly, that he had no meetings with the Russians. Let me ask you a question about the ongoing investigation. We know from the newspapers, which is apparently your source of information, that the FBI is investigating. Won't the FBI need to ask Jeff Sessions, and won't whoever the prosecutor is have to ask the Attorney General why he made those statements? Won't they have to ask the former National Security Advisor and other Trump officials why they made false statements? Won't that be a part of the investigation?
Senator, I suspect that if I am confirmed for this position, first of all, I should clarify, because both Senator Feinstein and Senator Franken asked me about this 15-page public report. I rely on the media for a lot of information, Senator, not information that matters to my work, but general information. But I want to commit to you that I will read that 15-page report that's available on the internet. No need to follow up. I commit that I will read that.
Well, let me suggest to you that unquestionably, and I don't expect you to disagree with me, that an investigation of the Russian meddling in our election and the ties between Trump administration officials and the Russian would involve questioning the Attorney General of the United States, your boss, and possibly others in the administration, and possibly even the president, your boss. How can you investigate your boss?
If there's evidence, Senator, that the Attorney General and the President have information relevant to criminal investigation in this case, as in previous cases that I've handled, I'll make sure they're questioned. I've done that before. I've been involved before in questioning a President of the United States.
But you've never investigated the Attorney General of the United States, have you?
No, I don't believe I've ever investigated.
You've never investigated the President of the United States, have you?
Well, I was involved in an investigation that in part entailed the...
As a target or subject of criminal wrongdoing?
Sarah, I don't want to comment on any more details of my experience with the independent counsel. I just want to assure you that I'll question and make sure anybody with relevant information is questioned. I don't care who it is.
If you decline to name a special prosecutor, will you commit to come before this committee and explain why?
Well, Senator, I really appreciate your candor with me yesterday about that issue. You know, I had a meeting scheduled with you for yesterday afternoon, and somebody brought to my attention on Sunday afternoon that you had, your office at least, had issued a tweet suggesting that you would try to obstruct my nomination if I didn't agree to do this. And I was a little reluctant to meet with you yesterday as a result of that, but it was a superb meeting. And I appreciated your candor and your civility, and we may disagree on this narrow issue, but I think you and I have a lot in common, including our affection for David Margolis. And if I do become Deputy Attorney General, I hope that you will come visit the Margolis Memorial Conference Room in the Deputy's office, and we can talk about issues of mutual concern. I've thought a lot about this issue, though, Senator. You view it as an issue of principle that I need to commit to appoint a special counsel in a matter that I don't even know if it's being investigated. And I view it as an issue of principle that as a nominee for Deputy Attorney General, I should not be promising to take action on a particular case. And I respect, if you feel you need to oppose my nomination on that basis, I respect your right to do it. I do not take it personally, but I would encourage you to consider my perspective on this. And I shared with you that I view Robert Jackson as a model for me and his view, and Robert Jackson actually addressed this in that speech I referred to, where he said that it was important for U.S. attorneys to avoid participating in the operation of the machinery of politics. And I view this as part of it's a political issue, and it's a completely legitimate issue for you, and I respect your right to consider it. But my view is that I have a responsibility when I take that oath, if I become Deputy Attorney General, I cannot take it conditioned upon having committed how I'm going to handle a particular case. And I believe that if I were to do that in this case, some future Deputy Attorney General nominee would be here and he'd be asked to make a similar commitment, and they'd say, well, Rosenstein did it, why won't you? And so I believe it's a matter of principle for me, Senator, to take the position, as Robert Jackson said, that the purpose of this process is to determine whether or not the Deputy Attorney General nominee has the appropriate character for the job and not how he or she is going to rule in particular cases. The White House hasn't asked me that question, and I simply can't answer it to you. And I apologize, I regret that, but I do hope that you and I will be able to work together if I get the job. We have a tremendous amount in common. I have a great respect for your affection for the department, and I believe we'll have a constructive relationship. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
Senator from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the most recent unsubstantiated early morning tweet from President Trump accusing President Obama of ordering a wiretap, thank you, Mr. Rosenstein, for your clear no on the question of whether President Obama on his own could order a wiretap. And maybe Putin can do that, but the President of the United States cannot do that. And I note that Ms. Brand would not answer the same question, characterizing the question as a hypothetical. It is not a hypothetical question. It is a question of law. Mr. Rosenstein, do you agree that the Office of the Attorney General is not the President's personal law firm?
Absolutely, Senator.
So that the AG serves as America's chief law enforcement officer and head of the Department of Justice, representing the people of the United States. Will you commit to providing your best independent judgment in your prosecutorial discretion and duties at the Department of Justice?
Yes, I will.
So if the President indicates that he wouldn't want a special counsel in the investigation into Russia's interference in our elections, and if you determine that such counsel is warranted, will you be willing to deny the President his request?
I believe I would, Senator. It would depend on the context. Certainly, if the President had a conflict in a particular matter, I would not take any advice from the President.
So you would make your own determination because you're a lawyer for the people of the United States.
To clarify, Senator, if you're talking, you're hypothetical, and again, it's difficult for me to answer hypotheticals as a lawyer.
I accept your answer.
If a president has committed a crime and I believe the president's culpable, then I wouldn't follow the president's advice. That happened in the Nixon era. There was a question about whether presidents can wiretap without legal process. I believe it has happened before. I don't have any reason to believe it's happened recently, and I certainly hope it hasn't.
Ms. Brand, in our personal meeting, you mentioned the need to preserve the integrity of elections. And to many, that is doublespeak for voter suppression. The states have justified voter suppression laws by claiming rampant voter fraud. In fact, President Trump continues to claim that 3 to 5 million votes were cast illegally during the general election. Do you agree with his assessment that 3 to 5 million votes were illegally cast?
Well, Senator Hirono, I think when we met yesterday, you asked me about the importance of the Voting Rights Act, as well as voter fraud, and I think what I said is that it's important, that both are important.
Well, perhaps could you respond to my question, which is, do you believe that 3 to 5 million votes were cast illegally in the recent general election?
Well, if I might just finish that point, I think it's critically important for the department to do both their work in enforcing the Voting Rights Act, and if cases arise, as Mr. Rosenstein described, if there are allegations, credible allegations of voter fraud, the criminal division would pursue those.
Well, I know that Mr. Rosenstein did not respond to that question, saying he did not have the information, but in fact, a comprehensive 2014 study published in the Washington Post found 31 credible instances of impersonation fraud, in other words, voter fraud, from 2000 to 2014 out of more than 1 billion votes cast. So even this small number is likely inflated, as the study's author counted all credible claims, regardless of whether or not they were found to be valid. So other studies done at the Arizona State University in 2012 and 2016 found similar negligible rates of impersonation fraud. So even given these facts, a dozen states have passed voter suppression laws. And I'd like to ask you, Ms. Brand, will you commit to prioritizing DOJ resources to where the problems lie? The problems do not lie in voter fraud. The problems appear to lie in these voter suppression laws that states have been very busy passing after the Shelby case. So I'd like to know whether you would prioritize DOJ resources going after the voter suppression laws, or certainly looking at these laws to see whether, in fact, they suppress votes.
Well, Senator Hirono, I understand your concern with this, and I share concern for anything that would violate the Voting Rights Act and suppress votes. I view enforcement of that statute to be a core law enforcement function of the Civil Rights Division. I would approach that issue like I would approach any issue, which is that if an issue is raised, a particular case, I would look at the facts and I would look at the law. I would, of course, be consulting with the lawyers in the Civil Rights Division. They would be doing the work in the first instance, of course. I don't intend to be micromanaging that work, but in my supervisory capacity, I would talk with them, look at the facts, look at the law, and exercise my best judgment.
So, Mr. Rosenstein, I would hope that you would have that kind of approach. But Ms. Bryan, I think you said that protecting people's right to vote and access to voting is a core function. And would you agree with that, Mr. Rosenstein?
Absolutely, yes, Senator.
Thank you. Under the Obama administration, expedited removal was used only when an immigrant was arrested within 100 miles of the border and had been in the country less than 2 weeks. Under a new executive order issued by President Trump, expedited removal will now include all those who have been in the country for up to 2 years, where a lot of things could happen. They could marry citizens, they could have citizens' children, no matter where they are caught in the U.S. So, Mr. Rosenstein, how can the DOJ ensure that expedited removal doesn't threaten the due process rights of those who are not brought before an immigration judge?
Well, Senator, I've had no direct involvement in immigration in my 27 years in the department. As U.S. Attorney, we have occasionally civil cases that arise out of immigration disputes. I believe that issue that you've referred to is really a matter primarily in the jurisdiction of Homeland Security rather than justice. So I regret that I'm just not in a position to comment on it.
But wouldn't the DOJ be prosecuting these kinds of cases or not? Are you saying that because they don't come before a judge that's not within your purview?
Well, no, I meant to say I think what you have in mind is an administrative removal or a civil removal rather than a criminal prosecution. If it were criminal prosecution, that's just the type of case that I prosecute as U.S. Attorney. I haven't been involved in civil removals, and the decision about which, I believe the decision about which immigrants to remove is in the first instance to Homeland Security, but I'll certainly, if I become deputy, I'm sure I'll study up on that issue and consult with the experts in the department, and I'll be happy to consult with
certainly because the DOJ has responsibility to protect everyone's civil rights and due process rights, I would think. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. First, let me say that I agree with Mr. Rosenstein that he should have the chance to familiarize himself with the matter before he makes the call about a special counsel. But I would like to add to the record of these proceedings then Senator Sessions' op-ed in which he stated, and I quote, "The appropriate response when the subject matter is public and it arises in a highly charged political atmosphere is for the Attorney General to appoint a special counsel of great public stature and indisputable independence to assure the public the matter will be handled without partisanship." There's a matter on which Senator Sessions and I agree. I'd also like to add that if Senator Sessions, Mr. Chairman, had answered truthfully and accurately the question that has been the subject of so much debate, there would have been follow-up questions. Follow-up questions such as, well, what was the content of those communications you had with the Russian ambassador? What were the circumstances that led to those meetings? What communications did you have with the Trump campaign about those meetings, if any? And I think those are legitimate questions, and I don't think the committee should be deprived of the ability to follow up on those questions simply because we were deprived of an accurate and truthful answer. So I join my colleagues in hoping that the Attorney General will reappear before us. Mr. Rosenstein, as a matter of law, is it correct that the Administrative Procedures Act has precedence over an executive order that might direct agencies to the contrary?
You know, Senator, I regret that may be the case. I'm not familiar with that. I'm not a regulatory lawyer. I do not know the answer to that.
It's an act of Congress, isn't it? Doesn't the laws of the United States supervene executive orders?
I'm sorry, your question
Don't
was...
the laws of Congress supervene executive orders?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Ms. Brand, a right-wing commentator has compared department staff to filth and urged that they be cleaned out like manure from the Augean stables. The Attorney General has questioned whether secular attorneys at DOJ can fully understand the truth. So how will you defend the department from partisan, religion-based, or ideological hiring practices? We have a great department that has steered away from that stuff by and large through its history. How will you protect that? Your microphone.
Sorry, microphone. I have a great deal of respect for the lawyers in the Department of Justice. I think discrimination on the basis of religion in hiring is illegal anywhere. With respect to the impact of partisanship on hiring, we have the civil service protection laws, which govern the Department of Justice, and I think it's very important that everybody who is in a hiring capacity understands what the rules are. So I think training is a big part of that. I believe every employee of DOJ is supposed to be trained in a whole variety of laws that govern their conduct, including the civil service protection laws.
Will this be a priority for you to assure that the department does not fall back into the predicament that it fell into under Attorney General Gonzalez?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Science denial, and specifically climate denial, has been propagated by the fossil fuel industry for years through an array of front groups. The Chamber of Commerce, which you worked for, has been a relentless enemy of climate action and has trafficked regularly in climate denial. You have been their lawyer in environmental cases. Can we trust you on climate science as related issues come up in the department?
Well, Senator, my role, if I'm confirmed to be Associate AG, will be to enable the officials in the Department of Justice to engage in their law enforcement functions, which include enforcing the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, the Endangered Species Act, and so on. The scientific and policy judgments tend to be made by the EPA or the Department of the Interior, NOAA. There are any number of agencies around the government who deal with those questions. DOJ doesn't make those decisions in the first instance, but the policy, whatever it is, the law, whatever it is, should be enforced by the Department of Justice, and I'm absolutely ready to take that on.
Well, you said that when you were working for the Chamber, you had a private client that had private interests and that you, as their attorney, were obligated to advocate for their private interests, but that in public service, what would be important would be to serve the public interest. Is there a public interest in addressing climate change?
Senator, I think that there is a public interest in the Department of Justice enforcing the laws that Congress has enacted, including the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act.
Is there a public interest in addressing climate change?
Senator, I think you're asking me for a personal judgment on the policy question, and I'm not sure that's relevant to the way I would do my job as a law enforcement official in a law enforcement agency.
Well,
my job would be to enforce the law, whatever it is.
But there are a lot of policy calls that get made, and there is a difference between somebody who doesn't think there's a public interest in doing something and somebody who does. So it's a simple question, highly relevant to your duties. Is there a public interest in addressing climate change?
Senator, all I can tell you is that I think there is significant public interest in the Department of Justice enforcing the laws passed by Congress and in defending rules promulgated by the agencies entrusted by Congress with making those policy judgments. That would be my job.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rosenstein, state and local leaders from Maryland have commented on your good working relationship with law enforcement. Our U.S. Attorney in Minnesota, Andy Lugar, has a lot of respect for you. We talked about that when we met. And I've seen firsthand the important role of having police on the beat to keep our communities safe. I lead the bill to reauthorize the COPS program along with Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska. I raised this issue in Attorney General Sessions' confirmation hearing with Chuck Canterbury, the president of the Fraternal Order of Police, and he agreed that it's a very important program. I'd like to hear your views on the COPS program and the support that it provides to state and local law enforcement, and would you support this program as Deputy Attorney General? And Ms. Brand, I'd also like to hear your views since you'll be involved in grants, so thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Certainly, to the extent that there's funding for the COPS program, I'm going to make sure that it's spent appropriately to achieve the objectives of the program. And I have seen benefits from the COPS program. Obviously, there are budgetary issues. Every budgetary decision has a trade-off in terms of where the resources are going to go. But as a general proposition, I do think that that money has, in some instances, been spent effectively to help drive reform in police departments that are eager to do it and that want to work collaboratively with the department and bring in experts who can help them update their policies and procedures.
Thank you. Ms. Brand?
Senator, thank you. I know how interested you are in this program. I don't have a lot of experience with the COPS program. I couldn't add much to what Mr. Rosenstein has said, but certainly in my capacity as Associate AG, I'll be overseeing the COPS office, and it'll be a priority of mine to get up to speed on those issues and ensure that they're putting that money to the best use.
Okay. Mr. Rosenstein, protecting national security of the U.S., of course, is the top priority of the Justice Department. We have worked very hard on going after extremism and recruitment in our state. We've had a number of cases, as you know, brought by the U.S. Attorney's Office. And could you talk about how you would approach that issue, not of prosecuting the cases, I know you'll be devoted to that, but of this issue of trying to prevent people from being recruited into extremism. And the Justice Department, your predecessors in the job, as well as the Homeland Security Office, has been involved in this. So.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I appreciated the opportunity to talk with you about that yesterday, and I think as we discussed on probably 99% of these issues, we're all on the same side. And with regard to this one, Senator, we're not in the prosecution business because we like to fill up prisons. We're in the prosecution business because it's a necessary tool in order to deter crime. And so when you talk about violent extremism and any other conduct that is damaging to public safety, we need to do everything we can to prevent people from committing those violations. And one of the things we can do is to intervene and prevent people from being radicalized to the point where they may commit those crimes. And that, I think, is what you have in mind. And I think that's important. Part of it's a Justice Department function, perhaps. I think there are a lot of other agencies that have a role in ensuring that we're raising good American citizens who are not going to engage in that kind of conduct. But to the extent the Justice Department is involved, I believe we do have something to add.
Okay, thank you. Either of you can answer this, but I'm the ranking member of the Antitrust Subcommittee. Senator Lee and I have worked and headed up this committee now for many years, and we believe it's very important when we have these hearings and senators have an opportunity to ask questions about mergers. As you know, there's been a major wave of mergers in the last few years and a lot of work for the department. The department has an important role to play in challenging anti-competitive practices, reviewing mergers to make sure they won't harm consumers and competition, and stopping price-fixing cartels. Will you commit to making the robust enforcement of the antitrust laws a priority?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, that's a good answer. All right. Thank you. Trafficking, that's my last question here, and I'll put a question on opioids on the record. Senator Cornyn and I led the bill that passed this last year on domestic priorities for trafficking. We also, the Senate has been working on bills regarding foreign trafficking as well. And the Justice Department released its national strategy to combat human trafficking as required by that law at the end of last year. Will you commit to prioritizing the implementation of the national strategy if you're confirmed, and if you want to add anything about these cases, I'd appreciate it.
I'll certainly commit to that, Senator. With regard to opioids, you and I talked about that briefly yesterday. That's been a real priority for us in Maryland because we've seen an explosion of overdose deaths that are attributed to opioid drugs. It's throughout the entire society. And I think it's critically important for us to address that. Law enforcement is one part of it, but it's a very good example of where it's not just a law enforcement problem. And in the state of Maryland, we have a coordinated effort led by the governor of Maryland to make that a top priority. So I agree with you, yes.
Thank you.
Senator Cruz, first round is 7 minutes instead of the 5 we've been having for second round, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to welcome both of the witnesses and congratulate you on your nominations. And I want to thank each of you for your long records of service. Mr. Rosenstein, you have served in the Department of Justice for a couple of decades now. You've served under Republican administrations. You've served under Democratic administrations. And you've developed a distinguished career marked by integrity and fairness. Ms. Brand, you and I have been friends a couple of decades now, and Heidi and I have been friends with you and your husband a long time, going back to college and law school. You likewise have a long and distinguished career in public service and have earned a reputation for integrity and fidelity to the law, and that reputation and fidelity will never be more important than in this new job to which you have been appointed. In this hearing, a number of my Democratic colleagues have focused a great deal on the aspersions that have been cast on Attorney General Jeff Sessions, another good man, another man of integrity. And it has been interesting to see a number of Democratic senators demanding of Mr. Rosenstein that you commit to appointing a special prosecutor at the very outset before even being confirmed to the position of Deputy Attorney General. I find it somewhat interesting and ironic in that these same Democrats who are doubting your ability to be fair had a very, very different view of your record just a few years ago. Indeed, Senator Leahy described Mr. Rosenstein as a, quote, tough, honest prosecutor, and as, quote, the epitome of professional prosecutors. Senator Feinstein likewise described Mr. Rosenstein as a, quote, scrupulous man who was independent. And she further said she, quote, had no reason to believe why you cannot work with the FBI and assemble a very strong prosecution team where warranted. Mr. Rosenstein, given the reputation you've earned as a fair and scrupulous prosecutor, how do you believe the Department of Justice should approach any criminal investigation, and what should guide the principles for going forward?
Senator, first of all, I'm embarrassed to say that those accolades are probably not entirely justified, but I appreciate them. This is very easy for me because I've been in the department for 27 years. The folks that I've worked with in the department have trained me well. Every investigation we conduct needs to be independent, and it doesn't matter who is the defendant, whether it's a prominent public official or just an average American citizen. It always needs to be conducted independently, and we assemble the resources we need in every investigation to do it appropriately. It includes federal agencies, whichever is the relevant agency that is devoting the agents, the armed officers who conduct our investigations and make our arrests and execute our search warrants and serve our subpoenas, and the prosecutors, the assistant U.S. attorneys or the trial attorneys of the Department of Justice who conduct these investigations. In every case, Senator, it needs to be done independently, and that's something that I believe is generally the case. I'm proud of the department's record. Any organization of significant size is going to have occasional issues, and I'm sure that we do. But overall, Senator, I'm extraordinarily proud to be associated with this institution, and I have great confidence in the men and women of the Department of Justice that they're just as honest and independent today as they were on January 19th. And they'll continue to exercise their authority with independence and with appreciation of the importance of their positions and of their critical role in promoting public safety and enforcing the law.
And I agree with you that there are a great many career officials at the Department of Justice who are principled, who have a fidelity to law, and who are eager to have a job mandate that is simply fairly enforcing the law across the board. You and I have discussed, and I have observed publicly, that it is deeply concerning to me and to a great many people that over the last 8 years, the leadership of the Department of Justice, I think, has been very politicized. It's perhaps is not surprising that Democratic senators assume that same politicization will continue. But for 8 years, we've seen political attorneys general, we've seen Eric Holder allowing illegal gun transactions with Mexican drug traffickers as part of Fast and Furious, which resulted in an illegal gun knowingly sold to traffickers being used to murder Border Patrol agent Brian Terry. We saw the Attorney General of the United States, Eric Holder, held in contempt of Congress when he refused to cooperate with Congress's investigation into Fast and Furious. We saw the IRS illegally targeting American citizens for exercising their First Amendment rights because they were perceived to be political opponents of the president. And we saw the Department of Justice assign the investigation of that case to a partisan Democrat who was a major Democratic donor, giving over $6,000 to President Obama and the Democrats. When all of this was occurring, none of the Democratic senators had any concern at all. Today they want a special prosecutor, but when a partisan Democrat was leading the IRS investigation, they saw no need whatsoever for a special prosecutor. We saw the Department of Justice with Operation Choke Point punish without due process law-abiding citizens that didn't align with the president's political leanings. We saw the Department of Justice continue to allow millions of dollars of taxpayer funds to flow to sanctuary cities that were openly defying federal immigration law and releasing violent criminal illegal aliens who were committing horrible crimes. We saw the administration refuse to enforce the laws on the books. And we saw the Department of Justice sign off on a decision to pay a nearly $2 billion ransom to the nation of Iran that flew in the middle of the night on unmarked pallets landing in an airport. That pattern of politicized administration of justice has been dismaying to veterans of the Department of Justice because for decades, DOJ has had a tradition of being non-political, non-partisan, fairly and faithfully applying the law. And that has been true under Republican and Democrat presidents until the last 8 years. The question I would ask of each of you is, will you commit to this committee not to be a political Department of Justice in the same mold but on the Republican side? That is most assuredly not your job. But rather, will you commit to faithfully and fairly uphold the law without regard to politics?
Senator, I will certainly commit to faithfully and fairly uphold the law without regard to politics.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Franken for 5 minutes, and then if Senator from Hawaii wants 5 minutes, and then I'll finish.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to say something about the chairman. I have incredible respect and regard for the chairman, and dare I say affection. The chairman has co-sponsored my legislation more than any other Republican. And I...
Be quiet about it.
Okay. Hopefully this doesn't go to Iowa. Okay. Ixnay on the O-sponsor K. Okay. So I just want to... I don't think it's fair to characterize, and I understand that you were standing up for your friend, Senator Sessions, and Attorney General Sessions.
I'm trying to tell you how I try to treat nominees.
I know, but I'm saying that I don't think my question was a gotcha question. Let me read the question, and then I would ask people to go to the tape. I couldn't have been nicer. I went, okay, okay was the previous answer. CNN has just published a story, and I'm telling you this about a news story that's just been published. I'm not expecting you to know whether or not it's true, But CNN just published a story alleging that the intelligence community provided documents to the president-elect last week that included information that, quote, Russian operatives claimed to have compromising personal and financial information about Mr. Trump. These documents also allegedly say, quote, there was a continuing exchange of information during the campaign between Trump's surrogates and intermediaries for the Russian government. Now, again, I'm telling you this as it's coming out, just so you know. But if it's true, it's obviously extremely serious. And if there is any evidence that anyone affiliated with the Trump campaign communicated with the Russian government in the course of this campaign, what will you do? And I think that was a fair question, and it's certainly not a gotcha question. And he didn't answer my question. What he said to that question was, Senator Franken, allegations get made about candidates all the time, and they've been made about President-elect Trump lots of times, most of them virtually, wait a minute, I'm sorry. I'm reading from further down. This is what he said. Senator Franken, I'm not aware of any of these activities. I have been called a surrogate at a time or two in that campaign, and I did not have communications with Russians, and I'm unable to comment on it. So in other words, it can't be a gotcha question if he didn't answer the question. So the thing that got him was him saying that he had not met with Russians, but that wasn't even my question. My question was just, if this is, and I asked it of Mr. Rosenstein, which is if it turns out to be the case that members of the campaign, of the Trump campaign, have met with Russians and colluded with them on this, don't you think, what would you do? And I asked Mr. Rosenstein that. It was not a gotcha question. That's all I want to say. It was, and if you go back and look at the tape, I have to say, I couldn't have been nicer. I couldn't have been sweeter. Really. So that's that. Mr. Rosenstein, I want to ask you a question. The president's former national security advisor, Michael Flynn, resigned his position because he misled senior administration officials regarding his communications with the Russian ambassador. And it's been reported that Sally Yates, who once held the position you are looking to fill and was acting attorney general early in the Trump administration, warned the White House that Mr. Flynn could be vulnerable to blackmail because of his cover-up. Mr. Rosenstein, knowing what we know now, do you think Ms. Yates was right to be concerned?
Senator, I hope I've been clear on this point throughout my testimony. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify it at this point, that I believe as a lawyer and as a Justice Department official currently and potentially in the future, it's important for me to limit my testimony to matters of which I know both the facts and the law, and where I've consulted with the Department of Justice professionals who are engaged in handling the matter. So on issues like that one, I appreciated Senator Whitehouse's sharing his perspective earlier, that you need to know the facts and the relevant information. You can't prejudge matters. There's currently an acting Attorney General, Dana Bente, who's in that position with regard to any investigation that may be occurring. So with regard to your specific question, my answer is, Senator, that I do not know the details of what the basis was for that, and I wouldn't reach any opinion about it just based upon what I read in the newspaper.
Senator from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are more than 18,000 law enforcement agencies in the country, and of course, the vast majority of our law enforcement officers do an exemplary job in protecting their communities and our safety. But there have been also specific cases where there was use of force, deadly ones, incidents that have sparked nationwide outrage. And I know that you are familiar with the Attorney General's Civil Rights Division, which has investigated individual police departments that has entered into consent decrees to resolve frequent unconstitutional policing. During your time as U.S. Attorney in Baltimore, the DOJ has either finished negotiating or is negotiating a consent decree that involves you folks, and it's before a judge. During Attorney General Sessions' confirmation hearing, I asked him whether he would honor the Department of Justice's existing consent decrees, some 20 of them, that address police misconduct and enhance accountability. And in my view, he did not adequately assure me that as Attorney General, he would uphold these agreements, and he left open the possibility that he would revisit these agreements, renegotiate these agreements. This concerns a lot of us. So I'd like to ask you the same question. Will you commit to maintaining and enforcing the current consent decrees that the Department of Justice has negotiated?
Well, Senator, my familiarity with this issue is limited, but I can tell you my general perspective is that, like all tools that we have available to us, it's appropriate to use this one in a particular case. On the question you're asking, is it appropriate to renegotiate or revisit them? I think sometimes it probably is, but I just don't know the details of any particular agreement, what issues may arise. These are negotiated agreements between parties, and those are always subject to revision if circumstances change. So I would imagine there might be circumstances where you would have to revisit them, but I certainly agree with you that it's a valuable tool provided to us by the Congress, and in an appropriate case, we would need to use it.
So I take it that with the 20 or so consent decrees that are currently in force, that there may be times when you might want to, because the circumstances have changed and it was meeting of the minds, but I hope that it is not your intention to cast them aside.
I have no intent, I just have no base of information. I accept your representation. There are approximately 20 of them, but I don't know the details. I know there's one that's currently under review in Baltimore that has not yet been accepted by the court, but I'm not familiar with the details of the others.
If you're going to reopen these, some of these, I hope that there's a process whereby you can let Congress know that that's what your intention is, because these kinds of agreements have national ramifications, in my view. During his confirmation hearing, A.G. Sessions stated that he would uphold the Supreme Court's marriage equality ruling and the LGBT-inclusive federal hate crime statute as settled law. And will you both of you commit to upholding marriage equality and hate crimes prevention for LGBT?
Senator, I would anticipate upholding any laws, and certainly any laws the Attorney General is committed to uphold, so yes.
Ms. Brand?
Yes.
And do you both agree that, that Title IX protections apply to transgender students or transgender persons?
Senator, I do not know the answer to that. I know that's a controversial issue of law. It's a statutory issue, as I understand it, and I'm just not familiar with the analysis one way or the other on that. But I know that if that issue were to come up to my desk, I know we've got a lot of experienced career professionals in the department who would help us discern what Congress had in mind. And once I reached my independent decision about that, that would be my advice to the Attorney General.
Well, Title IX is... it says basically that there can be no discrimination on the basis of sex, and you're saying that it's not clear whether that covers persons, transgender persons?
I'm not saying one way or the other, Senator. I'm saying I just don't know.
Ms. Brand?
I'm in the same position as Mr. Rosenstein. It's not a statutory construction question that I've studied. I understand it's exactly the issue at play in some litigation, but I haven't had a chance to study it myself.
Well, Title IX being remedial legislation, I would hope that it would be broadly interpreted. One more question. Mr. Rosenstein, do you think that a Muslim registry would present constitutional problems?
Well, Senator, it would depend upon what you meant by that. I mean, certainly as a general proposition, I think any kind of registry in America that was predicated solely on somebody's religion would certainly present problems.
Yes, such a registry would be solely on the basis of Muslim religion. Thank you.
A couple short statements I want to make, and then a third thing would be to tell everybody on the committee that the record will be open for 1 week for answer for questions in writing, and then if nobody else comes when I'm done, we'll adjourn. In 1986, I got a bill passed through Congress amending the False Claims Act, and now it's called the False Claims Act, empowering whistleblowers to help the federal government hold contractors accountable for fraud. Since that time, the government has recovered more than $53 billion. More than $37 billion of that is because of whistleblowers. Will you vigorously enforce the False Claims Act to recover taxpayers' dollars lost to fraud?
Yes, Senator, we've enforced that in my office in the District of Maryland. Our civil assistant U.S. attorneys have an affirmative civil enforcement program, and we certainly will continue to enforce that.
Yeah. And then I would imagine on the second point, whether it's whistleblowers in regard to the False Claims Act or whether it's whistleblowers generally, would you commit to ensuring that the Department of Justice attorneys work collaboratively with the whistleblowers in regard to the fraud under the False Claims Act, but the protection of whistleblowers generally? So
yes, Senator, I would certainly make sure that whistleblowers receive any protection they're entitled to by law or regulation.
Yes, Senator Grassley, I know that's really important to you, and whistleblowers are protected by the Whistleblower Protection Act and other statutes and regulations, and I support that.
Yeah. 3 letters that I want to put in the record supporting Mr. Rosenstein's, basically his record of independence, from Jamie Gorelick and David Ogden. They served as Deputy Attorneys General for President Clinton and Obama. James Cole, President Obama's Deputy Attorney General, and Philip Hyman.
It is up. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You're getting that? Okay.
All right, everybody. As you can see, they got rid of the Senate shot, and now in the White House briefing room, where we are awaiting Sean Spicer to do an update.
Compilation of Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act.
I'm sure that it's just not the top page that has stuff on it.
No, we're not touching that.
What is it? What is it?
Probably the 2010 numbers. Yeah.
Side by side of the health.
Correct.
Just don't be like.
Nobody like me. No, he's talking about.
It's not all about you.
Which show is that?
I don't know.
if it was so small, there's room for a couple of bottles of wine and some steaks.
Hey guys, I brought a guest. Good afternoon. First off at the top, I want to acknowledge that there's been an additional wave of threats to Jewish community centers and Anti-Defamation League offices. According to some reports, there have been over 100 bomb threats phoned into Jewish institutions since the start of this year alone. As the president said at the beginning of his joint address, quote, "We're a country that stands united in condemning hate and evil in all of its forms. We denounce these latest anti-Semitic and hateful threats in the strongest terms. It is incredibly saddening that I have to continue to share these disturbing reports with you, and I share the president's thoughts that he fervently hopes that we don't continue to have to share these reports with you. But as long as they do continue, we'll continue to condemn them and look at ways in which we can stop them. Now on to news of the day. You saw President Trump yesterday continue to deliver on two of his most significant campaign promises, protecting the country against radical Islamic terrorism and repealing and replacing Obamacare with a patient-centric alternative. We talked a lot about the executive order protecting the nation from foreign terrorist entry into the United States yesterday. And so on to Obamacare. I'd like to introduce the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Dr. Tom Price, to come up and talk to you a little bit about the plan to repeal and replace Obamacare. Dr. Price.
Thanks, Sean. Good afternoon. First, let me just share with you what an honor it is to serve as the Secretary of Health and Human Services. I'm the third physician out of 23 individuals who've had the privilege of serving as the Secretary of Health and Human Services. And the mission at our department is to improve the health and safety and well-being of the American people. And we take that mission very, very seriously. And for many Americans right now, their ability to gain health care or health coverage is a real challenge. For most Americans, they receive their health coverage through their employer. It's about 175 million folks. Those individuals will see no significant change other than there won't be a penalty for not purchasing coverage. For the folks in the Medicare system, there will be no changes at all in the current law. But we're talking about those people in the individual and small group market, the moms and pops, the folks who run the corner grocery store, the corner cleaners. Those individuals out there are having huge challenges gaining care and gaining coverage. And then Medicaid is a program that by and large has decreased the ability for folks to gain access to care, and we want to make certain that we address that. This is about patients. This is not about money. This is not about something else. This is about patients. And sadly, the costs are going up for those folks in the individual and small group market. The access is going down, and it's only getting worse. You know the stories. Premiums increased 25% over the last year on average. Arizona had an increase of 116%. Deductibles are going up for many, many folks. If you're a mom or a dad out there and you make $40,000, $50,000, $60,000, your deductible in this market, in that individual and small group market, oftentimes is $8,000, $10,000, $12,000 a year. What that means is that you've got an insurance card, but you don't get care because you can't afford the deductible. And we know that this is happening by talking to the folks who are out there trying to provide the care. A third of the counties in the United States, 1/3 of the counties in the United States have only one insurer offering coverage on the exchange. 5 states only have one insurer offering coverage on the exchange. One insurer is not a choice. So we need to make certain that we correct that. In Tennessee this morning, it was announced that there are a number of counties that have no insurer offering coverage on the exchange. Insurers are leaving the market on the exchange. Last year, there were 232 insurers that were providing coverage, that were offering coverage on the exchange. Now there are 167. That's a loss of about 30% in 1 year alone. And all of this means that patients are not getting the care that they need. Now, the principles that we have as our guiding star are affordability. We want a system that's affordable for everybody. Accessibility. We need a system that's accessible for everybody, a system that's of the highest quality, a system that incentivizes innovation in the healthcare system, and a system that empowers patients through both transparency and accountability. The President spoke last Tuesday, to a joint session of Congress, and he laid out his principles. First, wanted to make certain that those with pre-existing illness and injury were not priced out of the market. Nobody ought to lose their coverage because they get a bad diagnosis. In terms of affordability, health savings accounts, growing choices for patients is incredibly important. Tax credits that allow individuals to be able to purchase the kind of coverage that they want, not that the government forces them to buy. We've always talked about, in terms of what kinds of reforms need to be put in place, that we need to equalize the tax treatment for the purchase of coverage. Those, again, in the employer-sponsored market, they get a tax benefit for buying health coverage. Those folks that are out there in the individual and small group market, no tax benefit. And that's what this plan would do. State flexibility. It's incredibly important that we allow the states to be the ones that are defining what health coverage is, have the flexibility, especially in the Medicaid program, to be able to respond to their vulnerable population. Lawsuit abuse, the President mentioned, and it's incredibly important. The practice of defensive medicine wastes billions and billions of dollars every single year, and we need to make certain that we're addressing that as well. The President also talked about a glide path, an appropriate transition to this new phase for health care for our country, and that's important as well so that nobody falls through the cracks. Buying across state lines, buying insurance across state lines. The President talked about this on the campaign over and over. American people understand the common sense nature of purchasing across state lines, and it increases competition, and we need to make certain that that happens, and then addressing the incredible increase in drug prices. There are 3 phases of this plan. One is the bill that was introduced last evening in the House of Representatives. That's the start of all of this. Second are all the regulatory modifications and changes that can be put into place. As you all well know, the previous administration used regulations to a fare thee well. In fact, there were 192 specific rules that were put out as they relate to Obamacare, over 5,000 letters of guidance and the like. And we are going to go through every single one of those and make certain that if they help patients, then we need to continue them. If they harm patients or increase costs, then obviously they need to be addressed. And then there's other legislation that will need to be addressed that can't be done through the reconciliation process. So the goal of all of this is patient-centered health care, where patients and families and doctors are making medical decisions and not the federal government. We commend the House for the introduction of the bill yesterday, and we look forward to working with all individuals in this process. And I look forward to a few questions. Yes, sir.
Secretary, you're familiar from your time in the House with the clout that conservative groups like the Club for Growth and Heritage Action have with rank and file members. What does it say about this legislation that these groups are already out with opposition to it?
Well, I think that this is the beginning of the process, and we look forward to working with them and others to make certain that, again, we come up with that process that aligns with the principles that we've defined, that they actually adhere to or agree with as well, and that is that we need a system that's affordable for folks, a system that's accessible for individuals, that's of the highest quality, that incentivizes innovation, and that empowers patients. And so we look forward to working with them through this process. Yes, ma'am.
Secretary, Congressman Chaffetz said today that Americans may have to forego a new iPhone to pay for health care, and they'll have to kind of make these choices. Does the administration agree with that? Will Americans under this plan, will they need to maybe sacrifice other goods to pay for their health care?
This is an important question because what's happening right now is that the American people are having to sacrifice in order to purchase coverage. And as I mentioned, many individuals can't afford the kind of coverage that they have right now. So they've got that insurance card, but they don't have care. What our desire is to drive down the health care costs for everybody. And the way that you do that is to increase choices for folks, increase competition, return the regulation of health care where it ought to be, which is at the state level, not at the federal level. All of these things that taken in their aggregate will in fact decrease the cost of health care and health coverage, and that will allow folks to be able to purchase the coverage that they want. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Price. I have two questions for you. The first has to do with guarantees that you can make as the administration's point person on this legislation. Can you guarantee that whatever legislation emerges and makes it to the president's desk will allow individuals, if they like their doctor, they can keep their doctor? And the second guarantee is, can you also guarantee that health care premiums for individuals will come down with this new legislation?
Again, a remarkably important question, because as you'll recall, the promise from the last administration was if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. If you like your plan, you can keep your plan. Both of those promises turned out to be not true. We think it's incredibly important for the American people to be able to select the physician and the place where they're treated themselves, that the government ought not be involved in that process. And so our goal is to absolutely to make certain that individuals have the opportunity to select their physician. In terms of premiums, we believe strongly that through this whole process and as it takes effect, that we'll see a decrease in not only the premiums that individuals will see, but a decrease in the cost of health care for folks. Remember that was another promise that the previous administration made, that you'd see a decrease in $2,500 on average for families across this land. In fact, what they've seen is an increase of $2,500 or $3,000. So we're going to go in the other direction. We're going to go in a direction that empowers patients and holds down costs.
Yes. Mr. Secretary, you are quite a distance away from conservatives with this plan, and the central part of it, which is tax credits, which they see as yet another entitlement, very similar to the entitlement of Obamacare, though different in form. How do you convince them, since it's going to take tax credits to make this work, that they need to swallow this and move forward with the bill? I mean, you're getting an awful lot of opposition on this central tenet of this whole thing.
Remember, this is all about patients. And in order to provide that transition, and in order to make it so that nobody falls through the cracks, we've got to have a system that allows for individuals to gain the kind of coverage that they want. And we, conservatives and others, have said for a long, long time that we believe it's important to equalize the tax treatment for those purchasing coverage, gaining coverage through their employer, and those not. And the tax credit is the opportunity to be able to equalize that tax treatment. Folks have talked about this for many years, actually, so that there's not a distortion in the tax code for who's able to gain a benefit for being able to purchase coverage and not. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, Mr. Secretary, you were talking about making sure people don't fall through the cracks. The last administration with Obamacare focused in on making sure the underserved were part of the equation. What is the safety net or the safeguard that you have to make sure, to ensure people don't fall through the cracks beyond the tax incentives, but also for the underserved, who are now many are now part of the program that weren't before or prior to?
Yeah, this is extremely important as well, and the current system, as you likely know, for those vulnerable in our population, especially in the Medicaid population, this is a system that's broken. You've got a third of the physicians in this country, 1/3 of the doctors in this country that would be eligible to see Medicaid patients who aren't seeing Medicaid patients right now. And it's not because they've forgotten how to take care of patients, it's because of the rules that are in place that make it too onerous or too difficult for them to see Medicaid patients. So we believe that it's important to allow states to have that flexibility to fashion the program for their vulnerable population that actually responds to that population in a way that gives them the authority, them the choices, them the opportunity to gain coverage and the care that they believe most appropriate.
When do you find out that is not happening when you give it to the states? Is there some type of punishment or some type of piece that you're going to put in place to make sure that happens, that they follow through on your intent?
Yeah, there's absolutely. There's accountability throughout the plan that we have that would allow for the Secretary and the Department to be certain that the individuals that we believe need to be cared for are being cared for in the state at the appropriate level. But we believe this is a partnership. This is about patients and partnership. The previous administration tended to make it about government. We believe it's about patients and partnership, and we want to partner with every single person in this land who wants to make certain that we allow the kind of choices and quality to exist. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, the President tweeted earlier today, he described this bill as our wonderful new health care bill. There's been a little bit of confusion. Does this represent the administration's bill? And is there anything in this bill that the administration cannot support?
This has been a work in progress. As you know, this has been going on for over a year. The work that I had the privilege of participating in when I served in the House of Representatives in the last Congress was open and transparent, and we invited folks in to give their ideas, and tens, if not hundreds of people had input into that process. This grew out of that, and over the past number of weeks we've been having conversations with folks on the Hill, in the House and in the Senate, and other stakeholders. And so this is a work product that is a result of all of that process. The President and the administration support this step in the right, what we believe is in the right direction, a step that repeals Obamacare and gets us moving in the direction of those principles that I outlined.
Do you support everything that's in that bill that's sitting on the table, sir? Do you support everything that's in the bill sitting on the table, sir?
Well, this is a work in progress, and we'll work with the House and the Senate in this process. As you know, it's a legislative process that occurs. I'm glad you pointed out the bills on the table there. As you'll see, this bill right here was the bill that was introduced in 2009 and 10 by the previous administration. Notice how thick that is. Some of you will recall that I actually turned the pages and went through that piece of legislation in a YouTube. The bill on the pile on the right is the current bill, and what it means is that we are making certain that the process, that the decisions that are going to be made are not going to be made by the federal government. They're going to be made by patients and families and doctors. One last.
Given the opposition that John and others have brought up here today, does this plan already need to be salvaged in your view, and how do you do it?
Oh no! You know what happens with these things. You start at a starting point. People engage and they get involved in the process. Sometimes to a greater degree. Nothing focuses the mind like a bill that's currently on the table and that has a work in progress or in process. And we'll work through it. This is an important process to be had. The American people have said to their elected leaders that the Obamacare process for them gaining coverage and care is not working. That's what they've said. And so we believe it's important to respond to the American people and provide a health care system that allows for them to purchase the kind of coverage and care that they desire. Yeah.
You said in your letter to the House Chairman that necessary technical and appropriate changes might need to be made for this bill to reach the President's desk. So what specific changes is the White House and the administration looking for in this bill?
Well, as I mentioned, there are three different phases to this process. One is this bill, this legislation that's working through under the rules of reconciliation, which is a fancy term to mean that there are only certain things that you can do from a budgetary standpoint has to affect either spending or revenue. There are things that you can't do in this bill, and those we plan on doing across the horizon in Phase 2, which is the regulatory portion, and then in Phase 3, which is another piece of legislation that would be going through the House and the Senate with a majority, supermajority in the Senate. That process will incorporate all of the kinds of things that we believe are absolutely necessary to reconstitute that individual and small group market and to get us in a position again where patients and families and docs are making these decisions.
Bearing in mind that the CBO score isn't yet, can you guarantee that this plan will not have a markedly negative impact on the deficit or result in millions of Americans losing health insurance?
What I can say is that the goal and the desire I know of the individuals on the Hill is to make certain that this does not increase the cost to the federal government.
Two elements of the bill. I have questions about how they control costs and how they help with access. The Medicaid per capita block grant to the states. How is that sort of fundamentally different from the Obamacare regime on Medicaid in terms of expanding access? And then the second point, why doesn't this bill do away with the cost-sharing community ratings regime that Obamacare has?
To the per capita cap, the Medicaid, again, is a system that doesn't work for patients. You got folks out there who need care, who need to see particular physicians, who aren't able to see them. All Americans should be saddened by the situation that we have when there are patients out there that can't get the care that they need. We believe one of the keys to providing appropriate care in the Medicaid population is allowing the states to have the flexibility to address that Medicaid population. Remember, Medicaid population is four different demographic groups. It's those who are disabled, it's those who are seniors, it's healthy moms and kids by and large. Those are the four main demographic groups. And we, the federal government, force states mostly to take care of those individuals in exactly the same way. If you describe that to the folks back home on Main Street, they say that doesn't make any sense at all. You need a program that's different for the healthy moms and kids to respond to their needs, that's different than folks who are disabled and seniors. And so what we believe is appropriate is to say to the states, you know your population best. You know best how to care for your vulnerable population. We're going to watch you and make certain that you do so, but you know how to do that. And that'll decrease costs markedly in the Medicaid program. We're wasting significant amounts of money. Not that folks are getting too much care. We're wasting it because it's inefficient and there's significant abuse in the system. So in terms of the cost sharing, I think that the cost sharing measures are being addressed. It's important that we run through that process. This is the process where we felt the previous administration was spending money that they didn't have the authority to spend, and Congress is working through that to make certain that the rightful holders of the authority to spend money in this nation, which is the Congress of the United States, exercises that authority.
Mr. Secretary, how does the White House and you feel about the label Trump care?
Well, I'll let others provide a description for it. I prefer to call it patient care. This is about patients at the end of the day. This isn't about politicians. This isn't about insurance companies. This is about patients. And patients in this nation, especially those in the individual and small group market, these are the folks. I had the privilege of going to Cincinnati last week with the vice president to a small business roundtable. And one of the business owners, one of the small business owners there, said he had 18 employees last year at this time. This year he has 15 employees. Not because he doesn't have the work, but because of the cost of health coverage for those individuals forced him to let 3 people go. Now, they're being forced to let 3 people go because the federal government has put in place rules and regulations that make it virtually impossible for folks in the individual and small group market to provide coverage for their employees. This is a system that's not working for people. So if we focus on the patients, I'll call it patient care. If you focus on the patients, we'll get to the right answer.
Mr. Secretary, a major complaint of conservatives with phase 1 of the Obamacare repeal and replace is that it is missing a measure that would allow health care to be sold across state lines. Now, the president said this morning that that would be in either phase 2 or phase 3. Is that something that you believe the president could do through executive action and then you yourself could do? Or is that something that you believe has to be addressed legislatively?
There are different aspects to the purchase across state lines that will allow individuals to gain, again, the kind of choices that they want. Some of this might be able to be done from a regulatory or a rule standpoint. Some of it will require legislation, and that's where we're going to need the assistance of our friends on the other side of the aisle. The American people have demanded that they be able to purchase coverage across state lines, purchase coverage that they want for themselves. So whether it's through association health plans, which allows individuals who are in small business groups, like the fellow that I just mentioned, to pool together nationally to be able to purchase coverage, or whether it's mom and dad who don't gain coverage through their employer, through something called individual health pools that allows folks to pool together solely for the purpose of purchasing coverage, even though they're not otherwise economically aligned. That allows people, there are 18 million folks in that individual and small group market. That would allow those individuals to be able to purchase coverage and get the purchasing power of millions. That's huge power and authority that we want to put in the hands of people, that we want to put in the hands of patients. And some of that may, in fact, require legislation. Yes, sir.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. 2 questions, but first, Congressman John Faso of New York has said that the issue of denying federal funds to Planned Parenthood should be separate from whatever health care bill finally emerges from Congress and is signed into law by the President. Is that the administration's position as well? And my second question is this. You mentioned earlier the people who had their health care plans canceled when they thought they could keep it. I believe in your state of Georgia, more than 1 million people had that experience. Will some of the plans that were canceled be able to come back under the new health care plan?
Yeah, in terms of Planned Parenthood, we think it's important that the legislature work its will on this process. It's incredibly important that we not violate anybody's conscience We want to protect the conscience provisions that exist. It's also important to appreciate that through community health centers, the bill that's being proposed right now would allow greater access for women to health care in greater numbers of facilities across this land. And they've actually proposed more money for women's health care than currently exists. So I think that they're working their best to address that issue. In terms of whether or not old plans that were available before might be available, absolutely. And we believe that the opportunity to provide a robust market, robust choices for individuals across this land will be secured. And again, that's one of the keys to bringing down the premium costs, of bringing down the cost for health coverage. So we're excited about that and look forward to that coming to pass.
Mr. Secretary. If the new plan calls for repealing the revenue-generating taxes and penalties, but keeping the entitlements, how is that sustainable?
Well, that's the work that somebody mentioned over here, the Congressional Budget Office score, and once the Congress receives that score, then they'll be working through that to make certain that in fact it is fiscally responsible. Imagine, if you would, however, a system where the incentives within the system are all to drive down costs, to provide greater choices and competition for folks and respond to the specific needs of patients. And in so doing, what you do is actually get a much more efficient system for the provision and the delivery of health care. It's a system we don't have right now because the previous administration felt that the federal government ought to do all of this. And we've seen what came about when the federal government does all of that. That is increasing premiums, increasing deductibles, decreasing choices. You got a card that says you've got insurance, and you walk in and you can't afford what it is that's trying to, for the doctor that's trying to take care of you. So this is not a system that's working for folks in that individual and small group market and in the exchanges.
Mr. Secretary, many have complained that Obamacare resulted in higher wait times in the emergency room. Will this new bill cause that? Have you any idea on that?
One of the things that the previous administration said was that they were going to be able to drive folks away from one of the most expensive areas for the provision of health care, and that is the emergency rooms. In fact, they did just the opposite. And much of that is because of, again, the rules and the regulations that they put in place. So from our perspective, we believe that if individuals are able to purchase the kind of coverage that they want, then they'll have access to the kind of doctors and other providers that they desire and won't need to be able to be seen in the emergency room. They'll already have the care. Emergency rooms ought to be for emergencies, not for the standard care that individuals tend to receive right now. So we believe that if you put in place the right system, then emergency rooms and the emergency physicians will be able to have the opportunity to care for those individuals that appropriately present to their department.
Mr. Secretary, I'm interested in following up on your comment that it's important that no one vote on anything that violates their conscience. Federal funding already can't be used for abortions, but are you saying the administration has a position on provision of birth control at these community health centers? And secondly, is the administration looking to actively withhold funding to Planned Parenthood if they continue to provide abortions, as has been reported?
Yeah, we're working through all of those issues. As you know, many of those were through the rulemaking process, and we're working through that. So that's not a part of this piece of legislation right here.
Have a view on provision of birth control and access to it when you're talking about women's health care, which you brought up and saying you wanted to expand more community funding?
Yeah, what we're doing, as I say, is working through the rules and the regulations to see where the previous administration was, see how they did it, and whether or not it needs to be addressed, with the understanding that what we believe is important when we look at the rules and regulations is to define whether or not that rule or regulation actually helps patients and decreases costs, or harms patients and increases cost. If it does the latter, then we need to do away with it. If it does the former, then we ought to accentuate it.
What was the issue of conscience you were talking about? What was the issue of conscience you were talking about then?
To make certain that individuals in the market are not forced to do things that violate their conscience. Yes, sir.
Secretary, thank you, sir. Common people and the small businesses have been waiting for this new bill under President Trump. So any message, sir, for them?
Well, I think that this is the culmination of years of work. It's the culmination of years of concern and frustration by the American people. They knew at the time that the previous bill, the previous law passed, that it wasn't going to help them. They knew that costs were going to go up. In fact, we predicted at the time that costs would go up and that access would go down. And so this is the culmination of years of hard work by the electorate, by the citizens of this country, to say that we want a system, again, that respects patients and families and doctors in these decisions. One more?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The President tweeted out earlier today that he believes that he's working on a plan to have drug prices come down by spurring competition. Can you tell us a little bit about what that plan is going to be, when it might be rolled out? Is it part of these phases? And then the second question, the bill also includes a tax break for insurance executives that make more than $500,000. You said this is about patients. Why is that tax break important for this legislation?
To the latter, I'm not aware of that. I'll look into that. Drug pricing is really important. So many individuals are now having significant difficulty being able to afford the medications that they've been prescribed. So whether it's and it's not able to be addressed specifically in this phase one because it's not a revenue or a spending issue for the federal government. It can't be in this phase one. But in phase 2 and 3, which may be concurrent along with this phase one, but in phase 2 and 3, then we look forward to bringing solutions to solve the remarkable challenge that patients have across this land with the increasing price of drugs. I've got to run. You've got a guy right here who's going to answer all the rest of the questions. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Price. Let me just kind of continue on. The bottom line I think that the Secretary is making is that Obamacare sought to cover 20 million people, and in the process it drove up costs for everybody, whether or not you were in the exchange or not. Most people get their insurance through their employers. Older populations get their health care through Medicare. Low-income populations get their health care through Medicaid. And veterans get their insurance through TRICARE. So what we're talking about here is a very defined amount of individuals that we're trying to address and not affect the entire system. Obamacare turned our health care system on its head to address the pool of individuals who don't fall into the buckets that I mentioned. Our plan that we're talking about today with the House will ensure that those individuals will receive the care that they need if they want an affordable cost while not sending rates skyrocketing. Obamacare was an overcomplicated bill that served the special interests and not the American people. These over 974 pages that were passed, and then we were told we had to read them, are filled with carve-outs by over $1 billion of healthcare-related lobbying that was spent on the year that Obamacare was crafted. Our plan, in far fewer pages, 123, much smaller, much bigger. So far, we're at 57 for the repeal plan and 66 pages for the replacement portion. We'll undo this, and remember, half of it, 57 of those pages, are the repeal part. So when you really get down to it, our plan is 66 pages long, half of what we actually even have there. We'll undo the massive disaster and replace it with a plan to return health care back to the patient. As the President outlined in his joint address, he expects 5 core principles to guide Congress through this health care process. First, ensure that the American people with pre-existing conditions have access to coverage. Second, ensure a stable transition for Americans currently enrolled in the exchanges. Third, provide more equitable tax treatment through tax credits for people who already don't receive tax advantage health care from their employer. And I know that's something that Secretary Price was talking about. For the vast number of people who get their insurance through their employer, they're getting it tax-free. They are not taxed on that benefit, which is something that is not afforded to people who are in the individual market who either run a small business or are sole proprietors. Fourth, we should expand the power of health savings accounts to return control to Americans over their health care dollar and decisions. They should be able to choose the plan they want, not the plan that's forced on them by government. And finally, we should give our state governors the resources and flexibility they need with Medicare to make sure that no one is left out. This is the Obamacare replacement plan that everyone has been asking for, the plan that the President ran on, and the plan that will ultimately save the system. It's also a culmination of years of dedicated work and careful thought by Republicans to find a replacement that will best undo the damage that's been caused by Obamacare, while ensuring that all Americans have peace of mind during this stable transition period. These are the principles for which conservatives have been fighting for years. President Trump looks forward to continuing the dialogue between the administration and the Hill on saving the healthcare system. What's important to remember is that we're not going to be able to do all of this in one bill. As the Secretary mentioned, there are 2 other steps as well that allow us to get more of the President's plan accomplished after we pass this first important major step. The second piece is already underway, and that's what Secretary Price can do through executive action. He has already rolled out a handful of important actions, including the major marketplace stabilization regulation to help bring stability to the collapsing insurance market. He'll continue to enact a number of policy changes in the regulatory and administrative space to achieve what the first step cannot because of the nature of reconciliation. The third piece of executing the president's health care plan requires 60 votes in legislation, maybe more depending on what we can do and when. That's how we'll move forward on the policies of purchasing across state lines, lowering drug prices that just came up, and repealing any of Obamacare's premium spiking insurance market distortions that can't be done through this current bill. Also yesterday, in addition to speaking with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, the president also had separate calls with Prime Minister of Japan, Abe, and South Korean's acting President Hwang. During both of these calls, the president reiterated the United States' ironclad commitment to stand with Japan and South Korea in the face of the serious threat posed by North Korea. He also emphasized that the administration is taking steps to further enhance our ability to deter and defend against North Korea's ballistic missiles using a full range of the United States' military capabilities. Moving on to today's schedule, this morning the president had a call with President Kenyatta of Kenya. He'll have a readout for that call soon if it's not already out. The president and the First Lady also announced the official reopening of public tours here at the White House. You may have seen the president stop by to greet some of the first visitors on their tour. We're looking forward to welcoming the American people back to what is affectionately referred to as the People's House. We are the world's only executive residence and office of head of state that also serves as a museum free to the people. Visiting the White House is obviously an experience that's uniquely American, and we encourage guests of all ages to come visit the White House, their house. Also this morning, the Secretary of Commerce, Wilbur Ross, held a press conference announcing that Chinese ZTE Corporation has agreed to a record-high combined criminal and civil penalty of $1.19 billion after the company illegally shipped telecommunications equipment to Iran and North Korea in violation of sanctions. This civil penalty is the largest ever imposed by the Commerce Department's Bureau of Industry and Security, and pending approval from a federal judge, the combined penalties between the Commerce Department, the Department of Justice, and the Department of Treasury would be the largest fine and forfeiture ever levied by the U.S. government in such a case. This settlement tells the world that the days of flouting U.S. sanctions regime or violating U.S. trade laws are over. President Trump is committed to ending the disrespect of American laws and American workers. So back to the schedule for a second. This morning, the president also received his daily intelligence briefing. He had lunch with Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, who will continue to be an important partner as the president's nominee for the Supreme Court. Judge Gorsuch begins the confirmation process in the next couple weeks. At this moment, the president's leading a discussion on immigration with Senator Cotton and Senator Perdue and members of the White House senior staff. The president and the senators are expected to discuss the merit-based immigration reforms that the president mentioned at last week's joint address. Later this afternoon, the president will lead a meeting with the House Deputy Whip team focused on repeal and replace of Obamacare. There'll be a pool spray at the top of that meeting. The gather time is 3:20. The president will also meet with Richard Trumka, the president of the AFL-CIO. They're expected to discuss the importance of investing in our country's infrastructure and renegotiating trade agreements like NAFTA. There'll also be a pool spray at the top of that meeting, and we'll have further details on it. This evening, the president will visit with a group of Boy Scouts who are in Washington to participate in a near-century-old tradition of sharing Scouting's achievement with key government officials. Looking ahead, I want to let you know that the president will be welcoming at least 2 foreign leaders in the coming weeks, and I expect additional announcements of additional leaders later. But first, next week, Chancellor Merkel of Germany will visit the White House, and the following week, the president will welcome Prime Minister al-Abali of Iraq. With that, I'll kick it off with your questions. Jonathan Carl.
Hey, Sean, it's been a
Jonathan.
full... Thank you. Sean, it's been a
You're out of practice.
No, it's been a full 3 days since the president said that President Obama had his wires tapped, his phones tapped at Trump Tower. In those 3 days, has the White House come up with any evidence whatsoever to prove that allegation?
Yeah, I addressed this multiple times yesterday. I think the president, we put out a statement on Sunday saying that we would have no further comment, and we were asking the House and the Senate Intelligence Committees to look into this concern and report back.
Can't the president just ask the FBI director?
Well, I think
Has he asked him?
No, the president has not, and I think that we've gone back and forth with you guys. I think there is clearly a role that Congress can play in its oversight capabilities. They made it very clear that they have the staff, the resources, and the process. I think that's the appropriate place for this to handle. I think if we were to start to get involved, you would then write stories about how we were getting involved. So it's a no-win situation. I think the smartest and most deliberative way to address this situation is ask the House and Senate Intelligence Committees, who are already in the process of looking into this, to look into this and other leaks of classified information that are troubling to our nation's national security. So, as the president said in the statement on Sunday, we believe that investigation, as well as the investigation of other classified leaks and other important information that threatens our national security, be looked into by the House and Senate Intelligence Committees, and then we encourage them to report back.
Do you believe that President Obama ordered something like this?
I get that that's a cute question to ask. My job is to represent the president and to talk about what he's doing and what he wants, and he has made very clear what his goal is, what he would like to have happen, and so I'll leave it at that. I think we've tried to play this game before. I'm not here to speak for myself. I'm here to speak for the President of the United States and our government. Zeke.
One following up on what Secretary Price said earlier, he was asked by John about whether the administration was willing to make for the American people right now who like their doctor or like their health insurance plan, is the White House willing to make a commitment to them today that when this replacement bill is passed, if it passes, that they will at the end of that be able to keep their doctor and keep their health care plan? And secondly, just changing gears radically onto China overnight issued some strong rhetoric and promising consequences for the deployment of the THAAD missile system to South Korea. If you could respond to that.
So on the first piece, I think, look, one of the things that's important to understand about this process that's very different from when the Democrats did it. You recall then Speaker Pelosi said you're going to have to read the bill to know what's in it. I think there's a big difference. This is the bill. It's right here. It's on the website. We're going through regular order. If you go to the House of Representatives website, Speaker Paul Ryan's website, it's listed. Everybody can read it, and it's going to go through what they call regular order. We're not jamming this down anybody's throat. It's going to go through a committee process. All parties involved, all representatives in the House will be able to have input into it. I think that's the way to conduct this process, is to do it to allow people to watch the process happen in the committees, allow members of Congress to have their input in it, to make amendments, to see that we get the best bill that achieves the goal for the American people. When it was done the last time, it was jammed down people's throat. And look what happened. You had 974 pages that people struggled to read afterwards and figure out what had just gotten passed, and the consequences were frankly devastating. So to your point about keeping your doctor, in a lot of cases you've lost your doctor for a couple reasons. One, they may not participate in the plan. They may not take insurance at all anymore. Two, they may not take Medicaid. Or three, they may not take Medicaid. And the list goes on and on about why they might not be there. Or your plan, the plan that you got, is no longer accessible. As the Secretary mentioned, 1/3 of all counties in the United States no longer take Medicaid, have only one plan that you can choose from. So it's a fact right now that in most cases, you have no choice. In many cases, you've lost that ability. Our goal is to actually add more choice and more competition. Right now, the government tells you you must have this plan or you will pay a penalty, and within this plan, here's what you have to have. We've lost the element of choice and competition in healthcare. And by bringing all of that back, I think there's a higher degree of likelihood that you're going to get the plan that you want and you're going to get the doctor you want, because it'll be your choice, not the government's choice. And that's a big, big difference. This plan was jammed down everybody's throat. And the consequences took their plans away, it took their doctors away, and it drove up costs. This plan allows more competition, more people to enter it, and the American people and patients to make a decision on what plan they want. If they have a plan and a doctor they like, then they're going to choose a plan that allows them to continue with that doctor. But there's going to be more competition and more choice, not less. And that's frankly what you have now. With respect to China, I think I addressed this yesterday. We stand shoulder to shoulder with Japan and South Korea in doing what we can to protect that region in particular from an attack from North Korea. We understand the situation, and we continue to work with them. As I mentioned, the President spoke to both leaders yesterday. We provided a readout of those calls. But we obviously understand the concerns of China, but this is a national security issue for them. Hunter.
Thank you, Sean. How concerned is the president with the situation between North Korea and Malaysia right now?
Well, as I've said, I think we're very well aware of what's going on in the region. The president obviously had a conversation with, in particular, the acting president of South Korea last night, and with respect to what's going on there. And again, I'll refer that to the National Security Committee to give you further. Cheryl Bolden. Cheryl, I know I'm sorry I forgot you yesterday.
I appreciate it. So two then questions. One on health care. If the CBO scores this and it does not provide the amount of coverage that the Affordable Care Act did, will the president still support it?
Well, I'm not going to get ahead of, like Secretary Price mentioned this, let's not get ahead of the CBO going through this. But I think, as I mentioned to Zeke, one of the things that's important to understand, this bill has to be done in the phases that it has to address the repeal part of it and the replace part of it. There are only certain things that we can do through reconciliation, and then there's the regulatory piece that we can do through action that the Secretary is empowered to do, frankly, under Obamacare. And then third is an additional piece of legislation that addresses things. But there are cost-saving measures that, in competition aspects of this, that have to be included in phase 2 or 3 because they are not allowed in the reconciliation bill because of the nature of how reconciliation works on Capitol Hill. So I think that one of the things that we have to understand is that how that score comes out from the Congressional Budget Office will depend on whether they look at it specifically with just a phase 1 or whether they look at it in its totality. But I'm confident that if you look at what's going on right now, Cheryl, it's unsustainable. Premiums in state after state, as Dr. Price mentioned, they're up 25% on average. Arizona's 116%. I think Oklahoma's in the 50s. Minnesota's in the 40s. This is unsustainable for a family to continue to pay the premiums that they have, and for individuals, small business owners, et cetera. So the question is, can we allow people to go on this trajectory where more and more of their paycheck is getting eaten up in a plan that's frankly not giving them choice, doctors, or plans that they want? This plan, I think, clearly achieves those goals a lot better. It gets the cost containment down, it gets price control under, and it allows doctors and plans to re-engage in the marketplace as they were prior to this. And I think that is a major aspect. Go ahead. Hold on. Cheryl waited.
Thank you. From yesterday, I had a nominations question. Is there something that's preventing the White House from submitting the nominations of Sonny Perdue for Agriculture and Alex Acosta for Labor?
I believe Alex Acosta was sent up to the Hill earlier today. We should have an announcement officially out, so sometimes there's a little bit of a lag. I apologize between my office but that one's up, and I'll check on Sonny Perdue. I think some of it's just in coordination with the Senate, so pardon my time. Trey.
Thanks, Sean. I have two questions for you. First, will the president offer a correction to his tweet this morning that states that 122 prisoners were released from Gitmo by the Obama administration and then returned to the battlefield? You can take that first.
Yeah, obviously the president meant in totality the number that had been released on the battlefield, that have been released from Gitmo since individuals have been released. So that is correct.
Then my second question, is the White House concerned about this new information that came out in WikiLeaks today that U.S. intelligence agencies are potentially purposely providing vulnerabilities to tech products here in the United States?
I'm not going to comment on that. I think obviously that's something that has not been fully evaluated, and if it was, I would not comment from here on that. Kevin. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sean, I was going to ask about branding. The president in the past has put his name on buildings and different products. When it comes to health care, does the White House feel that the bill being presented today should be known as Trump Care from here on out? I know it was asked to the Secretary. And at what point do you think that the transition should go away from Obamacare to the new administration?
Well, as soon as it's repealed, we can get rid of that. I think that'll happen quickly. And as Secretary Price mentioned, I think we're less concerned with labels right now and more in terms of action and results. And I think that's what Our focus has been is getting that cost down, getting that choice back that we mentioned. Yeah.
DHS is reportedly considering separating families that cross the border illegally. How does the president feel about that?
I'm going to. That's a DHS matter. I mean, we don't get involved in either customs or ICE enforcement. So I think that's a question better reserved to both DHS and ICE specifically. Jim.
Oh, thanks, John. Yeah, on the Obamacare question, one of the criticisms on this is that there is still a de facto individual mandate because it allows insurance companies to increase premiums up to 30% if there's a gap in coverage. And I have one more.
Well, that's not. I mean, that's not I mean, the difference is under the current bill that's here, if you don't buy insurance, you pay a fine. Under the current bill, you don't have. There's nothing that mandates you to buy insurance. That's up to an individual. So, I mean, by its very definition, it is not, can't be considered that. What's your second one?
Okay. Well, I mean, you don't think it's a de facto mandate in the sense that
Well, it can't
there's
be.
a penalty in place as there is now. I mean, it's not by the government, but it's by the insurance company.
Right, but there's no there. That's. I mean, I think you answered your own question on that one.
I have one more.
Okay.
I just another topic. But the
Cheryl's
president
fault
has blamed the Democrats in the Senate for blocking the cabinet. Last Thursday, the Republicans actually called a recess early. Previously adjourned on Thursday early. Previously, they called a recess the week before. Does the president have any plans to call for the Senate to remain in session and Congress stay in session until they approve nominees and maybe even also?
Well, this isn't a Republican issue. I mean, it's not Republicans that are playing beat the clock on a lot of these nominees. I mean, we've discussed this since the transition time. I mean, there were several nominees that, frankly, weren't even considered controversial by the standards of Senate Democratic leadership, and yet have been held up over and over again. I don't think that's a very different scenario than going back and being with constituents, which was on the Senate schedule. So I don't think that's a synonymous thing. Do we have Michael Medved ready to go on for our Skype question? Michael.
Sean, thank you very much. Obviously, today there was a big emphasis on Obamacare, which is profoundly important to the American people. But it seems that too often in the last several weeks, the administration has gotten distracted and media have gotten distracted by talk of wiretapping at Trump Tower or the president calling his predecessor a bad and sick guy or criticizing the ratings of Celebrity Apprentice. Do you think the White House could do a better job of focusing on the issues that really matter, the reforms that matter to the American people, rather than getting distracted to these subsidiary conflicts as we move forward into the coming months?
Thanks, Michael. You know, respectfully, I would say that we have been focused. We're here talking about Obamacare and the need to drive down the cost and access for health care for every American. I think that's a pretty significant thing to be focused on. Yesterday, we were talking about the president's effort to continue to keep the nation safe, to make sure that people aren't coming into the country who aren't here for peaceful purposes. The president's talked to almost 50 world leaders. He's had 30-plus executive actions on all sorts of stuff, from regulatory aspects to things that will create more jobs. I think that's a fairly focused effort. That being said, I think, look, whether it was candidate Trump, President-elect Trump, or now President Trump, the president has always made it very clear that one, or not he made it clear, but I think the voters made it clear that one of the things that they appreciate about him is his ability to be authentic and to speak very forcefully and very directly with the American people. And that's an aspect that I think was central to why he was elected, is because he's not a canned politician that's going to give the same state answers over and over again. Sarah.
Going back to Fred's question, you know, conservatives have started to call this Obamacare light. President Trump has promised to fully repeal Obamacare, but this bill leaves a lot of the structure of Obamacare intact. If this is the policy that passes, is President Trump confident in the future he can say that he fully repealed Obamacare?
Yeah, absolutely. As I mentioned, I mean, the first half of the bill that we put forward repeals it. There are three things. I mean, each phase that we've talked about, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, there's a repeal and replace aspect in each one. But Republicans and conservatives have been talking about added competition and driving costs down for decades now, selling across state lines, small business pooling. All of those things have been part of conservative plans for a long time. And I think instilling that competition in it, allowing more access. I mean, I think there's a big difference. There is no, we have for the longest time, if you're a conservative, I mean, you think about this right now, that you have anyone who has an employer-based, their job comes from an employer that gives them health care. They're getting a subsidy. They're getting a credit. They don't pay taxes on their health care, and their employer doesn't either. That's a huge disadvantage to anyone who's a sole proprietor or owns a small business. And so, frankly, to allow the playing field to be leveled and allow small businesses, which are frankly the job creators in this country, to allow entrepreneurs and self-starters to get the same tax treatment that a Fortune 500 company gets you is a very conservative principle. And again, I think, look, one of the things that's important, Sarah, is for all of the people who have concerns about this, especially on the right, look at the size. This is the Democrats. This is us. There is, I mean, you can't get any clearer in terms of this is government, this is not. And I think that part of the reason the visual is important is that when you actually look at the difference, you realize this is what big government does. It crowds out competition, it drives up prices, it stifles entrepreneurship and innovation, doctors leaving the markets, more and more people not taking Medicaid or TRICARE. That should concern people. When you've got veterans that can't, because most of the time Medicaid and TRICARE are tied together. So when you have those systems not accepted by doctors, that means the lowest of the people on the low income scale and people who have served our country have fewer and fewer choices. That alone should be a problem and concerning for many people. But the premium spikes are another problem because, again, even if you're in the exchange, now you're seeing over and over again that happen. You're also seeing young people decide that they'd rather just pay a penalty because the cost of those basic programs is out of reach for a lot of young people who are just entering the job market. But again, I think the greatest illustration of the differences in the approaches is that size. Our bill, which is a tenth of the size, does repeal and replace in what their bill just did in massive government bureaucracy. And that is a big difference. Jim.
Just want to ask you, I mean, you had the Health and Human Services Secretary out here. You just talked about this is the Republican bill, this is the Democrat bill. Is that the president's bill? Is that his health care bill?
That is a bill that we have worked with Congress. We feel very good about where it is. We are looking forward, as I mentioned earlier, the president's meeting with the WHIP team to encourage them to support it and to build it out. I don't think, and I'm not trying to be cute here, but I think it's not his bill or their bill. It's a bill that we have worked on with them together. We're very proud of where it stands now. The big difference, Jim, is that unlike before, as I mentioned, when the Democrats jammed it down people's throat and waited to get that 60th vote before with Senator Kennedy still around, and then basically said, literally, you will have to wait and see what it looks like before we passed it. We not only posted it out there for everybody to look at, but by sending it through regular order, not just putting up for a House vote, but sending it through the committee process, allows Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike to offer up amendments and suggestions, and the House will work its will. Now, we will continue to give guidance and thoughts and suggestions, but I think the president's core principles are what's going to guide us as we head through the Hill and then the House and then to the Senate.
And just one quick follow-up on Jonathan Karl's question, because the president made a very serious allegation over the weekend, and I think we would all be remiss if we went through this briefing and not try to get you on camera to at least offer us some evidence. Where is the evidence? Where is the proof that President Obama bugged President Trump?
Well, I answered this question yesterday on camera on your air. So just so we're clear, I know this is now will be twice, but I think I made it clear yesterday.
But since yesterday,
nothing has
is there any
changed.
new proof?
No, it's not a question of new proof or less proof or whatever. It's the answer is the same, and I think that that there is a concern about what happened in the 2016 election. The House and Senate Intelligence Committees have the staff and the capabilities and the processes in place to look at this in a way that's objective, and that's where it should be done. And frankly, if you've seen the response from, especially on the House side, but as well as the Senate, they welcome this. And so let's let the Senate do their job, and the House, Intelligence Committees, and then report back to the American people.
Yeah. Will the president withdraw the accusation? Does he have any?
Why would he withdraw it until it's adjudicated? That's what we're asking. Is for them to look at this and see if there is.
No regrets from him about raising this accusation.
Absolutely not. And I think that what he wants them to do is to look into wiretapping, other surveillance, and again, as I mentioned before, the other leaks that are threatening our national security. You're seeing the leaks happen over and over again that come out throughout the administration, throughout government, that undermine national security. And I think the appropriate thing to do is to ask the House and the Senate to look into it. Glenn Thrush.
Sean, so to follow up on the follow-up, in terms of, you were given an opportunity on air to say whether or not the president still supported Director Comey. Does the president support Director Comey? And then a quick follow-up.
I have no reason to believe he doesn't. He has not suggested that to me. So now to the non-follow-up to the...
Have you seen any evidence yourself? Has the evidence been shared with you or other members, senior members of the president's staff, as to why he made this particular accusation?
As far as me, no, I'm not in a position that would be regularly part of my daily duties for the president to sit down and go through that. That's probably a level above my pay grade. But as I've mentioned, I think the president believes that the appropriate place for this to be adjudicated is for the House and Senate Intelligence Committees to have the clearances, the staff, the processes to go through this, look at it, and report back. Yeah.
Did he share it with?
I'm not going to get it. Look, as the president made very clear, Glenn, I'm not going to. As the president said in the statement that he issued on Sunday, we're not going to have further comment on this until this matter is resolved. Yes.
Two quick questions. So just to follow up on the follow-up. So does the White House feel that it's appropriate? You say that you want it to be adjudicated by the congressional committees,
right.
But the president made declarative statements
right.
on Twitter. So I guess is the White House position that the president can make declarative statements about a former president basically committing a crime, and then the congressional committee should look into that and basically prove it? I mean,
well,
I
no,
guess
it's not a question. No, but I would take issue with. It's not a question of prove it. I think, as I said now 5 times to the follow-up, that it's not a question of prove it. It's that they have the resources and the clearances and the staff to fully and thoroughly and comprehensively investigate this, and then issue a report as to what their findings are.
So, but President Trump's Twitter statement shouldn't be taken at face value about what.
Sure, it should. Of course, I mean, why? No, there's nothing. As I mentioned to Jim, it's not that he's walking anything back or regretting. He's just saying that they have the appropriate venue and capabilities to review this. Margaret, I'm sorry.
On the Obamacare replacement, so you've said that it'll be in phases and that you're going to need additional legislation. So just to clarify, are the cost savings that you guys are projecting, right. Is that dependent on phase 3 on the national competition plan? Because
yeah, well, it's not dependent. I think that in order to see it fully come to fruition, yeah, you have to see all parts of it. But the way that it was passed doesn't allow for the way that it was passed is almost the same way that we're going through this now, which is they passed certain things, then the Secretary of Health and Human Services at the time was granted significant regulatory authority that allowed her to do certain things at the time to implement pieces of Obamacare that we now have to act backwards and go almost in the same steps to do what they did to lay it out. We've got to repeal it, and then we've got to replace it with the plan that's going to do the same. Certain things can be done in the same way and certain things can't. It literally depends on how that was done. John Frederick.
Sean, in the replacement plan, it says that the states that accepted the Medicare expansion money would continue to be funded. So what is the message you have to Republican state legislators that thought they were fiscally responsible in rejecting Medicaid expansion in their states, and now they didn't get the federal dollars on either end? What is your
I think
response?
I think what we need to do is to make sure, as the president said in his statements, as Secretary Price did, we've got to make sure that we continue to protect people through this transition process. Let the bill work its way. But this is the first time, as we address the Medicaid portion of this, this is probably the first time that we've really addressed an entitlement aspect of something in almost 30 years. So I think we've got to let this piece of it work its way through the House. But remember, one of the things that happened through the Medicaid expansion was the goal has always been of Medicaid to help people who were disabled or poor or met a specific number of criteria. For the first time in Obamacare, we expanded Obamacare, or the Obama administration did rather, to able-bodied individuals that in a way that had never been done before, and it was not a specific class. That's led largely to the ballooning cost. I think a lot of the reforms that will be contained in this bill will address that, but I think we've got to let it work its will through the process. Alexis.
Sean, I want to ask you two communications questions on two
Good.
topics. Because the president gave himself a middling grade on communication, let me ask you about the experience that the previous administration had when Obamacare was going through its own phases. President Obama said that the opposition to the legislation was able to seize the opportunity while it was being legislated to create public perceptions about what was in the legislation. So my question is on ACA. What is the president going to do to improve his communications, to be out there explaining what is in the bill, to work with lawmakers? That's the first question, and then I'll ask you the next one.
Okay, thank you. So on the first one, as I mentioned, he's had and continues to have significant outreach to members of Congress. He's talked to health insurers. I mean, I think we've read out a lot of the activities the last couple of weeks, and literally in just within an hour, he's going to sit down with the House Deputy Whip team to talk about the legislative piece of this in the House. So this is going to be a very aggressive, laser-like focus of this administration over the next month or two to get this thing through the House and then moved over to the Senate. But there's a big difference, Alexis. What we're doing is vastly different. We're expanding government, promising people something, and I think what's happened is there was a lot of difference with how the approach is happening. Right now, the American people, no matter where you are, you understand the state of your health care, the costs that you're seeing and the lack of choice that you've now been presented with. And in many cases, you realize that when you're going to see the doctor or loved ones going to see a doctor, that they're not either able to get in, you're not taking the Medicare or the exchange insurance that they got. The costs are going out of control. And I think it's really interesting. I mean, one of the things that Dr. Price mentioned that is so apropos of this is having a card does not mean you have insurance. It's like handing someone a blank check. It doesn't mean that you have money. It means you have a check. And I think what we've seen over the last few years with Obamacare is you can have an insurance card, but that doesn't mean someone's going to take it. And it sure doesn't mean that it's going to be affordable. And there's a big difference between having a card and having health care that's affordable. And that's the difference that we're trying to solve right now. And I think, so when it comes to communication, I think one of the things that's really helpful is that part of the sell is done for us. The American people understand the state of their health care. They understand how much they're paying for. They've gone to see a doctor or gone to a hospital or had a notice from their carrier saying, we are no longer part of this. Or their employer says, hey, whatever your particular carrier is, is no longer available. We're switching you into this. And so for so many Americans, healthcare is a very, very real part of their daily experience because they're caring for themselves or dealing with an ailment or dealing with children or a loved one or someone else in their family, where they're seeing firsthand the devastation and disaster that Obamacare has caused them in their personal life. So I think there's a welcoming of this effort, and I think it's a lot easier for us to go in because we don't have to explain the problem. People are living it. And I think for them to understand what we're giving you is more choice, greater competition. We're incentivizing more people to be part of the process, and we're going to be driving down costless premium. You had a second.
My second question on communications has to do with the president's assertion about the wiretapping.
Yeah.
Because the White House wants this now to be handled by the legislative branch and in confidence and classification, can we count on the president to himself, while this investigation is going on, to cease and desist using Twitter or any other public venue to make accusations that are in public but he will not respond to in public?
With respect to this particular situation, I'll ask that and I'll get back to you on that. John Gizzi.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. Just getting back to the question about if one likes his or her health care, they can keep it. In 2013, Congressman Fred Upton, then chairman of the House Energy Committee, offered a legislation that put precisely those words into law, and it received the votes of every Republican member in the House and between 40 and 50 Democrats, and then it died in the Senate. would the administration support a revival of the Upton Amendment? In other words, putting the right to keep one's health care plan and doctor, if he or she liked it, today?
I mean, I think that's the goal. I don't want to start talking about what we're going to, as we go through the process. We've now put our stamp on this and sent it to the House. It'll work its will as amendments come up through regular order. Our team will weigh in on those with their staff. And again, the president's meeting with the whip team today. I don't want to start saying we're going to support this amendment or that amendment now. But I think generally speaking, obviously the goal is to make sure that people get a plan that they like, that's affordable, that meets what they need to have met, that they shouldn't have to have a one-size-fits-all government instilled healthcare system that doesn't offer any choice or frankly isn't tailored to the needs that they have. I think that's an important thing. John.
Sean, right now you're 2 votes short of passing repeal and replace in the Senate because you've got 4 Republican senators who are saying they can't support the bill because of rolling back the Medicaid expansion. What do you say to those senators who are very concerned that people will lose coverage, that this does not provide enough stability for those people who rely on Medicaid for their health care?
Well, there's 2 things, John. One is we're at day 1. We're going to go through the House first, so we got a little bit of time. And I think as we go through that process, these senators, and not just the additional 2, but I think and hope that we'll get additional ones that recognize that those people, as I've said over and over again here, it's if we do nothing, they're going to be in a very, very worse scenario than they are now. More and more people, if you're on Medicaid, which serves so many low-income Americans, as I mentioned, they have a card. And that card does not allow them to go to doctor after doctor or saying, we're not going to take Medicaid or TRICARE anymore. So I would ask those senators, what are you doing to help us work on a bill that will get them insured again? Because for too many Americans, they've got a card, but they don't have insurance. And I think that's a very, very big thing, to a distinction to make. They're the ones who have the problem right now. They've got a Medicaid card and nowhere to go. And what we need to do is to make sure that low-income Americans, veterans, small business owners, individuals who desperately need health care have options and affordability.
One other piece of this. You could bring down the cost of the insurance itself through new efficiencies in the system selling across state lines, but the biggest driver of the increase in health insurance cost is the skyrocketing cost of medicine.
Right.
What in this overall plan do you propose to do to either cap the rise or even bring it down?
Well, I think Secretary mentioned this, but I mean the cost of prescription drugs is no, it's not. It's a big factor. I think that.
But when you're paying $50,000 out of pocket to get a stent.
Right,
I mean,
but again, what is the biggest thing missing?
But it's getting out of control. So
fair enough. But
drugs is one part of it.
No. But okay, when you talk about procedures or drugs, the biggest thing that's missing in this whole equation is competition. There's no. I mean, we're down to one plan in many places. There's nothing for these places to compete.
There's competition between hospitals.
No. There's. I mean, that's fine. But if they know they're going to get the same reimbursement rate, if they know that there's no other options, that plans aren't trying to get people, then that's a big difference. Right now, there's a lack of competition in the industry, and I think one of the presidents. I get it may be one part of that, but you're right that all over medicine, procedures and such. But there's a reason he met with drug executives and talked about getting those costs down. That there's a multifaceted approach at how do we instill competition, how do we drive down costs. But you're right, we've got to do more to get the cost of that down, of the procedures, to allow additional options. Everything that, it's the same way that, again, think about your insurance, right? One of the things that was driving up costs in the past was people were exercising the option of going to an emergency room over and over again for their primary care. And what happened is that you saw all of these, quote unquote clinics pop up from around, and insurance carriers actually made it cheaper in terms of copays to go see that than an emergency room, driving people to somewhere that didn't continue to drive up costs, clog insurance. That competition alone starts saving the plans money and helping to keep costs down. We've got to instill more aspects of competition in medicine. Jennifer.
Can you give us an update on the effort to roll back regulations? Have the regulatory reform task forces identified any regulations to roll back, and have any actually been repealed?
I think that they have had their work cut out for them. They've started, as the president has met with different industries and companies corporations, associations. That is a constant subject of discussion, which is those regulatory aspects of our economy that are keeping companies from growing, expanding, and hiring. And so I know that the domestic policy team and others have been working on that. And if I can get further updates on specific legislation or, excuse me, specific regulatory action, I'll get back to you. Hallie.
Thank you, Sean. Two topics for you. And one, just bear with me. I'm trying to get some clarity on something that my colleagues have tried to follow up on as well. You've said that the president stands by his tweets Saturday morning.
Mm-hmm.
That President Obama ordered this wiretap. You've also said that the administration wants Congress, and let me just be clear, he said he found out this information. You've also said that the president wants Congress to investigate. Some members of Congress, by the way, have asked the White House and asked the president to come forward with that information. So bottom line, why would the president want Congress to investigate for information he already has?
I think there's a separation of powers aspect here, as I mentioned to Jonathan, that we think it's.
Talk about resources and time. Why waste that?
Well, it's not a question of waste it. It's a question of appropriateness.
But if the president has the info, and I guess that's what I'm trying to get to. If he's sitting on this information that he found out, he's now directing or asking or recommending that the intelligence committees look into this. And you talked about they have resources and staff, which they do.
Right.
But why expend those resources and staff if the president found out this information and hasn't?
I think there's a difference between directing the Department of Justice, which may be involved in an ongoing investigation, and asking Congress as a separate body to look into something and add credibility to the look adds an element that wouldn't necessarily be there if we were directing the Department of Justice, for example. But again, I think we've made it very clear how he wants this done and where we go from there. So,
second question then. Millions of Americans are working on their tax returns right now. Will the president commit to releasing his tax returns for this year, and is he still under audit for his past returns?
my understanding is he's still under audit, and I'll follow up on the question. Yeah.
Question and quick follow-up. How do you react? How do you understand what we've seen on the growing number of cases at the Canadian border of Canadians born and raised in Canada with valid passport being stopped at the border and told just to go back? They won't let come in the U.S.
I'm not aware of that. I think that's something that probably should be addressed to the Department of Homeland Security.
There might be a misunderstanding of the messages sent.
I don't know, and I think it's a good question that is probably best directed towards the Department of Homeland Security. Dr. Swan.
Thank you. Is the White House going to keep its promise to withdraw from the Paris Climate Agreement? And our understanding is that there's some divisions of opinion. Rex Tillerson wants to stay in. Steve Bannon wants to get out. What's going on? Will you keep the promise? If not, why not?
Yeah, I think that's something I'd be glad to follow up with you and everyone. I don't have anything on that right now. I'm aware of the discussion of it, so let me, if I can, I'll get back to you. Mike.
I had an unrelated question, but I also want to follow up on something Alexis.
Unrelated questions are my favorite.
Had asked. She talked about the communications strategy. Will the president play a public role in selling this bill? Will he speak to the public about it? Will he answer questions about it?
That's a good question. I think that we are going to have a very comprehensive strategy. As I mentioned, just a few minutes from now, the president is going to engage with members of the House whip team to talk to them. I understand that, but I know, and I understand that. This is step one, Mike. There's a lot of time. As I mentioned, we expect to be dealing with this for the next several weeks. There'll be plenty of opportunities for the president to speak about that, to engage with the public. But it's going to be a comprehensive plan that we will discuss. We had, I can't even begin to tell you how many administration folks, members of Congress, flooding the broadcast and radio airwaves today, both nationally and in local markets. We were very, very active throughout the country, getting out the word on what we're doing and why we're doing it, from national broadcast shows to cable to TV, to radio. We had a very, very aggressive start to this effort. We're working with the House in particular. We'll continue to start really engaging with the Senate. But this is going to be a comprehensive effort, working with the House and the Senate to get this thing done, and other partners, doctors and outside groups that share this concern. As I mentioned earlier to one of the other folks, that there is, there's a need by companies and corporations who are feeling the weight of additional costs to join us in this effort. And I just want to, this is obviously something that needs to get dealt with. The escalating costs are having a significant impact, not just on our economy, but on the ability of people to get hired. Or frankly, people who are hired lose their job because the cost of health care is not allowing, especially people in the small and medium-sized businesses, to keep up with those costs. With that, thank you guys very much. I look forward to seeing you.
Sean, I had a meeting tomorrow. Congressman Cummings is meeting with the president.
We'll have a readout for you.
Sean, I had that unrelated question, which was.
I'm sorry. That's not fair. Mike gets his unrelated question.
Will the Trump will the Trump administration continue the Obama administration's practice of releasing publicly the visitor?
We're currently evaluating our procedures in that, and we'll have some when we have an announcement. I'll let you know. In April, I'll have a readout on our schedule for tomorrow later. I will have. And once it's confirmed, I will let you know first, and then everybody else. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
All right, everyone. That was Sean Spicer wrapping up. First, they had Tom Price on there talking about Trump Care. And we see the more than hour and a half press briefing come to an end there. We're going to go to a familiar face now for everyone on the Fox 10 News Now stream. It's the first State Department briefing with the new administration, but Mark Toner, spokesman, still there.
We're looking at direct engagement with them. We're not rewarding that behavior in any way, shape, or form. I think what North Korea's, and this is something we need to, God bless you, we need to convey to them in very clear terms, is that this kind of behavior is only further alienating them from the international community and from the global community. They're increasingly becoming a pariah through this kind of behavior that violates the international norms and international law. And how we convey that to them, how we get that message across to them, remains to be seen. We're pursuing tougher and tougher sanctions, but we're also looking at other means to make that message clear to them. Dimitri, please.
What is the
Dimitri.
future?
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We do have a police pursuit going on right now. I know a lot of people in the chat room that are saying, Mike, is it possible that you could have it on your shift? And I says, wait and see. Wait and see. So we are watching live here for you as it looks like a slow speed pursuit here. Thanks to everyone for being part of the stream. Twinkie, you called it out, Twinkie.
All right, and for those of you just joining us, we are looking at a live pursuit in Lancaster, California. For those of you unfamiliar with the Southern California area, Lancaster is northeast of downtown Los Angeles. It is east of Interstate 5, off of the 14 freeway there in Southern California.
And right now we don't know what the suspect is wanted for, but we'll keep an eye on our Twitter feeds as well for any late developments that might come in. But right now, nothing erratic. Just looks like going the speed limit at this point. We see one cruiser in the back. We'll see if there's more if it widens out. Here comes another cruiser on the left side there. And we have more now. So they might be wanting to do some kind of move maybe pretty soon right here. What do you say, Samia?
Who knows? Let's just keep watching, Mike.
And folks, you are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, and everybody watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. When breaking news does occur, you know we're covering it. All right, so once again, we are looking at the cruiser, getting a little bit closer to this suspect. We'll see what's going to happen here, but so far we've been watching for the last 5 minutes here. Nothing erratic. That's a good thing. We're hoping all of our people on the roadways there, the innocent ones, will continue to be safe here. It looks like right here that police cruiser is trying to get some kind of position on the suspect here. We are watching very closely here. Here we go. Wanting to make some kind of move. They're going zigzagging right now. Sometimes that shot will go a little in and out with us. Stay right here with us. Many of you in the chat wanting to know, okay, how did this chase all start up? And we don't have those details right now for you. Very fluid situation, but you can see the cruiser wants to get some sort of position on this suspect here. And every time they zigzag a little bit in and out here, continuing to watch live here. Yeah, some sort of side-swiping motion is what this cruiser is looking. Oh, here we go. It's peeling off here, going onto the side there. That was a little bizarre. Comes back onto the road. For a moment there, we didn't know what that suspect was doing. You know, so many times people say, well, Mike, why do they continue to run when there's a chopper above? You got so many patrol officers there in the background. Well, you know what? So many times they just want to extend those last moments of freedom. They know eventually this is going to be a bust, and they're going to... There we go. There was some more traffic there that was being stopped by one police cruiser. Thank gosh for that, because they want to keep those people safe as well. But as I was saying, so many times these suspects want to extend just that little bit of freedom. That's all they have left, and they know eventually they are going to get caught, or, unfortunately, worse. We hope they don't hurt anyone. We hope they don't hurt themselves or an officers, because so many times we see these amazing officers just trying to do their best job, keep everyone safe, and we'll see what happens here. Continue to watch live. Okay, it looks like, are we having a stop right here? Oh, okay, it looked like they wanted to maybe put those stop sticks on, but they weren't able to get a clean swipe. We're getting more traffic now. They want, obviously, to end this pretty soon. You know, the longer you have a suspect there on the road, the more chances something that could happen. We look like we're looking at another moment here where that cruiser gets very close to the suspect, wants to try to block him out maybe. We did see a little shrapnel come from the car. Maybe a stop stick was used, and maybe part of that tire is falling apart here. We're going to watch it carefully.
All right, so Mike, I am just going through Twitter right now, and it appears that about 10 to 15 minutes ago, authorities had deployed spike strips initially to disable the suspect's vehicle. So it's possible in that incident that they were able to disable part of the vehicle.
Yeah, we'll continue to look. It looks like if it's going to be anything, it's going to be that rear right tire. That's where we were seeing some shrapnel come off from that car, but
that looks like that was the tire that was affected by the spike strip about 10-15 minutes ago.
All right. So once again, that cruiser getting very close once again to the suspect there. They're looking for any opportunity that they can maybe just do a quick little bump, a tap. When you're going about 50, 60 miles per hour, just the slightest tap will send that vehicle out of control.
Right, and they obviously want to still be safe. They don't want to injure anyone if they don't have to.
Yep, we just saw more shrapnel coming off the car there.
And so a little bit of background history for those of you who are just joining us. This pursuit started as a high-speed pursuit, LA County officials pursuing the suspect. More recently, California Highway Patrol took over from the LA County Sheriff's deputies that were initially pursuing the suspect. The suspect is in a Ford Explorer and is traveling in the Lancaster desert area.
Thanks to all our fans watching live from all over the country here. If you're new to the stream, maybe it's your first time on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, hit that share button, hit that like button. That way you'll always be in the know when we are covering breaking news from anywhere across the country. All right, we're just getting some info here from our news desk, and it appears, we haven't seen it yet from the shot yet, but it appears that there are actually two pursuits that are happening at the same time on the same road right behind each other in Lancaster. So we haven't been able to see it, obviously, because the shot has been on this vehicle here, but I wonder if they could widen out and give us maybe a shot of maybe two pursuits going on. Maybe there's two suspects in two different cars that they are trying to get a hold of here. Continuing to watch live, Fox 10 News Now stream.
All right, for those of you just joining us, spike strips have been deployed. That back driver's side tire down to the rim. However, the suspect not backing down anytime soon. All right, as we just saw, the suspect motioning outside the vehicle. Looks like police have now just tapped the vehicle. The suspect is out. The suspect walking. Willie put his hands up. The suspect waving his arms in the air, looking flustered. It appears he is yelling, communicating in some manner with authorities. But as you can see, very flustered. Viewer discretion is advised. This is a live feed. Again, the driver of that vehicle now running on that road in Lancaster. Officers pursuing them in their units. The chase continues on the ground. CHP units have now apprehended the suspect. Again, California Highway Patrol taking over this pursuit, a pursuit that initially started by LA County Sheriff's deputies. The suspect appears to be detained, but not without a struggle. And just a quick update, I do want to clarify earlier reports from our Fox station in Los Angeles suggested that two pursuits were happening at the same time on the same road right behind each other. That indeed was a false report. It appears that our sister station was misinformed, and what they thought was a second suspect turned out to be just an unmarked police vehicle. So there was only one pursuit, one suspect being pursued, and now that suspect is on the ground, as you can see. This chase wrapping up in the Lancaster Desert area. Again, for those of you just joining us, you are looking at the aftermath of a police chase that wrapped up in the Lancaster, California area, the desert area there. You can see the suspect on the ground, many CHP officers surrounding that suspect because the suspect did not want to surrender. The suspect appeared very animated after a police unit struck his car, forcing him to spin out of control. The suspect then exited the vehicle and started walking in the opposite direction of officers. Walking, yelling things at officers, appearing very flustered, waving his arms. The suspect very animated. CHP officers decided to continue to pursue the suspect, who was on foot, by driving towards the suspect. Officers then exited their vehicles, tackling the suspect and detaining him there. You can see the suspect there on the ground in the white shirt and the jeans. He seems now to be cooperating with those officers. Again, you are looking at the aftermath of a police chase. This police chase has concluded. Another day in Southern California, another police chase. This time the suspect being pursued did not want to surrender peacefully even after his vehicle was hit, exiting the vehicle, walking away from officers, and then attempting to run before officers caught up with him, tackled him to the ground, and apprehended the suspect. And as we watch this aftermath of the police chase, we do want to remind you, viewer discretion as advised, as this is a live stream and anything can happen. Again, the suspect apprehended, on the ground for now, 3 officers holding him down, 2 other officers monitoring the situation there, many officers on the scene. We'll continue to monitor the situation for as long as we get the Skyfox aerials, courtesy of our sister station in Los Angeles. All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this police chase in Lancaster, California. Not a lot of activity happening here now. You can see Skyfox leaving the scene. Skyfox backing up to give you guys a quick look at the resulting traffic in that area. Now, Lancaster isn't a very busy area relative to the rest of Southern California, so this police pursuit, yes, it's shutting down a road, but it isn't affecting traffic too much in Southern California compared to other police pursuits that we've witnessed here on News Now. Looks like the ambulance has arrived at the scene. We did watch as the officers hit the vehicle that the suspect was fleeing in. It's possible that the suspect complained of injuries, whiplash, the need for medical attention. Again, a police chase concluding in Lancaster, California. As you can see, paramedics have arrived on scene. It's unclear at this point whether the suspect will be tended to or not. All right, it doesn't look like there is much activity here from this vantage point, the Skyfox vantage point. So what we're going to do now is take you live to Philly. A massive fire at Pico substation there in Philly. A massive fire. The flames were even larger minutes ago. The fire continues to burn. The Pico substation on the 2600 block of Westmoreland Street, for those of you familiar with the Philadelphia area. According to some local news stations in Philly, no injuries have been reported and no one nearby the building has been evacuated. However, there are reports of power problems and traffic signal issues in the area. Now, for those of you not from the greater Philly area, perhaps you're wondering what PECO is. Well, PECO, headquartered in Philadelphia, is Pennsylvania's largest electric and natural gas utility, delivering power to more than 1.6 million electric consumers and more than 500,000 natural gas customers in southeastern Pennsylvania. All right, everyone, we will continue to monitor this massive fire in Philadelphia. I do want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at that police scene once again. The aftermath of a police chase, the suspect still on the ground, many CHP officers surrounding the suspect. Paramedics also on the scene. This is the aftermath of a police chase. The suspect has been apprehended in the Lancaster desert area. And in case you missed it, the officer tackled a suspect at the very end because the suspect was not surrendering peacefully. The suspect trying to evade police even after the suspect's vehicle was disabled. In case you missed it, we will play that tackle for you here on News Now. Now, this police pursuit began a little over an hour ago. This pursuit started at 11:06 California time. That's 12:06 here in Arizona. This according to the LA Sheriff's Department. The suspect wanted for assault with a deadly weapon. Now, about 20 minutes ago, a police unit attempted a pit maneuver to stop the vehicle, which resulted in the SUV spinning into a dirt bank on the north side of the road. That suspect, who was wearing a red hat at the time, exited the vehicle, walked away from officers before sprinting away. Officers then exited their cars, chased after the man on foot, and eventually tackled him to the ground. Now, according to sheriff's officials, one deputy was injured, but there are no additional details as to how the deputy was injured or how severely the deputy was injured. Again, California Highway Patrol assisted Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department with this pursuit of a suspect wanted for assault with a deadly weapon. Again, this chase started about an hour and a half ago. The suspect, who was driving a SUV, drove along rural roads, reaching speeds of up to 75 miles per hour. At certain points during the chase, the suspect even went off-roading in an effort to avoid police. All right, everyone, we're going to take you back now to Philadelphia, where that fire continues to burn. Again, this fire continues to burn in Philadelphia. We'll monitor the situation. In the meantime, we do want to take you to Washington, D.C. The House Freedom Caucus on Obamacare. Rand Paul speaking now.
Replacement plans. Conservatives have a replacement plan. House leadership has a replacement plan. I'm sure Democrats would like to go back and vote on the ACA again. Vote on all the replacement plans and let's see what happens. All right? But let's vote on clean repeal. The only way I think this gets done is to separate the issues. Separate out clean repeal from replacement. Let's get it done. Repeal unites us, and I think we can get that done. With that, I'd like to introduce my colleague and friend, Senator Mike Lee from Utah.
What's been introduced in the House in the last 24 hours is not the Obamacare replacement plan, not the Obamacare repeal plan we've been hoping for. This is instead a step in the wrong direction. And as much as anything, it's a missed opportunity. Look, we've seen what happens when Congress decides to put forward a plan negotiated behind closed doors, where members are told you've got to pass this bill in order to find out what's in it. It's usually not a good product. And on this topic, I'm not speaking about anything that is necessarily inherently Democratic or Republican or liberal or conservative. This is just a common sense value. That what we ought to have in Congress is an iterative process, one in which we can start with basic grounding principles. Now, the two parties are in widespread disagreement when it comes to Obamacare itself. But there is one plan, and only one plan, that has so far passed a Republican Congress. And it's this plan that's being reintroduced today. That plan passed with the support of every Republican in the House of Representatives and every Republican in the Senate, and it did so just in the last 14 months. So I think we ought to put this forward, we ought to get it passed, and then let's move the ball forward in an iterative process, a process in which people can propose different ideas that will benefit the American people. That's what we want to do, and that's what this process, this bill, the 2015 repeal bill, would do if we were to pass it right now. It's now my pleasure to introduce my friend and counterpart in the House, Congressman Mark Sanford from South Carolina. Thank you.
About a half an hour ago, maybe less than that, about a half an hour ago, the White House wrapped up its daily press briefing with the press. And in it, it was instructive in that Sean Spicer said repeatedly, the health care bill that's been introduced is a work in progress. It's interesting that former colleague Congressman Price, and now Secretary Price, said the same thing at the beginning of the press conference. It's a work in progress. So if we liken this sort of to Donald Trump's world of everything is a negotiation, what we have now is an opening bid. And I think what conservatives are saying is, okay, that's the opening bid, but based on some things that happened, whether in 2015 or some principles that conservatives have long advanced, might not we constructively look for ways of refining what's been introduced? And that's what ultimately this press conference is all about. I think very respectfully, it's about asking this simple question, which is, do we need to lower the bar in what we believe as conservatives simply because a Republican is now in the White House? So the bill that Congressman Jordan is going to introduce is all about simply not lowering that bar, of saying, wait a minute, this, to their point, 14 months ago was something where there was unanimous accord with Republicans on the House and Senate side. Let's stick with that plan. And it's not just respectively, but it's prospectively as well. In looking forward, let's not lower what we believe or lower the bar on what we believe simply because of Republicans in the White House on new ideas. So you look at the idea of a Cadillac bill, Cadillac plan that's based in the current bill that's being talked about. I don't know, is that a lowering of the bar? You look at something like the refundable tax credit. Is that a lowering of the bar? I mean, it was Ronald Reagan that said that the closest thing to eternal life is a government program. Well, guaranteed eternal life in government is an entitlement. And what we're talking about here is a new entitlement. So for a whole variety of different reasons, this is simply about going back to things and principles that have long worked on the conservative side and things that Republicans have espoused and grabbed hold of here within the last 14 months.
I'm Louis Gomert, and I guess the newest member of the Freedom Caucus. We're told we're known by our enemies and we're known by our friends. I'm glad to be known by this group of friends. All right, I'm glad we finally got a bill out. It's not 2,500 pages. It's a starting point. And some people had asked what I told President Trump when he came down the aisle for the State of the Union. And one of the things I said was, you're being told we can't do some of the things we did 2 years ago with Obamacare. And it was true, it's still true. So as long as we're able to get amendments to the floor that will fix some huge problems with the bill that's now been filed, then we'll be okay. But there better not be a rule that prevents amendments that are badly needed to fix this flawed bill. That would be a major problem. We don't need, as Mark said, we don't need to start new entitlement programs, and we certainly don't need to have the bottom line effect, what Mark Meadows was talking about, that prices of insurance don't go down. So there are things that have to be done, that have to be included, but we got a starting point, and I think amidst the horse excrement, we can find a pony around here somewhere, and that's what we're going to be looking to have. I think we'll have a racehorse as long as we get a good amendments when we're done. Right, Dave?
Thank you all. I think it's helpful to reflect about 8 years back and how we started to do healthcare reform 8 years ago. I think you remember the heads of the insurance companies walking to the White House looking at their shoes, and something was wrong there. And so 8 years later, the head of Aetna says we're in a death spiral. And so the healthcare system they arranged 8 years ago obviously didn't work. And so central government, top-down government control, especially at the federal level, does not work. We've seen that. And so now, interestingly, the press comes and say, hey, the car's in the ditch. How are you guys going to fix it in 2 weeks? Right? And the answer would always be, we should have done free market economics and free market healthcare in the meantime, over the past 20, 30 years. And so last time, what did we focus on? We focused on 18 million coverage. We did not focus on prices or the cost of healthcare. And so now you have healthcare costs going up at 25%. The speaker, right, health insurance premiums, prices, costs going up 25%. The speaker has said the goal is to shift the cost curve down. And so all of you in the press can hold us accountable to that. What that means is not a reduction in the rate of increase, right? Not down to 15% growth in costs. A reduction in bending the cost curve down means costs go down by -1%. And that's what the American people are dying to see. It's happened in every other market. It happens with cars, CD players started at $500 and go down to $30. So if we would have had the lower costs, we have people sending us examples all the time. $150,000 heart procedure here costs $15,000 in India. That's a radical difference in cost. You could pick up some of that on the pre-existing conditions. It would make that piece of the puzzle much easier to solve if we would have addressed the price and the cost issue. I'll just throw in one more point when we talk about creating a new entitlement program, just so we have the numbers there straight. We currently have a $100 trillion unfunded mandatory spending problem in this country. We promised $100 trillion to the next generation in programs. The federal government has created that problem. Medicare is insolvent, Social Security is insolvent, and now we're going to create another entitlement on top of $100 trillion. So I think in your reporting, that context is very important to lay out, that when we create another entitlement on the next generation, and so one of the goals we have, or at least I have, is I want to push as much of this down to the state level as we can. The federal government being in charge, we have a unique capacity to print money and put debt on the next generation and put it off onto other countries internationally. The states have to run a balanced budget. I trust them way more in the governance to be more fiscally responsible. And so those are some of the major ideas. It's not tinkering around the edges. There's a fundamental philosophical difference about what it means to do free markets, and we want to put in the mechanisms that ensure that that becomes a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom Garrett from Virginia's 5th Congressional District. I want to thank Congressman Jordan, Senators Lee and Paul, my cohorts in the Freedom Caucus, for having me here today. This is simply too important to rush through. The proposals that came out yesterday were shrouded in a cloak of secrecy that denied well over half of the House and well over half of the Senate the ability to essentially participate in the process. And so the debate must be had to fit within the framework envisioned by our founders. We know that historically freer markets, and don't get me wrong, I understand that healthcare is not a commodity like sneakers, but freer markets lead to lower costs, and we can do this without creating a new entitlement. About a month and a half ago, I believe it's Oxfam, whose research came out that indicated that the 8 wealthiest individuals on the planet Earth controlled as much wealth combined as the bottom 50th percentile. That is 8 people plus 3.6 billion people had as much wealth as 3.6 billion people. Now, to put the United States' current debt, not unfunded liability, in perspective, imagine, if you will, that we could extract every dime from the entire 50th percentile and down of wealth and the 8 wealthiest people on the planet, and then apply that to the United States' current standing debt, not unfunded liability, current standing debt. What percentage of our debt do you think that would pay off? Folks, it would pay off under 10%. We hear the use of the word unsustainable again and again and again in this town, and some things really are, and new entitlement programs and spending on top of profligate spending truly is, and we can curve the cost curve downward and do so without further encumbering future generations, and it is as simple as that. So I've heard people characterize this as a lot of people playing a lot of games of chicken. We're resolute, and we'll stand here, and we'll do what's right, not just for today, but for posterity. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll take some questions.
Mr. John Parkinson, ABC, go ahead.
Thank you. I heard you guys using the optimism ahead that the president will negotiate with you, but today he had a tweet that said that he termed this as a wonderful bill. Do any of you want to use that term, wonderful? And if so, what parts of the bill do you think are wonderful?
No, and there are some improvements in the legislation from the leaked draft, but there was a wonderful bill that every single Republican voted on just a few months back. And tomorrow, Senator Paul and myself will be introducing that same piece of legislation. And that is exactly, as I said earlier, consistent with what we told the American people we were going to do. Repeal Obamacare. How about using the bill we all supported and then replace it with something that we actually believe is going to lower health care costs?
Mr. Jordan, can you talk for a minute to Mr. Jordan and Mr. Meadows here about, you said, Mr. Meadows, that you met with the Vice President. He said, he's open to negotiation here. The Vice President was over in the Senate. He said, this is the bill. When I hear all of you talk, it sounds like you were trying to get somewhere where you can support a legislative product here at the end of the day. But as you just alluded to, Mr. Jordan, you said, and Mr. Garrett said this, they wrote this in the dead of night, so on and so forth. And so why would you trust them?
Yeah, well, Chad, of course we're trying to get somewhere to repeal Obamacare. We know what a disaster this has been for the American people. The American people spoke loudly and clearly on November 8th, so of course we're trying to get to that point. But I think Mr. Garrett's comments were right on target. Doing it right's important. Not just doing it right. And that's what today's about. That's why we're going to introduce our legislation tomorrow. That's why we think the 2 pieces of legislation, that mode of getting it done is the proper way to proceed. And that's why we're introducing the bill tomorrow and why we had our bill that we introduced 3 weeks before.
You trust actually what the Vice President said, even though he said on
course.
the Senate side earlier, this is the bill.
Yeah, the Vice President is an honorable man, and we trust him. I think there's some difference in the context of what's being said. I think the President and the Vice President is saying that the foundation there is a good foundation. We might disagree on that. However, we're committed to looking at that foundation and seeing how we can modify it, how we can make sure that we look at really repealing fully and replacing the Affordable Care Act in a meaningful way that drives down premiums. And so I don't know that those are mutually exclusive issues as we look at that.
Ben Jacobs, go ahead. Ben
In
Jacobs.
terms of the current House bill, is that a significant enough improvement over the status quo that you prefer that to the status quo? And if it came down to picking between the two, which one would you choose?
Well,
go ahead.
Look, did we promise the American people we were going to repeal Obamacare?
All right, everyone, we are getting tape playback now of President Trump. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Of our country. As I said during my joint address to Congress, and I think you mostly like that, right?
You love that. Liked it a lot.
We're witnessing a renewal of the American spirit, a surge of optimism, and a new national pride which is sweeping across the land. I see it. There's such spirit, whether it's for the business things we're doing or whatever. It's such spirit that we haven't seen in the country in a long time. Jobs are pouring back. You saw what happened with Exxon, where they just announced a massive jobs program. So we're gonna have some fun. Now we have to remember Obamacare is collapsing, and it's in bad shape. And we're going to take action. There's going to be no slowing down. There's going to be no waiting and no more excuses by anybody. We're all now, I can proudly say I'm a politician. Okay, I'm a politician, but we're going to get it done. And you're the leaders that really will get it done for all of us and for the American people. Obamacare is in very bad shape. I believe that if we wait 2 years, it will totally implode. It's really pretty much imploding now, Steve, when you think. But it'll implode, and people will be like, please help us, and that'll be the Democrats asking for help. They already are asking for help in the true sense of the word, because it's a disaster. The insurance companies are fleeing. Some states are up over 100% in costs. The deductibles are through the roof. You don't even get to use it. So we're going to do something that's great, and I'm proud to support the replacement plan released by the House of Representatives and encouraged by members of both parties. I think really that we're going to have something that's going to be much more understood and much more popular than people can even imagine. It follows the guidelines I laid out in my congressional address, a plan that will lower costs, expand choices, increase competition, and ensure health care access for all Americans. This will be a plan where you can choose your doctor. This will be a plan where you can choose your plan. And you know what the plan is? This is the plan. And we're going to have I think we're going to have a tremendous success. It's a complicated process, but actually it's very simple. It's called good health care. So I want to thank you folks for being with us today, ladies and gentlemen, and we will do something really, really important and really good for the American people. I think it's going to go very quickly. I hope it's going to go very quickly. And as you know, after that, we work on the tax cut. We're going to be planning a major tax cut. I know exactly what we're looking at. Most of us know exactly the plan. It's going to put our country in great shape, and we're going to reduce taxes for companies and for people. And I can use the word again, massively. It's going to be a big tax cut. The biggest since Reagan, maybe bigger than Reagan. So I really look forward to working on that, but we can't really get to that, unfortunately, because of the way your system works. We can't get to that until we take care of health care. So we'll take care of the health care. I appreciate your great support, and let's get it done. Thank you. Thank you all. Fantastic. Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for having our Deputy Whip team to the White House, and thank you for your commitment on following through on what to most Americans is probably one of the most important promises that was made not only by you but by all of us in getting this majority both in the House and Senate and the White House, and that is rescuing the American people from the failures of Obamacare. We've heard the message for years. We've seen the dramatically skyrocketing costs. You're seeing double-digit increases every year in most parts of the country in health premiums for families. Many families are seeing deductibles that rise above the $10,000 range, which means people don't have access to health care. People don't have the ability to choose their own doctor. You talked about this the other night in just one of the best speeches I've heard from a president standing at that well in the House chamber when you addressed the joint session and gave an inspirational speech to the country laying out the things that need to happen and that you're going to do to get this country back on track and to create jobs and to secure America. But one of the things you talked about is how it's wrong that unelected bureaucrats in Washington have the ability to tell you what you can and can't buy for your family in health care. One of the most personal decisions families make. This bill finally starts the process of not only repealing Obamacare, but also replacing it with reforms that put patients back in charge of their health care decisions, that lower costs for families. Let them actually choose the decisions between them and their doctor, which are so personal. And so as we start this process, the people in this room, the Chief Deputy Whips, are the ones that are going to be working directly with members to ultimately pass this bill to your desk so that we can quickly provide that relief from Obamacare to the people of the United States. And I know we are honored to have our former House colleague and now our Vice President of the United States, who's been involved in this fight from the beginning as well, Vice President Mike Pence, joining us too. Thank you, Vice President.
Well, thank you very much, Steve. And again, we're going to work quickly. It's a great bill. We're gonna have tremendous. I really believe we're gonna have tremendous support. I'm already seeing the support not only in this room. I'm seeing it from everybody, and I'm seeing it from the public. I got elected to a certain extent. I would say, pretty good little chunk, based on the fact repeal and replace Obamacare. And many of you people are in the same boat. Very important. So let's get it done. Thank you all very much for being here. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we're going to be moving this quickly to get it to your desk. And I appreciate your commitment to helping us get it there and finally having a bill where you can use your pen and sign it.
We'll get it done.
And save a lot of families across this country.
We'll talk after they get out.
Yes, we will.
For a few
Your
words.
point, no more excuses.
All right, and that wraps up that tape playback that was sent to us regarding repealing and replacing Obamacare. Perhaps they are rewinding it now and resending it to us. If they resend it to us, we'll play it again for you. And indeed, it seems like they are going to replay that tape playback, so in case you missed Trump speaking the first time, we may just hear it again. Let's continue to watch this feed.
With a face like that, why would you hide it, right? With a face like that, why would you hide it?
I had the CEO of Southwest coming in my office, Gary Kelly. Like, he walks through the door, shakes my hand, and goes, "That's a really good look on you."
Yeah, he's called me. He's sick like an army of people.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to see him. I'm going to see him this week.
Is
it good?
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah, he's
A
smart.
long time ago, and in my first direct
I've known him since I was
when you were at the party.
Yeah. He actually called me once, and I was like about 10 minutes from my baby being born, and he was like, "Oh no!" And it didn't satisfy me. He spoke on the phone briefly. We're going to talk to him.
These are easier than the Tea Party people would just do it. It's like, well, I can't just do it. These
They're
people,
mad
these
now.
people, they're mad now. You're right. You think they're?
You didn't do TSA. Are you responsible for that? You know they changed their patting down policy. Come out today.
Yeah, they did. They announced it.
Who's responsible for that, Joe?
McCall.
They did what now?
They changed their patting policy.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's very invasive.
Oh.
Very invasive, and they're growing it.
I may like it.
Yeah, just got
Hey, I used to. Pretty good to see you.
You know, I mess her.
Good to see you. We're doing great. How have you been?
Good. A couple of meetings with some great people and work on the national guns. Some good stuff on the infrastructure, ATC, FAA reform.
Oh, yeah, because right. No, that's one of your big passions.
Yep. So we've been talking to Gary about it. We're killing him and
Hey, so Patrick, how you doing?
That door. That door. And I guess it goes in here. But if it's here, then
All right, everyone. While we await the arrival of Trump in this tape playback, again, a replay of what they said earlier, I do want to go ahead and play this press conference in the corner of your screen. This is a press conference from earlier, the House GOP speaking out on their new Health Care Act, American Health Care Act, the bill introduced by the House. We're going to play that in the corner of your screen. It's the first time it's airing here on News Now.
Good morning. Yesterday, the House Energy and Commerce Committee and the House Ways and Means Committee released the American Health Care Act. It's the budget reconciliation legislation that's part of the House Republicans' efforts to repeal and replace Obamacare. After years of Obamacare's broken promises, we're proud to put forth a plan that represents a better way for patients and for American families. And this morning, Health and Human Services Secretary Tom Price sent us a letter on behalf of the Trump administration in support of our legislation. That's a first step on the path to fulfilling our promises to the American people. We welcome President Trump's and Secretary Price's support. We will continue working closely with them and our colleagues in the Senate to get this bill passed into law. Let me be clear. Our plan is the first step. Under our plan, we are moving forward in a positive direction to rescue the individual insurance market and give flexibility to our states. We are protecting those patients living with pre-existing conditions under our plan. We are not returning to the days of lifetime or annual limits. And we will continue to allow young adults to remain on their parents' policies until they reach the age of 26. And we will keep our promise to not pull the rug out from anyone, including those on Medicaid. We are also creating a new and innovative patient and state stability fund to help low-income Americans afford health care and repair the damage done to state insurance markets by Obamacare. And we return power back to the states. We strengthen Medicaid, and we prioritize help for our nation's most vulnerable. Simply put, we believe...
All right, looks like we are not getting that tape playback back. I think we're going live to Representative Nunes now.
His associates were in fact targeted by any of the intelligence agencies or law enforcement authorities, and that's at the heart of many of the questions that many of you have asked on numerous occasions. So we will, at this point, we don't have any evidence of that, but we also don't have any evidence of many people who have been named in multiple news stories that supposedly are under some type of investigation.
Should he have done that? Do you think he should have made those comments over the weekend when you were still conducting this investigation?
Well, he's the President of the United States, not me, so he can do what he likes.
Sorry, what does that
not
mean?
Me, it's not me to give him advice. Yes, sir.
What does that mean? You said to me the tweets were kind of strung together. What does that mean?
Well, there was multiple tweets, but I think the point of, if I'm understanding the point of them, was he's asking a question about whether or not he was being, was he or any of his associates targeted? And I think that I think it's a valid question, if indeed it was a question, that if you look at General Flynn, why was he being recorded? Was it incidental collection like we all assume, or was it something else? And was there any other additional incidental recordings of phone calls?
Congressman, are you saying that you think it was a question he was posing, not a statement that he was
making?
making?
Look, I haven't talked to the president about it. So I can only, but I do know that they have asked us to look into this. We were going to look into it anyway, because clearly, when you take in its totality, all of the leaks, if you take in, FISA is involved in this, whether or not FISA was implemented properly, whether it was just regarding General Flynn or other people, and of course you all know, because you all have been asking these questions for many weeks now, the names that are circulating out in many press stories, are those people in fact under investigation or not? We need to know that if those investigations are occurring. Yes, sir, in the back.
Congressman, have you been in touch with the White House on either this issue or other elements of the investigation? Have you been coordinating in any way?
No, I have not.
You said that they asked you about to investigate this particular...
Well, that was public. That was a public statement. That was a public statement that was, I don't know when that was sent out, over the weekend.
Your staff, the committee staff, has communicated with the White House about the investigation?
Not that I'm aware of, no. Right in the back, you haven't asked a question.
Thank you. The president's tweet, though, it was very clearly pointing the finger at President Obama. Short of any evidence, does he owe President Obama an apology?
Well, look, I don't think it wouldn't have been, as you all know, the way this works, if someone is going to be put under investigation, it's not the way that it would go. Now, is it possible that President Obama knew about General Flynn? We don't know the answer to that question. And is it possible that President Obama was directing his people, his Department of Justice, to go into the FISC court to seek a warrant? I don't know.
None of that
I just don't know. We don't have any.
The president made this came up at the briefing today. The president made a declarative statement that this thing was done, and now your committee is using its time, its resources, and its press availabilities to investigate this. Is that a proper thing for the president to do? He wasn't asking open questions. He made a declarative statement that the former president wiretapped him.
Well, as you all know, the president is a neophyte to politics. He's been doing this a little over a year. And I think a lot of the things that he says, you guys sometimes take literally. Sometimes he doesn't have 27 lawyers and staff looking at what he does, which is, I think, at times refreshing, and at times can also lead us to have to be sitting at a press conference like this answering questions that you guys are asking. But at the end of the day, I think tweets are a very transparent way for a politician of any rank to communicate with their constituents. So I don't think we should attack the president for tweeting. We could, my only request to the president would just I don't want him to be completely lawyered up, but at the same time, I don't want him to. I want him to be clear in what he's asking and the assertions that he's making. But look, these are all very serious questions. I mean, you all know that we have questions about these names that continue to appear in press reports because they do involve supposedly Russia hacking, Russian involvement in our election process, very serious questions that this investigation will try to get to the bottom of all of them. Let me switch over here. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just a question. Can I ask you to comment on the new report from the New York Times about the WikiLeaks story today?
Yeah. Yes. So we've had initial inquiries into the IC. Look, this is early on in the investigation. But these appear to be very, very serious. But at this time, that's really all the information that I have on it, just to say that we are extremely concerned and we are following it closely. And this potentially could be an additional leak that we'll have to get to the bottom of. But let's let the appropriate IC agencies start to get to the bottom of this, and I'm sure at the proper time they'll brief us and brief all of you.
Should be concerned about their phones and mobile devices being turned into surveillance devices or being used in that way?
Yeah, well, I've long said this, that emails and many of our electronic devices are not safe. And they're primarily not safe from our adversaries, like the Russians and the Chinese and others who are actively trying to get into government institutions and private businesses. And so, but look, at this time, we don't know who is responsible for this, for what's happened in the latest WikiLeaks round. So let's just leave it at that and let them come out and brief you at the proper time. And I'll be, of course, ready to brief and take your questions too on it as soon as I have more information.
Mr. Chairman, you said that we shouldn't take the president literally, but apparently his tweet was enough to justify you saying that you would investigate his claims. So doesn't that imply that there's something more to it?
Well, that would be under the assumption that we were not already interested in the leaks that were coming out, and whether or not there were Trump or Trump associates who have been put under investigation, because those are the assertions that have been made in multiple news stories. And so we are already looking into that, and we were already looking into that.
But it's not the leaks he was talking about the wiretapping.
Yeah, but I think in general, it's he's continually been accused that he has some connection to Russian agents or Russian affiliates, and I believe that's what he was referring to, which we already are investigating. Anything to do with any political campaigns. Remember this. Don't just think that we're not going to find anything on other political campaigns, whether it's in this country or other governments that are currently holding elections or have held elections. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, this is your second press availability. It's the second time FISA has come up.
Third.
You mentioned about General Flynn, and now we're talking about the wiretapping charge that's happened. What are these two events, what impact are they going to have as Congress looks to renew that law before it expires at the end of the year?
I think it's very problematic. I've expressed this concern to the IC. We have sent them many follow-up questions as it relates to intelligence that's been collected, and we expect prompt answers, and I think we also expect unprecedented answers from them of the information that we're going to be asking for. Because typically we've had great trust with our intelligence agencies, and I continue to have that trust. But we have to verify, in fact, that all of the tools that are in place that we oversee are being used ethically, responsibly, and by the law. And if anybody has abused those, we want to know about that. And that's part of the reason why it's important for us to know whether or not, as some press reports have indicated, whether or not the Department of Justice or any other agency tried to get a warrant on anybody related to the Trump campaign or any other campaign for that matter.
Congressman Schiff has accused the FBI of withholding information from the Gang of Eight. Do you believe his concerns have merit, and what are the points of contention there?
Well, I think like just as Mr. Trump's comments, I can take from them what I think the most important thing is to glean from Mr. Trump's comments. I'm going to try to glean from Mr. Schiff's comments also. I think what Mr. Schiff is referring to, which I do have some concern about, is the Gang of Eight. It exists for a reason, and we are supposed to be kept up to speed on any pertinent counterintelligence investigations. If that did not occur last year, we need to understand, so in other words, if Trump or any other political campaign, anybody associated with Trump was under some type of investigation, that clearly should have risen to the Gang of Eight level. So what we'd like to know going forward is what is the structure of the Gang of Eight going to be? What will the Gang of Eight be read into? Because clearly we have some questions about whether or not last year we were read into everything that we should have been read into. So I'm not trying to translate Mr. Schiff's comments, but I think we share the concern over the timeliness of information given to us on counterintelligence investigations, especially involving Americans.
Have you learned things that lead you to believe that you were not told? I mean, do you have reason to believe you weren't told things last year?
We don't know. That is the question. It depends on the accuracy of multiple press reports that are out there that we've discussed many times at these press availabilities.
Are you saying that Mr. Trump was under investigation last year and they did not brief the Gang of Eight?
Well, the assertions have been that there were multiple investigations going on Trump or Trump associates. We have, as you guys know, we have no evidence of that. We haven't seen that. We're not aware of that. If that's the case, we'd like to know, and if it was the case, why didn't we know? You know, we should have known that if there was an actual investigation, you know, especially through FISA, or if somebody tried to go to the FISC and get a warrant.
The ranking member suggested, used the word subpoena last week. Is that something you would consider on this particular topic?
We will, look, at this point, for our hearing on March 20th, we're going to have people come on their own free will. And like I said, we have our initial invite list. We are going to probably invite others. If there are people who are out there who have some relevance to this investigation and would like to come and speak before the Congress, we'd be willing to look at that interest also. But at this time, we're not going to subpoena anyone for that March 20th hearing, just to be clear. But if we have to, we will subpoena all information that is pertinent to this investigation if people either, number one, don't want to appear, or if the appropriate agencies do not provide the information that we've asked for.
Does that include Mr. Trump's tax returns? Does that include?
There's been a dispute between the FBI and the DNC as to whether or not the FBI had access to the DNC servers. Is this going to be settled at some point during the investigation?
I would assume in the breadth of our report it would probably be looked at. Yeah, I mean, I know that you're talking about the dispute between the DNC leadership and the FBI.
Yeah, whether or not they had access to their servers when they ended up warning them as to whether or not.
Well, as I understand it, I mean, from the evidence that I've seen so far, that's been out there and I think addressed several times publicly, the DNC was warned about this, and so was the RNC. I mean, I think I'm not disclosing anything that hasn't been out there. I think that's fact. Now, what happened after that, who talked to who, and was it the appropriate people talking to the appropriate people? If you ask the Democrats, the Democratic leadership that run the DNC, I think they have one opinion. I think the FBI has another. You know, I don't know how that all sorts itself out, but on the periphery of our investigation, possibly. And other questions? Yes, sir.
Yeah, Chairman, this list is called an initial list. Can we infer from that this is a very early stage of your investigation of the Russian active measures?
Yeah, I mean, this is our first hearing. We want it to be public. We want all the hearings, as many as we can, to be public, so we'll continue to, hopefully that will be the case, that these will all be public hearings, and we may be adding to that list.
So when you say we don't have evidence, you really don't have evidence, period, in many areas, right? You're just beginning this stage of your investigation.
Yeah, I mean, look, we know where, in terms of the body of evidence that went into the report that Director Clapper produced in the middle of January before the inauguration, we have an agreement on that now. So that's I think we're close to an agreement on where that information will be housed and who will have access to it. So I think we're set there. We've sent a series of other questions and letters to DNI, FBI, and other agencies to ask for additional evidence that we are still awaiting. But in terms of this initial list, we will probably build and add to this list as over the course of the next week. But we'll keep you updated on that.
Do you closed session as well in conjunction with the open hearing?
Not with this list, but if anyone on that list wants to have a private session with us to provide a deposition of some kind, and they think it needs to be in a classified nature, we would meet that need for that witness if that's what they preferred.
Do you want to see the president?
Let's share. I'm going to share
Senate investigators have been going to Langley to look at the documents underlying the Russia assessment. Has your committee been doing that, or are you going to do that?
Yes, we've had some initial trips out there, and we will have more trips out there, and that's part of the agreement that we're trying to put together, which I think is essentially finished.
Are you going to be able to have access to information here, or will it all be at Langley?
It'll likely be both. But I don't want to get into specifics of that. Let me share here.
If Director Comey stonewalled you guys last week in a private briefing, do you have any reason to believe that 2 weeks from now in this public hearing he'll be more open or offer up any more?
Well, I didn't feel like Director Comey stonewalled us. I thought he told us what he thought he could tell us at the time. I know that others took that differently. But look, this will be a chance for Director Comey to air out everything that he knows about the questions that we have from the legislative branch of government to how the FBI and other agencies conducted themselves before the election, right after the election, and over the course of the last couple weeks in this administration.
Does your scope include possible information from the 32-page dossier, which was unconfirmed, but in many, many news reports, as you know, about whether the president himself may be compromised?
Well, we will continue. We'll look at all information. As you know, that has not been verified, and I doubt that it will. But we'll ask those questions.
But it's in your scope. Like if there are verifications. That
I'm not going to talk about what's in our scope, but clearly that will be something that we will likely look at.
Do you think it's important?
Yes, sir.
Do you think it's important for to see the president's tax returns to understand any financial ties between him and Russia?
Well, look, the president has said that he has no ties to Russia. I assume that is true. If he has said multiple times that when he finishes the review of his tax returns that he's going to release them, and I just have to take it at that.
Subpoena them?
Well, I think we have to be very careful, much like subpoenaing Americans, when we start subpoenaing tax returns here to Congress. Remember, we went through that here a few years ago when conservative groups were targeted and their tax returns were likely leaked out to different groups. So I would be very, very leery of Congress getting into anyone's tax returns, whether that be the President of the United States or any American on the street. It's not a good business for the legislative branch of government to get into, and that's why it's done so rarely. I know we had one more question over here somewhere.
Yeah, I was going to actually ask if you had planned to go to Langley, which you've since answered. But I'd also just, and forgive me, I missed the very top of this, but do you still have full faith in Jim Comey?
Yeah, I have no reason not to have faith in the director of FBI. I mean, he runs probably one of our most important, if not the most important, law enforcement position that he holds in our government. And so we have to have faith in his position. He serves, a 10-year term. There's a reason that he has a 10-year term, so that he can go between presidencies, or he can span the length of multiple presidencies, which I think is important. And we'll, look, we'll see. But so far, I have no reason to discount what he's told us so far.
What should the consequences be if, in fact, the Gang of Eight was not informed of a counterintelligence investigation into the president or his campaign?
Well, then you'll have then the discussion will become, well, what should Congress be briefed on and when? Clearly, I would think this would rise to that occasion, and perhaps ultimately this will lead to either legislation or a process change in how we deal with issues that should be briefed to the Gang of Eight. That's in the weeds. All right. Anything else? Any other topics?
What kind of questions do you have for some of the people that are on this invite list, particularly the former Obama administration employees?
Well, we'll get to that when the time comes. We're not going to talk about the questions now. Any other questions on any other topics?
Clapper was this weekend talking about the Senate intel being the proper venue. Trump suggested the House intel was the proper venue for this. Is there any concern on your part that there's investigation shopping going on?
Well, I think to clarify what the president said, the president, the way I understood it is he said that the House and Senate were the appropriate venue to do the investigation, which I agree with, because we are elected and we serve at the behest of our constituency. And so I think both the House and Senate are important places to do this investigation. I also believe that those investigations should be done separately. Where we can share information, we will, but I also think that the Senate will go about it their way, we'll go about it our way. Hopefully they'll both be bipartisan. As it relates to Mr. Clapper's comments, look, I'm glad that he's out there on national television, and I would expect that he'll take the opportunity to be on national television again at our hearing in a couple weeks.
Have you been briefed on all the...
Mr. Chairman, going back to the WikiLeaks thing for a second, what do you want to see from the White House and the president on that?
Well, look, this just barely came out this morning, and I'm going to just repeat myself again here, but we are very concerned about it. At this point, it's early on in the investigation, and just let the appropriate agencies alert the legislative branch of government and the executive branch of government, so that we can be on the same page once we really know exactly what happened. Yes, sir, in the back.
Mr. Chairman, can you estimate the frequency with which you might have follow-up meetings such as this?
Well, look, this is the third press availability that I've done. I know Mr. Schiff. I know Mr. Schiff is going to do one later. In terms of open hearings, Well, look, we're going to follow so this hearing will be designed to collect evidence in public, right? So we'll have testimony, we'll collect evidence in public. Clearly, we hope that the testimony will lead to more questions and more witnesses. So we're trying to get to the people who were essentially at the scene of the crime, right? And it's the top leaders of our country who are of our IC that were surrounding everything that has happened over the course of the last couple months. And so we want to get those people in first, and then we'll go from there.
Have you been briefed on Jared Kushner's meetings with the Russian ambassador in Trump Tower in December? Has it been part of your discussion?
No, but I know some of you are infatuated with meetings with the Russian ambassador. I mean, look, we do have diplomats here in this country. Every country around the world has a diplomatic office here. It is their job to meet with all political parties, especially those who are now which in this case would be the incoming president-elect. So I know every single country around the world was trying to get a hold of the transition and the president-elect. And we should be very careful about casting stones at diplomats here in the United States, even if they are our adversaries or we don't get along with them, because remember, we have embassies and diplomats that are serving in the same role in other countries. And they have jobs to do there, even if it's uncomfortable. So I think that it is important for those of us in the legislative branch or the executive branch or people who are going to go into the executive branch to have really good relationships with the diplomats who are here in Washington.
Does that mean, Congressman, you won't be demanding that they disclose the nature of their conversations with the Russian ambassador?
Well, since when would we? I mean, I meet with diplomats all the time, and I don't disclose what I talk about with diplomats. And I think that would be very unusual unless it was agreed upon by that country that we should talk about this. But I think any speculation that, I mean, look, I guess at the heart of your question is whether or not, I know there's a tendency for you all to believe that there's some grand conspiracy here that the Russians, helped elect Donald Trump. And, look, we have an investigation going on that, and we're not going to prejudge anything. And so just as we're not going to prejudge, I would hope that the media wouldn't prejudge either. So, any other
transcript between Flynn and the Russian ambassador, is that right?
No, I haven't seen the transcript, but I'm aware what's in some or most of it. Any other questions?
Anything concerning about that?
Look, I think that, as I've said before, General Flynn served this country for 3 decades. He did a good job, and from everything that I can see, his conversations that were with the Russian ambassador, he was doing this country a favor, and he should be thanked for it, which I've said that before. Yes, sir.
You said that you weren't going to prejudge your investigation, but you also, in the same breath, called it a grand conspiracy in our eyes. How do you?
Well, I don't know about all of your eyes, but I mean, I just don't. As it relates to discussions with diplomats here in the United States, from no matter what country they're from, I just don't understand what the problem is talking to diplomats. That's what we do here. I mean, and we want to have good relationships with the diplomats that are here, whether you're legislative branch or executive branch of government.
Can I just get you to clarify, do you believe that it's a conspiracy that the Russians helped elect Trump?
Look, I don't believe that to be the case. I don't think the evidence exists for that. But we are going to do our investigation, and we will figure out if there's any intelligence or evidence that suggests that in fact is the case.
You don't believe the public assessment that the intelligence community put out in January?
Well, look, we need to. Part of what we're doing with that is that we are going to do a full look at it, at all the intelligence behind it, and we will come out with an assessment of what we think of that product. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Appreciate it.
All right. That was Representative Nunes speaking out, holding a press conference. We've seen a lot of him over the course of the last week. Looks like there is another press conference being held right now. Let's go ahead and listen in on this press conference now.
But we went through this process 2 years ago when we put a bill on Barack Obama's desk to gut Obamacare. You heard some of the similar concerns expressed at the beginning of that process, people that said that they wouldn't vote for that bill that ultimately did vote for it in both the House and the Senate. So this is a fluid process, but at the same time, it's a process that is now moving. The committees will take up their work tomorrow and get this done. And then President Trump is fully engaged in working with us to get that bill on his desk, where he will ultimately sign it into law and rescue families from the devastation that is Obamacare. Thank you all very much.
Great. Thanks.
All right, and that press conference is just wrapped up. So I do want to take you back now to the American Health Care Act press conference that was held this morning by House GOP members.
The American Health Care Act. It's the budget reconciliation legislation that's part of the House Republicans' efforts to repeal and replace Obamacare. After years of Obamacare's broken promises, we're proud to put forth a plan that represents a better way for patients and for American families. And this morning, Health and Human Services Secretary Tom Price sent us a letter on behalf of the Trump administration in support of our legislation. That's a first step on the path to fulfilling our promises to the American people. We welcome President Trump's and Secretary Price's support. We will continue working closely with them and our colleagues in the Senate to get this bill passed into law. Let me be clear. Our plan is the first step. Under our plan, we are moving forward in a positive direction to rescue the individual insurance market and give flexibility to our states. We are protecting those patients living with pre-existing conditions under our plan. We are not returning to the days of lifetime or annual limits. And we will continue to allow young adults to remain on their parents' policies until they reach the age of 26. And we will keep our promise to not pull the rug out from anyone, including those on Medicaid. We are also creating a new and innovative patient and state stability fund to help low-income Americans afford health care and repair the damage done to state insurance markets by Obamacare. And we return power back to the states. We strengthen Medicaid, and we prioritize help for our nation's most vulnerable. Simply put, we believe we have a better way to deliver solutions for patients, not Washington bureaucrats, first. We provide the American people with what we've asked for and what they've asked for: greater choice, lower costs, and flexibility to choose the plan that best suits their family's needs. Introduction of this bill is just the first step in helping American families across the country obtain truly affordable health care, and we're eager to get started. Now I'll turn it over to my colleague, Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Brady.
Greg, thank you all for joining us today. 7 years ago, Obamacare put Washington in control of Americans' health care. And for 7 long years, this failing law has hurt more people than it's helped. Families can't afford their premiums. Patients can't visit the doctor that they like. And fewer insurers are offering coverage options every day. It's getting worse. With President Trump now in office, House Republicans are taking action to deliver relief to Americans now. This week, House Republicans have introduced legislation to repeal this failing law and help ensure Americans have access to health care that's tailored to their needs, not health care dictated and tailored to Washington's needs. The American Health Care Act transfers power from Washington back to the American people. We restore state control of health care so it can be designed for the families and communities in each state. We restore the free market so Americans have a greater choice of products tailored again to what they need, what their family needs. So, in the Ways and Means Committee, our role is first to act now, dismantle Obamacare's unpopular taxes and mandates that have hurt jobs and driven up health care costs, to enhance and strengthen health savings accounts so people can spend their health care tax dollars the way they need to. And we're going to help low and middle income Americans access affordable, quality health care with a monthly tax credit that's immediately available. As Health and Human Services Secretary Price wrote today, this morning, Our legislation aligns with the President's goal of rescuing Americans from the failures of the Affordable Care Act. Secretary Price also wrote that our bills are a necessary and important first step toward fulfilling our promises to the American people. I encourage you to read the bill and cover our action tomorrow. This bill is available to the American public. Contrast this to the Affordable Care Act. 2,400 pages, written in the dark of night and rushed through Congress. This legislation is a little over 100 pages, and every American can read and understand it. House Republicans promised a deliberate, step-by-step effort to provide relief from Obamacare and give people the health care they deserve. We take that critical first step tomorrow.
That we'd be happy to take your question.
You've criticized Democrats for years for pushing through Obamacare, forcing read it. But now you're holding committee votes as early as this week on a bill. Nobody knows how much it's going to cost. Nobody knows how many people will lose coverage. So aren't you doing the exact same thing?
No, not at all. In fact, the bill went online live for the entire American people. All of you have to read, all of our colleagues to read at 6 o'clock last night. It's, as my colleague said, not that much to get through. It's pretty well understood. And it's keeping in practice with reconciliation legislation. As you know, when the Democrats did reconciliation, they didn't have a CBO score before it went up to the Budget Committee. That's pretty much how it operates. We'll proceed with our markups. There'll be a CBO score coming, and we look forward to that before it comes to the House floor. So all the members are trying to see that.
They're already blasting this as Obamacare light. What's your message to your Senate colleagues who are already saying this bill will not pass?
Well, we had a good briefing with our Senate colleagues last week, walked through with them the various provisions. I'd encourage them to actually read the bill, find out what's in it. I've sent notes and copies over to some of the senators who are seeking the bill so that they can read through it. We are repealing and replacing Obamacare. We start with the 2015 reconciliation legislation as the underpinning document, and we're moving forward to get health insurance where it's affordable and available, to create more choices in the marketplace, and to do the biggest entitlement reform since Bill Clinton signed welfare reform into law. So these are big measures moving forward. We've certainly met the test of the President and Secretary Price, who believe this is repeal and reform. We will work with them, but we need them on board to make this happen.
I might add too, this is Obamacare gone. This is the first and most important step to giving relief to Americans from this terrible law and begin the replacement principles of restoring state control and restoring the free market that conservatives, moderates, all Republicans have built consensus around. Dr. Price's own legislation last year, which we embrace in our Republican plan, had 84 co-sponsors, including members and leaders of the Freedom Caucus, the RSC, and the Republican Conference. We're following that consensus. And here is, I guess, my main point. As Republicans, we have a choice. We can act now, or we can keep fiddling around and squander this opportunity to repeal Obamacare and begin a new chapter of freedom for the American people. House Republicans are choosing to act now.
Comment on the President's legal proposal, which is that you like the bill and it's open to negotiation. So how much of this bill are you guys willing to negotiate? On one hand, you have conservatives in your own caucus that are going to hold a press conference later today and say it's going to lie, what they don't like it. On the other hand, now the Democrats are going to give you votes, but they're going to attack you guys and saying it's going to cover less people and it's going to reduce the protections for people that are existing there.
We've held a lot of listening sessions with our conference members. I've met individually with the leaders of the various groups within our conference. We had a lot of discussions over the weekend with the White House and various folks there. It is a legislative process. We now have a bill that's available for all to read, and I encourage you to do it. I'd encourage them to do it. I'd encourage them to look against their own bills and what they've supported in the past. And then let's have a thoughtful legislative discussion. There's a process before each of our committees. There will be a process at the Budget Committee. There's a process at the Rules Committee, and then it will come to the floor. So This is an important step moving forward, though, to fulfill our promise to the American people to repeal and replace Obamacare.
Chairman, for you that the metric of how many people are covered is not the proper way to gauge the success of the healthcare proposal?
Well, you know, it's interesting because if you go back to what CBO predicted would be covered on the exchanges today, they're only off by about a 2-to-1 ratio. So there were 21 million they projected would be covered, 10 million are actually covered. And the worst part of that is we're chasing young people away from insurance coverage through the various Obamacare mandates. So as a result, 45% of those people who decided not to sign up for Obamacare and pay the penalty instead or get an exclusion are people under the age of 35. We need to reform those markets so we can give options that are affordable and available so more people actually come on to insurance coverage. We also believe the reforms under Medicaid will allow states to innovate and drive more of their dollars into coverage rather than the bureaucratic process they have to go through to get waivers.
Yeah. You previously said that the cap on the exemption for employer sponsored coverage was one of the main options you were looking at for the replacement plan. What was the thought process of giving that as a final bill, and was that something that you decided on?
Yes, so we have listened very carefully to House Republicans, the entire conference, across the philosophical spectrum about how best to restore state control, how best to create a free market, and how to make sure we do that in a way that balances in the budget. We looked very seriously at the option of actually providing the same health care available at work to others through the exclusion. At the end of the day, our conference, the direction they gave us was that was not a provision they were comfortable today, and so we decided, again, to go a different direction.
Chairman Brady?
Yeah.
Very simply, will this still cover more Americans or less Americans than are covered right now?
Will it cover more Americans with affordable health care than today is probably the key question. Here's what I know in Texas, in our district. Yeah, more people have opted out, found a way to get out of Obamacare than are taking it. And those who have it, frankly, can't use it. The deductibles are too high, the co-payments are too high. It's just a card. It doesn't help them. Under our approach, by returning innovation to the states and actually giving Americans a broad choice of plans they can actually use, I believe we're increasing access to affordable care for those who want it. And I think that's an important distinction here. And as I see the tax credit, you know, I have a small business background as a Chamber of Commerce executive. So for decades, I watched small business people, entrepreneurs, mom and pop companies struggle to get health care. They get no help, while workers and big businesses got all the help. So under the Republican plan, for the first time, look, if you work hard and play by the rules, you're treated equally. You get that help as an entrepreneur. So those businesses, frankly, aren't taking the Affordable Care Act. Those small business people, it doesn't help them.
Here's what we do know. That last year, 225 counties in America had one option left for people to choose from on the exchange. This year it's 1,022, and that was before Humana pulled out. This insurance market is collapsing before our eyes. The CEO of Aetna said it's in a death spiral. Those aren't our words, those are his words, and he's in that market. As I talk to insurers, they're looking whether they can sustain the losses that they're now enduring because of the way the market's created. So the facts of the matter are not what this will or won't do going forward. Facts are we've arrived at the scene of a pretty big wreck, and we're trying to clean up the mess. And if we don't intercede now, fewer people have access to insurance, period. We're not kicking anybody off Medicaid that's on it today. You can read that in the bill pretty clearly. We're going to devolve power back to the states, decision-making back to the states, and hopefully.
All right, Paul Ryan now speaking on the same issue, American Health Care Act.
This is the American Health Care Act. It's been a long time in coming. This bill, the American Health Care Act, it keeps our promise to repeal and replace Obamacare. It delivers relief to Americans fed up with skyrocketing premiums and fewer choices. It moves us away from the broken status quo toward a better patient-centered system. That means lower costs for hardworking families. It means more choices and competition so that you can buy the plan that you need and that you can afford. It means greater control of your health care. As you know, this is the culmination of years long of an inclusive process that we've been doing here for years. Last June, as part of our Better Way agenda, we put forward our vision for health care. After the election, we began to work with our counterparts in the Senate and with the Trump administration on this plan. I want to thank President Trump. I want to thank Vice President Pence, and I want to thank Secretary Price for their support and their hard work in getting us to this repeal and replace point. I also want to thank Chairman Brady, who's going to be joining us in a minute, and Chairman Walden for their leadership. Now this bill will go through the regular order process in the House. As it does, I encourage all Americans to read this bill online at readthebill.gop. Go online and read the bill at readthebill.gop. Doing big things is never easy, but we have made a promise, and we're going to keep that promise. We made a promise to repeal and replace Obamacare with conservative solutions and reforms. That is exactly what this bill does, and that's why we're here. Thank you.
Well, I do want to echo a couple things that the Speaker said. I do want to thank the President. I do want to thank the Vice President. I do want to thank our new Secretary, Tom Price, as well. If I just listened to the President meeting with the Deputy Whip team, he said he was proud to support this new bill. Why? Because of the years of work that has gone into it. We know why we are here today. Because Obamacare did three essential points. One, it created an exchange. Well, we all know the history of what's happened to that. The failures, the companies pulling out, and now you have 1/3 of the entire country, 1,022 counties, with one only health care provider. They created 23 co-ops, provided more than $2 billion. 18 of those co-ops have collapsed. It expanded Medicaid. Well, we know it can't sustain itself, so we have to put Medicaid on being able to sustain itself, and that's why I want to thank Chairman Greg Walden for the work that they're going through as well. And third, it made government control health care, the regulations that it imposed upon everybody else. Well, today is a new day, and we stand proud with our President that he supports this bill to move forward, to keep the promise that we made that we would repeal Obamacare and replace it, to put the power back with the individuals.
Well, good afternoon. I want to thank my colleagues for their work on this, especially the President, the Vice President, Secretary Price, Mr. Brady, and the members of our Energy and Commerce Committee, especially our subcommittee chairman, Dr. Burgess, who have put in incredible amounts of time and work. As you know, this bill went public last night about this time. It's available online for everyone to see, and this is the conservative alternative to Obamacare. This is how we're going to reform health care in America and give choice back to people, rescue the failing individual market. We're proud of this piece of legislation. We look forward to marking it up tomorrow. Remember, we made a promise to the American people that we're going to keep it right here, right now, by repealing Obamacare and replacing it with something that will work for them. But remember, this is just the first step. This is just the first step. This legislation begins the process of transforming the health insurance market. It also amounts to the biggest entitlement reform since Bill Clinton signed welfare reform into law, because we're going to restore to the states authority that's been taken away from them, make them have to not come here to Washington and ask some bureaucrat for permission to do everything, and instead allow them to innovate, to be creative, to get their hands around patients who need their help the most, and to best use those dollars. And with Medicaid, it amounts to a per capita allotment. So they'll know what they can expect. It works for them. We've worked closely with the governors. So tomorrow at 11 or 10:30, we'll kick off our markup. We'll begin this process in an open and transparent way. But let me say again, look, we're going to make sure that those who have pre-existing conditions continue to get health care and health insurance. We're going to make sure that there are no lifetime caps, and we're not going to kick your kids off their plans until after they turn 26. We'll help you kick them out of the basement, maybe, but not off their health insurance. This is important work we're doing. We look forward to moving forward on it and to providing the rescue for the individual market and relief to the states and help to the people that sent us here to get this job done.
Well, I think Mr. Brady's still at the White House, so we'll just, we were going to have him go next, but we'll just go to questions. Casey.
When Democrats tried to tackle health care, it was a long and very much not easy process, and it was led in the
I'm prepared to lead our conference to doing what we said we would do in the election. We actually ran on a repeal and replace plan. That's what this is, the repeal and replace plan we ran on. Now I am intent on making sure that we fulfill our promises, but I believe in regular order. I believe in going through the process the way it was meant to go through. We didn't write this bill in my office on Christmas Eve like they did in Harry Reid's office and then jam it through to an unsuspecting country. These committees are writing this legislation. These committees will be marking up the legislation tomorrow, and then it goes to the Budget Committee the next week, and then it goes to the Rules Committee on the floor the week after that, which is regular order. So I'm excited that we're doing this the right way. I'm excited we're doing this out in plain sight. Go to readthebill.gop. What I want to tell my fellow citizens is that the nightmare of Obamacare is about to end, that we are doing what we said we would do in this campaign, which is repeal and replace this awful law that is crashing. Let me say one more thing. Let's not forget, Obamacare is collapsing. Obamacare isn't staying. If we did nothing, the law would collapse and leave everybody without affordable health care. We are doing an act of mercy by repealing this law and replacing it with patient-centered health care reforms that we as conservatives have been arguing for and fighting for years. Chad.
Some conservative groups, obviously some members of the Freedom Caucus, are skeptical about this. A lot of this bill is steeped in your Better Way agenda, though. Are those criticisms a repudiation of what you practice in a better way?
I don't think so. Let me just give you a list of what's in here that conservatives should be excited about. Number one, the bill repeals Obamacare. Number two, it repeals the Obamacare taxes, which is a massive tax relief for families for the cost of health care. It repeals the Obamacare spending, like the Medicaid expansion and Obamacare subsidies. It repeals the Obamacare mandates on individuals and businesses. It ends funding for Planned Parenthood and sends that money to community health centers. It has a Medicaid per capita block grant. That's the biggest entitlement reform anybody has seen here for decades. It nearly doubles the amount of money people can contribute to health savings accounts. That is a fundamental part and a crucial part of conservative health care policy. It equalizes the tax treatment of health care. I've been doing conservative health care reform for 20 years. For 20 years, we as conservatives have been arguing for equalizing the tax treatment of health care for all Americans so we can have a vibrant individual market so we have choice and competition. Look, there are two ways of fixing health care. Have the government run it and ration it and put price controls. That's what Obamacare does. That's what the left wants. Or do what conservatives have been arguing for years. Have a vibrant free market where people get to do what they want. They buy what they want. Equalize the tax treatment. Stop the discrimination in the tax code against people who want to go out in a free marketplace and buy the health care of their choosing. This does that. This lowers costs, creates competition, it allows choices. The most important thing that this thing does is it takes power out of Washington, takes power out of the bureaucracy and puts it back to doctors and patients where it belongs. Yeah. Look, what matters is that we're lowering the cost of health care and giving people access to affordable health care plans. Look, the government will always win the war on government-run plans saying if we mandate everybody buys what we say they have to buy, then the government will always estimate that they'll buy it. I just think that's bogus. That entire premise of that comparison doesn't work. The fact is, we're not going to have the government tell you what you must do, tell you what you must buy. We're going to allow the market to do that. We're going to let people decide what they want to do with their lives, and we want to lower costs by having more competition and equalizing the tax treatment of health care, having health savings accounts. That gives people the freedom to buy the plan they want and can afford. Yeah. We will have 218 votes. This is the beginning of the legislative process. We've got a few weeks. We'll have 218 when this thing comes to the floor. I can guarantee you that. Yeah. Read the bill. Go to readthebill.gop. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's not that this is open for negotiations. What Mike is trying to describe is we envision three phases occurring here. So let me describe to you what the three phases are. Number one is this bill, which we use as reconciliation. As you all know, you can't filibuster a reconciliation bill. So this repeal and replace bill is what we pass through reconciliation. Phase two, all the regulatory flexibility that the Secretary of HHS has to deregulate the marketplace, to lower the costs and stabilize the market. That's what Tom Price will do. There's something like 1,400 instances in this law that gives the Secretary discretion Secretary Tom Price, unlike the Obama administration, will use that discretion to bring more market freedom and market stabilization. So that's phase 2. Phase 3 is to pass the bills that we want to pass that we cannot put in reconciliation because of those budget rules. What's an example of that? Interstate shopping across state lines. We love that policy. We think it's critical. But as you well know, you cannot put that in a budget reconciliation bill. Otherwise, it could be filibustered. We also believe in association health plans. Let people through their trade associations, farmers through the American Farm Bureau plan, restaurateurs through the National Restaurant Association plan, small businesses through the NFIB plan, bulk buy their health insurance in nationwide buying pools. We very much believe in that policy, but we know the rules don't allow us to put that in reconciliation. Medical liability reform. The practice of defensive medicine is cranking up healthcare costs, practicing defensive medicine, which makes healthcare ultimately more expensive for everybody. But we know we can't put that in reconciliation. Those phase 3 bills we're going to move also at the same time, and we're going to push those through the finish line, but those will ultimately take 60 votes in the Senate. So phase 1 is this repeal and replace bill. Phase 2, Tom Price deregulates the market and brings certainty so that we can have more choices and more plans and get the states back in the game of being able to regulate health care. Phase 3, pass those reforms that we believe in, that we think will make it even better, but we know we can't put in reconciliation because of the 60-vote threshold. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
All right, everyone. So that wraps up that American Health Care Act press conference. I want to give you guys a quick look at New York City. Mary Kate Gaffney joining you in a few minutes with more news now.
All right, everybody, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, taking you into the next few hours of the show here live. We have a press conference starting soon, so let's take you there, and I'll get you guys some more information. Al Franken will be speaking shortly at this press conference, everybody. And we're streaming this live right now on the Fox News Now stream. Thanks for watching. All right, everybody, shortly we're about to hear Senator Al Franken hold a press conference after he just met with Judge Neil Gorsuch. That was President Trump's pick for Supreme Court. So we'll hear what Al Franken has to say in just a little bit. Thanks for watching with us. This is live right now on the Fox News Now stream. Again, we are about to hear live from Al Franken after his meeting with Judge Gorsuch. Now, after President Trump announced his nomination of Neil Gorsuch to the Supreme Court, Al Franken released this statement. He said, "In the next coming weeks, I will be closely examining Neil Gorsuch's background, but I have serious concerns about his judicial philosophy, especially on issues like access to justice, corporate accountability, workers' rights, and women's health." He also went on to say, quote, "I was hopeful that the president would have selected someone like Garland, a candidate lauded by the same Republicans who ultimately refused to hold a hearing on him for nearly a year." So we'll hear what Al Franken has to say. He did, release that statement after he heard President Trump's pick for Supreme Court, and he said he's going to be closely examining Neil Gorsuch's background and that he has serious concerns about his philosophy on issues like access to justice, corporate accountability, workers' rights, and women's health, as I just said. So we'll see what Al Franken says here shortly. You're watching live with us on the Fox News Now stream. Thanks for joining me. Now, Al Franken is not someone who is shy about sharing his political views and opinions. During the hearings for Betsy DeVos, Trump's pick for Secretary of Education, he was very frustrated that he couldn't ask more questions that he wanted to ask. I'm going to replay that clip for you guys in the upper right-hand corner of your screen while we wait for Al Franken to speak live here after his meeting with Judge Neil Gorsuch. Just want to show you guys how he handles situations like this. This is a little short clip here, again, when he was having the hearing with Betsy DeVos. Let's hear what he had to say. He was upset that he couldn't get more questions.
It's just not so. It's increased 118% in the past 8 years.
Well,
so I'm just asking, if you're challenging my figures, I would ask that you get your figures straight about education policy, and that's why we want more questions, because we want to know if this person that we are entrusting, or may entrust to be the Secretary of Education, if she has the breadth and depth of knowledge that we would expect from someone who has that important important job. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Franken. I had as many disagreements with Secretary King as you apparently do with Mrs. DeVos, and we're treating her in exactly the same way that we treated him. And I think that's what I would call the golden rule. I
did not hear one member of the committee ask more questions. And here, virtually every member of the minority is asking to ask more questions. And that's a very substantial difference.
We have, because you've got a nominee of the Republican Party. We're not going to treat a Republican nominee differently than we treat a Democratic nominee. We've had the same situation with both of President Obama's nominees. So we'll go to the next.
Chairman, I do want to put in the record that Michael Levitt had 2 rounds.
Michael Levitt was never the education secretary.
Well, Rod Page under Bush had 10-minute rounds. There is other precedent, so that's why my members really are asking.
I appreciate that, Senator Murray, and I appreciate your saying that. I'm trying to be fair by treating Mrs. DeVos in the same way we treated both of President Obama's education nominees. We'll go next to Senator Cassidy.
So that's just a little bit of Al Franken there for you. That was a clip from when we aired the hearings for Education Secretary Betsy DeVos, and Al Franken was upset that he couldn't get more questions. Again, we're going to hear him soon speaking live after he just met with Judge Neil Gorsuch and after President Trump announced his pick for U.S. Supreme Court. Senator Al Franken released a statement saying that he has serious concerns about Neil Gorsuch and his philosophy, including issues like access to justice, corporate accountability, workers' rights, and women's health, and that he would be closely examining Neil Gorsuch and his background. So we'll see what he has to say soon about Judge Gorsuch. We're going to hear this live press conference here any moment on the Fox News Now stream. Again, Al Franken was surprised with President Trump's pick for Supreme Court, that being Judge Neil Gorsuch. But President Trump said, quote, "No one can beat Judge Gorsuch." Let's replay that clip for you when he said that in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. Let's see what he had to say.
Getting those taxes down. Getting them down, Grover.
Thank you.
Grover's one person that likes me at this table, I can tell you that. We've had I have a lot of them. We have a lot. You've been great friends and supporters, and we appreciate it for, number one, the election, and I appreciate all of the help in deciding who to pick for the United States Supreme Court. And Leonard, you were fantastic, all of your work. And Jim DeMint, I don't know if Jim's here or not, but they were great, Heritage. But you really did, you really helped. And the rollout's been fantastic. I don't know how anybody can oppose him, frankly. I don't know how anybody can oppose him at all, but it really has been a beautiful thing to see. So we had a very successful event. He's a terrific person, by the way. I got to know him reasonably well before the before we did the announcement, and he is just a spectacular man. I think he'll be a spectacular. You tell me, how would they go about Leonard? How would they go about opposing him? He's perfect in almost every way. Well, they'll look for the almost, right? They'll say, "What's the almost?" But that's.
He's got an impeccable record.
Yeah. Well, Federalist really did a great job. So we're going to be talking about working with the judge and maybe making this a fast process. And nominating a justice of the Supreme Court is one of the most important things that I can do as president. I've always said this. As I watch presidents, I say the most important thing, and I think I want to refine that a little bit. I think probably defense of our country might be now, it's, otherwise we don't need the Supreme Court so badly, right? And we're doing well in that regard, very well. I think we have problems that are a lot bigger than people understood. I think I was left something that is got a lot of problems, but I think we'll straighten out those problems. I think we'll straighten them out very strongly. Judge Gorsuch is an exceptionally qualified person from the standpoint of experience and education. Columbia with honors, Harvard Law School with honors, Oxford at the highest level. Great student, great intellect. Supreme Court Justices White and Kennedy. He clerked. And so I just think it's really great that we're having this meeting, because we want to have him go through an elegant process as opposed to a demeaning process, because they're very demeaning on the other side, and they want to make you look as bad as possible. And of course, the press can be very demeaning too. But I'm sure the press will be very dignified in this case. But I really want, that's the word. I really think he's a very dignified man. I'd like to see him go through a dignified process. I think he deserves that, and hopefully it'll go quickly, and we'll see what happens. So what we might do is, just before they leave, we might ask for the folks in the room just to give yourself a quick, your name and little introduction. And Wayne, I would say they know you, perhaps they know you better than they know me. Right?
I doubt that. Wayne LaPierre, National Rifle Association.
I'm Penny Nance. I'm the CEO and President of Concerned Women for America.
I'm Charmaine Yost. I'm with American Values, and thank you, Mr. President, for this nomination.
Thank you very much.
I'm Juanita Dugan with the National Independent Business Association, NFIB. Thank you. Thank you.
Tom Collmore with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Mr. President. Congratulations on a fantastic nomination.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Grover Norquist, Americans for Tax Reform, and thank you for winning the election.
Thank you. You do a good job for you, Joe.
Leonard Lee of the Federal Society.
Marjorie Gannon Fels with the Susan B. Anthony List.
Morton Blackwell, the Leadership Institute.
David Osteen, National Right to Life. Thank you for such a quick, excellent nomination.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Paula White, Chairman of the Evangelical Advisory Council.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you for the help during the campaign. So with that, I'll ask you to all hit the road.
All right, thank you. No question, Mr. President? No. As you pointed out last night, the judge was confirmed on a unanimous voice.
John, come on.
Can I ask a question, Mr. President? All right. Thank you. As you pointed out last night, Judge Gorsuch was confirmed on a unanimous voice vote in 2006. Now a number of Democrats say they're going to oppose him. What would you say to those Democrats, and would you encourage Senator McConnell to invoke the nuclear option if he feels he can't get 60 votes?
Well, I think there's a certain dishonesty if they go against their vote from not very long ago. And he did get a unanimous endorsement, and he's somebody that should get. I mean, you can't do better from an educational, from an experience, from any standpoint. A great judge, he'll be a great justice. So, no, I feel that it's very dishonest if they go about doing that. And yes, if we end up with the same gridlock that they've had in Washington for the last longer than 8 years, in all fairness to President Obama, a lot longer than 8 years. But if we end up with that gridlock, I would say, if you can, Mitch, go nuclear, because that would be an absolute shame if a man of this quality was caught up in the web. So I would say it's up to Mitch, but I would say go for it. Okay?
Mr. President,
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was just a little bit of a replay in the upper right-hand corner of your screen of President Trump's thoughts and opinions on Judge Neil Gorsuch, because any moment now we're going to have Senator Al Franken speaking live here after he just met with Judge Gorsuch.
That I asked him, which I wasn't totally satisfied with the answers about some decisions by the Roberts Court that I felt were pro-corporate activist decisions, and but you know, I'm looking forward to the hearings where I'll be asking him some tough questions, and I do have my doubts about whether he won't be a fifth vote for an activist pro-corporate court like we've seen with the Roberts Court.
Are you saying you're still open to him?
I'm sorry?
Are you still open to him? Can he vote?
Well, we have the hearings for a reason. I have some skepticism. I wasn't happy with, you know, I think that in these kind of meetings, he's guarded and he's met now, I guess he's met with 70 senators. So I think he's probably gotten pretty good at speaking around some things. And so I'm looking forward to the hearings to make it a final decision. But I do believe that this court under Roberts, I don't think they have called balls and strikes. I think they've changed the strike zone.
Senator, Judge Gorsuch has expressed his frustration with some of Donald Trump's comments about the judiciary, and in the past, did he say anything like that to you? Did he express any frustration with President Trump's comments about the judiciary in your meeting here?
No, we did not discuss. No, we didn't discuss that.
Senator, does the Republicans' tactics with blocking Merrick Garland last year affect how you're going to approach this, both in the meeting and in the upcoming hearing?
I did discuss that with him, and again, that was an area where I didn't really get a satisfactory answer. I asked him about the so-called Biden rule, which has been Biden's speech was completely misrepresented by my colleagues. This was a case in which Justice Scalia died. Biden was talking about a justice resigning to game the court. No one dies to game anything. And I asked him about that, and I think he is good at deflecting and not totally answering, at least to my satisfaction, these questions. We talked about Citizens United. Pretty much everything we talked about, I felt that he sort of got into judge speak and didn't really directly answer my questions.
What did he say on the Biden rule that you were not accepting?
Well, he said he wasn't familiar with it, and he says he's a great admirer of Merrick Garland. The Biden rule was used very often and continued to be used by the majority leader as the reason for their not taking up Merrick Garland. But if you go back to what Biden said is that if a justice resigned and the president selected somebody who, with consultation, that he would be fine with having hearings, etc. So very, very, almost the opposite of how it's been presented. And but I didn't, and I didn't necessarily expect him to go like, you're right, they really should have taken him up. But I think he could have split the difference and been a little bit more responsive in his answers.
Did anything surprise you about the meeting?
Anything what?
Did anything surprise you about the meeting? Did he explain anything?
I wasn't surprised in the meeting. He's a guy. He's been a judge for a long time, and he's written a lot of opinions. And I think he sort of said, "Read my opinions," and then I talked about one, and we discussed that. And I kind of disagree with his reasoning on some of this, but I'm going to do more reading of his of his opinions. I did ask him for material that has been asked by both the chairman and the ranking member that he didn't seem to know what I was talking about, but the people who are with him did. And I asked for at least something written about where we are on getting that material, and they said they would take it back to the White House, but they didn't have the authority to just even say that they sent us a letter on the progress of getting that material.
Is there anything additional you want to say about the sessions back and forth today? You believe that he perjured himself in the hearing?
I said that it's hard to come up with any other conclusion. I think if you saw over the weekend, I was bending over backward. I was asked by Martha Raddatz on this week, do I think that he lied? And I said, well, I haven't come to that conclusion. I want to see the letter he writes to the committee. And if you look at the letter, what he wrote was kind of ridiculous. He said that he didn't remember he had 7 weeks to correct the record, and he said that he didn't correct the record in regard to the ambassador from Russia because that wasn't in the question. He answered a question I didn't ask. If there was a gotcha question, it's the question he invented to ask himself. If you read that letter, it is absolutely ridiculous and contradictory, his reasoning. So what I believe is that he should come before the committee I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. But it is hard to come to any other conclusion than that he was deliberately not telling us the truth at that time. He remembers conversations he had with the ambassador. He remembers the details of them, but he says he doesn't recall whether he talked politics with them or the campaign. And Leahy asked him a pretty simple question. Did you have any conversations about the campaign with anybody? And he said no. He didn't say, I can't recall. He just said no. Now, what are we supposed to take from that? I don't understand how we're supposed to draw any other conclusion than he was lying under oath. Unless he comes back, he should come back and talk to us. Okay? Thank you all. Thanks for coming out here. And thank you. Bye.
All right, everybody, we've got Fox 10 anchor Carrie Lake up here with me. We just showed you. I know, and we both decided to wear black today because,
you know what? You know, my thinking that went into this was it's kind of chilly, and we're getting to the point we can't wear long sleeve sweaters anymore.
I know.
Real soon, in a few days. So that was my thinking.
We got to wear them now.
It's interesting to listen to Al Franken talk, about meeting with Judge Gorsuch, and it's a fine line. It's almost a dance that the lawmakers have to play because they don't want to come down and absolutely say, I am not going to vote for this guy. They don't want to look like they're just being political.
Right.
But they don't want to trash the person because by all accounts, this Gorsuch guy, he sounds like a really decent judge and a great individual. But I find it so interesting. And it was the same way on the Republican side with Garland, with Judge Garland, who was Obama's pick for the Supreme Court that never got a chance.
Yeah.
It's interesting to watch how the political parties, you know, they're going to come out and not endorse the guy and not support him, but not also try to just rip on him for no reason.
That's hard to do, though, to not support but not rip on him at the same time.
As an American, as a voting American, it's exhausting. I don't know how they do it. Can't they just say, you know what? I really like the guy. I'm probably going to vote for him. If obviously, if anything comes up between here and now, I'm not going to. But they have to play this political line. And the funny thing in watching it is, that they're trying not to. They're trying to be like, I'm not playing politics here. But there's so much politics involved on both sides. I say this looking back at, like I said, Garland's nomination, now Gorsuch's nomination, watching it's just all politics. It's so exhausting, isn't it?
It really, and even how does President Trump dodge questions so well? Sometimes, when they ask him a question, he just doesn't really answer it, but no one calls him out on it, and I'm like, that takes some skill to not show.
And I notice it with Sean Spicer when he's asked a question he doesn't want to really answer, he'll kind of work around it, and then he won't even give a breath before he calls for the next reporter. So there's no rebuttal. There's no gap in there for the reporter who asked him the question to go, but wait, can you?
Yeah, there's got to be classes on how to be a politician and dodge questions. I mean, it's a skill. You know what I mean?
If there is a class like that, we need to cancel that class.
I feel like that's what celebrities need to go to, like Taylor Swift. Learn from these politicians on how to dodge a question.
Well, I think, though, Americans are really getting tired of it. I mean, I really feel, even from my own perspective, I just want to see some work being done. I'm tired of the Democrats playing politics. I'm tired of the Republicans playing politics. Let's just get together and work. We've got to stop this bickering back and forth. And no, he's a Democratic president and we're Republicans. We can't agree on anything, and vice versa. We're Democrats and he's a Republican.
Right.
It's exhausting, and that's not what we sent these people there for.
Yeah.
Get something done. Compromise. And I know, we were going to talk about a little bit about health care.
Yeah.
On
So let's
this
get into
point,
that.
we're going to see the same stuff. The Dems have come out now and just basically ripped apart the Republicans' health care plan already.
Right.
I don't think the Republicans are suggesting cramming this down anyone's throat. I think what they're saying is we're just now starting the markup. We put forth the plan. Step 1. Step 2, let's
We're
discuss
getting
it.
there.
Step 3, let's mark it up. Step 4, let's vote on it. Let's go from there. I do sense that they're willing to work with the Democrats, but I just feel like nobody wants to hand a victory to the administration if the administration is not the party that they're in.
Yeah, and it must take a lot of work to dismantle a whole healthcare system.
Yeah, but it sounds like this first step isn't that. I mean, everyone's still going to be. I mean, the way you know that this isn't as bad as some of the Democrats have said it is a lot of the Republicans are against it too.
Yeah, there's Republicans who are against it.
Yeah, when
too.
you're hearing some of the Democrats coming out saying this is absolutely untenable, we won't go for it, it's horrible, they're trying to dismantle this thing. You just have to look to the conservative Republicans who are saying no, there's no way we're going to support this. So they're in the middle somewhere, and what's going on right now is not working. I have got friends who are on it, who are self-employed, who their deductibles have gone way up. They can't afford their medication for their kids. They can barely afford to have this, but the other alternative is being fined, and the insurance isn't doing anything for them. So I think we need to fix it for sure. I don't know what the fix is, and it's not going to be pretty. Talk about making sausage. It's going to be an ugly, ugly process because there's so much politics being played.
And I think, too, some of the Republicans that were against it said there's just too many things in it that are still like Obamacare. The things that we wanted to be changed are still in there, I guess is what they were saying.
Right. They're saying it's kind of more too socialized for them. Maybe.
Yeah, some of them were calling it Obamacare Light, just another lighter version of Obamacare.
Now, I don't know if you heard Paul Ryan come out just a moment ago, and he spoke to the press just maybe in the last hour, and he basically said this is step 1, there's a 3-step process, this is the repeal part. We're not going to yank the rug out from anybody. There's the next part and then the next part. So we can't just look at this as it's done. I don't know.
So take some time. Don't rip it apart yet, I guess is what they're saying.
Yeah,
right?
maybe. I mean, my question to people is, I think a lot of people say something has to be done. It needs to be tweaked. Where do we tweak it and keep it from being such a behemoth and an expensive program that we can't sustain it long term? Is there a way to... I don't know. If it were easy, we could solve it right up here, right?
I know, but it sounds a little bit harder than it sounds. I know that
it's not going to be pleasant. It's going to get political. It's going to be ugly. This is what they're supposed to do, but I wish they could just put their politics aside and say, okay, we'd like to provide the best care that we can without breaking the bank.
Right.
Is there a way to have everybody have some skin in the game? So Mary Kate, when you buy into this plan, you've got to pay a little bit. The insurance companies have to give a little. The government's going to give a little tiny bit. We've got to all give a little bit. And that would be my solution, but I don't know how they go about that.
Well, let's have Kerry call Trump and just tell him that's what we need to do.
I don't even think he's all. I mean, I don't think he's all that involved, other than saying, "Hey, look, I won the election. You guys have been saying for 8 years you want to repeal and replace Obamacare. I said the same thing, and now let's do it."
But it's hard to do.
I don't think he came up with the plan.
Yeah,
I think they couldn't really decide on a plan. There were a few.
I guess he tweeted it was a quote wonderful new plan. So at least we know it's wonderful.
Yeah. Well, I think he too is going to get behind it. He's not going to be the one making the recipe for the sausage when they're making sausage in Congress, but he's going to support what they do as a step forward. Again, I think what we saw today in that plan that was, that Paul Ryan held up, he held the plan up, is going to be a completely different one than we actually see when this is all said and done.
And let's
so
play,
we shall see.
Can we play a little bit of sound of what he said during his address to Congress about health care? And I'd like to get your opinion on this, so let's play it.
Obamacare premiums nationwide have increased by double and triple digits. As an example, Arizona went up 116% last year alone. Obamacare premiums nationwide have increased by double and triple digits. As an example, Arizona went up 116% last year.
So what do you think about that?
Arizona was the worst hit. I mean, and the people I know who are on, they call it Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, are really struggling to pay for the meager benefits that they're getting. As a matter of fact, I talked to some of them today trying to get an interview, but they couldn't do it. And they're not political people at all. I think they're independent. I don't even know where they fall politically. But they're just basically saying we can't afford this anymore, and we're getting terrible care. It's way worse than what we had, and we're paying an arm and a leg, and we can't afford our son's medication.
Yeah.
So it's a really scary thought. Something has to be done, especially for the people. I think in some of the states it's working a little bit better, and so people may not feel like the fire's burning. But I think for people who are on ACA here in Obamacare here in Arizona, it's at critical mass.
Yeah, it's interesting they actually brought up a specific state that's struggling with it. So.
Well, because I think our deductibles went up so high, and I think we have one provider now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, where's the competition?
Not a lot of
on that?
options.
Yeah, and the
So-
whole you can't keep your doctor.
Yeah.
Or you can keep your doctor, you can't.
But everything's going to cost you no matter what, I think.
Right.
So even and I find it interesting that if you don't want to be on a healthcare, you have to pay a fine.
Yeah,
but
from what I understand, I think they're taking away part of that fine, but now you may have to pay with this plan. You may have to pay into if you let your insurance lapse, you're going to have to pay in. My concern about getting too caught up, in the weeds of all this right now, the plan that they've just unveiled, it's 100 and some pages, is that it is going to change. So we could sit here and debate all of the nitty-gritty details, but we saw here Paul Ryan. Is this what we have up right now?
Oh, yeah. Do you want me to play the
well,
sound or
just show
play
that
of him?
picture. Just show the picture, because he was up there today
Yeah.
talking about it's what he's calling the American Health Care Act. So instead of the Affordable Care Act, the American Health Care Act, which is the Republicans' fix for Obamacare. And, I think we can pick this apart, but it almost is a moot point. I would rather pick it apart in a month when Congress has picked it apart a little bit, because I don't think what's in that 100 plus pages is really going to solve all the problems. I think we're going to have to, they're going to kind of dig through it, make some changes, hopefully. I mean, they should make some changes. They should talk to Democrats and Republicans if they can, if they can come together and all play nice and try to make some changes. But it's become so contentious, I feel like they can't do anything.
They can't get together and just come up with a good health care for everybody.
And therefore, we're getting this political situation where who's ever in the majority can go in there and just not silence, because we haven't seen the Democrats being silenced on this, but they could basically say, okay, you guys can complain and whine, but we're going to get it done without you anyway. So that's when that's when the majority, really having the majority, makes a big difference. Although I don't think, although Paul Ryan said he has the votes to get this to pass, I'm not sure he does.
Why do you say that?
Well, because I've heard a lot of Republicans,
are against
the
it,
Tea Party types are against it. They
That's
think
just-
it's Obamacare light, as you said.
Yeah, that they haven't fixed the actual problems that people were angry about with Obamacare.
Well, they want, the Tea Party types really want to pull it out and say we're not going to fund this, and we're not going to have another huge behemoth government program. If anything, we'll just provide some competitive insurance, insurance companies that can go across state lines, and you can buy into it. Oh shoot, I gotta run.
Oh, you got to go for your 4 o'clock thing.
Well, anyway,
thank you,
we didn't
though.
solve. I know we didn't solve anything, but that's the whole point I'm trying to make. Is this is step one, and it might end up being completely different from what Paul Ryan and his crew have come up with. But we have to fix this, whether you're Democrat, whether you're Republican. The Affordable Care Act is not affordable for people. People are struggling under it in many states, including Arizona. So something has to be done, whether it's tweaked, whether it's repealed and replaced. And you have to start with going forward and making some changes. And that's going to require working together.
Carrie Lake, everybody. You guys, she broke it down for us a little bit.
No,
I
I didn't.
understand it better now.
Well, we talked in the meeting today about let's go through all the details of it. And we can do that. But my point was, this is day one of a very long process, and something tells me that all these details aren't going to be...
It's like a rough draft, you guys.
It's like
It'll
a
probably
really
change.
rough draft. Yeah. It's
So-
like your friend wrote a rough draft for a report that you're supposed to write, and about starting to go through it, you start picking it apart, going, you know what, maybe I should just write it myself.
Yeah. And then we can go through the final thing. So maybe wait a month and we can discuss
Or
it again.
even a couple weeks, we'll see what'll happen. And we're going to find out that certain things are just X'd out, and they got to start over. If they can even get the Republicans to agree on this, it'll be interesting.
It's going to be messy.
So let's
but
talk
I'm
in
looking forward
a
to
week
it.
on this and see what.
Let's see
we'll
what
catch
changes
up.
in a week.
Okay.
All
bye,
right,
guys.
Carrie. Thank you so much. All right, you guys. That was Fox and Anchor Carrie Lake up here with me. You guys were discussing healthcare because that is the big talker of the day. But some other live events are happening at the moment as well. That looks like there's a press conference on this train crash that happened earlier. Let me get this up. Looks like we have a live shot of the aftermath. So let's take you there.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why is your camera so low? You need to put that up for my live shot. Okay.
You getting ready to go live?
We can do it. I can step out of the shot.
3 people and injured, most of the 50 on board. You're looking live right now at Main and Railroad in Biloxi, where hundreds of first responders are on the scene of this deadly train accident that hit a charter bus that originated out of Austin, Texas. It may have been heading to a Biloxi casino. Once again, to recap, shortly after 2 o'clock this afternoon, a charter bus on the tracks collided with the train, killing at least 3 people and injuring most of the 50 on board. News 25 has 2 sets of crews at the scene right now following this major story in Biloxi. Once again, a charter bus and train have collided. 3 people are dead. More coming up at 5:30.
For 28 years, Holmes Motors has been serving the Mississippi Gulf Coast.
We're taking me at 5.
Okay, that's 10 minutes.
All right, you guys, looks like they're feeding us all sorts of information right now, but we're trying to get you guys the latest on that story. That was a reporter doing a live shot in the field, but we did get some more information on that. Let me pull up for you guys the press conference that they held a little bit earlier on this train crash so we can hear what they had to say. So let me get this up and going for you guys here. Just 1 second. Let me make sure the volume's good before I play it. All right, so let's take you to the press conference that happened a little bit earlier and see if we can get some more information from that.
With a tour bus. Naturally, we responded. It's a terrible, chaotic scene right now, but we have it under control. Approximately 50 people on the bus is our understanding at this point.
All right, you guys, that was not very good footage, so I'll have to take you back to that when I get some actual footage I can show you guys. Let me just see if I can work this out really quickly here and see if I can fix it. Give me 1 moment. Let me give you guys a live look of the White House while I try to fix this press conference so we can hear what they have to say. All right, you guys, I believe I did fix that issue, so let's take you back to that press conference on the train crash. Thanks for your patience.
All right, you ready? Y'all ready? Yes. 3, 2, 1.
All right, shortly after 2 o'clock today, we received a call that a train had impacted with a tour bus. Naturally, we responded. It's a terrible, chaotic scene right now, but we have it under control.
All right, you ready? Y'all ready? Yes. 3, 2, 1.
All right, shortly after 2 o'clock today, we received a call that a train had impacted with a tour bus. Naturally, we responded. It's a terrible, chaotic scene right now, but we have it under control. Approximately 50 people on the bus is our understanding at this point. We do have, at this point, I know of at least 3 that are deceased. We have many that are injured. Unknown how many are injured. I would venture to say probably the majority of the 50 have some injuries. We're not sure about the train, about the bus itself, why it was stopped, if it was having engine problems or what. We just started the investigation, so I can't answer that for you right now as to why the bus was sitting on the tracks. And I'll take questions at this point.
So, Chief, you said 3 were confirmed fatalities so far. Where was the bus coming from or going?
The bus, it originated in Austin, Texas. It had not yet made it to a destination here, so it was going north across the tracks on Main Street, and the bus was going eastbound.
Do we know if it was going toward a casino?
I would imagine that it was going toward a casino.
Can you tell us anything else specific about the victims, male, female, age?
No, there's many victims. They're male and female.
Chief Miller, can you discuss the emergency response and who all you have here and
Yes.
how it's been handled?
Yeah, I can, and I would like to, so I don't overlook anybody. I'm going to read these. Naturally, my police department responded along with the Biloxi Fire Department, who has just done an outstanding job. Harrison County Sheriff's Department is here assisting us also, as is the Harrison County Fire Marshal. Keesler Air Force Base has sent us medics. AMR is certainly here. Merit Health, we asked Merit Health for medics. They've sent us medics, triage folks to our scene here. We have air support from New Orleans and Hattiesburg, and I'm sure I've left someone out, but there's probably more agencies here now assisting us.
And I know Main Street has been a problem in the past as far as train accidents. About how many accidents have happened in this area, and what have y'all kind of done?
You know, I can't tell you the number of accidents. I would be speculating if I tried to do that right now. I can certainly get you that information, but that's not something that I would speculate on right now.
Would you say this is kind of like a problematic area, though?
I wouldn't so much as say problematic. I'm sure there's been a few there, but again, I don't want to speculate until I looked. And
It seems like you had a bunch of people respond in a hurry.
we had a lot of people here in a hurry.
Chief, will the helicopters be coming back to get more victims?
I'm sure they will.
Have you spoken with any of those who were on board?
We have. We've spoken with several. That's how we know they were coming from Austin. Yes.
So the victims on the helicopter will be transported to Hattiesburg and New Orleans?
Yeah, I don't know where they're going to transport them to wherever they think they need to go.
What time exactly did this happen?
Yeah, I think it was about maybe 12 minutes after 2.
Have you guys ever dealt with anything of this magnitude right here?
No, not of this magnitude. No. Training is paying off well today.
Is there any final thoughts that you just want to give with those who are watching right now?
Well, it's a terrible tragedy. I know that there's a lot of families that are going to be impacted here, and I just want everyone to know that we're doing everything that we can do to help everyone on that bus.
Have you all spoken with CSX at all?
CSX investigators are here.
How long do they expect this to last over the breakup?
You know, it'll last until we can safely get everyone away from here.
I know everybody just started to sort of scatter. Are trains still coming down the track? Do you know what's going on with that?
No, CSX won't let any trains come down the tracks at this point.
Right. They were clearing the tracks of spectators is what they were doing.
Is there a message, speaking of that, is there a message that you kind of want to give people? I know that they kind of relocated everyone because they don't want anyone live streaming it and stuff, and they're making people move off the chat. Is there a message that you want to give people on Facebook who are kind of watching?
In this day and time, let's be respectful of these folks. Let's be respectful of them and their families. Let's give them an opportunity to talk to their families before they see something in the media. Any other questions?
I'd like to add. Mayor Gillich is going to speak for a
tragic day, and our response has been admirable, and the agencies that have responded are significant. And again, as the chief did, and asked for prayers and thoughts, for the people who are involved here. It's, again, a tragic day for the city of Biloxi.
Mayor, I saw a couple of ministers, or at least a couple of people in collars come in.
Yes.
Were they called in?
Yes. They were. And again, it's to be respectful of what has happened is the main thing. And all our thoughts and prayers with our visitors to our city. So that's what's in my mind right now.
Thank you.
We will have another briefing, Jim, you think at the top of the hour if we need to. It'll be at this location right here, and if we change it, we will let all of y'all know.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you got that?
All right, you guys. Well, I just wanted to take you to that press conference from earlier today, that train crash in Mississippi. Pulling up the next top story for you guys. Thanks for watching with me live here on Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, taking you into the next hour of the show here. So let me pull up. And you look, we still have a live look of the scene right now. I'm just going to show you for a quick second here so you guys can see as crews are still on the scene right now where that crash happened. But in the meantime, I'm going to take you to the State Department briefing from earlier today. So let's pull this up. Let me get the volume up and ready for you guys. Okay, State Department briefing, let's take you there.
right. All right. Well, greetings, everyone. Good afternoon. Feels good to be back up here. Just a few things at the top, and then I'll move to your questions. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson will travel to Japan, the Republic of Korea, and China March 15th through 19th, his first visit as Secretary of State to the East Asia and Pacific region. In each country, Secretary will meet with senior officials to discuss bilateral and multilateral issues, including strategic coordination to address the advancing nuclear and missile threat from North Korea. Obviously, given North Korea's continuing provocative behavior and actions, the U.S. is actively engaged with its partners and allies in the region to address the threat posed by North Korea's weapons programs. Secretary Tillerson will also seek to reaffirm the administration's commitment to further broaden and enhance U.S. economic and security interests in the Asia-Pacific region. Asia is, of course, a key engine of economic growth and dynamism that the U.S. believes is crucial to the growth of its own economy. This administration is also intent on pursuing a constructive relationship with China. Secretary Tillerson has already met with China's state counselor as well as its foreign minister, while remaining determined to ensuring that China abides by international rules and plays fair with respect to trade, regional issues, and, of course, human rights. Also wanted to add that the State Department welcomed the visit to Washington yesterday by UN Special Advisor to the Secretary General in Cyprus, Espen Barth Ade, to Washington. Undersecretary for Political Affairs Tom Shannon met with Special Advisor Ade yesterday and reaffirmed strong U.S. support for the Special Advisor and Cypriot-led UN-facilitated process to reunify the island as a bicommunal federation. Based on the considerable progress made by the Cypriot leaders, we believe this is the best chance in decades to achieve a lasting and comprehensive solution, and hope the leaders will return as soon as possible to the negotiating table. The United States remains prepared to offer any assistance that the leaders would consider useful. With that, over to you, Matt.
Thanks, Mark,
Yep.
and welcome.
Thanks.
Welcome back. This, as you well know, is a very important venue for not only foreign governments, but foreign publics, the American people, and the men and women who work here and in embassies abroad. They all look to this briefing. They take their cues from it and try to figure out what's going on with, or hopefully that you explain what's going on with foreign policy. So going forward, I hope that you will expect the same kind of questions that you were getting in previous administrations, and we will expect the same kind of fulsome answers.
I appreciate that.
Even I'm using the word fulsome wrong. I want to go through, I know that there's a lot of new administration reviews, a lot of policies, a lot of things are works in progress. And so I just want to start with, very briefly, with a couple things that have already happened.
Okay.
One is, in the last day of the Obama administration, Secretary Kerry notified Congress that you were going to ignore some holds on aid to the Palestinians, $221 million. That was on the January 20th. On Monday, that was the Friday, so on Monday, the first full day of the new administration, this building said that that money was now being reviewed. I'm wondering, one, what the status of that review is, but also, two, why it is that this building, in saying it was going to review it, said the money was in fact $220 million for Gaza recovery programs, when that differs with what the Congress was notified.
Well, Matt, as always, you've stumped me right out of the box because I don't have a status update on that assistance. With respect to the discrepancy in numbers, I'll also have to take that and get back to you.
Second thing, one of the first things that the president did was to sign an executive order reinstituting the Mexico City language.
Correct.
For family planning programs. The White House, in explaining this, said that this would prevent U.S. taxpayer dollars from funding abortion or promotion of abortion overseas. I'm curious how much money over the previous administration, the 8 years of the Obama administration, when the Mexico City language wasn't in place, how much money was spent on abortion or promoting abortion?
How much money specifically broken out? I don't have that figure. But
Because it is in fact against the law, is it not? Existing law for U.S. taxpayer dollars to be spent?
for abortion. Well,
So-
that's, again, we're implementing the EO that was passed.
Yeah, but wasn't it already being, I mean, I'm asking if it was necessary to do this since it was already illegal for taxpayer money.
Taxpayer,
to be spent.
it's been illegal for decades.
Well, it's
So-
illegal to use the
to
money
use the
for
money-
abortion, but not for organizations that also provide
Which is
abortion
what the
services.
Mexico City.
Right. Well, the argument that previous administrations have made in support of this is the question of fungibility, where money can be used for different purposes and
course.
frees up other money. So I'm wondering, considering that this is an important issue for the administration, what your studies have shown the amount of money, that fungible money is, that will be stopped by this work.
Again, I'll have to get back to it on a specific
Last
breakdown on
thing,
that.
on the executive order that was signed yesterday, but which we all had a preview of, the Immigration and Refugee Executive Order.
Yep.
Since you knew that this was coming, and everyone basically knew it was coming since the first one came out, it calls for a review of the vetting procedures for not just refugees, but also on the terms of visa issuance. I'm wondering, since that review must be well along now, what deficiencies the reviewers have uncovered in the previous, or prior, or even current vetting processes.
Sure. Well, I mean, look, and this is elaborated in Section 5 of the executive order, but it does call for the development of a uniform baseline for screening and vetting standards and procedures. And it also, as you noted, calls for progress reporting to the president beginning 60 days after the implementation date, which is March 16th. That said, some of this work was already underway from the previous EO. I can't get into too many specific details about what this report has uncovered thus far. We spoke with, and frankly, Secretary Tillerson spoke in respect to some of the progress that Iraq has made with regard to meeting some of the questions or some of the disconnects, if you will, in terms of information sharing and other procedures, that they've met those requirements. One of the reasons why Iraq was removed from the list of 7 countries. But this is all part of the executive order's purpose, which is to review and improve our national security-focused visitor screening and vetting procedures. And the process, as I said, is ongoing.
So there hasn't been any specific improvement so far?
Well, again, I mean, we're always seeking to improve what we're doing, and this is an iterative process. I mean, even before the executive order, we can say that, you know, it's not like we just began this January 27th, but I think it was a renewed commitment to look at the procedures with how we vet both refugees incoming as well as immigrants, or rather traveling public into this country, to ensure that we're doing the necessary to provide for the security of Americans.
That suggests that the necessary wasn't being done prior. Is that correct?
Not at all. And I think the Secretary spoke to this yesterday when he said that this is, you know, it's almost impossible, and I'm paraphrasing him, for this to be infallible, this process. But we always have to strive to do so. And I think past administrations have done so as well. But I think the President clearly identified this as a security issue when he came into office. And now we reissued the executive order yesterday, or issued a new executive order yesterday. But I can assure you that this is an ongoing process.
Thanks.
Yeah, Andrea.
Thank you, Mark.
Sure.
China has today warned that there will be consequences both for the United States and for South Korea from the initial stages of deployment of missile defense in South Korea. Can you respond to that? And then I want to ask you about the North Korean test and what the vulnerabilities are.
Sure. I mean, in terms of, you want me to respond directly to some of China's,
if you will.
Of course. Look, I think we've been very clear that THAAD, which is what they're referring to, is clearly a defensive system. And the reason we're pursuing this implementation or deployment of THAAD with South Korea is because of North Korea's continued for lack of a better term, bad behavior, that they continue to carry out exercises or rather tests that, frankly, not only threaten the stability of the Korean Peninsula, but the region and even the national security of the United States of America. So this is not something that, as obviously we made the decision in the past week or so, this has been months in the works, and the next stage is moving forward. And for the specifics on that deployment of the THAAD system, I'd refer you to the Department of Defense. But we've been very clear in our conversations with China that this is not meant to be a threat and is not a threat to them or any other power in the region. It is a defensive system, and it is in place, or it will be in place, because of North Korea's provocative behavior.
Now, David Sanger and his colleagues at the New York Times have reported over the weekend that among the options being considered are helping South Korea get a nuclear defensive weapon or a nuclear weapon. Is that one of the options being considered, and how would that make the peninsula safer?
Well, again, I don't want to certainly don't want to get into those kinds of conversations that we might be having in terms of some of the things that are outlaid in that, or laid out in that article. I wouldn't say that's something that we're actively pursuing. What we're focused on right now is strengthening our defensive exercises, our defensive cooperation with South Korea, so that they can defend themselves against continued North Korean aggression.
And finally, there has been criticism today on the Hill, as there has been in the past weeks from other venues, that this department has been silent in the face of a number of threats in Ukraine, in North Korea, elsewhere from other adversaries, that the State Department has not had a voice, both from the podium and hearing from the Secretary. Is diplomacy taking a second seat or back seat in the National Security Council? And what is the department's response to the outlined budget cuts, which would be as deep as 37% in terms of diplomacy and USAID development overseas?
Sure. It's a big question, but I'll try to answer it. First of all, I think that, with respect to the State Department's voice, first of all, I'm glad that we're back up at the podium. Many of you know that I've been in this job for a number of years. So obviously I respect what this briefing is about and what it accomplishes. Of course, I appreciate the patience of all of you over the past month or so as this new administration got its sea legs underneath it and we're able to come back out here and brief to the public, because we do take this very seriously, I can assure you. With respect to the State Department's voice in this new administration, I can also assure you that Secretary Tillerson is very engaged with the White House, very engaged with the President, speaks to him frequently, was over there, I believe, just yesterday for a meeting. And I can assure everyone that the Secretary's voice, or the State Department's voice, is heard loud and clear in policy discussions at the National Security Council level. The Secretary himself has been hard at work and focused on, I think, in his early days, in establishing the relationships that he feels are absolutely vital with his key counterparts. He was at the G20. He held, I think, some 14 bilateral meetings and I think 3 multilateral meetings, including one with the Republic of Korea and Japan to talk about North Korea's continued threat to the region's stability. He also met with Foreign Minister Lavrov there. He met with Foreign Minister Yang from China, and at the same time held meetings on Yemen and Syria. Again, I think he's working hard at establishing the connections that he needs to have in order to be an effective Secretary of State with key counterparts, with key partners, and with key allies. He also went to Mexico, had a very successful visit there, along with Secretary of Homeland Security, John Kelly. Again, it was productive. It laid out a very forward-looking agenda for U.S.-Mexico relations. And it was, I think, a recognition of how vital that particular relationship is, that bilateral relationship is to the United States, and to the prosperity and security of both our countries. And now next week he'll be going to Asia, again visiting with China, or visiting in China rather, then going to South Korea as well as Japan. These are important visits, they're important trips, they're important meetings that he's having, I think, again, to just establish the relationships that he needs to have to be an effective Secretary of State. I think going forward, he'll be clarifying his priorities as his secretary. And your last question, sorry to address it, I was going through my head, but you talked about the budget.
About the budget. Will he be fighting for the State Department for diplomacy for this workforce?
So
and
the short answer,
and its mission.
Yeah, of course. The short answer to that is, the budget process is still, as you well know, is in early days. This is going to be a process that's going to play out in the weeks and even months ahead. What I can say is that he has been working with senior staff here at the State Department, listening to what their priorities are, what they're working on, what they believe is going well, where they believe they have needs that need to be addressed. And he is working to ensure that this department, and most importantly, our missions abroad, have the resources and personnel they need to fully carry out their missions. And I think that's where his focus is on. Yeah, at least.
I just want to echo what Matt and Andrea said, and I'm glad that you said in your opening remarks that you respect the briefing process and hope that you will continue it regularly, not just as a tool of American leadership, but also in transparency to the American people that the Secretary promised on his first day to employees. If you could, I just want to follow up on the budget issue. You said that the Secretary is working with senior staff to determine what their needs are and make sure that the building and the missions overseas have the resources that they need. With the reported budget cuts of up to 37% of this State Department, which is more than a third of the budget, what would be the practical effect of the State Department operations, including the dramatic cuts of foreign aid? And what do you think would be the effect of U.S. leadership overseas?
Sure. Look, and I'm aware of all of the various numbers that are circulating out there with respect to proposed budget cuts, not only to state but to other. I understand. Again, I would just stress that this is still very early on in the process, and I think what's important. Well, that's important first of all to stress that. I would also stress that Secretary Tillerson understands the vital work that this department does. He understands the hard work of our embassies and our embassy personnel, our diplomats, our foreign service and civil service personnel here in Washington, but also, as I said, overseas, and wants to make sure, as their leader, as a former CEO, but now directing the foreign policy of the United States, that his team, his staff, are properly resourced. And I think that's his mindset going into the budget process, is how do I make sure that they have what they need to get the job done. Now, that being said, I think there's also a period, as with any transition, of reassessment. It's one of the reasons why he's meeting and talking to senior staff, talking to various leadership at different levels to try to get their feedback on what they believe are their priorities and how we can reconfigure and look at resources. That's part of what he's been doing the past several weeks. I don't have many specifics to add, but of course, as we go forward, that's something that he's going to be looking at.
But given the fact that several of his predecessors across party lines, secretaries of defense, members of Congress, up until this point, with the existing budget that you've been working on, this continuing resolution, have said that the State Department is under-resourced. How does the Secretary fathom that the State Department could be properly resourced with up to more than a third of cuts if it wasn't properly resourced? I understand that there's a reassessment that he'll want to make and make
again,
reforms and changes, but those numbers seem wildly
and again,
disparate.
Sorry, I didn't talk over you. And again, I would be cautious to say that preliminary number that's floating out there is where we're going to end up. I think what his goal, what senior staff's goal here at the State Department is to say, okay, where can we possibly move resources to, reevaluate resources, reassess, perhaps make cuts if we feel that's necessary. But in no way trying to limit the function or the efficiency of this State Department. And I think that's always, foremost certainly in his mind in these early days. I think in terms of, we've seen the letters, we've seen the public statements by many former leaders, military, and obviously former secretaries of state with regard to the value of foreign assistance. And I think we recognize the value of foreign assistance. Again, though, I think at the beginning of a new administration, it's a chance and it's an opportunity to look at who receives foreign assistance, how much they receive, whether that much is still needed, and again, just reassess how we're spending American taxpayer dollars.
Just one last one
course,
as a follow-up to Matt's question on the EO. Yesterday, Secretary Kelly said that there were 14, or maybe it was this morning.
It's okay.
Time is a continuum right now. That about 14 other countries don't have or have questionable or insufficient vetting processes. Is the Secretary in touch with the leaders or his counterparts in these 14 other countries and about strengthening those type of vetting? And is another executive order or amendment adding some of those countries in consideration?
Right. So my understanding on this is that that's part of this vetting review that we're looking at, is how to identify and get a clear understanding of where there are gaps, where there are deficiencies in the vetting process, and between, as I said, which countries that involves. So that's going to be part of the process going forward in these coming period, which is to reevaluate where we can do better and where we need additional information. And then, of course, we will address those shortcomings with the governments of concern.
Mark, can I just ask a question about the Middle East peace policy?
Yeah.
Can you clarify
Sure, Bert.
what the policy on settlements is? Has it changed? Are settlements still an obstacle to peace, or is there some nuance there now? And secondly, the president has named Jared Kushner as his envoy to make Middle East peace. What sort of connection does his role have with the State Department? Aside from Secretary Tillerson calling him and chatting, is there any sort of channel with the experts here at the State Department who have been very much involved in previous efforts to have some sort of Israel-Palestinian negotiations?
Sure. First of all, on settlements, I think the president spoke about this, I guess, a couple weeks ago, where he said he would like to see Israel hold back on settlement activity. And I think that we're in discussions with Israel about what exactly that would look like. But I think with respect to how any settlement activity might affect the overall climate for an eventual solution between the two parties, I think that's under consideration. And it's in that regard that he made those comments. With respect to the connection or how the State Department may be playing a role in the pursuit of Middle East peace, I know that we are working closely with the White House on evaluating where we stand. I think at this point we're still kind of at a stage where we're looking at the situation and trying to formulate next steps. But I can assure you that the State Department's playing a role in that process.
Staying on the same topic,
Yes, I.
Mark? Yeah. Well, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Back there. We missed you.
Yep.
Anyway, a couple of things on this issue. First of all, could you clarify the United States position on being a member of the United Nations Human Rights Council? Because there was a bit of confusion. Apparently, Secretary Tillerson said that he's looking into, according to Politico, looking into the value of U.S. membership in this council. Could you clarify that?
On, sorry, you're talking about with respect to the Human Rights Council?
Right, right.
Well, what I can say is that I think the Human Rights Council's meeting, I think it continues its work until late March. We're there. We're a part of that process. We're bringing an agenda, and we're hard at work on the ground. So as to any rumors that may have been circulating out there, I think they're just that.
And just a couple more.
Yep.
Now, the secretary.
Sorry, March 24th, I think. Sorry, I apologize. I just found the date here. I think the Human Rights Council is supposed to go until March 24th. And as I said, we're there. We're at the table. We're working on an agenda. We've been elected to a 3-year term, I think back in 2016. And we're committed to human rights and fundamental freedoms and working to pursue those.
Now,
Please go ahead. I'm sorry.
Secretary Tillerson also, hosted the Israeli Prime Minister for dinner here on the 14th of February last month. Has he been in touch with any Palestinian leaders? Are there any plans to meet with any Palestinian leaders? I know he's planning to meet with the Israeli Defense Minister Lieberman in the near future.
I apologize. You're referring to Secretary Tillerson.
Secretary Tillerson,
Yeah.
yes.
I am not aware of any meetings in the immediate future, but
conversation with any of the Palestinian leadership?
I'm not aware of that. He has been. I'll check on that. Sorry. Yep, please. But I can assure you that obviously Michael Ratney, who I believe is taking over that portfolio in this administration, is within the Bureau of Middle Eastern Affairs, or Near Eastern Affairs rather, is in touch with Palestinian leaders.
He's not doing Syria anymore?
He's doing both.
He's doing both?
Yes.
Oh, good, because that's not too much for one person, is it?
He's a dynamo.
He is.
Can we go back to THAAD just for a minute?
Let's go here and we'll work back. Thanks. Hey, yeah.
So, I mean, I know that the U.S.
I'm sorry, where are we?
THAAD.
Oh, THAAD. Thank you.
So, I mean, I know the U.S. position has always been that it's a defensive system, and the decision to start this deployment, was under the Obama administration. But since the secretary, right?
That's right.
Yeah. So, since the secretary is about to walk into the teeth of this in Asia next week, like, what more can you do? Can the United States do to make that position more saleable to the Chinese?
Sure.
I mean, they're looking at the radar, and the radar looks into their country. Why wouldn't they be concerned?
Well, again, just to unpack this, China is well aware of not just our concerns. China, in fact, shares our concerns about North Korea's unlawful weapons programs, and the fact that they, as I said, represent a clear and very grave threat to the peninsula, to the region, and as well as to the United States. North Korea openly states that its ballistic missiles are intended to deliver nuclear weapons to strike cities in the United States and the Republic of Korea and Japan. So it's in that context that we are in conversations and discussions with China. We've been very clear that the decision to deploy THAAD is as a defensive measure in order to protect not only South Korea, but also our military who are stationed in South Korea. I think where we all have to focus on going forward, and I think a central focus of Secretary Tillerson's trip to the region should not be on the deployment of THAAD, which is, frankly, a response to the threat. It's the threat itself, the threat that North Korea continues to pose and has, frankly, only augmented in the past year to 6 months. And how do we address that threat? And I think we're looking at new initiatives, new ways to address it. I also think that, I know that, we're pressing for increased implementation of an already very stringent sanctions regime. But as we all know, and I've said many times, sanctions are only as good as how well they're implemented. And so until we have full implementation of the sanctions, we're not going to be able to apply the pressure that we feel needs to be brought to bear on North Korea. And you've seen China in recent days take some steps with respect to coal imports that reinforce or enforce those sanctions in greater detail.
Does that include new sanctions?
Let's go. Yeah, Michelle, go ahead.
Mark,
I'll get to you.
what's the U.S. position towards the situation in Manbij in Syria? The American flag is flying there. There are more American troops in the area, and Turkey is threatening to enter the city, and the regime is preparing to go to the city too.
Sure. Well, I believe the Pentagon's already spoken to this in some tactical detail. And I would encourage you to speak to them directly about these kinds of movements on the ground. I think broadly speaking, of course, it's a very complex environment around the area east of El Bab. It's a place where multiple forces, frankly, have converged, all with the intent to drive out ISIS. But I think when you've got multiple forces in such a small, confined space, we want to avoid any unnecessary or unintended escalation in what is already a very tense and dynamic situation. So we are sending a message to all forces that are there on the ground to remain focused on the counter-ISIS fight and concentrate their efforts on defeating ISIS and not towards other objectives that may detract from the coalition's ongoing campaign. So we want to keep the focus on the stated intent to destroy ISIS. The coalition is going to continue to work in close coordination with allies and partner forces, again, with the focus on defeating what is a common enemy, which is ISIS.
One more on this, Mark. U.S., Russia, and Turkish chief of staffs have met in Antalya today, and they will continue meeting. Is there a new coordination between the U.S. and Russia on the fight against ISIS and on the situation in Syria?
Right, you're talking about a meeting today, not sure what the date was, but between Joint Chiefs of Staff General Dunford, and he met with Chief of Russian General Staff, as well as the Chief of the Turkish General Staff. The purpose of the meeting, as I understand it, is to enhance senior-level military communications and improve operational deconfliction of our respective military operations in Syria. I'd refer you to DoD for any details, but my understanding of this is that it remains focused on deconflicting. Nick.
You understand Russian,
Nick.
Mark?
Just two quick ones. One on the Iraq EO. Yesterday, when Secretary Tillerson spoke, he suggested that Iraq came off the list because it was partnering with the U.S., and you mentioned this in the vetting process. Prior to that, Iraq was extremely angry about being on this list, and there was some concern that its partnership with the U.S. in the fight against ISIS might be jeopardized by its appearance on the list. So are you saying that Iraq is taken off this list only because of the vetting process, or because there were concerns that its partnership with the U.S. in the fight against ISIS would be jeopardized?
Well, I think both, but I think you can't have, obviously we would not have just lifted them out of this group if we were not convinced and satisfied that they were taking steps to address our concerns with regard to the vetting of individuals and willing to take measures to achieve, frankly, our shared objective, which is to prevent anyone with criminal or terrorist intent to reach the United States. But this was, frankly, a bold and important step by the Prime Minister of Iraq. We appreciate his positive engagement on this issue, and obviously, it reinforces the strong collaboration we already have with Iraq with respect to the effort to destroy ISIS on the ground in Iraq. I think it speaks to the growing ties between our two countries, the growing ability to work together on these kinds of issues, that they were able to, in fairly quick fashion, address some of the concerns we had with regard to vetting.
Just one more on the budget issue. In his Senate testimony, Secretary Tillerson said that he had looked at the org charts and seen a few more dotted lines, a few boxes that.
I'm sorry, what are we talking about? I missed the first part.
We're on budget.
Oh, got it, okay.
So he had said that he'd seen a few more dotted lines and a few more boxes that had not been there previously and suggested those should be eliminated. So regardless of what the top line budget figure would be, 37% or not, does he support some form of budget cuts to this building, and does he feel that the State Department needs to be slimmed down?
I think I would answer that, Nick, is that he's looking like any new leader of an organization as big as the State Department, although we're not that big in the world of federal agencies, but it's a sizable organization, is where efficiencies can be found, where there might be duplication of efforts. I mean, let's face it, the State Department operates on a fairly modest budget in the grand scheme of things. So I think, as an effective leader and manager of the State Department of U.S. foreign policy, he's looking for where efficiencies can be found and where we can, if needed, change or eliminate positions, but also focus on other priorities or focus efforts on other goals and actions that we can take in policies.
This theme of State Department drift, it also derives from a lack of appointments.
State Department?
A drift, lack of vigor.
I got it, sorry.
It's also from a lack of appointments. There's no deputy secretary appointment, undersecretary, assistant secretaries, huge number of ambassadorial vacancies. It's led some people to believe that Tillerson doesn't have the clout to appoint his own people. Is that true?
Look, John, this is, again, I think, this is where, and many of you in this room have been around. This is not your first transition, as we say, and it's not mine either. So I would caution everybody, I'd say take a deep breath because, this is always an ongoing process. And we're working at identifying candidates. I can assure you all, I can assure the American public that we're working on identifying qualified candidates for senior department positions and trying to fill them as quickly as possible. We're also vetting them. And that's part of this process that we do internally. And then once we have these individuals ready, vetted, then we can go take them to the Senate for their advice and consent. So this process is ongoing. We're identifying people for senior management jobs and senior leadership positions. But I think it's also important to stress that there's a very capable diplomatic corps and civil service corps within the State Department. And many of these individuals have stepped into acting roles or remained in acting roles in order to provide consistency through the transition.
Mark,
yeah.
Answer to Nick's first question.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, you said, I thought I heard you say that Iraq was removed for both reasons, but because they were also taking steps to address our concerns. Are you saying that they have not yet addressed?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to give some kind of time, some kind
because
of...
if they hadn't addressed
no,
it, I would ask why they were taken off.
I apologize. Thank you for clarifying. No, they have taken steps.
Okay.
Mark, back to the travel ban.
Yeah, I'll get to you.
Sorry, is it okay? I
No,
don't
of course,
know
of
how this
course.
works.
Yeah,
This is very weird. But anyway.
This is a very crowded briefing, so
now
I'm doing my
have,
best to manage
Now that I
it.
have the floor.
That's right.
Okay, so yesterday the administration, in this version of the executive order, to back it up, mentioned these 300 refugees who are under investigation. So can you confirm whether even one of those 300 is from any of the countries that are named in the ban? And if not, why not even mention that, yes, some of them are from the countries? I don't understand why that would be such, even though these are under investigation, why would naming the country or countries be so sensitive?
It's a valid question. A couple points to make. One is, these are individuals under active investigation by the FBI. So these are people who already theoretically have already immigrated to the United States. So they're not on our radar, so to speak, anymore. So I can't really speak to what the FBI may be investigating, who they may be investigating, or really provide any details as to where these individuals come from. My understanding, but again, I would refer you to the FBI or to DHS for clarity, is that these were 300 individuals, globally speaking, i.e. not from the 6 countries that were targeted in this particular EO. They were speaking to 300 active investigations of people who've come over as refugees.
Thank you. I have a couple questions on the EO. So in order to be taken off this list of 6 countries whose citizens aren't really allowed to come here, they would have to provide the U.S. with greater cooperation, greater data sharing. I'm wondering how you expect countries like Syria and Libya that are in the throes of violent conflict and many of their government functions really aren't functioning. How do you expect those countries to actually comply with that request? And therefore, does it amount to basically a de facto eternal ban? And I have a follow-up for that.
Sure. Recognizing that this is a challenge, certainly with respect to Syria, since we don't exactly have bilateral relations with the Syrian government. But with respect to Libya, there is a nascent government in Libya. We recognize, though, that the situation in both Libya and Syria is, to put it mildly, in perpetual crisis. The security situation in both those countries is dire. That's part of the reason, frankly, why, given the fact that within these areas, within these countries, rather, and their borders, we have ISIS and ISIS affiliates and Al-Qaeda affiliates operating, that we need to be especially vigilant about the individuals that we're admitting from those countries. I don't want, though, to in any way, as you say, condemn any country to perpetual travel ban. That's not what this is about. I think with respect to where we can work with the government, however early days it is with respect to Libya especially, we are going to do so with the eventual goal of trying to get the information that we feel we need in order to fully vet these individuals coming to the United States.
And then I have a question specifically to Iran. So the number of people that are affected by this ban, Iranians are overly represented, you might say. I think it's something like over half of the people who would be coming from these 6 countries are actually coming from Iran, or maybe perhaps even more.
Yep.
This government, under both Republican and Democratic administrations, under George W. Bush and Barack Obama, has sought to engage directly with the Iranian people, kind of going around the Iranian government, which of course has a lot of enmity and animosity towards the United States or between those 2 countries. I'm wondering what you would say the message that this ban sends to the Iranian people, especially given that there isn't that kind of violent conflict that you just referred to, or the groups like ISIS or these sorts of terrorist groups active inside Iran. As you might know yourself from the 2009 protests, it was evident that many of the Iranian people disagree with the actions of their government. And so what exactly does this sort of ban achieve when it seems to be preventing Iranians who are well disposed towards the United States from coming into the United States?
That's a very good question, and a couple points to make on it. First of all, is that we always need to be driven by the safety and security of the American people. That's not to say that we don't eventually want to see Iran emerge as a constructive global player, regional player. That's up to the Iranian government, the Iranian leadership to make those kinds of decisions. Frankly, what we've seen in the past months and year or so since they signed the nuclear agreement is continued bad behavior in the region.
Would you say that's being conducted by Iranian citizens or the?
Well, again, I mean, this is a country that is a state sponsor of terror, and plays a destabilizing role in the region. And so again, when you're looking at a country like that, this is not about the Iranian people, it's not directed to them, but when you're considering the safety and security of the American people here in the United States, you have to hold them in a different class.
With all due respect, I mean, the ban doesn't bar IRGC Quds Force members from coming to the United States. Obviously, they're barred. But
Well, they're under sanctions, too.
They're
I
under.
mean, it's a totally separate category.
Your answer doesn't really address the heart of my question, which is, banning an entire country and all of its citizens, when there is a lot of evidence that engaging with the Iranian people has been the policy of this country going back into
Yeah,
the
but
Bush
I mean, my
administration.
answer to your question is that this is a country that has shown itself.
The government has.
It
You
doesn't,
would say.
but I'm not saying, but it has shown itself capable of exporting terrorists and terrorism abroad. As I said, they're a state sponsor of terror. What they've done in Syria, what they've done elsewhere in the region, frankly, puts them in a class by themselves with respect to what they're capable of. This has nothing to do with those Iranians who may want to come and visit the United States to develop a better understanding of the United States or to visit relatives here. But but let me be very clear about this one more time.
Iran's
No,
not a state sponsor of terrorism anymore.
what I'm
That the
what I'm
Iranian
saying
people
is,
won't be able to come to this country.
no, what I'm saying is that we have legitimate concerns about Iran's actions. I understand there's a difference between what's happening in Libya, what's happening in Syria, and what's happening in Iran. But Iran has.
Mark, when Iran sponsors foreign terrorism, they use Lebanese foot soldiers. Lebanon is not on this list. They send Hezbollah to conduct these things. So why isn't Lebanon on the list?
But they've shown
Afghans
again,
to Syria.
Again, what they have shown through their behavior is a consistent ability to create chaos, to sow chaos in the region, to create or to fund terrorist activities in the region, and it's because of that that they're under that they're in this category.
Well,
Do you think the Iranian government regrets that the United States is now banning its citizens from coming to study in America and meet Americans? Do you think you've struck a blow against the terror-sponsoring Iranian regime by imposing this ban?
No, David. Let me just revisit this. My point about all of this is I understand the power of people-to-people exchanges and having Iranians come to this country and experience this country and the cultural exchange that entails and the broader goodwill that can build. But I think before all of that, we have to put the safety and security of the American people. And it's because of that they've been added to this list.
So
One last question, because we got a lot of questions in the room.
I mean, I still don't feel like you've addressed the heart of my question. I was at Dulles when a lot of these people were barred from coming in, and then they were eventually let out. The vast majority of them were Iranian, and they were not people who expressed a great affinity with the Iranian government. What I'm saying is that your answer to the question is, I think, presuming that the people who are coming here, who are Iranians, are somehow affiliated with the Iranian government or are carrying out their policy. I'm wondering if
Not at all.
if there have
No,
been any
and I'm sorry if
instances-
I'm not explaining that clearly. What I'm trying to say is that the government, their government, unfortunately, is a bad actor
Does
in the
the
region.
U.S. now equate all the citizens of a country with a bad acting
No, but
government?
what we do take under consideration through this executive order is the fact that that we don't believe that we can ensure the safety of the American people and security of the American people absolutely, given the current procedures and vetting procedures that we have with people coming from Iran.
So are you saying that until Iran is not a bad actor, in your words?
No, I think that.
Can I finish my question?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Are you saying that until Iran is not a state sponsor of terrorism or cleans up its act in the region, or you have, less fears about the actions of the Iranian government, that all of the citizens of Iran will not be able to come here? Or are you saying that they need better vetting procedures? Because they're two different things. One is vetting procedures, and one is saying it's a bad government, therefore we're not letting their citizens in.
So my answer to that is part of this review period is looking at where we don't have sufficient vetting procedures in place. What are those countries? And then following up on that, we'll then, where we can or able to, talk to those governments and express where there are these disconnects and these failings.
Are you willing to talk to the government of Iran to help strengthen those vetting procedures?
I can't speak to that at this time.
There's a Homeland Security report published last week that says that extreme vetting procedures are not helpful because people do not become radicalized when they arrive here. They are radicalized years, if not decades later, which undercuts the whole premise of keeping out people from many of these countries.
Well, again, I would refer you to the DHS to speak to the contents of their report and the substance of their report. I think what this EO is focused on and where the State Department is focused on in implementing this executive order is on looking at how people are vetted from given countries and whether those procedures can guarantee to the degree, recognizing that we can never have 100% guarantee, to the degree possible, that these people coming in are coming here without the intention to do harm to the American people.
Do you have reports from your embassies as to how these executive orders, the first one and even the second one, are hurting the United States abroad with allies as well as?
Adrienne, I would say that we've gotten a variety of opinions from a variety of governments, from a variety of countries about these executive orders, and not all of them negative. But I think, again, we need to start from, and as Secretary Tillerson spoke to this in his remarks yesterday, we need to start from the premise here, which is we're doing this, we're undertaking this effort in order to guarantee as much as possible the safety and security of the American people. And we hope that other governments, foreign governments, can appreciate that premise and take it under consideration.
There is no underlying threat that's ever been established by any agency of this government involving these countries in particular or recent terror activities from their citizens.
Again, we can go into the criteria, but it's all laid out in the EO of why these 6 specific countries were chosen to be part of this executive order. Please.
Can you speak briefly about why Syria was taken off a list of being banned independently on its, like, why they're now going to not be indefinitely kept out of the U.S., Syrians? Refugees, sorry.
I'm sorry, I apologize. It was like
Syrian refugees.
Ban Syrian refugees indefinitely. The second version just includes them in the general refugee ban.
Right. I'm frankly not certain why the rationale to shift them. Other than that, I mean, obviously, they're a segment of the refugee population that's in dire need of support. But I don't have any specifics as to why they were moved from one list to the other. I'll try to get back to that. Are we done with the EO? Can we move on to a different subject? And then I only have about 5 more minutes, so are we ready to switch to China? Are we done with it? Okay, I'll go to you and then you, Nike.
Okay, Mark, on China real quickly, you mentioned that Secretary Tillerson would bring with him a message of stronger implementation of current sanctions. Is the United States willing to go beyond asking China to confront North Korea, beyond implementation or beyond sanctions? And in particular, there was a Wall Street Journal report out last week saying that the United States was putting greater weight on a military or regime change option. Is that something that the Secretary is aware of or will be discussing in China?
Well, look, I don't want to get into specifics of all the options that we're looking at with respect to North Korea. How I would answer your question is that we are very concerned with the escalation of North Korea's actions, the continuing testing and augmenting of its weapons program is of great concern, and it's getting to the point where we do need to look at other alternatives, and that's part of what this trip is about. That we're going to talk to our allies and partners in the region to try to generate new approach to North Korea. I think right now we're focused on sanctions and implementing those sanctions to the fullest extent possible. But we're looking at other possibilities as well. We always are. Please, in the back, Nike, and then 2 more questions after that. Please, Nike.
Mark,
Thank you very much. You said that part of the goal of this travel is to generate new approach in dealing with the DPRK. Does that include direct or indirect diplomatic engagement with DPRK? And then could you please update the status of the policy review regarding North Korea? Thank you.
Well, again, like I would say that given North Korea's recent behavior, we're not at the point where we're looking at direct engagement with them. We're not rewarding that behavior in any way, shape, or form. I think what North Korea's, and this is something we need to, God bless you, we need to convey to them in very clear terms, is that this kind of behavior is only further alienating them from the international community and from the global community. They're increasingly becoming a pariah through this kind of behavior that violates the international norms and international law. And how we convey that to them, how we get that message across to them, remains to be seen. We're pursuing tougher and tougher sanctions, but we're also looking at other means to make that message clear to them. Dimitri, please.
What is the
Dimitri.
future?
As we know, the two sessions are being held in China. And recently, China National People's Congress spokeswoman Fu Ying said the mainstream of China-U.S. Relationship is cooperation, and China top legislature will continue exchanges with U.S. Congress this year to boost understanding and communication. So what is your comments on her remarks, and how do you see U.S.-China relations, especially during Trump administration? Thank you.
Sure. I mean, I think China is an absolutely vital relationship for the United States. We want to build a more constructive relationship with China. As I said, two of Secretary Tillerson's earliest meetings were with your foreign minister, or China's foreign minister, and state counselor. And indeed, one of his very first trips is to Beijing. I think that speaks to the importance that the United States places on its relationship with China. And we're going to look for areas that we can expand our cooperation, whether it's economic, whether it's with respect to North Korea or other multilateral issues. I think we want to build on our relationship with China.
As for the one China policy, President Trump opposed one China policy. So how do you think?
There's no change to our longstanding policy on cross-strait issues. I think Secretary Tillerson spoke to that in his hearing in the Senate, and President Trump agreed to in his phone call in February, I think February 9th, with President Xi, that he agreed to honor our one China policy. Last question, I really got.
All right, everybody. Well, that was the State Department briefing with Mark Toner. Mike Page coming up next to take you into the next few hours of the show. In the meantime, I'm going to give you guys a live look of the White House. And Mike's coming up next. Thanks for watching with us.
Wow, hello everyone. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. My name is Mike Paish, and I'll be with you here for the next 2 hours. I'll tell you a little bit. In about 90 minutes, we're going to have Mary Kay come back up here before her shift, and we're going to talk about a very special moment that happened inside the White House today. It's really a great moment, so we'll have that for you a little bit later on the show. I do want to talk about some of the very latest headlines going across the country right now as we get a little bit into the stream here. Let me get situated here. All right. A lawyer suing Vice President Mike Pence for refusing to release public records as Indiana's governor says his case should get a fresh look after revelations that the Republican used a private AOL email account to conduct state business. Democratic attorney William Groth is asking Indiana Supreme Court to send his lawsuit back to a lower court to examine the private emails. He cited recent news stories revealing details of Pence's use of the account. Groth said today that he may seek additional records that should have been released after he filed a public records request. A spokesman for Pence says he retained records in full compliance with Indiana law. All right, folks, moving on here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Hope everyone's having a great evening here. Earlier in the stream, we did have a police chase. I know some people in the chat room were demanding that we show you a police chase, but we just, can't pull that up. We have to wait till they go live, and we did have it go live for us. So for the people that were chanting that in the chat today, you were fully correct today. You were going to get that chase that you did want. All right, we're going to show you a beautiful shot here of the White House while we do get some other stories loaded up here for you. Welcome. All right, for the last couple days, the major story has been the Obamacare replacement for health insurance. This is something that the Republicans just put out yesterday, and we're getting to learn more about it. Some of the GOP House members got together today to explain what this new health care law could be. Let's take a look.
Obamacare. It delivers relief to Americans fed up with skyrocketing premiums and fewer choices. It moves us away from the broken status quo toward a better, patient-centered system. That means lower costs for hardworking families. It means more choices and competition so that you can buy the plan that you need and that you can afford. It means greater control of your health care. As you know, this is the culmination of years long of an inclusive process that we've been doing here for years. Last June, as part of our Better Way agenda, we put forward our vision for health care. After the election, we began to work with our counterparts in the Senate and with the Trump administration on this plan. I want to thank President Trump I want to thank Vice President Pence, and I want to thank Secretary Price for their support and their hard work in getting us to this repeal and replace point. I also want to thank Chairman Brady, who's going to be joining us in a minute, and Chairman Walden for their leadership. Now this bill will go through the regular order process in the House. As it does, I encourage all Americans to read this bill online at readthebill.gop. Go online and read the bill at readthebill.gop. Doing big things is never easy, but we have made a promise, and we're going to keep that promise. We made a promise to repeal and replace Obamacare with conservative solutions and reforms. That is exactly what this bill does, and that's why we're here. Thank you.
Well, I do want to echo a couple things that the Speaker said. I do want to thank the President. I do want to thank the Vice President. I do want to thank our new Secretary, Tom Price, as well. If I just listened to the President meeting with the Deputy Whip team, he said he was proud to support this new bill. Why? Because of the years of work that has gone into it. We know why we are here today. Because Obamacare did three essential points. One, it created an exchange. Well, we all know the history of what's happened to that. The failures, the companies pulling out. And now you have 1/3 of the entire country, 1,022 counties, with one only health care provider. They created 23 co-ops, provided more than $2 billion. 18 of those co-ops have collapsed. It expanded Medicaid. Well, we know it can't sustain itself, so we have to put Medicaid on being able to sustain itself, and that's why I want to thank Chairman Greg Walden for the work that they're going through as well. And third, it made government control health care, the regulations that it imposed upon everybody else. Well, today is a new day, and we stand proud with our President that he supports this bill to move forward, to keep the promise that we made that we would repeal Obamacare and replace it, to put the power back with the individuals.
Well, good afternoon. I want to thank my colleagues for their work on this, especially the President, the Vice President, Secretary Price, Mr. Brady, and the members of our Energy and Commerce Committee, especially our subcommittee chairman, Dr. Burgess, who have put in incredible amounts of time and work. As you know, this bill went public last night about this time. It's available online for everyone to see, and this is the conservative alternative to Obamacare. This is how we're going to reform health care in America and give choice back to people, rescue the failing individual market. We're proud of this piece of legislation. We look forward to marking it up tomorrow. Remember, we made a promise to the American people that we're going to keep it right here, right now, by repealing Obamacare and replacing it with something that will work for them. But remember, this is just the first step. This is just the first step. This legislation begins the process of transforming the health insurance market. It also amounts to the biggest entitlement reform since Bill Clinton signed welfare reform into law, because we're going to restore to the states authority that's been taken away from them, make them have to not come here to Washington and ask some bureaucrat for permission to do everything, and instead allow them to innovate, to be creative, to get their hands around patients who need their help the most, and to best use those dollars. And with Medicaid, it amounts to a per capita allotment. So they'll know what they can expect. It works for them. We've worked closely with the governors. So tomorrow at 11 or 10:30, we'll kick off our markup. We'll begin this process in an open and transparent way. But let me say again, look, we're going to make sure that those who have pre-existing conditions continue to get health care and health insurance. We're going to make sure that there are no lifetime caps, and we're not going to kick your kids off their plans until after they turn 26. We'll help you kick them out of the basement, maybe, but not off their health insurance. This is important work we're doing. We look forward to moving forward on it and to providing the rescue for the individual market and relief to the states and help to the people that sent us here to get this job done.
Well, I think Mr. Brady's still at the White House, so we'll just, we were going to have him go next, but we'll just go to questions. Casey. I'm prepared to lead our conference to doing what we said we would do in the election. We actually ran on a repeal and replace plan. That's what this is, the repeal and replace plan we ran on. Now I am intent on making sure that we fulfill our promises, but I believe in regular order. I believe in going through the process the way it was meant to go through. We didn't write this bill in my office on Christmas Eve like they did in Harry Reid's office and then jam it through to an unsuspecting country. These committees are writing this legislation. These committees will be marking up the legislation tomorrow, and then it goes to the Budget Committee the next week, and then it goes to the Rules Committee on the floor the week after that, which is regular order. So I'm excited that we're doing this the right way. I'm excited we're doing this out in plain sight. Go to readthebill.gop. What I want to tell my fellow citizens is that the nightmare of Obamacare is about to end. That we are doing what we said we would do in this campaign, which is repeal and replace this awful law that is crashing. Let me say one more thing. Let's not forget, Obamacare is collapsing. Obamacare isn't staying. If we did nothing, the law would collapse and leave everybody without affordable health care. We are doing an act of mercy by repealing this law and replacing it with patient-centered health care reforms that we as conservatives have been arguing for and fighting for years. Chad. I don't think so. Let me just give you a list of what's in here that conservatives should be excited about. Number one, the bill repeals Obamacare. Number two, it repeals the Obamacare taxes, which is a massive tax relief for families for the cost of health care. It repeals the Obamacare spending, like the Medicaid expansion and Obamacare subsidies. It repeals the Obamacare mandates on individuals and businesses. It ends funding for Planned Parenthood and sends that money to community health centers. It has a Medicaid per capita block grant. That's the biggest entitlement reform anybody has seen here for decades. It nearly doubles the amount of money people can contribute to health savings accounts. That is a fundamental part and a crucial part of conservative health care policy. It equalizes the tax treatment of health care. I've been doing conservative health care reform for 20 years. For 20 years, we as conservatives have been arguing for equalizing the tax treatment of health care for all Americans so we can have a vibrant individual market so we have choice and competition. Look, there are two ways of fixing health care. Have the government run it and ration it and put price controls. That's what Obamacare does. That's what the left wants. Or do what conservatives have been arguing for years. Have a vibrant free market where people get to do what they want. They buy what they want. Equalize the tax treatment. Stop the discrimination in the tax code against people who want to go out in a free marketplace and buy the health care of their choosing. This does that. This lowers costs, creates competition, it allows choices. The most important thing that this thing does is it takes power out of Washington, takes power out of the bureaucracy and puts it back to doctors and patients where it belongs. Yeah. Look, what matters is that we're lowering the cost of health care and giving people access to affordable health care plans. Look, the government will always win the war on government-run plans, saying if we mandate everybody buys what we say they have to buy, then the government will always estimate that they'll buy it. I just think that's bogus. That entire premise of that comparison doesn't work. The fact is, we're not going to have the government tell you what you must do, tell you what you must buy. We're going to allow the market to do that. We're going to let people decide what they want to do with their lives, and we want to lower costs by having more competition and equalizing the tax treatment of health care, having health savings accounts. That gives people the freedom to buy the plan they want and can afford. Yeah. We will have 218 votes. This is the beginning of the legislative process. We've got a few weeks. We'll have 218 when this thing comes to the floor. I can guarantee you that. Yeah. Read the bill. Go to readthebill.gop. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's not that this is open for negotiations. What Mike is trying to describe is we envision three phases occurring here. So let me describe to you what the three phases are. Number one is this bill, which we use as reconciliation. As you all know, you can't filibuster a reconciliation bill. So this repeal and replace bill is what we pass through reconciliation. Phase two, all the regulatory flexibility that the Secretary of HHS has to deregulate the marketplace, to lower the costs and stabilize the market. That's what Tom Price will do. There's something like 1,400 instances in this law that gives the Secretary discretion. Secretary Tom Price, unlike the Obama administration, will use that discretion to bring more market freedom and market stabilization. So that's phase two. Phase three is to pass the bills that we want to pass that we cannot put in reconciliation because of those budget rules. What's an example of that? Interstate shopping across state lines. We love that policy. We think it's critical But as you well know, you cannot put that in a budget reconciliation bill. Otherwise, it could be filibustered. We also believe in association health plans. Let people through their trade associations, farmers through the American Farm Bureau plan, restaurateurs through the National Restaurant Association plan, small businesses through the NFIB plan, bulk buy their health insurance in nationwide buying pools. We very much believe in that policy, but we know the rules don't allow us to put that in reconciliation. Medical liability reform. The practice of defensive medicine is cranking up healthcare costs, practicing defensive medicine, which makes healthcare ultimately more expensive for everybody. But we know we can't put that in reconciliation. Those phase 3 bills we're going to move also at the same time, and we're going to push those to the finish line, but those will ultimately take 60 votes in the Senate. So phase 1 is this repeal and replace bill. Phase 2, Tom Price deregulates the market and brings certainty so that we can have more choices and more plans and get the states back in the game of being able to regulate health care. Phase 3, pass those reforms that we believe in, that we think will make it even better, but we know we can't put in reconciliation because of the 60-vote threshold. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
All right, folks, we're just continuing on here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. That was Paul Ryan talking about the new health care situation that they are going to be hoping to push through Congress and the Senate. Hope everyone's having just absolutely great evening. I'll tell you, one of the topics we talked today in the meeting, the afternoon meeting that we had today at the station, and it got me thinking. Do you trust your phone? And by what I mean by that is, do you trust it in the way of, do you believe that the government or other entities can listen and use it as a microphone, really, to whenever they want to kind of listen to see what's going on in the room that you're in, or maybe what you're talking about, what you're discussing with a friend or a family member or a colleague. So we were talking about that, and we were even hearing from some people in the newsroom. This is crazy, but I didn't even think this was possible, that they would be talking, say, about a product. Let's say a smart TV. Okay, let's say that we're talking about a smart TV, you and your friend, and in the room is a laptop, and it is listening to what you're saying, and then maybe a day or a couple days later, you see on your Facebook or you see in an ad that Samsung TV. That's what we've been talking today in the meeting, and wow, that's kind of scary if that is happening, people. I've been hearing that from more than a couple of people now, where it's like, okay, now I'm going to be really thinking about what I'm talking about with someone, maybe in a room or on the phone, and will it pop up in an ad or something? So we'll see. Let us know what you think about it in the Fox 10 News Now stream chat. I've seen you guys just rocking the chat today, making me in all sorts of different movies there. So we'll talk about those in a little bit. An hour from now, let's call it an hour, 10 minutes. We'll have Mary Kate up here discussing a very fun moment that happened today at the White House, something that will be a memory for a while for this individual. So we'll talk about that in just a little bit. Here's a beautiful look at our Capitol. Coming up next, we're going to show you Tom Price discuss Trump Care for all Americans. That is coming up. He is the Health and Human Services Secretary. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. So glad that you could be a part with us today.
Out of 23 individuals who've had the privilege of serving as the Secretary of Health and Human Services. And the mission at our department is to improve the health and safety and well-being of the American people. And we take that mission very, very seriously. And for many Americans right now, their ability to gain health care or health coverage is a real challenge. For most Americans, they receive their health coverage through their employer. It's about 175 million folks. Those individuals will see no significant change other than there won't be a penalty for not purchasing coverage. For the folks in the Medicare system, there will be no changes at all in the current law. But we're talking about those people in the individual and small group market, the moms and pops, the folks who run the corner grocery store, the corner cleaners. Those individuals out there are having huge challenges gaining care and gaining coverage. And then Medicaid is a program that by and large has decreased the ability for folks to gain access to care, and we want to make certain that we address that. This is about patients. This is not about money. This is not about something else. This is about patients. And sadly, the costs are going up for those folks in the individual and small group market. The access is going down, and it's only getting worse. You know the stories. Premiums increased 25% over the last year on average. Arizona had an increase of 116%. Deductibles are going up for many, many folks. If you're a mom or a dad out there and you make $40,000, $50,000, $60,000, your deductible in this market, in that individual and small group market, oftentimes is $8,000, $10,000, $12,000 a year. What that means is that you've got an insurance card, but you don't get care because you can't afford the deductible. And we know that this is happening by talking to the folks who are out there trying to provide the care. A third of the counties in the United States, 1/3 of the counties in the United States have only one insurer offering coverage on the exchange. 5 states only have one insurer offering coverage on the exchange. One insurer is not a choice. So we need to make certain that we correct that. In Tennessee this morning, it was announced that there are a number of counties that have no insurer offering coverage on the exchange. Insurers are leaving the market on the exchange. Last year, there were 232 insurers that were providing coverage, that were offering coverage on the exchange. Now there are 167. That's a loss of about 30% in 1 year alone. And all of this means that patients are not getting the care that they need. Now, the principles that we have as our guiding star are affordability. We want a system that's affordable for everybody. Accessibility. We need a system that's accessible for everybody, a system that's of the highest quality, a system that incentivizes innovation in the healthcare system, and a system that empowers patients through both transparency and accountability. The President spoke last Tuesday, to a joint session of Congress, and he laid out his principles. First, wanted to make certain that those with pre-existing illness and injury were not priced out of the market. Nobody ought to lose their coverage because they get a bad diagnosis. In terms of affordability, health savings accounts, growing choices for patients is incredibly important. Tax credits that allow individuals to be able to purchase the kind of coverage that they want, not that the government forces them to buy. We've always talked about, in terms of what kinds of reforms need to be put in place, that we need to equalize the tax treatment for the purchase of coverage. Those, again, in the employer-sponsored market, they get a tax benefit for buying health coverage. Those folks that are out there in the individual and small group market, no tax benefit. And that's what this plan would do. State flexibility. It's incredibly important that we allow the states to be the ones that are defining what health coverage is, have the flexibility, especially in the Medicaid program, to be able to respond to their vulnerable population. Lawsuit abuse, the President mentioned, and it's incredibly important. The practice of defensive medicine wastes billions and billions of dollars every single year, and we need to make certain that we're addressing that as well. The President also talked about a glide path, an appropriate transition to this new phase for health care for our country, and that's important as well so that nobody falls through the cracks. Buying across state lines, buying insurance across state lines. The President talked about this on the campaign over and over. American people understand the common sense nature of purchasing across state lines, and it increases competition, and we need to make certain that that happens, and then addressing the incredible increase in drug prices. There are 3 phases of this plan. One is the bill that was introduced last evening in the House of Representatives. That's the start of all of this. Second are all the regulatory modifications and changes that can be put into place. As you all well know, the previous administration used regulations to a fare thee well. In fact, there were 192 specific rules that were put out as they relate to Obamacare, over 5,000 letters of guidance and the like. And we are going to go through every single one of those and make certain that if they help patients, then we need to continue them. If they harm patients or increase costs, then obviously they need to be addressed. And then there's other legislation that will need to be addressed that can't be done through the reconciliation process. So the goal of all of this is patient-centered health care, where patients and families and doctors are making medical decisions and not the federal government. We commend the House for the introduction of the bill yesterday, and we look forward to working with all individuals in this process. And I look forward to a few questions. Yes, sir.
You're familiar from your time in the House with the clout that conservative groups like the Club for Growth and Heritage Action have with rank and file members. What does it say about this legislation that these groups are already out with opposition to it?
Well, I think that this is the beginning of the process, and we look forward to working with them and others to make certain that, again, we come up with that process that aligns with the principles that we've defined, that they actually adhere to or agree with as well, and that is that we need a system that's affordable for folks, a system that's accessible for individuals, that's of the highest quality, that incentivizes innovation, and that empowers patients. And so we look forward to working with them through this process.
Secretary, Congressman Chaffetz said today that Americans may have to forego a new iPhone to pay for health care, and they'll have to kind of make these choices. Does the administration agree with that? Will Americans under this plan, will they need to maybe sacrifice other goods to pay for their health care?
This is an important question because what's happening right now is that the American people are having to sacrifice in order to purchase coverage. And as I mentioned, many individuals can't afford the kind of coverage that they have right now. So they've got that insurance card, but they don't have care. What our desire is to drive down the health care costs for everybody. And the way that you do that is to increase choices for folks, increase competition, return the regulation of health care where it ought to be, which is at the state level, not at the federal level. All of these things that taken in their aggregate will in fact decrease the cost of health care and health coverage, and that will allow folks to be able to purchase the coverage that they want. Yes, sir.
Bryce, I have two questions for you. The first has to do with guarantees that you can make as the administration's point person on this legislation. Can you guarantee that whatever legislation emerges and makes it to the president's desk will allow individuals, if they like their doctor, they can keep their doctor? And the second guarantee is, can you also guarantee that health care premiums for individuals will come down with this new legislation?
Again, a remarkably important question because, as you'll recall, the promise from the last administration was if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. If you like your plan, you can keep your plan. Both of those promises turned out to be not true. We think it's incredibly important for the American people to be able to select the physician and the place where they're treated in themselves, that the government ought not be involved in that process. And so our goal is to absolutely to make certain that individuals have the opportunity to select their physician. In terms of premiums, we believe strongly that through this whole process and as it takes effect, that we'll see a decrease in not only the premiums that individuals will see, but a decrease in the cost of health care for folks. Remember that was another promise that the previous administration made, that you'd see a decrease in $2,500 on average for families across this land. In fact, what they've seen is an increase of $2,500 or $3,000. So we're going to go in the other direction. We're going to go in a direction that empowers patients and holds down costs.
Yes. Mr. Secretary, you are quite a distance away from conservatives with this plan, and the central part of it, which is tax credits, which they see as yet another entitlement, very similar to the entitlement of Obamacare. They're different in form. How do you convince them, since it's going to take tax credits to make this work, that they need to swallow this and move forward with the bill? I mean, you're getting an awful lot of opposition on this central tenet of this whole thing.
Remember, this is all about patients. And in order to provide that transition and in order to make it so that nobody falls through the cracks, we've got to have a system that allows for individuals to gain the kind of coverage that they want. And we, conservatives and others, have said for a long, long time that we believe it's important to equalize the tax treatment for those purchasing coverage, gaining coverage through their employer, and those not. And the tax credit is the opportunity to be able to equalize that tax treatment. Folks have talked about this for many years, actually, so that there's not a distortion in the tax code for who's able to gain a benefit for being able to purchase coverage and not. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Secretary, you were talking about making sure people don't fall through the cracks. The last administration with Obamacare focused in on making sure the underserved were part of the equation. What is the safety net or the safeguard that you have to make sure, to ensure people don't fall through the cracks beyond the tax incentives, but also for the underserved, who are now part of, many are now part of the program that weren't before prior to.
Yeah, this is extremely important as well, and the current system, as you likely know, for those vulnerable in our population, especially in the Medicaid population. This is a system that's broken. You've got a third of the physicians in this country, 1/3 of the doctors in this country that would be eligible to see Medicaid patients who aren't seeing Medicaid patients right now. And it's not because they've forgotten how to take care of patients, it's because of the rules that are in place that make it too onerous or too difficult for them to see Medicaid patients. So we believe that it's important to allow states to have that flexibility to fashion the program for their vulnerable population that actually responds to that population in a way that gives them the authority, them the choices, them the opportunity to gain coverage and the care that they believe most appropriate.
Find out that that is not happening when you give it to the states. Is there some type of punishment or some type of piece that you're going to put in place to make sure that that happens, that they follow through on your intent?
Yeah, there's absolutely. There's accountability throughout the plan that we have that would allow for the Secretary and the Department to be certain that the individuals that we believe need to be cared for are being cared for in the state at the appropriate level. But we believe this is a partnership. This is about patience and partnership. The previous administration tended to make it about government. We believe it's about patience and partnership, and we want to partner with every single person in this land who wants to make certain that we allow the kind of choices and quality to exist. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, the President tweeted earlier today, he described this bill as our wonderful new health care bill. There's been a little bit of confusion. Does this represent the administration's bill, and is there anything in this bill that the administration cannot support?
This has been a work in progress. As you know, this has been going on for over a year. The work that I had the privilege of participating in when I served in the House of Representatives in the last Congress was open and transparent, and we invited folks in to give their ideas, and tens, if not hundreds of people had input into that process. This grew out of that, and over the past number of weeks we've been having conversations with folks on the Hill, in the House and in the Senate, and other stakeholders. And so this is a work product that is a result of all of that process. The President and the administration support this step in the right, what we believe is in the right direction, a step that repeals Obamacare and gets us moving in the direction of those principles that I outlined.
Do you support everything that's in that bill that's sitting on the table, sir? Do you support everything that's in the bill sitting on the table, sir?
Well, this is a work in progress, and we'll work with the House and the Senate in this process. As you know, it's a legislative process that occurs. I'm glad you pointed out the bills on the table there. As you'll see, this bill right here was the bill that was introduced in 2009 and 10 by the previous administration. Notice how thick that is. Some of you will recall that I actually turned the pages and went through that piece of legislation in a YouTube. The bill on the pile on the right is the current bill. And what it means is that we are making certain that the process, that the decisions that are going to be made are not going to be made by the federal government. They're going to be made by patients and families and doctors. One last.
Given the opposition that John and others have brought up here today, does this plan already need to be salvaged in your view, and how do you do it?
Oh no! You know what happens with these things. You start at a starting point. People engage and they get involved in the process, sometimes to a greater degree. Nothing focuses the mind like a bill that's currently on the table and that has a work in progress or in process, and we'll work through it. This is an important process to be had. The American people have said to their elected leaders that the Obamacare process for them gaining coverage and care is not working. That's what they've said. And so we believe it's important to respond to the American people and provide a health care system that allows for them to purchase the kind of coverage and care that they desire. Yeah.
You said in your letter to the House Chairman that necessary technical and appropriate changes might need to be made for this bill to reach the President's desk. So what specific changes is the White House and the administration looking for in this bill?
Well, as I mentioned, there are three different phases to this process. One is this bill, this legislation that's working through under the rules of reconciliation, which is a fancy term to mean that there are only certain things that you can do from a budgetary standpoint, has to affect either spending or revenue. There are things that you can't do in this bill, and those we plan on doing across the horizon in Phase 2, which is the regulatory portion, and then in Phase 3, which is another piece of legislation that would be going through the House and the Senate with a majority, supermajority in the Senate. That process will incorporate all of the kinds of things that we believe are absolutely necessary to reconstitute that individual and small group market and to get us in a position, again, where patients and families and docs are making these decisions.
Secretary, bearing in mind that the CBS score isn't yet, can you guarantee that this plan will not have a markedly negative impact on the deficit or result in millions of Americans losing health insurance?
What I can say is that the goal and the desire, I know, of the individuals on the Hill is to make certain that this does not increase the cost to the federal government.
Two elements of the bill. I have questions about how they control costs and how they help with access. The Medicaid per capita block grant to the states, how is that sort of fundamentally different from the Obamacare regime on Medicaid in terms of expanding access? And then the second point, why doesn't this bill do away with the cost-sharing community ratings regime that Obamacare has?
To the per capita cap, Medicaid, again, is a system that doesn't work for patients. You got folks out there who need care, who need to see particular physicians, who aren't able to see them. All Americans should be saddened by the situation that we have when there are patients out there that can't get the care that they need. We believe one of the keys to providing appropriate care in the Medicaid population is allowing the states to have the flexibility to address that Medicaid population. Remember, Medicaid population is four different demographic groups. It's those who are disabled, it's those who are seniors, it's healthy moms and kids by and large. Those are the four main demographic groups. And we, the federal government, force states mostly to take care of those individuals in exactly the same way. If you describe that to the folks back home on Main Street, they say that doesn't make any sense at all. You need a program that's different for the healthy moms and kids to respond to their needs, that's different than folks who are disabled and seniors. And so what we believe is appropriate is to say to the states, you know your population best. You know best how to care for your vulnerable population. We're going to watch you and make certain that you do so, but you know how to do that. And that'll decrease costs markedly in the Medicaid program. We're wasting significant amounts of money. Not that folks are getting too much care. We're wasting it because it's inefficient and there's significant abuse in the system. So in terms of the cost sharing, I think that the cost sharing measures are being addressed. It's important that we run through that process. This is the process where we felt the previous administration was spending money that they didn't have the authority to spend, and Congress is working through that to make certain that the rightful holders of the authority to spend money in this nation, which is the Congress of the United States, exercises that authority.
Mr. Secretary, how does the White House and you feel about the label Trump care?
Oh, I'll let others provide a description for it. I prefer to call it patient care. This is about patients at the end of the day. This isn't about politicians. This isn't about insurance companies. This is about patients. And patients in this nation, especially those in the individual and small group market, these are the folks. I had the privilege of going to Cincinnati last week with the Vice President to a small business roundtable. And one of the business owners, one of the small business owners there, said he had 18 employees last year at this time. This year he has 15 employees. Not because he doesn't have the work, but because of the cost of health coverage for those individuals forced him to let 3 people go. Now, they're being forced to let 3 people go because the federal government has put in place rules and regulations that make it virtually impossible for folks in the individual and small group market to provide coverage for their employees. This is a system that's not working for people. So if we focus on the patients, I'll call it patient care. If you focus on the patients, we'll get to the right answer.
A major complaint of conservatives with phase 1 of the Obamacare repeal and replace is that it is missing a measure that would allow health care to be sold across state lines. Now, the president said this morning that that would be in either phase 2 or phase 3. Is that something that you believe the president could do through executive action and then you yourself could do? Or is that something that you believe has to be addressed legislatively?
There are different aspects to the purchase across state lines that will allow individuals to gain, again, the kind of choices that they want. Some of this might be able to be done from a regulatory or rule standpoint. Some of it will require legislation, and that's where we're going to need the assistance of our friends on the other side of the aisle. The American people have demanded that they be able to purchase coverage across state lines, purchase coverage that they want for themselves. So whether it's through association health plans, which allows individuals who are in small business groups, like the fellow that I just mentioned, to pool together nationally to be able to purchase coverage, or whether it's mom and dad who don't gain coverage through their employer through something called individual health pools that allows folks to pool together solely for the purpose of purchasing coverage, even though they're not otherwise economically aligned. That allows people, there are 18 million folks in that individual and small group market. That would allow those individuals to be able to purchase coverage and get the purchasing power of millions. That's huge power and authority that we want to put in the hands of people, that we want to put in the hands of patients. And some of that may, in fact, require legislation. Yes, sir.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. Two questions, but first, Congressman John Faso of New York has said
of all VA appointments were held in the community rather than in VA medical facilities. The future of VA relies on not only a strong VA healthcare system, but on a VA healthcare system that is inextricably linked with community resources to fill the gaps and meet the need of our veterans when and where they are. We must get this right and learn from the mistakes, miscommunication, and undue bureaucratic processes that have plagued choice since its inception, not only for the veterans who depend on this system today, but also for generations of American heroes to come. That is what I am committing to once again this evening. With that, I will now yield to Ranking Member Walz for any opening statements that he may have.
Well, thank you, Chairman Rowe, for holding this important hearing, and a special thank you to Senator McCain, always a champion for our veterans, and it's a pleasure to have you over here, Senator. Special thank you to Secretary Shulkin. Again, that sounds very good, and we appreciate you being here. Also have the Inspector General and the GAO, as well as the committee members who are here, the VSOs who sit behind you, and the American public, all who have the same mission, the same goal, the highest quality care in the most timely manner for our veterans. And so I'm grateful to each and every one of you. Last Congress, we heard from healthcare and veterans policy experts at VA, including Secretary Shulkin, our veteran service organizations, the Independent Assessments Blue Ribbon Panel, and the Commission on Care about how we should shape the VA of the future. Now it's time to get to work together to make some decisions, pass some legislation to ensure our veterans receive the health care they deserve. One of this committee's highest priorities is to ensure that veterans receive the highest quality health care in a timely manner in a safe environment. This includes care at the VA medical facilities and through community health care providers. I think we can all agree that care in the community must be utilized so that veterans do not have to wait too long or travel too far to receive care. However, from listening to our veterans and constituents who are still waiting too long to receive care, we need to make some changes to the CHOICE program. Our witnesses, the Inspector General and the GAO, will testify to survey and audit data that back up what our constituents have been telling all of us. Veterans are still waiting too long for community care and in many cases have been forced to manage care on their own. As Dr. Rose said, it should never take 80 days to get an appointment in the community. Veterans in need of mental health care and our elderly veterans should not be struggling to make their own appointments and coordinate complex care. Care decisions should be made between the doctor and the veteran. And the VA should be there to make sure the veteran gets a timely appointment, make sure a doctor has a health care record to treat the veteran, and make sure the veteran isn't stuck with a huge medical bill after seeing that doctor. As VA moves forward with its community care consolidation plan, I hope we can take some of the lessons we learned from CHOICE. We need strong leaders at the VA hospitals who are committed to putting the plan in place. Our VA facilities were responsible for filling in inadequate community care networks under CHOICE and providing the staff to support this new program. They should be involved in this new community care plan every step of the way. We need technology to support our providers at the VA and our community providers treating veterans. This requires VA to have a modern electronic health record and an IT system to reduce the time it takes for VA to coordinate care and process claims. VA's current IT system or lack of IT systems to support care coordination are contributing to delays and increasing workload for staff who are manually processing them. To get this plan right, this will cost a significant amount of money. Our President has said he's committed to increasing funding for our veterans, but this does not mean the VA gets a blank check to continue programs that are not working or that this money should all go to community care when veterans need the specialty care and coordination that only the VA can and should provide. This also means the VA must be able to better forecast the resources and staff it to provide veterans the care in the facilities and through its network of community providers. Tomorrow we'll be marking up legislation that will allow for the remaining choice program funds to be spent. Along with this, I think we've come to a bipartisan agreement that VA should be billed first before a veteran is billed for receiving community care, and that community providers should be able to have access to veterans' medical records. This was a bipartisan agreement working with experts, and I applaud Dr. Rowe and his folks for making this happen. I hope that we can continue working together and make decisions that move forward to improve health care for our veterans and good stewards of our taxpayer dollars. Thank you, Chairman Rowe, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to welcome a fellow veteran, American hero, and our colleague from across the Capitol, the Honorable John McCain, Senator from the great state of Arizona.
Well, thank you,
for
Chairman
your service,
Rowe.
both in uniform and in the Senate, on behalf of our service members, veterans, and their families. I appreciate your willingness to be with us this evening to talk about a topic that I know is a very personal and passionate one for you and for all of us. You'll now recognize for 5 minutes Senator McCain.
I thank you very much, Chairman Rowe and Ranking Member Waltz, and thank you for your kind words, Mr. Chairman. I'm one of those whose number of landings does not match the number of takeoffs, and I thank you for allowing me to be here. I'd like to submit my full statement for the record, and I will try to be brief since it's past my bedtime.
Without objection.
I would also like to comment on my strong support for Dr. Shulkin as the head of the VA, and I think all of us have great respect for his work. Mr. Chairman, yesterday the front page of the Arizona Republic reported that there was a $2.5 million settlement to an individual named Steve Cooper, an Army veteran of 18 years. Steve waited for almost 2 years before seeing a doctor at the Phoenix VA. By the time he received care, his routine urology appointment had turned into a diagnosis of terminal cancer. Everyone in this room has heard a similar story. It's not acceptable. It needs to be stopped. And I want to thank every member of this committee for their dedication to our veterans and to make sure that never again there is another Steve Cooper who served his country with honor and then, because of a failure to get an appointment, is terminally ill. He wasn't alone in his need for care. In 2014, our country was shocked to learn that Steve was one of 15,000 veterans standing in line for care in Phoenix, 3,300 of whom were urology patients. This disgrace served as a catalyst for the Veterans Access, Choice, and Accountability Act that created the Veterans Choice Program, which has enabled veterans to see providers in the community for their health care needs. More than 7 million appointments with community providers for everything from diagnostic tests and urology screenings to life-saving heart and cancer treatment has been a result. There's been significant progress improving veterans' health care. We've got a long way to go to change the status quo plaguing the VA, and that's why I know none of us will abandon our effort to provide choice and flexibility in veterans' health care, and why we must continue the hard work of refining and improving the Veterans Care Choice Program. We need, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, reauthorize the Veterans Choice Program, which is set to expire in a few short months. If we let the program lapse, hundreds of thousands of veterans will lose their ability to visit a community provider. The VA system will once again become overwhelmed. I come from a rural state. Members of the committee come from large and small states. I don't want to have a veteran to drive for 50 miles or 40 miles by route in order to go to the VA when he can go to a local health care provider. It isn't as more complicated than that. Could I say that choice authorization expiration is approaching? I understand the VA already has begun limiting care under the Veterans Choice Program for veterans whose treatments would extend beyond August 7th, 2017. I think that lends urgency to your action. I'm concerned that veterans nationwide may encounter significant lapses in care if we don't act quickly. The outcome is not only avoidable, but it's unacceptable, and Congress must ask. Today I was pleased in the Senate side, where the place where the snobs reside, we took a critical step forward by joining Senate Veterans Affairs Committee Chairman Johnny Isakson, Ranking Member John Tester, Senator Jerry Moran, and others to introduce the Veterans Choice Program Improvement Act, companion to what you are doing, Mr. Chairman, you and the members of the committee. Let me be clear. No one is advocating that we privatize the VA. Many veterans are satisfied with the VA, known for providing superior specialized treatment in the areas of mental health, post-traumatic stress disorder, and traumatic brain injury. At the same time, we can't afford to go back to the pre-scandal days when a VA bureaucrat had the final say on where and when a veteran received care. Such thinking was what resulted in nearly 15,000 veterans standing in line for care in Phoenix. I know this committee agrees, as does Secretary Shulkin, and I look forward to working with all of you and my colleagues in the Senate to extend the Veterans Choice Program and continue to keep faith with our nation's veterans. My dear friends, the world is in turmoil, and I believe that we will be sending our young men and women into harm's way in a lot of places in the world for years to come. And they will be veterans, and they'll come home someday. And I believe that the work that you are doing is the Lord's work, because you are committed, as all Americans are, to giving the veterans the care that they need and deserve and they earn by defending this nation. I thank you for allowing me to appear before you. God bless.
I was going to thank Senator McCain, but he got out of here too quick, so I get a chance to do it. I now invite our second panel to the witness table, where I'm honored to welcome the newest Secretary of Veterans Affairs. Will be testifying for the first time in his new role, Dr. David Shulkin, and I certainly enjoyed with the ranking member being at the White House during your swearing in with your lovely family.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here, and congratulations once again on your confirmation. 100 to zip, I might add. I look very much forward to working with you and with beginning with tonight's hearing. The Secretary is accompanied tonight by Dr. Bali Yahia, the Deputy Undersecretary for Health and Community Care. Thank you for being here. Also, finally, we're also joined by the Honorable Michael Massal, VA Inspector General, and Randy Williamson, Healthcare Director for the Government Accountability Office. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us tonight. Secretary Shulkin, we'll begin with you, recognized for 5 minutes.
Great. Good evening, Chairman Rowe, Ranking Member Walls, members of the committee. Thanks for being here so late. And thank you for this opportunity to discuss community care. I also did want to thank Senator McCain, but he ran out so quick, for his leadership. I couldn't agree more with him that we have to act now to ensure that our veterans have timely access to the care that they need. I also just wanted to offer my condolences tonight to the family of Dr. Thomas Starzl. He was a World War II Navy veteran and the father of modern transplantation, who worked in the VA and with veterans for over 50 years and conducted the very first liver transplant at VA in 1963. As you know, VA has provided community care to veterans for over 70 years. Since August 2014, we've also provided care through the Veterans Choice Program, and we appreciate your support in providing this legislation and funding to better serve our veterans. As directed in the law, VA implemented this program in 90 days nationwide. That's unprecedented for a program of this scope and complexity. And because of the design of the law and this quick implementation, we did run into challenges, many of which are going to be identified tonight in the evaluations by the GAO and the VA Inspector General. But since then, the choice program has evolved. We've worked with members of Congress on 4 different amendments and with contractors on over 70 different contract modifications to improve access and efficiency. And as a result of these improvements, shortcomings identified in both the GAO and IGA reports are now outdated. Choice is not the program it once was that these evaluations were released. I call it a living, growing program. Since the start of the program, over 1.2 million veterans have received some community care. 1 million appointments in fiscal year 2015 now has increased to 5.5 million in fiscal year 2016. Even with these improvements and increases, we have much more work to do. We're not satisfied with it. Our overarching concern is that veterans have access to high-quality care when they need it, regardless of whether it's in a VA facility or in their communities. Our goal for VA Community Care is to deliver a program that's easy to understand, simple to administer, and meets veteran needs. We know we're not there right now. Both VA and community care are critical. Veterans rely heavily on both. Despite the large increases in the use of choice, only about 5,000 veterans use the choice program as their sole health care provider. The overwhelming use both VA and choice, and as you know, many veterans prefer only to use the VA. VA looks forward to continuing to partner with Congress to address the requested budget and legislative change, including provider agreements, making VA the primary coordinator of benefits, and recording obligations at the time of payment. We've worked with veterans, community providers, VSOs, and other stakeholders in the past, and we're going to continue to seek their input moving forward. However, we do need your help. The Veterans Choice Program is going to expire in less than 6 months, but our veterans' community care needs will not expire. This looming expiration is a cause for concern among veterans, providers, and VA staff, and we need help in eliminating the expiration date of the Choice Program on August 7, 2017, so that we can fully utilize the remaining choice funds. Without congressional action, veterans will have to face longer wait times for care. Second, we need your help in modernizing and consolidating community care. Veterans deserve better, and now is the time to get this right. We believe that a modernized and revised community care program must have 7 key elements. First, maintain a high-performing integrated network that includes VA, federal partners, academic affiliates, and community providers. Second, increase choice for all veterans, starting with those with service-connected conditions. Third, ensure that enrolled veterans get the care they need closer to their homes when appropriate. Fourth, optimize coordination of VA healthcare benefits with the health insurance that an enrolled veteran already has. Fifth, maintain affordability of healthcare options for the lowest income enrolled veterans. 6, assist in coordination of care for veterans served by multiple providers. And last, apply industry standards for performance, quality, patient satisfaction, payment models, and healthcare outcomes. We look forward to working with Congress and other stakeholders to enact these changes for veterans. And within 6 months, we hope to present a plan, although we're still early in developing this. We actively are seeking input from VSOs and veteran advocates and will continue to do so as we move forward. We know our #1 priority is to provide veterans access to the high-quality care they have earned in a VA facility or as close to home as possible in the communities where they and their families live. Thank you for this opportunity to be before you today, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Shulkin. Mr. Masal, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Walz, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the Office of Inspector General's work concerning VA's Choice Program and the future of VA's Community Care Program. My written statement includes details of our extensive work in this area, and I invite your attention to those matters. For years, VA has relied on non-VA programs to help it carry out its mission of providing medical care. Today, VA's purchase care programs include Veterans Choice Program, Patient-Centered Community Care, Individual Authorization, and other non-VA care programs. We have reported in our audits, reviews, and healthcare inspections and discussed in hearings the challenges VA faces administering these programs. In October 2015, VA provided Congress with a plan to consolidate all VA's purchase care programs into VA's Community Care Program. Under consolidation, VA continues to have problems determining eligibility for care, authorizing care, making accurate payments, providing timely payments to providers, and ensuring the necessary coordination of care provided to veterans outside the VA healthcare system. Without improvement in these areas, these issues will continue to be obstacles to ensuring veterans receive timely access to quality care. To increase the program's overall effectiveness, VA and Congress must understand the historical barriers and control weaknesses that have plagued VA's purchase care programs and ensure they are adequately addressed in future purchase care programs. With respect to the Veterans Choice Program, we have recently completed audits and reviews concerning the Choice Program, and our findings have substantiated problems with authorizing and scheduling appointments, consult management, network adequacy, and timeliness of payments to providers. Moreover, our hotline has received hundreds of contacts about the Veterans Choice Program. Most of these complaints were about appointments, scheduling, referrals, authorizations, and consults. We also identified issues in the patient-centered community care program. The PC3 program is a VHA nationwide program that provides eligible veterans access through healthcare contracts to certain medical and mental health services. The PC3 program is used after the VA medical facility exhausts other options for purchase care and when local VA medical facilities cannot readily provide the needed care to eligible veterans due to lack of available specialists, long wait times, geographic inaccessibility, or other factors. We published a series of 5 reports on PC3 in fiscal years 2015 and 16. We reported that PC3 program, prior to including the Veterans Choice Program, did not achieve its estimated cost savings, provide timely access to care, or ensure that contractors provided clinical documentation and reported critical findings as specified in their contract performance requirements. In addition, we reported that PC3's inadequate provider network contributed significantly to VA medical facilities' limited use of PC3 and that PC3 contracts were not adequately developed and awarded. A theme that was clear from our work was that VA clinical and support staffs were dissatisfied with PC3 in such areas as authorizing care, scheduling appointments, and veterans waiting for care. These are some of the same issues we hear today about the Choice Program. In summary, our audits, reviews, and inspections have highlighted that VA has had a history of challenges in administering the purchase care programs. Veterans' access to care, proper expenditures of funds, timely payment of providers, and necessary coordination of care are at risk to the extent that VA lacked adequate processes to manage funds and oversee program execution. While purchasing healthcare services from community providers affords VA flexibility in providing expanded access to care and services that are not readily available at VA medical services facilities, it also poses a significant risk to VA when adequate controls are not in place. We will continue to provide significant oversight of VA's community care programs. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my statement. I'd be happy to answer any questions you or members of the committee may have.
Thank you very much. Mr. Williamson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Rowe, Ranking Member Waltz, and members of the committee. In August 2014, choice legislation was enacted for the express purpose of providing more timely health care access for eligible veterans. Currently, however, VHA has established a cumbersome bureaucratic choice appointment scheduling process that sometimes does not provide timely health care access for veterans. This process allows up to 81 days for the veteran to receive routine care from the time the VHA provider determines a veteran needs care. But in many cases, documented by GAO, the VA Office of the Inspector General, and the press, wait times have been even longer for those veterans who have opted into the choice program. For example, one of the VA medical centers we visited referred a veteran to the choice program for maternity care, since VA medical centers do not offer this care. VA confirmed her pregnancy at 6 weeks, but waited almost a month and a half before sending an urgent referral to the VA's third-party contractor, who was responsible for making a prenatal appointment for her. It took another 2 weeks for the contractor to attempt to make an appointment for her. At this point, she was 15 weeks pregnant. Finally, when she was 18 weeks pregnant, almost halfway through her pregnancy and still without an appointment, she made her own appointment with the choice provider. There is no way to know whether this case or cases like these are typical because VA has no reliable data to measure how long the entire process takes. As the current choice program is slated to sunset in August 2017, and the Congress is considering proposals to reauthorize what has been referred to as Choice 2.0 program, VHA faces daunting challenges that must be addressed. One major challenge involves streamlining its current appointment scheduling process. Currently, both the VA Medical Center staff and third-party contractors are involved in this process. But in the Choice 2.0 program, VA is now considering VA Medical Center staff would perform all of the scheduling and contractors would build provider networks and pay claims. A key to achieving a streamlined appointment scheduling process is having an up-to-date and user-friendly IT capability to help process the millions of choice referrals, link with community providers to schedule appointments, and connect with both the providers and the contractors to transfer medical records and process claims. VA is in a very early stage of procuring such an IT system. This will be a complex undertaking, one that will likely take years, not months, to become fully operational. Another major challenge is establishing a robust network of community providers who can offer veterans the services they need. This has been somewhat problematic through much of the current program's almost 3-year implementation, especially in rural areas. Finally, substantial resources will likely be needed to carry out Choice 2.0. Resources needed to fund IT upgrades and new applications for Choice are largely unknown, but could be costly. Proposed changes in Choice eligibility requirements, such as eliminating the 30-day, 40-mile requirement for eligibility, could potentially greatly increase the number of veterans seeking care through community providers and drive costs up considerably. Also, if medical center staff begin scheduling all appointments under Choice 2.0, as VA currently envisions, hiring more VA staff will likely be costly and tediously slow. Already, since Choice was established, VA medical center staff devoted to helping veterans access non-VA care have increased threefold or more at many locations. VHA has not fully analyzed the costs or feasibility of increasing staffing at its medical centers to schedule Choice 2.0 appointments. VHA is proceeding down the path toward its vision of Choice 2.0. And as it does so, it needs to do so thoughtfully and carefully with goals that embody timely access for veterans to quality care in the community at a reasonable cost. Achieving these goals will require a clear approach derived from data-driven analyses of the benefits and costs of various proposals, a comprehensive action plan and roadmap for successfully implementing Choice 2.0, including specific timeframes and resources needed, and a robust system to measure performance, including wait times that can be used to identify program improvements and hold VHA staff accountable for delivering timely services to veterans. This concludes my statement.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson. I'll now yield to our Vice Chair, Mr. Billarakas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Appreciate the entire panel for testifying this evening. Thank you to your service to our true American heroes. I look forward, Mr. Secretary, to working with you on your role, and I'm hopeful that together we can find the right balance, the entire committee, the VA, in providing both VA and community care to our nation's true American heroes. We have spoken about credentialing private providers who desire to see VA patients as VA providers in the community. How do you think we can best equip these providers to understand the nature of the wounds, both visible and invisible? Our war fires occur during military service, and how do we direct private providers interested in providing service for veterans through Choice that are currently not qualified providers in the VA health network?
Secretary. Thank you, Congressman. This is a big challenge for us. Our studies have shown that the lack of military competency among community providers is quite significant. In the case of mental health providers, we found that only 13% of community mental health providers have an adequate sense of military competency to be able to perform the right type of psychosocial counseling. VA is very active in trying to work with its community providers, and that's why we're trying to develop a core network of providers so we can go out and provide education. We do it through webinars. We do it through face-to-face academic detailing as well. We believe our federal partners, federal healthcare providers, and our academic partners in particular are very eager to increase these relationships with us and have the military competency that we know we need.
How do you speed up the process? I mean, we advertise the Choice program when we talk to our constituents, and you know, in a lot of cases, it's not working. The wait times are too long, and you know, they kind of get disgusted, and they deserve the best health care, the best timely care. So, I mean, what's going wrong? How can we fix it? I know we talked about the third-party administrators, what have you, but I hear this on a daily basis, and it's unacceptable to me.
Congressman, I hear it too. I travel around the country. I get letters from all of you and from veterans directly. We are now embarking on listening sessions with our veterans groups to make sure that we have a good comprehensive sense about what they believe the solutions are so we can design a system that works for them. And we're eager to continue our dialogue with all of you to get your ideas. But here's what we do know. The system was designed, it was too complex and too difficult to maneuver.
I'll agree with that.
And so we have proposed, that's why we have 70 contract modifications. We have issued 23 letters of correction to our TPAs. We have come back to you 4 times. You've helped us change the law. But we have more that we need to happen. We've identified 4 specific changes to the program that we need now that we hope will be considered, including provider agreements, flexibility in funding, the ability for us to obligate our funds when we use them, and and to be able to coordinate other health insurance in a way that makes sense for veterans so they're not finding themselves getting billed inappropriately. And so we want to work with you to get this right, and we believe right now we have to extend the choice program because veterans once again are getting caught in the middle, but we want to come back and we want to get this program so it works well.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Williamson, GAO found that in some cases clinically indicated dates were changed by VA staff. As you all know, the falsification of wait time data is what led to the 2014 Access and Accountability Act and the creation of the choice program in the first place. Through your investigative work and interviews, why were the clinically indicated dates changed by the VA staff? What reason did they give? And what response did you receive from VA community leaders, care leaders, when you brought this to their attention?
That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point, and one that I find quite disturbing, because out of the 196, we use a sample of 196 cases, and out of that 196, in 60 cases, those clinically indicated dates were changed. We tried to get to the bottom of finding out why, but we could not. It's, one can only surmise what happened. As you know, VA policy only allows the provider, the clinician who first sets that date, to change it. And it's not supposed to be changed because VA couldn't deliver the care in 30 days. So we don't know, but it's a doggone good question.
Okay, I've got a couple more questions, but I'm gonna, in the interest of time.
Time's expired.
Yeah, time has expired. Thank you. I yield back.
Waltz, you recognize 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you all for being here. Again, that commitment that all of us have to make this work. Secretary Shulkin, you talked about this, the complexity of this program, and certainly the stepping it up, the provider networks and all that. In your assessment, was the complexity due to how Congress wrote it or the implementation between VA and the third-party providers?
I think there's enough blame here to go around for all of us. So I would say—
Because certainly no one's intent was to do that.
Yes.
And that's why we wrote it, sent it out, tried to make it go there. Is there a way, as I'm thinking about this in 2.0, do you feel comfortable that we're all working together, that we're very clear on our intent, that we're very clear on how we want it to be delivered?
We've learned a great deal. I come from the private sector, I will tell you. We would not have designed a system quite as complex. But if you remember, the managed care industry, which developed over the last 2-3 decades, also at one point was extremely complex and not user-friendly with gatekeeping and pre-authorizations and all that, and that industry learned. We had 90 days to do this. We know TRICARE did this over a period of years. We know the system's working much better today than it did when it started in 2015. So we have all of that knowledge together that we can go back and make this system work for veterans. I'm absolutely confident we can do this.
Are you concerned, and I share the GAO's concern on this, that I think the technology interface piece is going to be critical, and if it's not stood up when you try and stand up your community-based coordination, that seems to me that we're setting ourselves up for failure again.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We're putting 35,000 schedulers in the VA system in a position where they have to be making judgments about how to record their appointments. That system doesn't work. We're going to have to do this through technology. Our new scheduling system that is being rolled out actually records this in a technologically automated way, so it takes the scheduler out of having to make those decisions.
What do you think the best thing to come out of choice was?
Well, I think we helped a lot of veterans. I think that was the intent. I applaud Congress for doing this. I think it was a national emergency, and I think it was the right thing to do. And I think we all tried to get it up as soon as we possibly can. And we have helped millions of veterans. 7 million appointments have been scheduled. And those are veterans who needed that care and shouldn't be waiting for care. So I think it was essential.
We were discussing some of the positives on this, and one of the things we mentioned was, do you think we got a more honest, transparent look at real wait times, that they were no longer hidden because of choice?
I think one of the things that surprised us all, even when we began to use choice, the wait times grew longer. And what that was saying is there was a demand from our country's veterans for services that we weren't adequately addressing or meeting. And I think it exactly did that, which it showed us what the real demand is, and that gave us a look into this now.
Good, I'm curious about that. And for the IG, Mr. Mista, where you concluded choice did not reduce wait times for veterans in VISN 6. I don't know if that can be extrapolated to all. Usually that's the case. Do you concur with Dr. Shulkin that that increased care and that explosion that maybe came out of that could account for that, in addition to choice being complex?
Yes, I think it could. What we saw in VISN 6 obviously is limited to VISN 6, but it's not inconsistent with what we saw in wait times, both with what the GAO found and some other work that we did.
All right. And to the GAO, Mr. Williamson, what's it going to take to get them off the high-risk list? What can they do right now to get off the high-risk list?
Well, I think one of the major things, of course, is to improve their oversight and accountability. I think one of the early steps is to have also a detailed action plan that talks about timeframes, talks about resources needed, and so on. It's just not a simple matter of addressing GAO recommendations. There are 5 different criteria for getting off the list, and certainly leadership is among them as well. Leadership commitment, which I think VA has bought into.
Over my time with this, that has been my experience, that the one constant amongst facilities that succeed or don't succeed is that leadership from the top, and that accountability. Talks about personnel accountability, whether it be acquisition accountability, all of the things that go to that. But I would encourage, and Mr. Secretary, I know it's your desire too, whatever you need to help us do that, restoring that faith, expanding that care, we all have the same mission. And I think this community-based initiative is going to be critical for what the VA is going to look like in the future.
Yeah, Congressman, I just want to add that last week I brought my team over to meet with Mr. Dodaro, who heads up the GAO. He and his team were very open. I told him it's my commitment to make significant progress to get us off that list, and that is my commitment.
I appreciate that. I yield back. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, gentleman, for yielding. Mr. Kaufman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess to the GAO representative, on the so in 2014 we had our appointment wait time scandal in past the Choice Act.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kaufman,
Yes.
what was it?
I'm sorry, in 2014 we had the appointment wait time scandal past the Choice Act.
Right.
Because that at that level of the VA, in terms of those who did the appointment, responsible for the appointments, essentially cooked the books to receive cash bonuses, and left veterans, a number of veterans, without treatment on the secret waiting list. Started at the Phoenix VA, but we found it in other parts of the VA system. And so I understand the objective now is to give the appointment process back to those same employees. How does that make sense?
I really don't know on that one. It is a very difficult situation to deal with, I think.
Mr. Shulkin, how does that make sense, Dr. Shulkin?
Well, look, we have a choice, and this is a choice that we are seeking feedback on. We know that when we gave it to a contractor, when we gave it outside of VA, that we had a lot of problems with that. And so what we've done in 54 of our medical centers is we've actually brought the TPA staff back in working with our medical centers. So whether it's a combination of outside and inside people, or whether it's VA staff that under new leadership, new policies, no incentives to cook the books, as you said, and really strong oversight, which is what the GAO is recommending, we believe the most important thing is to meet the veterans' needs, and that's what we're committed to doing.
I just have a question because it would seem to me, so VA couldn't manage its own employees. It doesn't surprise me that it couldn't manage the contract with the appointment process. And so I'm not sure we're really making progress there.
Well, Congressman, listen, the very, very best solution is to let veterans schedule it themselves with these self-scheduling applications, and we're working on that as well. So my feeling is, and I share your concern, I do not want to go backwards on this, and so we're going to have to approach this in multiple avenues and ultimately make sure that we get the most direct way for a veteran to get an appointment.
I was talking to some of my healthcare providers back home, and the these PC3 agreements came up where the VA has had, in fact, prior to the Choice Act, the ability to have direct negotiations with providers and arrive at an agreement to refer veterans directly to those facilities. Every agreement is negotiated separately, and it takes a very long time to negotiate these agreements. It doesn't seem like there's a boilerplate framework for that. Yet we have the Medicare system with its well-established reimbursement rates. Why don't we simply use that in these provider agreements?
Well, one of the areas that we've had great success on is in getting providers into our network. Today it's over 480,000 providers. Tri-West, who's here today, 180,000 providers in their network. And because of the choice law, we use Medicare rates with some exceptions of rural areas. So I think we are trying to simplify this. We've been successful building the network. We don't do a lot of rate negotiation because of the way that the law was written.
On the Choice Act, but on the PC3, why don't we use Medicare rates on PC3?
We probably should. We want to move towards one set of rules. Maintaining two different systems with two different rules, two different fee schedules adds to administrative complexity and confuses our providers. So I'm all in favor of moving towards a simplified single system.
Do you need legislation for that, or can you?
We do. We've asked for, we call it funding flexibility. Now, maybe that's not a good term, but we're looking.
That's different. Yeah. In terms of specific,
yes.
That's the consolidation issue. You're raising, that's separate. What we're talking about here is, do you have the authority to use, I would assume you do, if you have the ability to negotiate the rate structure in doing separately with each particular entity on the PC3, I would assume that you do have the ability to say, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do Medicaid reimbursement, period.
On the rate
I don't
issue,
think that takes legislation.
No, on the rate issue, I agree with you. On the rules that we have to do to manage these separate programs, we do need legislation. But there is some flexibility in there, like you're saying. Yes, sir.
No more time's expired. Mr. Takano, you recognize for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've long said that the lack of continuity at the VA is a challenge to the organization, and I'm glad we were joined by Secretary Shulkin tonight and many of the other familiar faces at the table. We need the institutional knowledge that Secretary Shulkin and his team provide to make the long-lasting improvements at the VA. Now, as we've heard tonight, the Choice program was a temporary fix to improve veterans' access to care. Unfortunately, as we've also heard tonight, that fix still resulted in long wait times, confusion about payments, and administrative headaches for veterans and staff at the VA. It's our task now to come up with a long-term solution that gives veterans the care they deserve and strikes a balance between care at the VA and care in the community and keeps the VA's central role to improve care coordination. I'd like to first turn my attention to staffing levels at the VA tonight, Mr. Secretary, and how that has impacted the program. Secretary Shulkin, the IG found that in Vision 6, the non-VA care coordination staff workload increased over 200% since the implementation of choice, and that Vision 6 did not provide sufficient staff to meet the growing work requirements, causing authorization delays and insufficient oversight of the contract with the third-party administrator. Are these positions exempt from the federal hiring freeze, and has Vision 6 hired more staff?
Yeah. Congressman, this was one of those unintended consequences that we learned. We thought if we outsourced all of our care to a third-party administrator, workload would go down. In fact, as the IG found, our workload went up because we had to be making more calls and chasing down veterans. So we've been in catch-up mode, and we have been adding to those staff. The clinical staff are exempt from the hiring freeze. We have made that request, and that was granted. Business staff would not be at this point, so you sort of have to separate out those two functions. And we are developing staffing guidelines and staffing grids to be able to make sure that we are staffing up to meet the veterans' needs. But you're absolutely right. This caught us by surprise.
But the hiring freeze, the fact that some of your business staff aren't exempt, that has complicated your ability to do your job. Am I not correct?
Well, we have made the request of the White House of 37,000 clinical staff and support staff that we think are essential for patient safety. That has been granted for us. We are closely looking at the additional approximately 8,000 staff that we look at almost every week to see whether they're impacting our ability to deliver care. And when we do find that they are impacting our ability to deliver care, then we are making those additional requests. We've just made some additional requests.
Are the VISNs across the country hiring more staff to reduce authorization and processing times?
I'm going to let you answer that, Dr.
Yeah, we are seeing an increase in staff across the country, but I don't want us to miss the key point. This process is too complicated. The GAO report and the IG report both showed that our traditional community care program works much better. And so it doesn't make sense to keep putting staff in a system that needs to be fixed. So I hope that when we work on Choice 2.0, we make it simpler to administer than what it is today.
Well, I also believe the VA has a central role to play in regards to care coordination that improves patient outcomes. Under VA's plan to consolidate community care, how does VA plan to address potential fragmentation of care between VA and community providers?
Why don't you take that again?
Care coordination is critical. We are developing an integrated system, so the more integrated we become, the more we have to coordinate care. We are testing today processes across the country that allow doctors to access our medical record completely for every lab, every radiology test. We want to make sure that they get the information they need to take care of veterans what's in the community. So we are front and center focused on this. We know we need to do more coordination when we do more community care.
Yeah, well, one study cautioned that veterans being seen in two different health systems, VA and the care in the community, with different electronic records and different policies and procedures, face risks from dual system health care that should not be ignored. What do you have to say about that?
Well, that's exactly why we want to give them read access only to our medical records, so they don't repeat unnecessary tests. They don't order drugs that should not be ordered. So we are trying to prevent that by giving them full access to a record for those patients that they're seeing.
Mr. Chairman, my time has expired.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. Dr. Winstrup, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. Mr. Secretary, congratulations.
Thank you.
And welcome back, if you will. You mentioned earlier about military competency of the providers, and I think that's important, especially in certain areas, and you specifically mentioned mental health and as it relates to PTSD, I'm sure. And I can think of other areas like if you're treating TBI, the effects of Agent Orange, those types of things. What other medical categories have you identified where you feel there's a strong need for that level of competency?
Well, you know, I think that the primary areas that we're thinking about are in primary care and mental health. And a primary care provider has to understand the full comprehensive nature of what it takes to support well-being. And you know, the example that I use is that when a veteran who comes back from conflict comes in and talks to their primary care provider or their mental health provider about a IED, and the response is, what is an IED? You know, you sort of lose all that confidence and trust. So we think that's important.
And I agree. And also there are other areas of health, things that are endemic to the area where they served, they should be pretty well versed on those types of things, or at least know where to turn to for that. Would you be in favor of the system allowing the primary care doctor, when working with the patient, to have the authority to decide who they can see in choice or not choice? In other words, you know, you may need to see an ophthalmologist, but you may need to see one that specializes in glaucoma. So just because the VA has an ophthalmologist doesn't mean that that's the best one for you to see. So the question is, would you be in favor of the primary care doctor being able to say, yeah, there's one here within the walls that you could see next week, but I need you to see the glaucoma specialist, and that's the referral I want to make, without having to jump through a lot of hoops?
Yeah, as long as I state my conflict of interest that I am a primary care provider, yes, I do support that. You know, second guessing our physicians and our providers is never a good idea. I would support that.
Yeah, and I think that's a deterrent to recruitment too, if that's the kind of system you have to operate in. And then just one last question. Solution for the delay in payment to providers. You know, the system is too complicated, and you're really going through two systems, as I understand it. Is that correct? And so the money's not flowing the way it should. So what would your recommendation be to solve that problem?
Well, we're doing a number of things. First of all, before coming to VA, I spent my life trying to get paid by insurance companies. So I'm a firm believer, if you deliver a service, I know you did too, if you deliver a service, you deserve to be paid for it. Today, we are at 83% of payments within 30 days. That's a lot better than we were, but not good enough. We need to have greater electronic claims. Today, VA is at 63% electronic claims. We should be at 99%, and we are 43% above where we were this time last year. So we're making progress, but we still have more to go. We have to automate more, and we're also looking at other options, including if it can be done better outside VA, we're looking at those options in our new RFP process.
I appreciate that. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I think, gentlemen, yield. Ms. Brownlee, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also want to say congratulations. I'm delighted that you're at the helm of the VA, where the buck stops with you. But I can't think of a better leader, so thank you very, very much. I think, you know, I think the GAO report, I think, identified very well where the choke points are in this process. And we keep talking about, you know, the process is too complicated and where we need to improve upon in the processes, et cetera, lack of controls and all of that. But I think the underlying issue in all of this, to me, is our IT systems. It still feels like we're driving a Model T down an LA freeway trying to keep up with the Teslas and the BMWs. And you know, when I see this report and just, you know, even one step saying if we don't reach the veteran by telephone, then we will send them a letter. It just is mind-boggling that we're still, you know, in sort of this bureaucratic maze that is just prolonging, and this report says that can prolong it up to 10 days in the process. And to me, it seems that's a no-brainer. Why can't we fix that, like, now? But the area, for all of the hearings that we've had, the area that I have the least confidence in is all of the automation and all of the IT that has to take place. And so I guess my question is, how do you alleviate my fears that we will always be as slow as an unautomated process will be, and how are you going to allay my fears that we're on this and we're going to get it right?
Well, I don't want you to stop worrying until we actually do something to give you confidence that we have this right. I think I, too, and many of you have shared your concerns that you've heard us make promises before in this area and failed to deliver on it. I've come to the conclusion that VA building its own software products and doing its own software development inside is not a good way to pursue this.
Hallelujah.
And we need to move towards commercially tested products. If somebody could explain to me why veterans benefit from VA being a good software developer, then maybe I'd change my mind. But right now, we should focus on the things veterans need us to focus on and work with companies who know how to do this better than we do. So you're going to see that change in direction, and but I don't want you to stop worrying about it until we can actually show you we do it differently.
Well, I'm delighted to hear that answer. I think we all are. So thank you very much for that. Mr. Williamson, do you have a comment to make with regard to kind of the statement that I just made and where the choke points are and improvement? And do you think this consolidation program is going to help to improve that process?
Yes, as I said in my opening comments, I think IT is really a critical component, and I think Secretary Shulkin's willingness to look at commercially available off-the-shelf systems is a really good move. And I think even with that, they still have to integrate with legacy systems like Vista and other things. And it also integrate with the providers' systems and the TPAs. So it's not a slam dunk.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream. We got Mary Kay right here. As promised. Didn't we say at 6:40, about 90 minutes when I came on? I says, hey, we're going to get Mary Kay up here.
And you don't break your promises.
No, we can't, unless there's something really big happening where we just can't.
There is something really big happening.
Yeah,
I'm here
yeah,
on the
we're
show.
here,
I'm here
yes.
as your guest, and you have an important topic to discuss.
Yes, this evening, folks, I wanted to break down with Mary Kay just a very memorable moment that happened at the White House. We saw it earlier today, and when I looked at it, I was like, this kid is going to remember this moment forever. Yeah. So we're going to show you the video. This is a video of, okay, they're finally going to be giving tours again at the White House. Okay. And it was students from Alabama. They were there. They got the biggest surprise ever. Why? Because the President of the United States came out and kind of, waved to them. And
which they didn't expect.
They did not expect it.
Come out during the tours, right?
No, this is like once in a lifetime opportunity for these kids. And you're going to see the kid just light up. It's amazing. I love it.
Right,
I love it. Let's go to it, and we'll break it down here. So we'll first just show it to you just how it happened. Here we go. Wow.
That was... I wonder what his parents are saying right now, because
must
he's
be
the
so
only
proud.
kid that walked out.
Yeah, he's the only kid, and the president went right up to him and, put his hands on his shoulders.
First it was a little awkward.
Yeah.
Like, what do I do with this one child?
It was good, though, because
he played it off well.
You're right, it would look like he was motioning, he wanted more to come.
Or do you think it was just the one?
Well,
do you think he wanted just the one or all
of
them? Like,
folks,
he was like...
let's break it down right now. So let me re-rack that. Okay, so wait, here we go. See, he had multiple. He wanted more. Then he looked like he had one more.
He's motioning towards somebody or all of them. And then
now,
he comes up.
Here comes the one. Oh, he almost fell there. That's great. And then he gets a big hug. But this is what I like. This moment right here. Look at the kid. Now the kid really understands what's going on right here. This is amazing. Yeah, he's pointing to probably his family there as well. Look at that moment. And then here comes the president saying, work hard to the kids there. Look at that. That's a great moment at the White House there.
And then scroll back a little bit, because you did mention, and I want to go over that, the picture on the wall.
Oh yeah, we should very much add what the picture. Look at this, folks. You recognize that was his opponent that he defeated. How? Let me just screen. Let me stop it right here. That's a perfect shot.
There's Hillary.
All right, folks. There is Hillary Clinton's portrait right there. If this, you could screenshot this moment right here. Let me put it out just a little bit more. There you go. You could screenshot this moment, and you guys can make all sorts of memes with this picture, right?
Also want to mention Dan Scavino in the background, a focused face. Look
Oh,
at that.
yeah, that's right. Dan Scavino there. That's a great shot of Dan Scavino there. Oh, and
He's always focused.
wow, let's play this out just a little bit more so you could see. And we do have video from Dan Scavino that we want to show you guys as well. That was his...
And that's him, right? I'm not...
No, that is Dan Scavino.
That's him? Okay.
That's Dan Scavino.
He is President Trump's social media director, you guys.
Yep. So let's also, though, show you, because Dan put up a great shot there on... Or did he tweet it? He tweeted it. That's what he did. I thought he put it on the White House YouTube.
Oh, did he tweet the picture during this event?
The video.
Oh, the video. So that's interesting, you guys, because he's the social media director, and there he is, very focused, taking that video, and then he posts it a little bit later to social media, and here's all the little kids there. Again, I think he was motioning to everybody.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got it. So let's go back on for just a moment here.
Bring this up.
Yeah, this is going to be good. This is the video that we're going to show you guys.
So kind of a different view from inside.
Yeah, kind of his view right here. Take a look. So there we go.
So he is sort of motioning towards everybody, right?
Yeah, look, from that moment, it did look like that. We'll play it again for you guys, everyone. Goes a little bit fast here.
And you know what, as a little kid, I think you're scared.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to run out.
You don't want to run out, especially when you see all that Secret Service there as well. But that's a great shot there from Dan Scavino as well, getting that great shot. Wow, memories there. Memories there for a lifetime for that kid. And what's so great about now in these days, I mean, it'll always be on the web somewhere. So this when he grows up, he could always see this moment. Think about when we were like little and we had maybe some great moments in our life. We don't have that.
I know. All we have is like, remember actual cameras and they took pictures and you had to get them. You know, you had to go to Walgreens.
Oh, I know. I would remember doing that remember how it would be after like a turnabout dance or a homecoming, you would actually go to CVS or Walgreens with your disposable camera that Sunday because the dance was Saturday.
And you had to get the pictures, but you didn't know what. But
we didn't even have social media to put it up anywhere. So why did we need the photos that bad? Just to see them?
I guess
just to see them.
Just to see them, and then. Yeah, what did we do? We could scan them, I guess.
I guess you could.
Yeah,
you could scan them and then email them. Oh. And think about that. If you had like 40 pictures, to scan each one, crop them, then upload them on email. Everything was so slow back then. We all had AOL dial-up. Remember when you? Oh my gosh.
You'd call a friend and you knew they were online because it was like.
Yeah.
That sound. You're like, darn it. You know, and then when you took an old picture on an old camera, you take one and you have to wind it back up, take another one.
I know.
The good old days.
The good old days
right,
there, folks, right? Wow.
But that video was interesting because I'm sure a lot of kids were thinking, why didn't I have the courage to go up? You know, he pushed himself and he went up there to say hi to the president.
I know. And when you get that look, where it gets, the kid is absolutely stunned, as any kid would be, but when he does and he looks up to the president and then it hits him, right? He's like, wow, I am right by the 45th president.
I think that's pretty cool that they surprised them like that.
Yeah.
They weren't expecting that during the tour. Poor President Trump, though, he probably expected more kids to come running towards him. Only one does, and he's like, well, let's make this work.
Yeah.
That is pretty amazing, though, and now he gets that forever. He gets to have that
forever, yeah.
But he probably knows, you know, these kids today know social media at the youngest age, and he probably knew this is going to blow up on Twitter, even at his age.
I liked when the president was saying, work hard to the kids.
Didn't you say that he went into one classroom and one kid was like, I'm scared. Like,
oh,
he didn't understand what was going on.
That was part of the when it was still the campaign.
And
Yeah.
I think when you're little and you hear someone on TV say Trump is a bad man, when you're a kid you think, oh, he's a bad man, like in a scary way.
Yeah.
So he probably thought, oh, I'm scared. He's a bad man. That was great. Thanks for sharing that.
Oh yeah, I had to bring that up because I had to just we had to re-rack the video a couple of times and do a little play-by-play because there was so many things going on in that video, from Hillary Clinton in the portrait.
I'm sure Hillary loved that. Like, yes, that portrait's still up there, and
Do you think
that's cool.
Do you think he walks by that portrait and
it.
is just like, gotcha, beat ya? Do you think he ever, like, to himself might
Like,
want to
talks
say
to
that?
it alone.
Not talks it, but like as he's
Oh, yeah,
walking
probably
past
not.
it, like under his breath, be like, done it.
I don't know. I think maybe. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe. It's hard to say. If you were walking by a painting of your rival, would you say?
Well, you know what? I don't think he doesn't have to say anything because at the end of the he's president.
He's
he won.
probably like, where's my painting, and we need to put this
Yeah.
right next to it or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, that was a really good video, and you're gonna post that. Are you gonna post it on our on our YouTube page?
Absolutely. So the
Yeah.
people that aren't watching this live and maybe watching this, let's say March 17th, just randomly, just say it is March 17th. You're watching this now because we clipped it on YouTube there.
Yep, we clip everything, you guys.
Yeah, big moments. Every time there's breaking news, we'll clip it because that way you get to watch it over and over again.
And no commercials.
Yeah, there it is.
Yep.
We're going to show you Mr. Trump's home right now. Take a look.
With kind of the social behavioral aspects of not only healthcare but of people's situations. So I think a lot of folks understand that there's therapy there, but are they ready to take that that next step?
Well, thank you for the answer on that. And I have one more quick question, actually a couple questions, in regards to what we're wanting to do tomorrow, okay? You know, the importance of the extension that we're going to be working on in our markup tomorrow. What would happen if we didn't make that extension go past the August 7th? And what would be the final cutoff if we don't get it passed?
Well, first of all, if we don't do this extension, this is going to be a disaster for American veterans. We're going to see the same situation that we saw in April 2014 that Senator McCain started out tonight with, that we saw in Phoenix. And so here's the timeline. We do need to do this now. As I think Chairman Rowe referred to, already today, veterans are not able to use the choice program because the law states that we have to obligate the funds now for when the care is going to be delivered. So a pregnant veteran who comes to us and says, I want to get care using the choice program, they no longer can because 9 months from now is past August 7th. But this is now beginning to happen with care that is multiple months in length, like oncology care and chemotherapy and other types of therapies. We have a chart that shows that when you start getting towards the end of April to May, this is where you're going to start seeing a large number of veterans not being able to get access to care because episodes of care that we're used to, like hip replacements and other things, are generally 3 to 4 months. So we think the time is now that we need to act.
Okay, so, but what we're doing is not any intention to privatize or anything like that. This is just making sure that those people who are on the choice program, that we are moving forward to make sure that those services are provided.
Not only that, but this is not going to cost any additional money. We're just seeking the authority to spend the money that you've already given us past August 7th of this year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. Mr. O'Rourke, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Shulkin, when you first started as Undersecretary for VHA, El Paso, the community I serve and represent, was ranked worst in the country in terms of mental health care access for veterans in our community. And we were able to work together on a pilot program that we're implementing now in El Paso that allows the VA to focus on PTSD, TBI, military sexual trauma, those conditions unique to service and combat. And the doctors and providers in our community have stepped up to fill in the gap and care for those veterans and those other conditions that are not unique to service and combat. We've also had the partnership of Texas Tech Health Science Center, and it's really making a difference. Our access to mental health care has improved markedly, and we're focusing on hiring those mental health care professionals. I think the most serious crisis facing veterans in this country today and for this committee is veteran suicide, which you now estimate is 20 a day. That's the best estimate that the VA can come up with. I'm convinced that it's connected to access to mental health care. Can you talk a little bit about what you are proposing and how that will impact the ability to access mental health care and reduce the number of veteran suicides in this country?
Well, thank you for your leadership on this issue. You're always pushing us, and frankly, it's welcomed. There is no other clinical issue that I am as concerned about or that has my attention than veteran suicide. Number one, for sure. What we're doing now, and we're doing a lot, isn't enough. And so we're not satisfied, and we're continuing to look for new approaches to be able to address this issue. We're reaching out to the very best and brightest from the academic world and the community world to come in and say, tell us what else we can do, because we need to do something else. So stay tuned for that. But I will tell you something tonight that may make more news than the IT news, and that is that, and I do want to thank Representative Kaufman for this, because it was a program that I went to that he was at that proposed his bill that actually changed my whole view on this. So this is really his leadership. We are going to go and we are going to start providing mental health care for those that are other than honorably discharged for urgent mental health. And we want to work with Representative Kaufman on his bill on this, and we want to do as much as we can. But I don't think it can wait, and so we're going to start doing that now. I believe that's in the Secretary's authority to be able to do that. So many veterans that we see are just disconnected from our system. That's the frustration of the 20 a day. As you know, 14 are not getting care in the VA, and yet we have this great comprehensive mental health system. So we're going to do whatever we can. We want to work with you. We want to work with Representative Kaufman, all of you, to try to get this, because it's unacceptable. I don't think anybody thinks it's acceptable.
I want to thank you for the decision that you've made and not waiting for Congress to force the administration to do it, and showing the leadership and getting that done. And I also want to put a plug in for your vet centers.
Yes.
I visited one in Laredo, met with 20 Vietnam-era veterans. We know that that's the single greatest cohort that's being affected by veteran suicide. And they have access to your VA medical center, but they really prefer being at the vet center, where they have essentially group therapy facilitated by one therapist, and all of them swore to it, to a person. Quick question, page 17 of the GAO report says VHA cannot calculate average number of days that the medical centers take to prepare choice program referrals. Are you able to calculate that today? Do we have that number? What is it?
We, yes, we are working on getting those numbers.
How long before you have that number?
We do have those numbers. The problem is that we want to make it automated so that it's easier to pull.
Can you share that with us? What's the average?
We're happy to share that, yeah.
Can you do it right now?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but we're happy to share it.
I think when we're talking about wait times, and we were reminded of the wait time manipulation scandal, we need to know real wait times, and we need to hold you accountable for that. And we're not doing our job in an oversight capacity if we don't know the real wait time across all care delivery within the four walls of the VA or through a choice provider. So how soon can I get that from you?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we'll share that with the committee. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. O'Rourke. Mr. Pollock, on your record.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Mr. Shulkin, congratulations. It's good to see you again, sir, and I just want to, from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much for all the great work you did coming up to Northern Maine, and we really, really appreciate you reauthorizing that program such that our veterans in the most rural part of our state, one of the most rural parts of the country, can get their health care close to home instead of driving 5 hours when the snow blown sideways in Aroostook County. So thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, I didn't tell you this, but we recommended that Mr. Shulkin fly into Portland, Maine, and drive to Aroostook County. So by the time he got there, he was exhausted, and he knew how rural our district was. But it paid off, and thank you very much, and congratulations, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary, I'm very concerned about the claims processing part of your organization. Now, I know you have a very big job. I understand that, sir. My understanding is that when claims are processed at Medicare, about 90% of the claims to pay our providers never touch a human hand. And then over for the TRICARE program, rather, about 75%. But here's what I'm concerned about, sir, is that this is the accounts receivable over at Eastern Maine Medical Center in Bangor, and they're one of the largest healthcare providers in our state. They have, Inland Hospital in Waterville and the Aroostook Medical Center up in Presque Isle and what have you. And I'm looking at this, sir, and they're owed $13 million by you folks, and about 60% of the claims have been outstanding for over a year. That's a real concern. Now, this is another graph of the claims, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, of the claims backlog over the last year. You can see it's flatlined, and this is for Maine Medical Center, which has another network of hospitals throughout our district, throughout the state. So you can see it's not getting any better. They're owed about $9 million, and Eastern Maine Medical Center is owed about $13 million. Now, my understanding, and help me out with this, please, Mr. Secretary, is that there are about 95 claims processing centers around the country that do this work. And unlike for TRICARE and unlike for Medicare, they're processed manually. Mm-hmm. So my question to you is the following. My first question is, what does that mean? What does a manual claims process look like? That's the first question.
Right. So let me try to do this, and I'll invite my colleague who probably knows 5 times as much as me on this topic. You're exactly right, Congressman. VA is not using as much automation as you'd find in the industry. We are moving towards that, and we're seeing our percent go up significantly. But one of the reasons is the complexity of our program. We have to determine on each claim whether it was service-connected or not service-connected. Medicare or TRICARE does not have to do that. Mm-hmm. We have to adjudicate our claims in a more thorough way than you see in the private sector as well. So our process, again, of the complexity goes back to why this is taking us so long. Mm-hmm. In terms of Maine Medical Center and Eastern Maine Medical Center, this is the business I was in. I will tell you that they think that we owe them more money than we think we owe them. And this is not uncommon because claims get rejected.
Well, I know you'll err on the side of Maine.
Right.
Thank you very much. Mr. We heard that.
So we have been in touch with Eastern Maine Medical Center, and we will send a team or have a team go over those claims, and we do want to settle those as quickly as possible.
Yeah, if I may interrupt you too, Doctor, before you speak. Again, sir, this is $13 million. Yes. We're a small state. Could you give us an idea in Eastern Maine, because it's not just Eastern, it's all the healthcare providers throughout their system. When you think they'll get their $13 million?
Yeah, so we had a conversation with them today. We have a meeting later this week. We've been working with them. I think I don't want to miss this point that Dr. Shulkin made is we want it to work like Medicare.
I know you.
Help us do that. The choice law has 8 different eligibility criteria. We have to determine if they're service-connected or not. We have to determine if they have another health insurance or not. We have to look at if it's ER care or not. So we want to be able to get to the point where it is actually
I only have 30
simpler.
seconds left. We promise we'll work with you with that. But, Doctor, could you tell me again, please, so everybody can hear, when Eastern Maine will get their $13 million and when Maine Medical will get their $9 million?
I don't think it's
Roughly.
actually
Today's
$13 million,
Tuesday.
but we are meeting with them this week.
So just to be clear, they think it's 13 million, we don't. Whatever number we agree with, we will cut them a check.
Exactly.
And make his day. Is it going to be within 3 weeks?
We can do it in 3 weeks.
You know,
3 weeks.
The weather is clearing up. We don't have any more snowstorms coming. It's a good time to go to Maine. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
Mr.
gentlemen, for
Chairman.
yielding. And Mr. Creedy recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member Waltz and the committee for organizing this committee hearing. And Secretary Shulkin, again, congratulations. I live in a community, Southern California, very multi-ethnic, a lot of new Americans who English is their second language. First question to you, as you know, the number of Latino veterans is rapidly rising in this country. Over the next decade, they'll probably make up 15% of all the veterans. So with that in mind, maybe language challenges, how are Latino veterans finding and faring under the Veterans Choice Program?
You know, I have not seen a specific study on that issue. It's probably a good thing for our Office of Minority and Diversity to take a look at to make sure that they are not faring any worse. Our workforce tends to reflect the makeup of our veterans, since more than 40% of our workforce are veterans, so we do have a large contingent of Latino workforce as well, and I hope that we are certainly meeting the needs of all of our veterans, but that's something that I think we'd like to work with you on.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to see, you know, some goals or maybe some data on that area.
Yes.
A lot of them, again, are their families are Spanish-speaking, possibly the English is their second language as well. Just want to make sure that language is not a barrier to them receiving the proper benefits, veteran services that they are, you know, entitled to. Second question is an important one. Under existing immigration laws, if a legal permanent resident veteran is convicted of a crime, even nonviolent offense or minor infraction, some of them face deportation. These men and women have defended our country with honor, yet their lives continue to be disproportionately affected. So are we doing anything to ensure that these veterans, resident veterans who fall into these categories, have access to health care without fearing deportation?
That is something that I think that we're going to have to work with our general counsel on. I understand the concern. I'm not aware of any particular circumstances right now, but we have a veterans court program. We have a veterans justice outreach program. We work very closely with veterans who do get into trouble with the law, and we work with judges in particular on those issues. So I would hope that we could work in a way that would help.
And I'd
our
love to
veterans.
work with you on this issue. Yes. Orange County, our district was probably the first in California to have a veterans court. This is a unique issue, a unique wrinkle in the sense that legal permanent residents who violate the law, are convicted, or lose their residency and are being deported. So it's a little bit of a different wrinkle, and I know a lot of them are now concerned about where do they go, what do they access, and do they face deportation. There is a growing group of these veterans right south of the border who are now living there because, of course, they've lost their legal permanent residency. I'd like to maybe explore this issue with you a bit further.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. Dr. Dunn, you recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you also, Secretary Shulkin, and all of you gentlemen for spending your evening with us. I'm sure that it's exciting for you to be here. I also want to thank Secretary Shulkin for mentioning Dr. Tom Starzl, who passed away this last weekend. He was a champion for veterans, a champion for and a pioneer in the transplant surgery realm, and I was fortunate to study under him many years ago. Mr. Secretary, just yesterday, a veteran I represent provided to my office an account of his experience receiving specialty care through the CHOICE program, and it underscored a number of the challenges we've discussed here today. In particular, the veteran encountered poor communication between the VA and the third-party administrator, and also between the VA and his CHOICE provider, and it severely delayed his access to care. And although he ultimately did get an appointment with a podiatrist through the CHOICE program, the nearest provider was hours and hours away from his home, and he had some difficulty getting his prescribed custom prostheses and orthotics, and ultimately he did the math on the round trip, multiple round trips to these things, and the prosthesis was cheaper, and the medical care was cheaper out of his pocket. And that's what he did. This letter is actually, it's an amazingly lucid and articulate and polite letter. And I will make that available to the committee because it reads like a Marx Brothers skit. It's I won't bother you with it now, though. My question to you, Mr. Secretary, is what should this committee keep in mind in regard to the particular needs of the specialty care patients like this, and how is that different from the primary care referrals? This is sort of a special situation.
Yeah. Well, what we are doing to make sure that we get this right is we are doing community by community assessments because there's, just like real estate, all healthcare is local. And so there are some areas that have oversupply of specialists and some undersupply. And it sounds like your constituent lives in an area where there might be a shortage of specialists in some of those areas.
Yeah, on your panel, clearly. And I know there are specialists near him, but for whatever reason, they're not on the panel.
Yeah. We are continuing to grow our network. So if there are available specialists in the area, and we have a shortage of them, we are continuing to grow that area. We actually have a slide of this where you can see the progress that we're making in provider growth right now. It might not pop up. Oh, there it is, 133% growth. But we need to continue to build out the network, and stories like that are impactful, so I'm glad you're going to make it part of the record, and we can look at that.
So I'm also, in my practice, we were on your CHOICE network, and I will say that that a lot of times the problem was not that the veterans are there in town, we're there in town, we have slots for them, we can see them, but the problem was authorizations. I mean, the system in a number of ways is dysfunctional. Mr. Paulkin mentioned the payment system is just also pretty dysfunctional, but more basically, it's important to get them in, get them taken care of. And they had to go back for authorizations again and again and again just to see the same doctor about the same problem. What are we going to do to make that system work a little better?
Well, when we started, our authorizations were only good for 60 days. We did a contract modification. We made it for a year. And so as we learn the problems in the program, much like the way that you're describing, we are doing these modifications, and we've had 70 of them since the contract started. So
they would come to see me, and they wouldn't be able to get x-rays. I mean, I could see them, I could prescribe a medicine, which they'd have to go get at the VA, but they couldn't get the x-rays, and I couldn't see the x-rays. The delays were just atrocious.
Yeah, in addition to lengthening the episode's care, what we're doing now is doing bundles. And so, if you're getting your hip replaced, the PT comes with it, the x-ray comes with it, the MRI comes with it. So we are trying to tackle that problem as an episode together, so we don't split up and we maintain continuity of care.
Thank you. We look forward to working with you. We're all excited about the possibility. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Dunn. Mr. Sablon, you recognized.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Because where I'm from, it's 11 o'clock in the morning. I know I've been nodding off a bit, but when it takes you 25 hours to get here, you get tired. And because it's so far away, Mr. Secretary, congratulations, sir, on your appointment and your confirmation. I truly wish you all the success in your term in office. You were successful in your previous job running a huge hospital. But the veterans in my district believe that our country has forgotten them. when I first got in 2009, I don't stop over anywhere in the country going home or coming back, but I stopped over in Hawaii. I met Dr. Hastings. I urged him to complete the contract that he was negotiating with one doctor who actually now provides service to a certain number of veterans, the only doctor on the island providing service to veterans. And then we now have one VHA employee. But the department, the country, the veterans feel that the department that is tasked with administering veteran benefits and services have done little to change their feelings about their being forgotten. Over the years, we've had VA cases, but in the last 9 months, my office has seen a significant increase in complaints about VA service from veterans, their family members, advocates, and service providers, that I have taken it upon myself, having no use of VA resources, have brought in people who helped with teaching breathing methods, and for people with PTSD, I brought in this documentary and Tom Voss, who walked the country to learn how to handle his demons. We just had a resource fair 2 weeks ago, sir, and I have never had a more successful fair for veterans. We put together all potential resource providers and brought our veterans in, and in all 3 islands, and we're very successful. And then all of a sudden comes senior administrator from Hawaii and his deputy or her deputy, and they couldn't make it to the fair, but now they're having a 1.5-hour town hall after stopping in Guam for the night. So, my question is, will you pledge to work with me, please, to improve the quality of and access to veteran VA services for our veterans? I'm from the Northern Mariana Islands. Somehow we truly need your service, sir.
Yeah. I'd like to come and see you, and let's try to figure this out together.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary. That commitment is important. Mr. Missel, that's you, sir, right?
Yes, it is.
You're Inspector General?
Yes.
Yes, sir. In your evaluation of the choice program implementation, what have you found to be the experience of veteran patients in the outlying areas, or insular areas, or territories, some people say in the colonies, such as the Northern Marianas, in accessing health care in a timely manner under the choice program?
Well, sir, we've looked at it in a number of different ways. We haven't just isolated it in those particular areas you mentioned, but the same issues we found, whether it's with Vision 6, whether when we looked at it more nationally, are going to be the same issues that impact people in those more rural areas, which are the complexity of the programs make it very difficult to administer, which increases the time involved. And then one of the other issues that I know we've talked about already is the care coordination, to make sure that when a veteran leaves the VA system, and one of the strengths of the VA system, it is a integrated system where they can watch very closely the care for the patients. When they leave that system, you have to make sure the records go out with the patient, and you have to make sure they come back in. And we've seen challenges to both of those situations where they're not going out as quickly and coming back as quickly as they should.
Well, my question was, so that's the experience you have found in veterans accessing health care in a timely manner? Or is that an answer that says really that you don't know what you're talking about?
I would hold that answer, and we'll come back a little later. Mr. Rutherford, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
My time is up.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for your long testimony here tonight. You've probably heard the old saying, that vision without action is just daydreaming, and action without vision is chaos. And sometimes I hear from veterans in my district. I'm from Florida 4, which is the northeast corner of Florida, and we have a very large veteran population. Sure. And sometimes they talk about the chaos of the system. Mm-hmm. But I've heard a couple things here tonight that really struck me. One was that your number one concern is, and it happens to be mine as well, is veteran suicide.
Yes, sir.
I'm very pleased to hear that. In addition to that, I heard that another vision that you have is that the VA is going to get out of developing IT software and those kind of things and look for those off-the-shelf type packages. Those are significant cultural shifts, I think, within the VA. Could you just give me one or two more that that you have, visions that you have about the VA and how to what will change the culture?
Yeah. The three biggest areas that I'm focused on are, number one, giving veterans additional choice. And, I think that I've already explained tonight, this means keeping the VA system strong. I happen to believe the way you keep the VA system strong is by allowing veterans to decide where they want to get care. Right. And giving them more choice. And I believe that's going to make us a stronger system. I think it goes along with, secondly, what Dr. Rowe has introduced, which is accountability. For me, accountability, and we've had this discussion with the chairman and the ranking member as well, that accountability is not only making sure that if you lose your way and you lose your values, you shouldn't be working in the VA, but also that the secretary has the tools to recruit and retain the very best in healthcare. And I do believe we have among the very best healthcare professionals in the country working at the VA today. I want to keep them there. And third is, I want the system to be modernized. I believe veterans deserve the very best that this country can offer. That means modern IT systems, modern facilities, modern types of programs and professionals and technology. So I think those three areas are really what's driving the transformation of VA.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and I can tell you I believe the entire committee looks forward to working with you and making that happen. And in light of the hour, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you, gentleman, for yielding. Ms. Esty, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and all those who are staying in the late hours with us here tonight. I think we are all extremely heartened to hear the word about IT. I certainly heard a lot about that over the last few days in meetings with veterans across my district, and it's urgently needed. This issue about coordinated care, I had one of my roundtables yesterday. Someone came forward and said a friend of theirs had just gotten a $36,000 hospital bill that went straight to the veteran despite Medicare extension, Aetna or Blue Cross Blue Shield, and VA. And the hospital sent him a $36,000 bill. Now, this is someone who's recovering from surgery, is already qualified, served this country, and is over 65. And that is just shameful and wrong. Yeah. And we absolutely need to have a system where that can't happen. They cannot, a first recourse, when you go outside the system, send that kind of bill. I heard the same issue with ER care. Again, veterans getting those ER bills, they don't know what to do. They're told they have a bill to pay, they panic, and they don't pay other bills, and they pay the ER bill. That's wrong. And we need to have clarification about what these rules are. It should not take a 150-page manual. I spent the last 2 days fully with veterans, and it just should not be that hard. On military suicide, I think we're all very heartened to hear your commitment around that. I find for a lot, it's people who have not come into the system at all. So you may have the best care available, but if nobody's coming into the system, you don't. Like my friend Beto, I know our veterans centers are providing that care for many of our Vietnam veterans now. We need to figure out how to reach out over the last 20 years for the Middle East war veterans, because they're not in the system whatsoever. And we're getting those calls in our office. And we've had suicide calls come into the office and had to patch people through and track down their provider. You shouldn't be having to call your member of Congress to get help. So we need to work together and figure out how to actually bring people in so that we're not saying, hey, we've got great care, but you're never going to see it. One of the issues you did not flag, which I would like you to, is on women veterans. That needs to be a priority. We are integrating our forces. There have been some unwelcome news out of the Marines in the last couple of days, which if you want to talk about the damage that does to our system and our ability to attract and retain the best and the brightest, that does real damage. And that underscores the need to have that kind of care. It's a little specialized. And as we look at care outside of the system, those distances become an issue. Mine's one of those districts. I'm in Connecticut, but it is rural. Northwest corner of my state looks a lot like Vermont or Maine. And so to actually get to a VA facility might be 60 miles or 70 miles. But there's a CBOC that's 20 miles away. We need to deal with that issue about where you may have outpatient that's really close, but actually what you need is going to be further. So I'd like your feedback on whether we can have choice recognize the difference between a facility that's within the 40 miles and actually what you need. And it may not even be that specialized, but if you're talking women veterans, it may be more specialized.
Yeah. Well, Congresswoman, you have you've identified so many important issues. I don't even know how to begin to address them all. But let me just try to make one point about each one. On the putting the veteran in the middle with these bills, absolutely horrible. I am going to tell you what to do. Call 1-877-881-7618. That is a special hotline for veterans who are in the situation where they're being billed inappropriately, and we're going to get them out of that credit situation. On the issue of veteran suicide, thank you for your recognition on that. We know VA can't do this alone. It has to work with community providers, and we are strongly looking for community groups and other partnerships who are willing to go into the community and reach people that you're talking about. On the issue of women's veterans, absolutely. I did. It's an oversight not to mention it as one of our key areas, fastest growing group of veterans. We have done a lot, but we need to do a lot more, and it's not uniform across all of our facilities, our specialized women's care, but we're getting there. On the choice program, as I've said, if I were designing a program, I would not have picked mileage and wait times as my criteria. You know, I tend to think more clinically about how you meet healthcare needs of veterans and patients. So that's what we look forward to working with you. If I didn't mention it, we are very supportive of an extension program now for choice, but we want to come back and we want to work with you on a redesigned Choice 2.0. We're going to have a better name for that too. And we really want to get that done with you by September. That would be our goal, to get that done and to get a system that makes sense.
Thank you, and I see my time's expired. Thank you.
Thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Higgins, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Shulkin, I very much support H.R. 369, the extension of the Veterans Choice Program. That the remaining $1 billion of American treasure certainly needs to be dedicated to American veterans. In your testimony, you've noted that Congress should pass legislation to clarify criteria for veterans to receive care closer to home, to facilitate the development of a network of community care providers, and to better coordinate veterans' benefits. I'd like to bring our conversation completely closer to home, all the way to the home. As you know, many of our most severely wounded veterans prefer to receive their care from their family at home. So I'm referring to family caregivers. And specifically, as we move forward with what you referred to as Choice 2.0, with an eye towards making a real difference in the lives of American veterans that are seeking health care and need it, do you believe it's in the best interest of American veterans to expand the program of comprehensive assistance of family caregivers to include pre-9/11 vets, whereby they can receive their care from those that know them the best, their loved ones. Would you please give us your feedback on that?
One of the parts of VA that I'm most proud of is our support for caregivers. I think we've demonstrated when we send somebody off for war, we're not just sending them off, we're sending their entire family. And the family needs to be part of the solution when they come back home, and our support for caregivers is something vital. Now, as you mentioned, it was only authorized for veterans post 9/11. I do believe it needs to be for all veterans, particularly our older veterans who want to stay at home, and then maybe they wouldn't have to leave their home into an institution. The cost for that program right now, it would be scored in about $4 billion. I believe that's not an accurate reflection on the true cost, because I believe we're going to save money by not institutionalizing people. So we are now beginning to come back with a true reflection of the costs, but I am supportive of that.
I thank you for that answer. It's very encouraging. God bless you for that, sir. And as the lowest ranking member of this committee, I had the great honor of asking the last question. I yield my time back, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry.
You're not the lowest ranking.
Didn't see.
Yeah.
Oh, you snuck in on me there, brother. You snuck in on me. That's my boss, by the way.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. Mr. Banks, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, it's an honor to have you here today. You've answered so many questions and addressed so many issues. As a recently deployed veteran, post 9/11 veteran, I'm especially interested in transition assistance programs. To get to the heart of the veteran suicide rates among post 9/11 veterans, what can we do at the outset, the beginning of the process? My personal experience was in Simbach, Germany, in the Navy's Warrior transition program, which was a terrific program that in hindsight benefited me greatly on my return home trip from Afghanistan. I wonder what lessons have you learned about other TAPS programs and the other branches? As I understand, the Navy has a model program in Simbach. Can we protect it? Can we model it in the other branches? What can this committee do to support you with TAP programs as well?
Well, first of all, thank you for your service, and I'd like to work with you because it sounds like you have some experience that maybe we could benefit from. I do believe this transition period and the TAPS program is an area that's ripe for even doing better in, and we hear too many stories where people just didn't think about the transition in the way that we'd like them to, and then find themselves without knowing how to seek help. I was speaking to the President about this last night, and one of the things that we're going to be doing is Secretary Mattis and I are going to be getting together to talk about how we can get our organizations to focus on this in a different way and work together in a closer way. So with your input, I think we'd be better prepared for that conversation.
I look forward to working with you on that. On another note, we have a number of veterans in Indiana, where I live, who are interested in alternative treatments like hyperbaric oxygen chambers or other alternative treatments to the traditional treatments to PTSD and TBI. What under your leadership can we look forward to in opening up new avenues for treatment for our post 9/11 veterans especially?
Well, first of all, I was just in Indiana last week visiting the VAs there, and toured the VA with the Governor Holcomb. The areas that I'm most concerned about are areas that veterans have a high predilection of, like PTSD, traumatic brain injury, other conditions, that today we do not have great state-of-the-art treatments in. So I'm not as worried about treating pneumococcal pneumonia because we have penicillin, but in these areas, I think we have to be looking for new solutions and treatments. We have established a new office called the Office of Compassionate Innovation, where ideas such as hyperbaric, where the VA had traditionally been very closed to, have an opening to come in, and we will work with them to explore new ideas. It so happened the very first one of these that we looked at and that we have granted access to is the use of service dogs for veterans who have PTSD or other emotional disorders. And while there isn't, believe it or not, great science behind the fact that service dogs help, I think it's common sense that service dogs help. And so we hear it every day from veterans. So now we've started to make them available. And so ideas such as what you're talking about, hyperbaric's a very interesting story because DOD and VA have studied it 3 times and found the negative association. But yet we're finding veterans who say they've been helped by it. So we want to continue to look at issues like that.
Well, thank you. I'm excited about your leadership. I look forward to working with you. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. And actually, 2 Sheltie process and just yesterday on trying to bring a lot of the people out in the community who are working with veterans, try to bring together and coordinate some of these efforts. There are many people, I've met with now 3 people in the last 4 days who are doing something here, somebody over here. But let's get everybody, not with the cameras on, but just around the table and find out how we can better coordinate this with the VA. General, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I am last, right? Thank you, all of you, for being here tonight. Just before coming in, I had a teletown hall. 2,000 people or so dialed in. About 50% of the questions that came were related to veterans. Michigan, as a state, has a higher than average percentage of veterans. The 1st District of Michigan has double the percentage of veterans of the other districts. So we've got a lot of folks in our district that, let's put it this way, they laid it all on the line for the country. Now we need to lay it all on the line for them. By the way, Mr. Missile, is that, did I get it right? Is that how you pronounce it?
That's how you pronounce it.
Okay, just want to make sure because, you know, pronunciation counts. You know, in your written testimony, you discuss how the VA accounts for community care expenses. The topic is extremely complex. Let me try to state it in layman's terms as I understand it. Now, I'm a Marine, so let's be simple here. Currently, the VA estimates how much each individual episode of care is going to cost and sets aside funds for that care. That doesn't happen quickly or accurately. When the estimate is too high, the excess funds remain set aside, and the VA has to do an adjustment to put them back in the pot.
Correct.
Those adjustments don't happen very quickly either. The department wants to change this to stop estimating each episode of care and instead do one big estimate at the beginning of the year. My question for you is, if we allow VA to make this procedural change, but they don't get more accurate in their estimates, what are the potential downside consequences that could result?
Well, they're pretty significant downside. Accounting for dollars in the community was seen as a material deficiency in the audit that we conducted of the financial statements. So obviously, as you're getting into estimating, it's very tricky. By doing it at the beginning of the year, where you're doing it as more broadly, you're going to have some of the same issues that you're going to have when you're doing it on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. And also, Mr. Missile, you mentioned in your testimony that the VISN 6 report released publicly last week that included shortcomings within choice, particularly that most veterans reviewed were waiting an average of 84 days to receive care. Your staff informed the committee that it provided VA its findings around August of 2016 for agency review. In the 7 months from when they were provided to VA until the report was released publicly, did the OIG make any substantive changes to the findings? And if so, what types of information was changed?
We did make some changes. Our process is when we finish a report, we do share the draft with VA. It's our report. We're going to stand by our findings. But the important thing is we want to make sure we get it right. So we did meet with senior leadership at VA to talk about it. We wanted to clarify some things. So I would put it more in terms of we didn't change our findings, we just clarified things to make it absolutely clear exactly what we had looked at, what the methodology we use, and any comments from VA. So Dr. Shulkin, who was then Undersecretary, responded with some comments that are included in our report.
Okay. Thank you. And in the interest of the lateness of the hour, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and Mr. Masal and Mr. Williamson, you're finding out the same as I do. It's always good to do a town hall with a senator because I never have to answer any questions, just like the secretary tonight. When you two are here, he answers most of the questions. I want to I'll use my 5 minutes very quickly and just state some things that we've heard tonight. I think, number one, we all agree that we need choice extension sooner rather than later. Number two, I think we need the choice consolidation, and what I'm hearing is that a reform of the choice program, and I'm going to ask a specific question. Number three, it was a breath of fresh air to hear that I think the VA is going to quit developing IT and try to be Microsoft or Apple and go ahead and let somebody do that, and we absolutely will work together with you. I think if we can accomplish getting the IT started and those other two things this year, it would have been one of the most successful years in VA history. I believe that, and I think we can do that. I truly do. I've laid that out, and that's we know where we've been with the VA. We know where we are now, and I think I'd like to hear Dr. Shulkin, you go ahead and tell us your personal vision for transforming the VA and how this committee can be of help to you in doing that.
Well, first of all, thank you, and having sessions like this where we really do get a chance to share opinions, I think is a really important start, because any solution is going to have to be all of us wanting to get this done together. I think the vision for VA is to transform this organization to be a veteran-centric organization. In order to do that, it's not rocket science. You have to have the right people caring for veterans. And I think we are very fortunate that we have such a great workforce, but we've all seen examples where there are people that shouldn't be working in VA that it's been too hard to get them to leave. And I think your accountability bill is an important step forward in that. I also need the tools, as we've talked about, and I appreciate your willingness to consider both the carrots and the sticks, because that's the dual part of accountability, getting the right people in the door and getting the great people to stay in the organization. I think we need to transform the culture in many ways that we learned our lessons in 2014 by having the wrong incentive systems in place, by not having management understand their jobs, and by not being transparent enough. So I think we need to change our culture that way. I think we do need to put the control of health care back into the hands of veterans, so it's their choice on where they get health care. They're the ones who make their appointments. They're the ones that essentially say whether we're doing a good job or not, and we have to do that. And finally, the last piece, as we talked about several times tonight, is modernizing the VA system. And by the way, there's probably not enough money to completely modernize the system, so we're going to have to be creative in our solutions. We're going to have to leverage existing technology that's out there in the market. We're going to have to partner with our community partners to provide the right types of facilities. So it may mean that VA is not going to be building as many brand new hospitals, but working with community hospitals to share resources, the Department of Defense and other federal facilities. So it's doing business differently. It's being willing to take some risks that maybe we haven't, and that's where I think us doing it together is really going to be the right formula for success for veterans in this country.
You're seeing that consolidation on the private side, too. It's going on in this country right now, so it's not just the VA system. If you, just a couple of quick questions. Do you believe, I don't think there are, but do you believe the provider networks now are robust enough to provide care for veterans in a timely fashion?
You mean
for the choice program?
Well, I think we've come a long way, but I think that we have much more to do. Our vision is a network of providers that have made commitments on both the service and the clinical side to caring for America's veterans, and that's what we want to work towards developing.
I would suggest, Dr. Shulkin, that you and I take the suits off one day and probably go in a VA, put our stethoscopes back on, and go in an examining room and find out the frustrations. And I would say if you were back in the examining room and you had a patient you felt that needed to see a cardiologist, a rheumatologist, and how hard we've just described tonight that is, and the lengths of time people have go months to get an appointment. it would, the rest of the hair, the few that are still on my head, would fall out.
Yeah.
And I want you to tell me how you, if you were making that appointment, what would you expect to happen?
Well, first of all, you just gave me a softball. I'm inviting you to join me the next time I go and put on my stethoscope, because I see patients in Manhattan and in Oregon. So you can decide where you want to go with me. And Dr. Yehia sees patients as well. Look, we have focused in the VA on making sure that urgent care is delivered at the right time. That's why we have same-day access now in every one of our medical centers for mental health and primary care. We are focused on getting stat consults down. Right now, there's less than 100 across the VA that are stat consults more than 30 days. So it's a functional zero. And we are working to make all of our specialty care more accessible, but of course we do need to use community care to do that.
My time's expired. I'm going to, it is an important, we don't get the secretary here that often. I'm going to open it up for a second round for 1 minute, and the chairman will be very, very careful about the one. Mr. Waltz?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and your vision is where we're all at. I appreciate it, and know that we're there to try and give you the tools. We'll have our discussions in here. We'll have family discussions. We'll deliver you something. Veterans First Act that we had, we want to give you accountability, but I'm glad you mentioned what I can tell you is we can say we're going to remove people fast, but without leadership, without hiring, without due process, those are going to be things that aren't going to give you the tools. So we'll work together to deliver that, but your vision is solid. We've been followed tonight online by a lot of folks who are watching. They care deeply about this, and I can tell you overwhelming the veteran suicide issue resonated. There was a military spouse, Alessandra, said, I'm a mother. My son's father served 25 years. My son will not serve because of the suicides. We understand that this is a faith issue. I just appreciate your vision. I appreciate your leadership. I appreciate the chairman being there and the folks sitting behind you. They've got your back. They've been out there, and there's a lot of those groups. So let's get this done together.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Waltz. Mr. Billaracis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For Mr. Massal, there have been many incidents that issues that have happened related to veterans' care in which the VA has attributed those failures to poor training. In instances when a VA employee engaged in suspected criminal activities such as fraud, falsification of patient records, or failures that have led to patient harm, is the VA OIG authorized to investigate?
Yes, we are. Under the Inspector General Act of 1978, we do have the authority to work with the Department of Justice and other law enforcement to bring criminal charges, and we have done that on a number of occasions over the years.
Okay, very good. That's what I wanted to know, and I appreciate it. How do you prioritize these particular cases brought to your attention?
We look at it in a number of different ways. We look at the extent of the harm, the number of veterans impacted, the amount of dollars impacted, how long the conduct has been going on. So we look at a variety of different factors and try to prioritize the one that are of the most serious nature.
Very good. Thank you very much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. Mr. Takano, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Shulkin, we're hearing from veterans online who want to ask you questions. Many of the questions are about improving mental health care. What more can we do to ensure timely access to mental health care, and how can we better recruit and retain mental health care providers?
Well, I think we're working on two things right now. One is we need to hire more mental health professionals. So if people are following us online and they're interested in coming to work for VA, we're interested in talking to them. So we need about 1,000 more mental health providers. The second thing we're doing, we are leveraging our areas of the country where we do have a good supply of mental health providers, which are what we call our hubs for telemental health. And so we're providing those professionals to the more rural areas of the country where we don't have the providers. So we're trying to leverage it that way. And we're working with our community providers like Beto O'Rourke mentioned in El Paso, where there are great centers like Texas Tech that we can work with.
Mr. Chairman, at some future time, I'd like to ask more about graduate medical school GMEs and how we're using those, but my time is up.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Shulkin, thank you again for your service to this country. One question I have is that doesn't the VA, I've read that the VA has a certification system for mental health professionals within the community outside the VA where they can be certified to deliver care to our veterans. And I think you mentioned your concern that the average provider outside the VA may not understand the culture of the military, and that's a real concern. I wonder if you can explain how this program, this certification program works, and is it being utilized today to sign up more providers outside the VA?
Yeah, we are doing outreach to our community providers that we're working with to make sure that they do have the education and the materials to be able to see veterans. This is part of our concept of our high performance network to get providers in there who want to and are committed to seeing veterans to provide the type of quality care we believe they deserve.
But it is a formal certification process, is it not?
Yes.
Okay, and so tell me, can you give some, metrics in terms of how that program's going right now?
We measure the number of providers that take advantage of our educational programs and that we have outreach to. So we can get you more information on the number of providers. We know we need to do more of it.
Because I would just think that is there's a multiplier capability in terms of having resources by virtue of leveraging what's in the community, but certifying them or making them go through a process. Training process where we know that they meet the requirements for the VA.
I think we have more work to do on formalizing that program. I think that's the direction that we're headed in, though.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Time's expired. Mr. Correa, you recognized for 1 minute. Okay. Gentleman yields. Mr. Rutherford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I just want to say you must be a real man of action, because that mental health service dogs for the mentally ill, our members who are veterans who are suffering from PTSD and TBI, were told 3 years ago that there was going to be a study to determine the efficacy of it. And then at the end of that 3 years, they were told, well, it's going to be another 3 years before that report will be finalized. You've done it in like 30 days. Thank you.
Let me tell you about that study. First of all, it will be another 3 years before we get the study results, and I'm not willing to wait because there are people out there today suffering. But when they did this study, this is what I learned. They did, like any good study, there's two arms, right? One that should be with dogs and one without dogs, so you can learn.
Right.
They couldn't find a single veteran who was willing not to take a dog. I mean, I think that tells you something right there. So I said, give them all dogs.
Well, thank you very much, because I can tell you that is going to be a resounding success back in my hometown. God bless you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sablon, you recognized.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Miso, let me go back again. I don't mean to be disrespectful in any way, but, and I know that you said that you've looked at veterans in other rural areas. I'm talking about my area, my district, the Northern Mariana Islands, sir. The experience there and the experience in rural areas are not the same. So I'm asking you to consider looking at the veteran experience in the outlying areas, like my district. You do know where the Northern Mariana Islands is?
Yes, I do.
Yes, sir. Because you guys come through Guam all the time, but don't visit. Again, Mr. Secretary, your director out of Hawaii and her assistant are on site, man, for an hour and a half today. Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since anyone's been there, but they took an hour and a half today. Thank you very much, but I would like to work with you again somewhere. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. I'm now going to yield my time to Dr. Winstrup, who I rudely ignored a minute ago. So.
Yeah, just call me Skip, Mr. Chairman. I want to go to something that Mr. Takane was bringing up, and that's with GME and residency programs. And as you know, most doctors in America spend some time in a VA as part of their training. So what are you looking at with that where we can be of help as far as what specialties we may want to engage with further, such as in mental health, but also association with academic institutions and making those more robust programs.
Right. Well, we're doubling down on our relationships with our academic centers. We think it's one of the best and strongest features of VA, and it benefits not only veterans but all Americans in the way that we train our healthcare professionals. The Choice program, as you know, gave us the additional GME spots. We have taken advantage of those. Almost all have gone to mental health or primary care. We believe that we could still do more. I would like to look at some ways of getting them into some of our rural parts of the country that don't have teaching programs. That would be a big, I believe, addition to helping us in increasing the quality of the environments that our veterans get care in. So we'd like to work with you for ways to expand it. As you know, the country needs more graduate medical education spots. They've been expanding the undergraduate medical education spots, but not the GME spots. And somehow that formula is not going to work out if we don't expand the GME spots.
Thank you.
Thanks, gentlemen, for yielding. Ms. Higgins, you're recognized.
Secretary Shulkin, I'm a veteran. I represent a portion of my state. My district has the highest density of veterans in the state, and only about 20% of my fellow veterans regularly access the health care system. We've seen improvements in the Choice program, and I have confidence that it's going to allow a greater access to health care for all veterans. We can penetrate that number and help more veterans access to health care that they've earned and deserve. I have a high degree of confidence that tomorrow this sunset window will go away and $1 billion will be invested as it should in the lives of our veterans that have earned it. Will you work with this committee and this body to help us develop a furtherance of the Choice program and a continued improvement of it? And please share with us in the remaining 3 seconds resounding yes.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. General Bergman, you're recognized.
Secretary Shulkin, by the way, congratulations. You are now the dog that has caught the tire.
Yeah.
So, but some of the rest of us are in the same boat. So the point is that vehicle has multiple tires, and there's a lot of it with our teeth into it right now. There is, I believe it has some visibility within the Veterans Administration already, a proposed beta project, Cherry Tree out of Traverse City, Michigan, that involves not only health care for veterans, but education, jobs, housing, and I'm looking forward to working with the Veterans Administration to bring Project Cherry Tree to a level where it gets a good look to see what's in the art of the possible, because we're all in this together, and the results that we're going to achieve will only be limited by our desire to achieve them. So thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you all, and the questions now have ceased. I want to thank the panel. You all have been very, very generous with your time tonight, and I think you can see the interest for the number of members that have stayed around this long, and the folks in the audience, too, that have stayed here. It is truly one of the most important things we will have tasked to us as congressmen and women, is to help make the VA. We've learned what the problems were in the 114th and pointed those out clearly, and we've had help with GAO and IG in clarifying that. But I think now is to solve the problems. And I look forward to doing that with you all. I think this entire panel does. They are huge and not easy. I certainly understand that, and we've mentioned and brought up a lot more tonight. But I'm optimistic. And I'm certainly more optimistic after tonight's hearing. I think we're all got the oars in the right, and we're all pulling in the same direction. And I think that's going to get some results. Mr. Waltz, you have a...
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit to the record a statement on some case study work on Choice from Mr. Nolan, our colleague.
Without objection, so ordered. Do you have any closing comments?
I do not. I would just like to echo the chairman's comments. We're in this together. We're grateful. The right people are on the bus and on the right seats, and so we're here to do what we can do. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for all your work.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material. Without objection, so ordered. This hearing is now adjourned.
Great.
Mike, thanks.
Excellent.
All right, everybody. Thanks for watching with me tonight on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, taking you into the next few hours of the show here, and I am reading all of your comments in the chat. So I really appreciate all of your opinions and comments right now as we watch this show together live. We're streaming out of Phoenix, Arizona, but I know a lot of you are watching from all over the U.S., so thanks for joining me tonight. Taking you to another event now, this one with Ben Carson, held at the same time as this Veterans event. We've recorded it. Let's play it back for you right now.
Muy buenas noches. Muy buenas noches para todos. Muy buenas noches y bienvenidos. Welcome to this evening celebration of Latino leadership. We're going to wait a minute until everybody takes your seats. We're ready? I am Vanessa Ock. I am a journalist with Telemundo Network, and I feel really honored to be sharing this beautiful space with all of you in this beautiful night. Thank you for joining us to recognize the legacy of NALEO's founder, Congressman Edward R. Roybal, and the achievements of Latino public servants who have continued to build upon the foundation Congressman Roybal and his colleagues laid. In September of 1976, a group of visionary Latino elected officials led by Congressman Roybal formed NALEO. And 5 years later, its sister organization, NALEO Educational Fund. For more than 40 years now, these organizations have worked to increase the participation of Latinos in American democracy, regardless of their political affiliation. The late Congressman Roybal had a vision to improve the lives of Latinos and all Americans. Throughout his life, he thought to increase the profile and influence of Latino leadership by building a network of Latinos who share his commitment to exemplary public service and love for this country. As the founder of NALEO and NALEO Educational Fund, as well as the Congressional Hispanic Caucus and the Congressional Hispanic Caucus Institute, Congressman Roybal ensured that the voice of the Latino community was and still is heard in the halls of Congress and in every major policy decision our country makes. Each year, in memory of Congressman Roybal's vision and historic achievements, we present the Edward R. Roybal Award for Outstanding Public Service to an individual who have distinguished themselves as devoted public servants to a nation and the Latino community. This year, we recognize the Honorable Lincos Diaz-Balart and the Honorable Mario Diaz-Balart. Two brothers and members of Congress who have demonstrated what it means to use public office as an avenue to make positive, meaningful change in the life of immigrants, Latinos, and all Americans. To kick off tonight's festivities, I'd like to bring to the stage the chair of this year's gala and the chairman of NBC Universal International Group and NBC Universal Telemundo Enterprises, Mr. Cesar Conde. We all owed a debt of gratitude to Mr. Conde and to NBC Universal for being enthusiastic agents for the Latino community organizing and education. Among many other laudable activities, Mr. Conde is the co-founder of Futuro Education.